Chapter 1. Theo. I'd been at the job 3 hours, and I was already having second thoughts. Not about Hunter Valley. The town was cool as shit. I'd visited before since Maverick pretty much moved his ass up here because of a work project. Then a woman project. And Dex, who had a Hunter Valley woman project of his own but was settled in Denver with her. There wasn't a woman messing with my life. I'd done that all by myself. Maybe I should have visited Family Health Services before I quit being a trauma surgeon and accepted the role as family physician. Over the phone. It was like buying a boat sight unseen only to arrive at the marina and discover it was barely afloat. The medical practice wasn't sinking. I was. Over the weekend, I'd switched from an 80-hour-a-week trauma surgeon to Monday through Friday, plus every other Saturday morning general practitioner. It wasn't the extra free time that was an adjustment, although that was something to get used to. It was the patients. So far this morning, I'd treated a man for chlamydia, handing him not only a prescription for antibiotics, but some condom samples. After that, I pulled an eraser out of a 6-year-old's ear and performed a newborn baby well check. "Doing okay?" Verna Jeffries asked, holding out a mug filled with steaming coffee over the check-in counter as I walked by. I slung my stethoscope around my neck and eagerly snagged it, mentally blessing her practical nature. I scanned the waiting area, which was currently empty, as I took a sip. The practice was in a converted old house in the historic downtown area. The entry was the original family room, fireplace and all. The bedrooms had been converted into exam rooms. My office, which I shared with Dr. Jeffries, Verna's husband, was the old den. This place was a long way from the hospital's clinical interior. "Good coffee," I said, pleasantly surprised. The brew at the hospital in Denver was mostly a hazmat situation, except for the ICU break room, which I frequented, used to, way more than a surgeon based in the ER should. I get the beans from steaming hotties. I knew the place because Mav wore its damned pink t-shirt often enough. To answer your question, yes, doing okay. So far so good. I replied, inwardly sighing. No one had died anyway, which was a distinct possibility of my old job, but was treating sexually transmitted diseases the escape I really wanted. I had enough money. I could quit entirely. Buy a boat that floated and sail the 7 seas. She laughed. Her dark eyes were filled with humor, although I expected it was at my expense. From what she told me this morning when she handed me the first batch of insurance paperwork, that she was a grandmother of 3, liked to snowshoe, and had the best sourdough starter in town. I had no idea what the last meant, so I'd only nodded when she'd overshared. Or maybe she regular shared, and I was used to non-sharing. My previous coworkers didn't have lives outside of the hospital, like me, so we didn't have much to talk about besides tricky cases. "It'll take some getting used to," I added diplomatically. "Getting used to what?" she wondered. "Seeing this many patients in a day?" On the computerized schedule, I had 12 patients plus a 1-hour window for call-in urgent visits like kids with unplanned ear infections. I shook my head. Having patients be conscious. Because patients sedated and prepped for surgery didn't tell me their quirks and talents. If they did have chlamydia, it was the least of their worries. With a head cock, she eyed me as if giving me some kind of her own swift assessment, just like I gave to every patient when entering an exam room. "I think you're going to find all your patients awake, except for the babies. Those you might want to sleep." I considered the one I'd just seen, who'd been blissfully asleep, except when he got an immunization, and nodded. Wise words. Her head tipped the other way, down the hall. "Your 11 o'clock is in room 1. Annual. London's probably done with vitals." Verna held out her hand, and I gave the coffee back, eyeing it wistfully. "I'll take care of it," she said, as if I was dropping a child off at the first day of kindergarten, instead of being separated from caffeine for 30 minutes. London, the efficient and knowledgeable nurse, came out of the exam room. She handed me the open laptop. "She's ready for you. Since it's her annual, I have everything set out ready to go. Just stick your head out when you're ready to do the exam, and I'll come back." Annual. Gynecologic annual. Not a cardiology annual or sports physical annual. The newborn I saw earlier was different from me. I hadn't held a baby in years. Couldn't remember the last time. A woman's breasts and vagina I was well acquainted with, in a personal setting, not a professional one. Not since my OBGYN rotation during residency, and that had been for only a few weeks. I was a doctor. I saw bodies all the time. This was clinical. Completely clinical. The woman wasn't immediately dying from a car accident or fall. Easy, get in, get out, literally. I knocked on the door, opened it, and entered, glancing at the name on the patient record on the laptop screen. Mallory Mornier. Miss Mornier, I'm Dr. James, and I understand you're here for your... My words dropped off when I finally lifted my gaze to the woman who sat on the exam table. Mallory Mornier. I said the name aloud, but I didn't put it together until now. Not Mallory Mornier, the random woman who was here for a woman's annual reproductive health screening. This was Mallory. Mallory. Bridget's best friend Mallory, who was outgoing, vivacious, and extroverted. Sexy and bold. Hot as hell, and the woman I dreamed about fucking ever since I first met her in July. She was a goody-goody first-grade teacher, and I always wanted to dirty her up, do filthy things to her, with her. And she was sitting here in a paper gown, ready to part her legs nice and wide. And not in the way I'd been imagining in the shower as I rubbed one out. Fuck. Chapter 2. Mallory. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, gosh. I shifted on the exam table and the paper beneath my bare butt crinkled. So did the ridiculous gown I was wearing. Theo James just came in the door of my woman's appointment, with a beard on his rugged face that he hadn't had the last time I saw him. That was just unfair. Theo James. And he was the doctor. Who was going to look at my vagina? Literally sit on a stool between my spread legs with a light shining on it. He was going to put his fingers in it. God, was my wax okay? I shaved my legs, but did I use enough lotion? I didn't want to have alligator scale calves. Oh crap, I kept my rubber ducky socks on because it was pet week at school. If socks weren't bad enough, what about all my nooks and crannies? Were they normal? Was one side bigger than the other for all women? What about inside? How was it supposed to look? Was he going to peek and run away? Or worse, laugh? I wanted to have a hot and sexy vagina. Pussy! Whatever Lindy wrote in her romance books. But when I looked at mine with a handheld mirror, it didn't look hot. Maybe mine was... Mallory. His deep voice had me blinking. Sugar. I gave him a wide smile. Sorry, what are you doing here? Dr. Robinson retired. I've taken her place. Dr. Robinson retired? Just like that? Here, now? I closed my eyes because I felt like a moron. Of course Theo worked here, now. He didn't wear a stethoscope around his neck, which was really flipping sexy, and walk into a woman's health exam willy-nilly. Did he? He came all the way into the room, set the laptop down on the counter across from me, then leaned against it. I'd seen him in casual clothes before. The 3 times I'd seen him. Yes, I was counting. The first time was in the wallpaper photo on Mav's laptop. The second at my brother Arlo's bar the week Bridget met Mav. And the third, the night I went to Mav's and Bridget's place for barbecue, and he was just there for an impromptu visit. Every time he'd been casual in jeans. Now, he had on a white doctor coat over a pair of khakis and a white dress shirt. He even had on a tie. A tie! I squirmed on the table. Crinkle. Grr, sit still, Mal. The tie did it for me, but so did the doctor's coat. So did everything about him. One look at his photo back in July, and I told Bridget I was going to marry him. Yes, I was crazy. Yes, I lusted after him. Why? I had no idea. Every time we met, he was quiet and broody, intense, totally not my type. Except my ovaries popped out an egg every time I breathed in his dark man scent. Was it cologne or body wash? And my vagina, it got wet. Very wet. Like slip and slide on a hot summer kind of day wet. Which meant... squirm. Crinkle. I was wet now. Naked beneath a gown, and he was going to find out. Did other women get wet for their doctors? Did he or she discover it when they did the exam? How many vaginas had he examined before, as a doctor? I was suddenly jealous and freaked. Maybe mine wasn't on the same vagina league as the others. I was short and curvy. Some gorgeous women, all willowy and tall, had to have an equally gorgeous vagina. She had to. What did I know? I'd never done this before. Mallory. I startled and met his dark gaze. Yes, hi, Theo. I mean, Dr. James. The corner of his mouth tipped up. Theo's fine. Unless you'd be more comfortable calling me Dr. James in this setting. You're here for a gynecological exam. I know this is a small town and everyone seems to know everyone else. Just like this, right? It was possible the corner of his mouth quirked a little more, but I couldn't be sure. Exactly. I'm sure I'll meet many people I will treat at the grocery store or a restaurant, but this is different. You're different. You're different. My heart leapt and I clasped my hands in my lap with secret glee. Except he didn't mean it as praise. He didn't mean it as, you're different from every woman I've ever met, and I haven't stopped thinking about you or wanting to fuck you so hard you forget your name. You mean because I'm Bridget's friend and she's all hot and heavy with your brother. Then there's Lindy, who's more a mom to me than my own, with your other brother. I clarified, bringing myself back to reality. He nodded. I can reschedule you and have Dr. Jeffries do your exam if you'd feel more comfortable. He was the other doctor in the practice, but I'd never seen him except one time when I was 9 and had strep. He was nice, but he was old. Well, probably not old, but not young. And a man. A nice man, but a man. I always stuck with Dr. Robinson, a woman, until now. Theo was rejecting me. Did he not want to see my vagina? All of a sudden, I wasn't doubting my vagina. I was proud of it. Mine was as good as any other woman's. I was going to stand up for my lady parts. He was a doctor, and I needed birth control. Just because I avoided all male doctors until now didn't prove I was hot for Theo. I admitted, and had told Bridget for months that I lusted after him and wanted to marry him. It didn't mean we couldn't behave in a patient-doctor manner, right? If you don't treat women who are Bridget's friends, you're going to lose a lot of business, I advised. He nodded. Probably true. If you're comfortable with me, with the visit, then we will proceed. The nurse will be in the room during the exam, but first we can go over your health and any questions or concerns you have. Do you still want me? I swallowed. Gosh, this was hell. Of course I still wanted him. Between my thighs. Ugh. There was ever a be careful what you wish for situation. This was it. Chapter 3. Theo. I watched her squirm, then that pert little chin tipped up. It's fine. Good. This will be just like your last exam, so no surprises. Except me, I guess. She bit her lip and glanced at the tray with the supplies. I've never had one of those exams before. I grabbed the laptop again, tucked it into my left forearm, and scrolled through her records. You're 24. I glanced at her date of birth, not that I doubted she knew her age. Did some speed math. Her birthday was last month. You've been a patient of Dr. Robinson since... all my life. She finished for me again. I looked up from the screen. It seemed odd that Dr. Robinson never performed a pelvic exam on her before. 24 was pretty old for not having one. I wasn't going to share that with Mallory, though. I'd only talked to the doctor once on the phone, and she seemed competent, which meant there was a reason. Okay. I nodded and scanned the report again, but it was impossible to go through a lifetime of records right now. Your vitals are good? Last menstrual period was 10 days ago. I set the laptop back on the counter, dropped into the wheeled stool, and leaned against the counter so there was as much space between us as possible. She had her ankles crossed and the paper gown tucked around her and below her knees. I'd seen her less covered over the summer. Then I didn't remember her wearing ridiculous socks with ducks on them. Are you having any problems you'd like to talk about? She recrossed her ankles. I want to go on birth control. Dr. Robinson said when I was ready, she'd put me on it. My back went straight and I narrowed my eyes. Condoms are the safest option for contraception because it protects from sexually transmitted diseases that other methods don't. However, being on another form, a backup method, is very important for women in case of user error or breakage. I couldn't believe Dr. Robinson didn't protect her female patients, or at least empower them in their sexual health, and Mallory was smart. Is there a reason I didn't see in your records? I thumbed toward the laptop. That prohibits you from being on it before now? Family history, blood clots, or cancer? She shook her head. You've been using condoms exclusively and consistently. She shook her head again. I stood, set my hands on my hips. What the fuck? I knew she was a little wild, fun definitely, but reckless. Mallory, you're risking... I don't have sex. I blinked. She didn't have sex. She hadn't had a pelvic exam and wasn't on birth control, which meant... You're a virgin? I asked, trying to keep my voice even, professional. And my dick down. Mallory Mornier wasn't just the leading star of my every fantasy, but also hadn't been touched. God, the thought of her on her knees looking up at me, seeing a dick for the first time, mine, and asking me what she needed to do to satisfy me had me instantly hard. I grabbed the laptop, slammed the lid down, and held the thing in front of my crotch. If Mallory saw how hard I was, she'd lose her shit, and rightfully so. I could lose my job or my license, or... I'm not a virgin. I had sex once. I was 16. It's not in there. She looked pointedly at the laptop. No way in hell was I lifting it to read back through her history to see if she was telling the truth. She was. Why would she lie? And she was doing a shit job if she was. I didn't tell Dr. Robinson because it didn't go real well. She looked at her hands in her lap. I dropped back in the chair carefully and kept the laptop in front of me. Did he hurt you? My voice was low and deep usually, but now it came out almost a growl. I'd find him and kill him. Her head whipped up, pale eyes wide. She tucked her long blonde hair behind her ear, clearly flustered. No, I mean, it hurt because first time and all, but he just... God, he stuck it in twice and then popped out and came in the condom. He wasn't even inside me for more than 3 seconds. If the guy had also been 16, it was a realistic scenario for a first time. 0 control and Mallory's untried pussy. I was impressed he was a 2-pump chump instead of only 1. The fact that he came just kneeling between her thighs was something I was starting to understand. And I wasn't a horny teenager either. Hell, I was a horny 30-something, which made me, what? Desperate? Weak? Doing some more math, that fateful event was 8 years ago, and all she got was in and out and in and out. It didn't sound like he got her off or any kind of pleasure. That was worse than her being a virgin. A gorgeous woman like Mallory not having sex? It was a travesty. I had so many questions, but they weren't professional or medical. Then you wish to have birth control now because you were going to have sex? It was a deduction, but I knew I was accurate. She said she'd come in and see Dr. Robinson when she was ready, which she was. She nodded. Yes, like you said, I want to protect myself. I do not want kids. There's a guy, a teacher at the high school with Bridget, and I'm going to have sex with him. Like hell she was. Chapter 4. Mallory. I met Bridget on the sidewalk outside of the yoga studio. A chilly breeze blew down the street and I shivered. The snow from the storm the week before was gone, but fall had definitely set in. Her cheeks were all flushed, and I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or if she just came from a different kind of exercise with Mav. The bitch. I loved her, but her happiness made me grumpy. She was getting some, and I definitely was not. The scent of garlic and marinara sauce made me hungry enough to skip our friend Aspen's class and hit up her brother's pizza shop instead, but I wasn't telling Bridget that. She didn't like yoga, and I practically forced her to show up. I had news, and I wanted to share. Mallory was in yoga pants, a thick, puffy coat and hat. Her worn running shoes were on her feet, and she had a disgruntled look on her face. You know I don't like yoga, and I ran 5 miles this morning. See? Gosh, how about some cheese with all that wine? I asked, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the studio's door. I wasn't going to tell her I wasn't as motivated as I let on. Cheese, she said, practically moaning as she lifted her nose in the air like a bloodhound. Yeah, cheese. I love cheese too. Then let's get pizza, she pleaded. You can tell me whatever it is you're dying to share over pizza better than from Downward Dog. She did have a good point, and it did smell so dang good. Is it Cheryl again? She asked. Cheryl was my mother. Bridget had known her forever and a half and knew all the drama. I called her by her first name because while she'd birthed me, we looked too much alike for there to be any doubt. I'd pretty much taken care of her instead of the other way around. To have a drunk and pretty much a deadbeat for a mother, well, both parents and growing up happened fast. Ironic that my brother owned a bar considering what we went through. This week? I clarified, then shook my head. I pushed off the sour feeling whenever Cheryl came up. No. I covered their rent, so she's been quiet. As far as I know, she's still cleaning rooms up at the resort, so she hasn't asked me to pay the electric bill. Yet. Bridge nodded in commiseration. My mother went through jobs like most people went through groceries, getting new ones every week or so and moaning about how she struggled and suffered. As for my father, he was an oil service technician at a local lube and tire shop. He gave the bare minimum and effort and got minimum wage for it. Then again, the owners weren't expecting much from him, so he never made manager even after 20 years. I had a feeling they kept him employed because they knew he wouldn't get hired anywhere else and had a soft spot for me and Arlo, even now that we were adults. Dad was harmless. His golden life was to sit in his worn recliner watching TV while working his way through a case of beer without falling asleep with a lit cigarette in his hand. It had also meant he was useless. Pretty crappy of me to say about my own father, but facts were facts. This meant that I spent tons of time at Bridget's house growing up, and the only people at my high school and college graduations clapping for me were Arlo, Bridge, and Lindy. The only trips my parents went on, because they had zero money, were guilt trips and took me along for the ride. That was why I was still living with a roommate instead of my own place. A chunk of my salary went to my parents, which made it really hard to save for a down payment on a place of my own. I had a steady paycheck with benefits and all that, but a teacher's income wasn't huge. You need to cut her off, she advised, just like she had for a long time. How come she doesn't pester your brother? Because she always made it clear that he wasn't hers. She was his stepmother. Because of that, she knows he won't give her any money. Arlo had cut the cord with them a while ago. Then it clearly works. I sighed. I know. I don't want to talk about her. I went to the doctor today. I said. I threw it right on out there. She frowned, then gripped my hand. Is there something wrong? What? No. I don't know. It was just an annual exam. You don't know. Like you need tests done. They found a lump? Her eyes got bigger at the same time her voice went up a notch. I scowled, thinking about a lump. Jeez, Bridge, no. Can you please say Jesus and God and fuck and shit like everyone else? I can't have you talking about a tumor and saying golly gee. I crossed my arms over my coat. I dropped the F-bomb the other day in class. 6-year-olds all go home and tell their parents. No one's come in to complain, thankfully. That happened twice last year as well, and... Fine, no swearing. Tell me about the gosh darn tumor. I opened the door and stepped into the warm entry, hit immediately by the scent of lavender and soft yoga music. It had lutes or flutes and had rain sounds, which always made me have to pee. There was a space for a bench and cubbies for shoes, then a stairwell to the second floor. The yoga studio was above the pizza place. There was no tumor. God fuck damn it, woman, you're crazy. She dropped onto the bench. Then why don't you know if something's wrong? I took a deep breath and set my yoga bag with my rolled-up mat sticking out the top on the floor. I didn't go in because something was wrong. I went in for birth control. And I didn't get examined because Theo was the doctor and he doesn't like my vagina. Bridget blinked at me once, then popped to her feet. She snagged my bag with one hand, my wrist in the other, and pulled me back out onto the street. I chased after her. I had no choice, really, since she had a death grip on me, as she pulled me into the pizza place and to a corner table. She practically pushed me into a chair, then turned. Otis, 2 glasses of Chianti. No, make it a bottle. Then she dropped into the seat across from me and pushed her glasses up her nose. Start talking. Theo. As in Theo James, Mav's brother, right? I nodded. Theo saw your vagina and told you he doesn't like it? Otis appeared with a bottle and 2 glasses. Maybe he had a sister, or because he was smart. He eyed us, then backed away carefully. Maybe he heard what Bridge just asked me, and I wouldn't blame him for his cautious retreat. It was a loaded question. I poured, and Bridge shrugged out of her jacket. The place was warm from the huge pizza ovens, and so much better than yoga. He never saw it, I explained. I was in a paper gown, and he came in. That was a shock, I'll tell you. He arrived last week during the snowstorm and told us he was moving here and taking a job at a family practice. I took a sip, no, a swig of the wine, then asked, "You knew since last week? Why didn't you tell me?" "I know, you keep saying you're going to marry him." I looked down at my glass. Well, maybe not since he rejected me. "He rejected you?" She leaned in and lowered her voice. "What did you do, put your feet in the stirrups and say, 'fuck me'?" My eyes widened at that visual. Gosh, Bridge, do you think that's my style? I really hoped not, but it was kind of hot if we were playing sexy games. If we skipped the speculum and all that. She rolled her eyes. "Spill." I pushed her full glass in front of her. "Drink and shut up." She frowned, but did as I ordered. "He told me Dr. Robinson retired and he took her place." She saw Dr. Robinson growing up too. Half the town probably had. We talked some about my medical history, and I told him I was in for an annual exam because I wanted birth control. "Got all that." I reached across the table and pushed the glass closer to her mouth. I told him I was going to start having sex and that I wanted to protect myself. Then he referred me to a gynecologist. He'd changed his mind about Dr. Jeffries and put in a referral for me instead. "That's it?" I nodded and took another gulp. He didn't want to see my vagina. She frowned. "This wasn't a date. He was doing his job, which now is a family doctor. If you're going on birth control and need an annual exam, then it makes sense for him to refer you. His background is in trauma surgery. I'm sure he's no expert on inserting IUDs. I have no doubt he's good at inserting something into a vagina." She laughed and gave me an appalled look. "I'm sure I'm right," I continued. "Besides, he knew what he was walking into when he took the job, because it's a flipping family practice. If he's waiting for someone to walk in with a trauma emergency, he's dumber than I thought." "I haven't been to Dr. Robinson in years," she commented. "You went to Boston. It's kind of hard to see her when you're in a different time zone. She would have referred you to an OB/GYN too." I knew it, but wow. Theo James. So he wasn't rejecting me. I was being weird, I knew it, but I was always this way. I didn't like shame. Not that he'd shamed me, but I felt rejected just like I said. It was a trigger for me because I was used to it. Cheryl wasn't a hugger or even a liker. She was a moocher. "Not you or your vagina," she added. "Besides, if you're so gung-ho about marrying him, why are you going on that date with the history teacher?" She knew all about the date because she was the one to fix us up in the first place. She'd been working as a long-term sub teaching physics just down the hall from him since August. He was cute, nice, and, well, fuckable, except I didn't even know Theo moved into town until I was sitting in a paper gown. Also because I have no clue what I'm doing, I reminded. You think a guy like Theo wants a clueless woman in his bed? I need experience, skills, talent. Besides Mr. History Guy, I'm going to Las Vegas for that bachelorette party. You remember I told you about it. Right, your friend Alana from college. While Bridge went to MIT on a full ride, I went to a state school. I'd had a few small scholarships that cut down the tuition, plus I did work study to cover some more. Even after eating ramen and taking classes over the summer to be done in 3 years, instead of 4, I still had student loans. I barely had enough to scrape up money for a ticket to Vegas. I nodded. Vegas is the place to do crazy things. I mean, Lindy and Dex got married at a drive-through chapel and don't remember it. There's a big difference between what they did and you hooking up with a stranger in Sin City. I know, but I want to be prepared. If I'm going to have sex with Mr. History Guy, his name is Tom. You make him sound like he's 70 and teaches kids cool history facts on a community TV program. I rolled my eyes. Fine, Tom. If I'm going to do it with him, why can't I do it with a guy in Vegas? She reached out, gave my hand a squeeze. You can. You'll have guys in Vegas eating out of your hand. I have other places on my body I'd rather them eating out. She closed her eyes and shook her head slowly. Well, don't get arrested, whatever you do. I sputtered, which had her looking at me again. I can't believe you think I'd get arrested. It was her turn to roll her eyes. What? I'm not that wild and crazy. I leaned in. I've been saving it up for Tom, a high school history teacher. How exciting is that? She wagged her head from side to side as if considering my words more than required. You've been saving it up for Theo since you saw his picture. But Tom's okay. He's actually pretty hot. Not James' brother's hot, but he'll do. That made me frown. Yeah. A James brother doesn't even want to see my untalented vagina. She pushed her glasses up, then narrowed her eyes. With a swivel in her seat, she called, Otis! I watched as he held his hands up for the pizza dough he tossed in the air, catching it deftly so it wilted down past his wrists, then flung it again. Yeah. A large with olives and triple cheese. On it, he called. A few other tables were occupied, but there was nothing new about the casual environment. Bridget shouting her order was normal. Bridge looked to me, her eyes large behind her glasses. You are always so hard on yourself. Me? I'm hard on myself? I countered. We're talking about you. Guys are not looking for talented vaginas. You're making them out to be way smarter than they really are. Vaginas? Men. Otis brought over plates, silverware, and napkins. Otis, you're a guy, I said. He was older than us, cute. I'd date him if he didn't seem like a brother since he was good friends with my brother, Arlo. I'm glad you noticed. He inhaled, puffing up his chest beneath the Pizza Place t-shirt. And single, I added. He took a step back and held his palms out, glancing between us. Whoa, Bridge is taken. Very taken. Have you seen her man? He's a fucking lumberjack. And you're you. No way are we dating. I frowned. If I didn't think of you as a weird brother, I'd be insulted. He huffed and dropped his hands. What's the question? I know you've got one. Are you looking for talent in a vagina? His dark eyebrows rose so far they were hidden by his unruly hair. What the hell does that mean? If you started dating a woman and found out she didn't have lots of experience in bed, would that be an issue for you? Is she legal? We both frowned and said, Yes. Then no. I'm not looking for a talented vagina. It's fun to see what a woman finds hot, what makes her get all... Now it was my turn to hold up my hand to stop him. Okay, we get the idea. Stop there before I get too nauseated imagining you having sex to eat our pizza that better be in the oven. His hand went to his chest. I'm not that bad. Do you want us to talk about Aspen's sex life? He shivered just like any brother would. Fuck no. Fine, so no talent needed, thanks. He nodded, then once again backed away slowly and carefully. See? Bridge asked, which was totally annoying. I'm getting birth control and getting laid. I get all that, but why now? Why all of a sudden? You've been hot and bothered for Theo for months. I wasn't going to tell her there'd been a wet spot on the back of my paper gown when I got up to get redressed earlier. I was hot for Theo James. H.O.T. That was when I thought he didn't live in town. Now, I could run into him anywhere, anytime. Me and my vagina aren't sitting around waiting for a guy like him to notice me. I was naked, Bridge, and he turned me down. Okay, what you're suggesting is a little creepy, if I think about it a little too long. What you're saying is, if you think about it a little less, it's kind of hot. She looked away because she was right there with me. Fine, but he didn't turn you down. He was working. I shrugged. I'm horny, Bridge. I want sex. I've earned it. I agree, so have it with Theo. Not on an exam table. You know, the guy you're going to marry. I shrugged and waved my hand through the air to try to downplay the fact that she'd mentioned that 3 times. Maybe I'd overdone it in the past few months. He was gorgeous and up close in person. Gah, I melted. My brain turned to mush or baked beans or something. It's just talk and no one woman wants to have an ugly vagina. Obviously. You know me. Gab, gab, gab. Yes, I wanted him, and I lusted after him. Did I ever really think he'd want me? No. But Bridge knew I was a big blabbermouth and usually just smiled and nodded like I did with my first graders when one told me she wanted to be an ant so she could carry things over 10 times their body weight. Sure, it was one thing to want Theo and feel hurt when he referred me to a gynecologist, as weird as all that sounded. If I didn't have those baked beans for brains, I'd see that it was the proper response. It was another thing to actually marry the guy. I learned from my parents not to expect much. I'd been emotionally hurt by them often enough to know better, that a guy like Theo wouldn't love me. It was easier to just be casual, to talk a big game and sleep with Tom, the history teacher. But Theo James was in a completely different league. He had it all: brains, brawn, beauty, and billions. And most likely a big dick. She studied me. You sure? Because I saw him with his beard and he's really hot. Don't tell Mav. I rolled my eyes. Like Maverick James would feel threatened by any man, even his brother. I played it off even more. Seriously, I want to take something for a ride besides my vibrator, and Tom's not a bad option. The history teacher would do. I'm not looking for roses and candlelight bridge. I'm also tired of waiting. It's happening. I want up against the wall kind of sex. Maybe bent over a couch or something. I'm 24. It's time. But Theo, I cut her off. You can't set me up with Tom and then be Team Theo. It's just sex, Bridge. So shut up and go get our pizza. Chapter 5, Theo. After Dr. Footsie, I'm surprised you're not a born-again virgin. Mav and I were on the couch in little Dex's rental house. Or my rental now. Dex's contract on the place expired when he returned to the silver mines at the start of the hockey season. Since he and Lindy were hot and heavy, they had her house to stay in when they came back in town. Silas, the other brother, and I agreed we'd keep this renovated miner's shack for ourselves, since it seemed we popped into Hunter Valley often enough, and we didn't want to stay with Mav and Bridge like the first few visits. The very first time we checked on him back in July, Bridget had bolted from the place in only a sheet. Yet a different house was required. When I accepted the job at the medical practice, I already had a place to stay. Maud, why are you bringing her up now? I asked, tipping back my beer. Mav brought a six-pack and we'd settled in to watch one of Dex's games on TV. It was in Buffalo and he'd already scored 2 goals. Between finding his woman and being one of the season's top scorers, he was one happy fucker. Wondering if she's the reason you bailed on being a trauma surgeon, then took a job in a small Montana town. I had no doubt he, Bridget, Dex, Lindy, Silas, hell, even the head of surgical operations wanted to know the real reason I bailed on that kind of career track. I sighed, slumped lower on the couch. Scout Mav's dog was between us, belly up, short little legs toward the ceiling snoring. He didn't stir. He had zero shame, and I was a little jealous. You think I'd let a woman dictate my life? I paused. I hadn't thought about Maud since the day I walked into the third-floor doctor's lounge and found her and one of the colorectal guys getting it on. And by getting it on, I meant they were using the bench in the locker area, and she was using her bare feet to work his dick. I'd had no interest in seeing the dude's dick, and I definitely didn't need to know Maud had some kinks she hadn't pulled out when we fucked. Of course, we fucked in the same locker room, but I had her pressed against a locker and my dick was surrounded by her pussy, not her feet. It meant I hadn't been all that interested in finding out Maud's needs, and she hadn't been interested enough in me to share hers. So when I turned on my heel and left them to their fun, I hadn't looked back, literally and figuratively. For some fucked up reason, I had a different woman who filled my head these days. Mallory, the complete opposite of her best friend, Bridget. Mallory was outgoing, vivacious, a loudmouth, and hot. Now I knew things about her that only made her hotter, and I couldn't tell my brother or anyone else because of patient privacy laws. Not that I would ever announce that Mallory was pretty much a virgin or that she was on the prowl. While I might not act like one when fucking, I was a gentleman. I wasn't going to sit around and tell Mav such private things about Mallory. We weren't women with wine. We were men with beers and hockey. But knowing her secrets, I was going to be the gentleman who fucked Mallory instead of some rando high school teacher. She said she wanted to have sex, that it was time. Time. As if it was something to check off one of Lindy's infamous to-do lists. Although if it was on Lindy's list, no doubt Dex would happily check that off for her. Mallory didn't seem to want rainbows and fucking unicorns, harps and candlelight. It seemed sex to her didn't have to mean a relationship. I could totally relate. Who wanted a relationship? All they were was fucked up. Being raised by a narcissist would do that to a guy. Except Mav and Dex were proving finding the right woman didn't mean a fucked up love. They fell for their women, fell hard and fast. As for me, with Mallory, it would be like a community service to her, offering her my dick and other skills where her clit was concerned. And her nipples. Shit, and her pussy, which had to be so fucking tight. I shifted on the couch because my dick was fucking hard at the wrong time. Again. Second time in one day. I'd never gotten hard for a patient before, never. Then one 24-year-old teacher in a paper gown and duck socks, and the damn thing wouldn't go down. Mav turned his gaze from the TV and eyed me. Maud's long gone, I promised. Thank fuck, but you're so whipped you're sitting here for the hour your woman's at yoga. He shrugged his broad shoulders, completely unaffected by me taking a swipe at his man card. Maybe, but she's going to be all nice and flexible when she's done taking the class with Mal. She does the bending and stretching, and I get all the perks. Mav grinned. Actually grinned. I frowned. The fucker just had to drop that Mallory was doing yoga as well. Instantly, an image of her in tight leggings, bent over with her ass in the air, filled my head. Maybe I'd take her that way first and show her how good it could be from behind. I'd pull her hair and she'd... Fuck, stop thinking about it. Her. If Mav saw how I was getting hard, there would be problems. I didn't have a laptop to hide behind. So I switched back to Maud, which was a perfect dick deflator. You know I didn't move here because of Maud. Then why? It's like that hospital was your man cave. I'd shown up the week before in an early snowstorm unannounced and dropped the bomb on him and Bridget that I was moving here. 6 months ago, I wouldn't have believed it either. All I saw in Denver was the inside of the hospital or inside of a body. For years. I'm unfeeling. Clearly since you fucked Maud. I frowned but didn't argue with him. She was definitely a sign of my numbness. A kid came in, MVA. Stupid parents didn't put a seatbelt on him and he got in an accident. Ejected. Lost an arm from that, barely alive in the ER. Ended up dying on the operating table. Shit, dude. I'm sorry. I shook my head, remembering looking at the clock on the wall in the OR and calling the time of death. I didn't feel anything. I think back, still don't. I should. Fuck, I'm totally broken. A child died horribly when it was completely preventable. I could have been at the grocery store picking out toilet paper for all the emotion I felt over it. Mav stayed quiet, just took a pull of beer. The hockey announcer's voice followed the game on screen, but I wasn't paying any attention. Last week I was at a conference in Arizona and Bradley called me and told me about this job opening and I... Yeah? What the fuck's that about? Mav cut in to ask. He was headhunting for you? I sat up, placed my beer on the chunk of wood that served as a coffee table, rested my elbows on my knees. No, I never asked him to do anything like that. He's your assistant, but he's a horse whisperer or something. That makes you the horse? I shrugged. He called me and said there was an opening at a practice here and I should consider it. Said it was Monday through Friday and every other Saturday morning. No surgery. No one dies. Hell, I'd take that job, he replied. Before he met Bridget and pretty much relocated to Hunter Valley, he worked 60 to 80 hours a week. Now he focused solely on the James Inn sector he was building, but the one here in Hunter Valley specifically. What makes you think you'll start caring for patients here? I shrugged, thinking of the mix of locals I saw today. STD, vaccinations, ear infections, strep throat, and Mallory. I sure as shit felt something when I was with Mallory. Lust, desire, attraction, need, jealousy, possessiveness. Probably not the correct emotions and feelings, but what the hell did I know? I was fucked up when it came to relating and empathizing with others. I was standing there in the middle of the conference and I said, fuck it. I continued. Fuck it all. I couldn't believe I did it, but here I was, drinking beer with my brother instead of pulling another 24-hour shift at the hospital. That was exactly where I'd be at this moment. You're going to miss surgery, though. He said, mansplaining my job to me. The ER, the rush. I mean, it's what you do. I shrugged because what did he know about being a doctor or dealing with dying patients day in and day out? But he wasn't talking about them. He was talking about me. Maybe I'll see if they're looking for a part-timer at the hospital here. A sub like Bridge at the high school. But for now, today, I get to sit on my ass drinking beer with my brother, while my other one is on TV scoring goals. Mav looked at his watch and stood. Scout stirred, flipped over, and hopped to the floor to stand beside his human. Speaking of scoring, gotta pick up Bridge. Fucker, I said with a grin. I was happy for him. I'd never imagined a 22-year-old would be what he needed, but my life was a clusterfuck. Who was I to question? Get a woman of your own. He snapped, but without any heat since he was grinning. One who isn't part reptile, or has a foot fetish. Instantly I thought of Mallory. She definitely ran hot, and I doubted she had a thing for feet. I wondered then what she had a thing for. Being sassy and getting punished for it? Definitely. Maybe a little exhibitionism or... Hell, she was pretty much a virgin. She probably didn't know what got her hot. Fuck, wouldn't that be fun to find out? To make her squirm and squeal, "Earth to Theo," Mav said, waving his hand in front of my face. I blinked. Are you having a stroke? I frowned. What? Fuck no. Then where the fuck did you just go? I frowned even deeper. You don't want to know. He studied me. Yeah, I probably don't. He stood and he smacked me on the shoulder. Glad you're in town. Oh, Bridge says to tell you dinner tomorrow night. I know you'll be there because 1, you can't cook. 2, you just told me you have a normal person's schedule. 3, you have no life. You had me at I can't cook.
Chapter 6, Mallory. Which said fuck me better, the yellow lace or the red satin? Both were newly purchased off the clearance rack just for tonight, in Vegas. Wearing my ratty flannel robe, I stared at the options I put out on my bed before my shower. I thought of Tom. From the photos I saw, he was handsome. Bridget's classroom was across the hall from his, and she said he was nice. Got along well with his students, a little goofy. Bridge hadn't said he was hot, or sexy, or had big dick energy. Or, well, she wouldn't. Compared to Mav, Tom probably looked like a garden gnome to her. Done in the bathroom? Maggie called through my closed bedroom door. Yes. My roommate and I had gone to high school together but hadn't ever hung out. But after college, I'd heard she was looking for a roommate to sublet because her old one had moved out. I was desperate not to move in with my parents and jumped at the opening. We were friendly but not tight, which worked out fine. As an agricultural rep, she traveled a fair amount. Plus, she had a boyfriend who lived in Havre, a few hours away. She stayed with him as much as she was here. She'd been hinting at moving in with him because they'd gotten pretty serious, which meant I'd have to float the entire rent on my own. A teacher's salary wasn't huge, and while it was consistent and had good benefits, renting solo would cost more than owning, at least for the little house I had my eye on. Mrs. Johnsdoiter, who'd been a teacher at the elementary school for over 40 years, had the cutest little place, and I wanted it. Bad. Crazy bad. Hopefully Maggie could relocate to Havre at the same time I bought my dream house. Mrs. Johnsdoiter mentioned time and again that she wanted to sell and move closer to her children, who'd long ago moved out of state. Every time I saw her, I reminded her I wanted to buy it from her, and she always said she'd talk to me first before she did anything, but she'd yet to sell. In the meantime, I was saving hard for it and was careful with my expenses. Fortunately for the Vegas bachelorette trip, I'd only needed to pay airfare and food. Hotel was covered. I looked around my room. Even though I lived here for over a year, it felt temporary. I felt that way. Like I didn't know where I belonged. I needed something of my own. A place where I could paint the walls and walk around in my underwear, that I could do with what I wanted, or fuck who I wanted, when I wanted it, and where. It wasn't like I could get a guy to fuck me on Maggie's mom's hand-me-down kitchen table, or on the back of the couch she'd picked up at the thrift store. I'm too old for this, I muttered to myself. I snagged the yellow lace panties, slipped them on. They didn't say seductress. I was not one of those. I had no clue what I was doing outside of watching porn and pretending my vibrator was an actual dick. Gosh, I was so nervous. Dinner with Tom was one thing, but being with him alone, naked, he would see me, only me. I couldn't hide behind my clothes or my sass or sarcasm. I wanted him to make me forget my own name. "This is what happens, woman," I said aloud to myself. I wasn't getting a pep talk from my brother on this one. He knew about the date, but we didn't talk about our sex lives. I made that easy by not having one. Get your shit together, get naked, get some dick-made orgasms. After the pizza and pep talk the night before with Bridge, I'd coordinated via text with Tom for a date. Tonight. It was a school night, so neither of us were going to do anything wild and crazy. Well, I'd take wild and crazy as long as I was in bed by midnight. By in bed, I meant to sleep. My cell rang and I grabbed it from the bedside table. Cheryl. Fudge, sugar, dank, carp, gah! I practically shouted. I hated to watch my cuss words, but if there was a time to swear, it was now. She only called when she needed something, like money. I glanced at the ceiling, then swiped the screen to answer her call. If I didn't talk to her now, she wouldn't stop. I wasn't going to let her mess with my date. "Hey, Cheryl," I said, dropping onto my unmade bed. "How's my pumpkin?" I rolled my eyes. "What's up?" I asked. Does something have to be up? Can't I want to talk to my only daughter? And it started. "Yes," I said. "How are things, Dad?" I could see her shrugging through the phone. "Fine. The shop was closed for 2 days. A water main burst down the street. I heard about that." Small-town life meant nothing was a secret. When a tree fell on Bridges and Lindy's house over the summer, news had spread within a few hours, and they'd had the entire town drive by to see it. I had to admit it was a spectacle. "Maybe you can stop by and visit with him since he's been a little bored without anything to do while he was off." All he probably did was sit in his recliner, smoke, and watch TV, perfectly content. "Sure. Bring some beers with you. Oh, and a quart of milk, eggs, OJ bread." She was out of money. Again. "What happened to the extra cash I gave you at the beginning of the month with the rent?" I asked. She sniffed. "There was a problem with the car, and Dad fixes it at work. Like I said, a water main broke. So he couldn't fix it because of the water main? He was busy. I thought you said he was bored." I couldn't miss the huff through the phone. "What's with all the questions?" "Because I paid your rent this month and gave you a little over. You should have enough for extras, and I don't mean beer or your gin." "What are you saying? That I'm not working hard enough?" So much for being her little pumpkin. "My salary only goes so far. I'm paying my bills and yours. All Miss High and Mighty now with that big job. I'm a first-grade teacher, not a hedge fund manager. The resort offers you overtime, I'm sure. If I had to pick up tutoring over the summer, she could add on some hours. That's time and a half? Overtime!" She spat out the word as if it was foul-tasting. "Your father needs me home to feed him his dinner." "You mean open his beer," I muttered to myself. "What?" "Nothing." "Why are you being so difficult?" I heard the familiar flick of a lighter, then a deep inhalation. The amount the two of them spent on cigarettes a month could cover their food bill. "After all the things we used our money on for you growing up, I'd think you'd be a little more grateful. Do you have any idea what I could have become if it wasn't for you?" There was the knife she always liked to poke me with, laced with the poison of guilt and passive-aggressiveness. The same old story she told about how I was an accident, that I'd never been wanted, and that I, personally and solely, ruined my mother's life. "Yes, I'm well aware you were to become the next top model or whatever it was, but you got pregnant with me and had to back out. You took my beauty. The least you can do is—" I'd heard enough of this week's round of Mallory bashing. I was used to it, but it still sucked. "Just text me a list of groceries and I'll see if I can drop them by tomorrow. I have to go." I hang up without saying goodbye, then tossed my phone aside, snagging the pretty yellow bra. My mother wasn't going to change. Not unless there was a time machine and she swallowed it. "Shit!" I shouted at the ceiling, not caring about swearing. "Let it go, Mal. Let it go." Yes, let it go, because I had a history teacher to fuck.
Chapter 7. Theo. "I'm here," I called from the front door. "You two better be dressed." Scout scampered down the hallway to greet me just as Bridget stuck her head around the corner from the kitchen. She pushed her glasses up. "Just missed the money shot out of your brother's big dick," she said. I held up my hand and winced. "You're one mean woman." A grin spread across her face.
Just kidding. He's still at the site. They're installing all of the toilets today. Literally every single one. I had no idea one man could be so excited about them.
Leaning down, I gave Scout a pet and then joined Bridget in the kitchen. "That's a lot of containers," I said, pointing to the center island.
"Well, it's whatever is in the fridge, Knight. We're leaving tomorrow for Boston and don't want it to go to waste."
There were a pile of to-go boxes and plastic leftover tubs spread across the counter. She opened one and peeked inside. "They finally got the professor?" I asked. She glanced my way, a triumphant gleam in her eye.
"We had him back in September, but 2 other women came forward with identical stories. The asshole. We decided to join forces so all 3 of us can get justice."
Just last year, Bridget had been a student at MIT and had her work stolen by one of her professors. He'd taken her thesis papers and published the findings as his, which had Bridget quickly kicked out for plagiarism. It had been her word against his. A co-ed versus a tenured professor at one of the most prestigious universities in the world. The situation was all kinds of fucked up, especially because she was the nicest and smartest woman I knew. She deserved her degree, which she hadn't been able to finish, and the accolades that went with her data. I knew nothing about math other than what was needed for dosing patients, but she sure as hell did. Justice. How about revenge? She shrugged and a slow smile spread across her young face. I still couldn't believe Mav had fallen for a 22-year-old, but really, they were perfect for each other. He'd been clearly waiting for her, or some other romantic shit like that. When he found out what the asshole fucker had done, he'd gone ballistic, at least not in front of Bridget. He put Bradley, the assistant extraordinaire, and a team of private investigators to bring the guy down. After a few months, it looked like it was about to happen.
"I want to see him kicked out and to get my work back. If Mav wants to, well, whatever dark alpha male thoughts he's hatched, that's up to him."
I had no doubt Mav had plans for the fucker. While I didn't think Mav would have him killed, because that would be too easy and quick, the guy would probably wish he was when Mav was done. He probably wouldn't be able to get a job teaching seals to play trumpets at the circus. "I'm happy to help if needed," I added, but made a mental note to let Mav know that as well. "I know what to do with dead bodies." A laugh ripped from her lips.
"I'm sure you do. Mallory's just as ruthless."
I perked up at the name but didn't let it show. Ever since she left the doctor's office the day before, I'd been unsettled. The idea of her having sex made me want to go all Mav and lumberjack the shit out of the men in Hunter Valley who sniffed around her, let alone got his dick near her. It also made me a little crazy, possessive, and I was never possessive. I could show Mallory what it was like with a real man, not some 16-year-old with pre-ejaculation issues. She hadn't even come, and that just pissed me off. From what I know of her, I have no doubt. I leaned against the counter and took the lid off a container. Pasta and a cream sauce with veggies. She joining us. There's enough leftovers for 10 people. I scanned the options, which was like a buffet.
10 or just you and Mav?
She replied. She knew the James boys well. We were big eaters.
No, she's got a hot date.
Bridget looked my way and waggled her eyebrows.
Dinner at the lodge. I sort of fixed her up with a 10th grade history teacher.
What the fuck? Mallory moved fast. I just saw her at her appointment. I grabbed another container, opened it with a little more aggression than necessary. On a Wednesday, an odd night for a date.
A first date, not that it matters. If she hits it off with Tom on a Wednesday, then...
I dropped the leftovers and looked at Bridget. Tom. His name's Tom. Tom was a basic name, plain, boring, but common. Common was good because my first appointment the day before was a Tom whose dick itched and it burned like fire when he pissed.
Yeah.
I had a sinking feeling. This wasn't Denver where there were probably 100 Toms in a 1-mile radius. This was Hunter Valley, a small town in Montana. How many fucking Toms could there be? I had to get answers from Bridget, but I couldn't tell her why. I couldn't tell her shit because of privacy laws. It was one thing to not want Mallory to fuck a history teacher. It was another to prevent her from fucking one with a sexually transmitted disease. "I know a Tom," I murmured.
"Here in town?" His last name's Zajac, which is different and memorable, but you've only been here a few days, and you probably mean in college.
Shit. I didn't let Bridget finish because I got everything I needed. I bolted to the front door. I have to go.
What now? What's the matter?
She called, chasing after me. Scout came racing up and gave me a wolf. Diarrhea.
What?
Yeah, I shocked the hell out of her. No one questioned diarrhea.
Oh, well, this house has 5 bathrooms.
She reminded as I kept moving.
You can have any one of them and I'll, leave you to it.
No, not here. I called from the end of the walk.
Okay, well, feel better.
Like I said, no one bothered you when you had the shits. I was in my car and peeling down the driveway before Bridget had the front door closed. Tom Zajac was Mr. STD. His raging case of chlamydia wasn't going to be resolved by the antibiotics I prescribed the day before, which meant his dick was dangerous if you put it anywhere near Mallory's pussy or her mouth. Fuck. No, Tom was in danger if he got near Mallory. I wasn't sure what Mav had planned for that asshole MIT professor, but I was going to make it look like a little boo-boo in comparison if Mr. STD shared more than small talk with Mallory. Fuck. Mallory was going to sleep with the guy. She made her intent clear. Her vagina was practically untried and she wasn't protected by any birth control method besides condoms, even if she got in to see the OBGYN referral already. She was any man's wet dream. Hell, she was mine. I had to stop her, to keep her from fucking the wrong guy. Because if she wanted a dick, she'd get mine. Big, disease-free, and all hers.
Chapter 8. Mallory. Tom Zajac was a nice guy. A ginger who looked like the actor from Grey's Anatomy, minus the Scottish accent. Although he did seem to know quite about the history of Scotland and the U.S. Civil War. It wasn't all that exciting because I wasn't much of a history buff, but it did prove he was smart, a deep thinker. We spent dinner swapping student stories and the differences between teaching littles and teenagers. He was thoughtful, insightful, interesting, kind of cute, although only handsome, like Bridget said, and he had the bladder of a peanut. He paid the check and we were leaving the restaurant when he diverted to the men's room near the entrance. He knew exactly where it was because he's already gone twice. Yeah, peanut bladder. I stood in the lobby waiting for him and stared up at the vaulted entry, the logs that made the entire place blend in with a whole Western theme. Was this it? Would he ask me to go back to his place? Should I ask him to follow me home for a nightcap? Who said nightcap anyway? What was a nightcap? Fudge. I thought I was supposed to be hot and bothered from being with a guy, not anxious and...
Mal.
I spun on my cute heel I got at an end-of-season sale last year. My anxious thinking made me miss Tom's return. And Theo. Theo James. What? Why was Theo here? They stood side by side eyeballing me. Next to Theo, Tom was a golden retriever, all earnest and gentle, filled with random facts about something that happened a century ago. Theo was big, broad, and looked like a grumpy badass. Not that he appeared ready to kick the shit out of anyone, but his usual intense stare was in full force. I felt small, feminine, and a little flustered whenever I was in his vicinity. And my vagina? The one that was the topic of our conversation the day before? Yeah, her. She was into Theo, pretty much crying at the sight of him, which meant I got wet just looking at the guy. Not Tom my date, but Theo, the guy who appeared out of nowhere. I looked from one to the other, then back. My cheeks flushed and my heart rate kicked up so fast, I got a head rush just like all the other times I ran into Theo. Theo.
You know him?
Tom asked, eyeing him and not in a good way. Like he had to pee again and wanted to do it on my leg. Maybe Tom was a little more manly than I thought. I nodded, licked my lower lip. This is Bridget's boyfriend's brother. Since Tom knew Bridget from work, he didn't need further explanation. I looked to Theo. What are you doing here? Tom and Theo shifted to give room to a man who helped a woman into her coat.
Listen, Mal, I have to go.
Tom said before Theo could answer my question. He looked a little uncomfortable, angry, both. My attention pulled my date's way and I frowned. What, now? Now that we had dinner and we were supposed to have sex? Now when my panties were wet? Theo leaned in a little.
Diarrhea.
He whispered, thumbing over his shoulder toward the bathroom. Tom flushed redder than his hair.
God, shit. Fuck, I mean not shit. Listen, I had a nice time and all, but I can't, yeah.
He gave Theo a quick glance, then fled. I stared out the glass entry doors and watched him disappear. Theo didn't say anything, just seemed to be waiting patiently as I processed being abandoned by my date. Did that just happen? I asked. Out of the corner of my eye, Theo shrugged. I turned to face him, smacked his arm. I can't believe you just told me he had diarrhea. You might be a doctor and all and talk about bodily functions all day long, but he must be mortified, especially since you ran him into the bathroom. He's never going to talk to me again because of that alone. I mean, if it was reversed and that had been me, I'd literally move to another state. It's that mortifying. I blanched at the possibility. I'd done some crazy stuff, but not diarrhea on a date.
It's just a loose, watery bowel movement that can be explosive. He just needs to eat more fiber.
My mouth dropped open. How could a guy so hot be so blasé? I spun around and aimed for the front doors. I had to get out of here and away from men with random facts about weird shit. Literally shit. Are you serious right now? I asked when I discovered he followed.
Aren't I always?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Did you drive yourself here?
He asked, following closely. Clearly he wasn't going to apologize. Yes, I replied on a huff.
I'll walk you to your car.
He snagged my coat from my arm, and I had no choice but to stop so he could help me into it.
Come on.
Why were you standing there anyway? I asked, shifting topics. Tom was long gone and wasn't coming back. Not tonight and probably not ever.
I came out of the bathroom behind your date and I saw you. It would have been rude not to say hello.
That was nice and true. Yes, but why are you here? I waved my hand around the parking lot indicating the lodge.
I've heard you run into people all the time in small towns.
That's your answer? Do you always have to be so vague? He shook his head, his dark gaze meeting my eyes, then dropping to my mouth.
Bridget told me about the place and I thought I would get carry-out. I'm not much of a cook.
He admitted, following me closely as we cut through the parking lot. With the time change that had recently happened, it was already dark, but the restaurant had plenty of outdoor lighting. I stopped in front of my car and reached in my purse for my keys.
Were you going to have sex with him?
My head whipped up, keys forgotten. What? I stared at him wide-eyed, his question bold and intrusive. He crossed his arms over his chest, ones I now realized wasn't inside a coat. He only wore a dress shirt and dark pants, something similar to what he wore for my appointment the day before. The night was chilly and would dip below freezing, yet he didn't look cold at all. In fact, he looked hot, as in H-O-T.
You said yesterday Bridget fixed you up on a date with a fellow teacher and that you're going to have sex with him,
he reminded. Yes. What use was lying? He knew. Except with his, bathroom problems, it probably wasn't going to happen. He did go twice during dinner. I thought back to every weird sign from the meal. Did I give him the shits? No. Not unless it was like the neurovirus that swept through the middle school last February and took out almost all of the students and staff. I felt fine. This was a date, not neurovirus. If he didn't want to go out again, he could have just said thanks but no thanks, or I don't like women who can't appreciate Sherman's March to the Sea. Whatever, but diarrhea? That was quite an excuse to bail. Was I that bad of a date? I ran my tongue over my teeth and reached behind me and patted my butt.
What are you doing?
He said, his gaze following my actions. Making sure I don't have bad breath or the back of my dress isn't tucked up in my underwear like that one time when I was 5.
He frowned. You're fine. Completely fine.
Theo looked at me, then scanned the parking lot as if searching for Tom and if he was going to return. His dark gaze finally met mine.
Did you see the OBGYN referral yet?
He asked, giving me mental whiplash. No, I have an appointment Monday. He nodded once.
Then you aren't personally protected from pregnancy.
I could feel the heat rush to my cheeks. What does this have to do with...
You said you didn't want to have kids.
He sure listened. I don't. I definitely don't. No way was I bringing a child into my fucked up family. It doesn't matter anyway. I said on a sigh. He's clearly not here to fuck me now. I thought I had a good shot at it. Attractive guy, interested, or so I thought. Pretty yellow underwear to get him the rest of the way interested. Theo's gaze dropped and raked over my body. Slowly, thoroughly. I tried not to squirm, unlike the day before on the exam table. Like then, I had to wonder if he could see through my clothes. At least this time I had panties and a bra. You want sex? I'll give it to you. Bomb dropped. What? I practically shouted. Had I heard him correctly? I glanced around to see if anyone else caught it, because I thought I was wrong. But then to make sure this crazy convo couldn't be overheard, I don't want pity sex. What the hell is pity sex? When you do it only because you want to make the other person feel better? I'll make you feel good. There's no doubt. Chapter 9. Theo. You want to have sex with me? She said after staring at me for a while. Her voice took on a breathy quality that made my dick hard, as if it was a surprise or a really good idea, or both. Usually Mallory let every emotion show or be heard. Now, I didn't know exactly what she was thinking, or what she'd do next, which might include kneeing me in the balls. So yeah, she made me really fucking hard. Yes, I got a hard-on from Maud. That had been biology in action. Maud usually pulled her scrubs and panties down and bent over the break room's sink if we were going to fuck. Our relationship didn't go much further than a doctor's with benefits arrangement. Any guy's dick would get hard for an upturned ass and bare pussy. But this wasn't the same thing. I had chased a reckless patient down to a restaurant bathroom to ask after his STD-covered dick and reminded him to keep it to himself for a while. Then I asked why he was at the restaurant, if his date and anyone else he'd slept with recently knew he was contagious, and yeah, he got the idea. It showed well for the Hunter Valley school system that one of its teachers was so smart. I was standing in a dark parking lot and propositioning a 24-year-old. It sounded bad, but in reality, it was one of the brightest things I'd done in a while. Had I thought any of this through? No. Was I thinking with my dick instead of my brain? Yes. Because of that, all I could think of was that Mallory was the biggest fucking cock tease I'd ever met. The worst part? She had no idea. Ever since I met her back in July when Mav first started dating Bridget, I'd been hot for her. All the things that weren't taught in medical school. I lusted, craved, hyper-focused. On her long blonde hair, her pale eyes, her full lips that would look perfect wrapped around my dick. Her sass, which would be tamed by, you guessed it, her lips wrapped around my dick. I sounded like Mav that she was too young for me. I didn't care. She was too sweet and a fucking ray of sunshine. I didn't care. I wanted to get her all filthy. I wanted that since July, but now that I knew she was a virgin except for 2 pumps of a teenage dick, I wanted her to be the student instead of the teacher. I'd show her all the things and none of them would be G-rated. Yes. I reached out. I couldn't resist and stroked a knuckle down her cheek. I could barely see the blush that stole over her soft skin. I shifted my gaze to hold hers. But not right away. I continued, my voice getting deeper. You'll get the appropriate birth control method for your body, and lifestyle, and have it take effect first. She blinked and her mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Theo, In the meantime, I continued on as if she hadn't started talking. I'll give you what you need without penetration, at least with my dick. Theo, you were going to have sex with a guy you barely knew. You know me. Really? I've been around you a handful of times and you barely talk. She didn't move away from my touch, which was a good sign. She wasn't scared of me. In fact, I'd swear she was just as interested. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'm safe. I would never hurt you. She had to know that at least. Her tongue darted out, ran over her lower lip. Mav and Dax would kick your ass if you did, she stated. I have a feeling you could do that all by yourself. She was a little thing, barely coming up to my chin, but she was feisty. She and Bridget were best friends, equally strong women, but Mallory seemed to have a backbone of steel. She seemed to have her shit together and didn't lean on anyone. Tough. She grinned and I saw that sly gleam in her eye. Absolutely. I know your secrets, I admitted.
Her eyes flared wide, probably realizing I was referring to her sexual history. What other secrets was she keeping? Are you blackmailing me? She stepped back and I reached down and snagged her hand. Fuck no. What I mean is, I know you're not experienced. I don't hold it against you or revere it. But you want sex and are willing to do it with a blind date. With me, no hard work necessary. You mean I'm easy? She snapped. I shook my head and quietly let out a sigh. No, woman, I'm easy. Me and my dick are sure things. No dating, no commitment, just sex. When she didn't move, I let go of her hand and slid a finger up her arm. Her jacket was thick, and she probably didn't feel much, but she was watching the path. Even held her breath as I reached her shoulder, then worked my way back down the center of her chest where her coat wasn't zipped. I've never, ever been propositioned like this. She shook her head. No, this isn't a proposition. You're offering me a service, a stud service. Do you do this for all the women who come to you for a pelvic exam? You're being insulting. I cocked my head and studied her. To me, but more to yourself. I'm thinking maybe a spanking to curb that sass. I studied her closely. As a small-town first-grade teacher, she wasn't very worldly. She also didn't know much sexually, so I was definitely pushing her boundaries. But I wasn't going for basic missionary here. I wanted to find out what made her hot, or not, because whatever her kink, whatever her need, I'd give it to her. Her eyes widened at that, but she didn't say anything. No, spanking isn't your thing, is it? No, spanking isn't your thing, is it? You need that mouth busy with something else, like seeing how far down your throat can get my dick. Now who's insulting? She countered. But the way you're squirming, you like it, so it's not insulting. It's foreplay. Oh my God. She didn't say that in an I want to kill him way, but I think my panties just burst into flames fashion. It'll be a mutually beneficial arrangement, pleasurable. I like this idea more and more. My hand slid lower down her thigh to the hem of her dark dress, the one that clung to her sexy curves in all the right ways. Just like that? She and Bridget were similar in height, but while Bridget had a lean runner's build, Mallory was curvy, like a fucking pin-up girl. I'll make you come just like that. Yes, sometimes it'll be fast, like here in the parking lot. Sometimes I'll take my time with you, make you work for it, beg. I was really starting to like this idea. Mallory was equally parts needy and naive. Beg. My fingers skated along the inside of her thigh, the feel of her soft tights giving way to bare thigh. Bare thigh. I pushed her dress up a little more so I could see. She slapped at my hand. Theo! Shh, no one can see. We were between two cars at the far end of a row. While people were coming and going from the lot and the entrance, no one was nearby. What kind of tights are these? Mock garters. Mock garters. They were tights that stopped mid-thigh but continued up and in a thin strip, like garters, that joined at a waistband and... Fuck yellow panties. Those are making me break my rules. I'm not sure if I'll be able to wait for that birth control to kick in. Condoms alone might have to do when I take you, but not tonight. With one hand, I took hold of the bottom of her dress and held it up so I could keep touching. That bare skin was so fucking soft, warm. The closer I got to her center, it was damp. I had to touch her panties and find out if they were as soaked through as I thought. When I got the confirmation, my knuckle brushing against damp heat, I groaned. Soaked. Is that from eating dinner with Tom or standing out here in the dark with me and imagining sucking my dick until you're a good girl? She rolled her hips into my barely there caress over her panties. It was such a high school move, but it was the hottest fucking thing I've ever done. You have your hand under my dress and you want to talk about Tom? She questioned. She reached down, took a hold of my wrist, not to pull me away as I first expected, but to keep my hand where it was. You said you were going to make me come, right here in the parking lot. She slid her panties to the side and pressed my fingers against her, dripping wet, silky soft and hot. Or are you all talk? So much for naive. Chapter 10. Mallory.
He surprised me, but then I surprised him right back. I was an almost virgin, but I wasn't clueless. I heard what my friends did. I saw movies, porn, read romance, had a vibrator. So when the idea of us having sex got sorted in my brain, I was all in. Was I going to say no to Theo James? Heck no. He pressed me into the side of my car and took over, tucking my panties to the side and petting me with his fingers. Gentle strokes coaxed my slit open, spreading my wetness everywhere. He found my clit. Of course he did. Within 3 seconds in the dark. Yes, make me come. I breathed, then whimpered and rolled my hips. Shh. He whispered, leaning in close so his breath fanned my neck. I'll make you come, but those sounds are from me. When one finger circled my entrance, another sound slipped out. You want to be caught. I was so wet it slid right in. I went on my tiptoes. That hurt, he asked, knowing my sexual history. Clearly he didn't know I played with toys bigger than real dicks. Too much. I shook my head. No more. He pulled back, added a second finger. My vibrator was supersized, so I was used to being penetrated. Just not by a guy. And the vibrator didn't curl over my G-spot, like Theo's fingers did. Oh, fudge. You want people to know you're getting finger-fucked in the parking lot? My head dropped back against my car and my eyes fell shut. I was hot and needy, more turned on than I'd ever been. The cool air felt good on my heated skin. Theo, I breathed. People are going to walk by and hear your sexy little sounds. See your hips roll and know where I have my hand. Oh my God, he was a dirty talker. Filthy. And I liked it. Letting go of his waist, I grabbed hold of his wrist and held him deep, because he got another finger into me and was doing some kind of curling thing that had me losing my mind. I tried to pull and push his hand, to get it to do what I wanted. He said, stilling. I blinked and opened my eyes, suddenly furious. Don't stop. He grinned. Actually grinned. I didn't remember seeing him ever do that before. But it was sinister, as if he had dastardly plans for my pussy. You're not in charge. Let go of my arm and hold your dress up for me. He stared, I stared. This was one hill I didn't want to die on. I let him win this fight because, well, I'd get a man-made orgasm. I took the bunched-up edge from him and held it about my waist. If anyone walked by, anyone walking by would see you holding your dress for me, so I can get both my hands on this perfect pussy. He had talented fingers and was also a mind reader. He did have both hands on me. 2 fingers buried deep, doing something magical and ruthlessly talented. The other hand's thumb on my slit clit and circling it. They'd see you coming so pretty. You're going to come for me, aren't you? Right about... I squirmed and rolled my hips, gripped my dress and clenched down on his fingers. I'd never felt like this, never knew it was even possible. I was sweating in the cold air, breathed in Theo's spicy scent, felt safe and protected, even with his words threatening exposure. I was a first-grade teacher. So many people knew me through the elementary school. It would be so bad if I was discovered like this. Except I didn't care because I was going to come. Now. I did. I clenched and squeezed Theo's fingers and rode his hand. Whispered whimpers slipped from me. It was the best I could do because white lights danced behind my closed eyelids. I didn't remember my name, let alone this was so naughty. Theo kept talking to me through my pleasure, although I had no idea what he was saying. I couldn't process anything except how he'd masterfully taken control of my body, and I liked every minute of it, even when he slipped his fingers from me and licked them clean.
Chapter 11. Theo. Did Verna tell you about Saturday? Dr. Jeffries, I said, turning at the question. I just came from one of the exam rooms and a woman with eczema. The older man cocked his head and gave me a look. I've told you more than once to call me Jeff. I can't believe your mother named you Jeffrey Jeffries. I said, tucking the work laptop I'd had with me in the patient visit under my arm. He laughed. I was coming to learn he was just as upbeat and warm as his wife. It took me less than an hour to know that Verna ran the place. I learned he was 60. Verna told me all about his surprise birthday party last November. He had hair as white as his big smile, both a sharp contrast to his dark skin. "Well, it makes nicknames easy," he replied. He had the laid-back attitude of a Hunter Valley local where rush hour didn't exist and no one was a stranger. Nothing seemed to faze him, and he was always smiling, which I found somewhat annoying. How could anyone be that happy all the time? "What's Saturday, Jeff?" I asked.
"I told you about it this morning," Verna called down the hall. She was at the front desk but had all hearing ears. They were probably honed from wrangling their 4 now-grown children. No doubt she had an eye in the back of her head, too. "You just hadn't had your coffee yet."
"Not probably, definitely. I hadn't slept very well after tucking Mallory into her car after I made her come all over my hand. Why? Because I'd had a hard-on that wouldn't quit. I jerked off not once but twice in the shower and my dick still wouldn't go down. I thought of that bold, reckless woman. She'd actually wanted me to get her off in the parking lot. I should have expected it, knowing her personality. But after I learned she didn't have any sexual experience, I figured she'd want a bed to kick things off. But no. Fuck, she'd felt amazing beneath my hands. Now I knew how she looked when she came, how she sounded when she tried to stifle her pleasure. It was almost a shame she had to keep quiet. I didn't think she'd be a quiet lover. Hell, she wasn't a quiet person. "Didn't help," Verna called again. This was my 4th day on the job, and she seemed to know my moods, although to her there only seemed to be one. Her husband fought a smile but didn't win. "You are surly." Surly? Try horny. Okay, so I had 2 moods. I arched a brow and didn't argue because I was cranky today. More than usual because I was never quite this agitated. Turned on, needy. Coffee from Steaming Hotties wasn't going to solve the problem. Mallory would. Getting her alone, with a bed, a couch would work in a pinch. Her naked or partially naked. Definitely her on her knees. Fuck, I was obsessed with her kneeling before me. I dropped my arms and set the laptop again in front of my poorly timed hard-on. I'd been in town less than a week and had more free time than I knew what to do with. So far, I'd worked, slept, hung out with Mav and Bridget, and finger-fucked Mallory in a restaurant parking lot. My mission in life for the past 14 years had been medicine and saving lives. Now my mission was how many different ways could I get Mallory off. Maybe I'm average on being surly. You and your wife could be too upbeat for your health. Ever get tested for it? If Mallory gave me that sass, I'd... Fuck, knees again. He laughed because he thought I was joking. I was serious, and that made me officially surly. There had to be something wrong with serially perky and cheerful people, like Mallory. She was a fucking ray of sunshine, who came like a dream, who boldly put my hand on her pussy and pretty much called me out for being all talk and no action. Oh, I took action. Her pussy had been so fucking tight and dripping. When I got my dick in there, I wasn't sure if I would last longer than the teenage one-pump chump who got there first and ruined her. Why she hadn't tried again in all those years was something I needed to figure out. There was no trauma there, not with the way she initiated and then came so quickly. There was more to her than she let on, and it seemed I could see through the cracks in her rainbow and unicorn facade. I was going to find out what made that woman tick and scream. Soon. Very soon if my dick was in charge. Monthly volunteer fire department training. I blinked. Sorry, what? He repeated himself. One of us goes and participates at the volunteer fire department training. Meaning me. He nodded. Our granddaughter has a softball tournament in Missoula, so it's your turn. It's important to work closely with the rescue crew and other resources. I'm sure you'll enjoy using your emergency skills, and they'll be thrilled to have someone with your background. Besides, you need to meet people, make new friends. Make friends. I wasn't 9 going off to a new school or summer camp. I steered clear of that and said, I dealt more in gunshot and multi-car pileups than avalanches and bear attacks. He tapped his chin in deep thought. Hasn't been a bear attack around here in, 8 years. 10, Verna shouted. As for an avalanche, I'll tell the ski patrol leader that you're eager to take their first class this winter. I shrugged. I'll take snow over bears.
Chapter 12. Mallory. How was the date? Bridge asked. I was at the gate waiting for my flight to Las Vegas, phone to my ear. I'd been at work, then driving to the airport, and hadn't had a chance to catch up with her until now about her arranged date with Tom. Plus, Bridge had been on a plane herself. She texted this morning asking if my vagina had had a workout, and since my 6-year-olds were coming into the classroom, all I'd responded with was a sad face emoji. I didn't even have time to respond to my mother's text asking after the groceries. No one sat on either side of me, but I glanced over my shoulder to see if anyone was in the row of seats that backed up to mine. All clear. I wasn't having a usual conversation with my bestie where people could overhear. Who knew what we were going to say? My college friends, Alana, Megan, and Leah, left from Boise and Seattle and were already in Vegas. Alana, who was getting married in Mexico on New Year's Eve, sent a photo of the 3 of them lounging by the hotel's pool earlier, and I'd been jealous. I'd been lucky, though, and found a cheap flight that left after school was over today, so I only had to take 1 day off. I'd be with them by the pool tomorrow, soaking up that warm sunshine. Not great. I replied into my cell, remembering Tom had fled the restaurant like a sprinter off the mark. What's wrong with him? She wondered. Bad breath? Did he order something with garlic? Bad kisser? No garlic. I don't know about the kissing. We didn't get that far. I wondered how much to tell her. I certainly wasn't going to mention the diarrhea. She had to work with the guy. As for Theo's presence, I didn't want to share that either because what we did in that parking lot? Hot. But even I couldn't explain what that had been. If a little finger fun was all I ever got from him, I didn't want it to be awkward for Bridge. She was marrying into that family someday. He didn't even kiss you? She sounded insulted for me. As if the 2 of them had made a plan at school and he hadn't followed through. No, he said goodbye to me at the restaurant. That's it? That's it. With him. Did he talk about the Civil War throughout dinner? I told him not to do that. So they had chatted. No Civil War talk, just no connection. Not like I had with Theo, although half the time I wanted to whack him upside the head and half the time I wanted to climb him like a monkey. Yeah, that won't work. When I get back, I'll see if I can get anything out of Tom. Since they worked across the hall, I had no doubt she'd do some asking, especially if she advised him on topics to avoid in advance. He wasn't going to say anything about the date. I was absolutely positive about that. At this point, I wanted to forget about it too. How could I be interested in Tom after Theo and his magic fingers? I didn't know how long it took him to get me to come, but it wasn't long. Like ridiculously fast. Under a minute. Why? Because he was a filthy talker. The guy wore khakis and dress shirts, and the man, when he wasn't talking about bowel problems, was lethal. You want people to know you're being finger-fucked in a parking lot? I could still hear the deep timbre of his voice as he said that. Did I want to get caught? No. But no. How would I know? I'd never been finger-fucked not in a parking lot before. Now, before getting on a plane, was not the best time to have wet panties. How's it going there? I asked, clearing my throat and squirming in the hard seat. She was already in Boston with Mav to take down her dick professor. A perk of flying a private jet. The bitch. The meeting's tomorrow, she said. Mav must be eager, in his usual cool, calm way. Oh yeah, he's been wanting to rip this guy's balls off and shove them down his throat since that night at your brother's bar when he learned the truth. I heard Mav murmuring something in the background, but I couldn't make it out. Something like, the man's going to wish he got his PhD in French. I remembered that night. Theo was there. And Mav went creepily quiet and stole Bridge away. At minimum, he won't be able to get a job teaching addition to kindergarteners when Mav's done with him. I said, eager for justice for her. I was all for women taking care of their own shit, but there was something about a guy like Mav, all evil lumberjack ready to rip the man's head off for fucking with his woman. The gay agent got on her little microphone and announced it was time to board. Bridge laughed. You're all so ruthless. Mav grumbled again, then Bridge giggled. Mav was at the top of the ruthless list, but I was right behind him. No one fucked with my bestie. I gotta go. I stood, grabbed my purse and the gossip magazine I picked up at the small store after security. The plane's boarding. Have fun with your friends. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which was anything in Las Vegas because she hated the place. The people, the noise, the lights, all of it. Me? It screamed fun. Except the fun I'd been thinking about all day had been with Theo the night before. I wondered what might happen next. Had that been a random one-off? He said, "You want sex. I'll give it to you." Would he? Or had it been a spur-of-the-moment thing, the fooling around in the parking lot? Did he have regrets? Had I done it right? I'd come really fast, like ridiculously quick. I assumed it'd be flattering to a guy being so responsive, but it was also over faster than it took to walk across the lot. I hadn't really even touched him. I could have reciprocated, a handjob or a BJ or something. But maybe he wanted someone skilled. I'd have fumbled with my hands or probably gagged myself. Gah! I was getting on a plane doubting myself. I hadn't satisfied him, obviously, but was he satisfied by what he did? I had no clue because we hadn't talked more after he licked his fingers, then tucked me into my car and shut my door. He hadn't said goodbye, only knocked on the roof before walking off. I didn't even have his number. No way in hell was I getting it from Bridge either. I'm not that bad, I muttered, heading for the short line, trying to put sexy thoughts of Theo out of my head. That one orgasm in the restaurant parking lot, and I knew I couldn't just fuck any guy. I had a pretty good feeling my vagina, and the rest of me, was only interested in Theo. Yes, you are. Don't get married like Lindy and Dex, she warned. Ooh, or arrested. Right. As if.
Chapter 13. Theo. It's Stations Day. I arrived at the station at 9 and was met by Mac, the chief of the volunteer fire department. As we walked through the Bay Area, he pointed out each fire truck and piece of rescue equipment. "I'm sure you saw the blood donation bus." I nodded. I couldn't miss the rig with a photo of a woman giving blood on the side of it. No one could, which meant good advertising. The nurses who run the bus are organized and well prepared, but the newer EMTs will practice vitals before and after someone gives blood. He pointed out the doors to the front parking area. Cones have been set up, creating a one-way path for cars like a drive-through. That's for car seat installation and check. Quick in and out. I nodded again. There wasn't much to say. The guy and his crew had this well organized. With the firefighters in either all-navy, with T-shirts with HVFD and huge letters across the back, or in heavy-duty bunker pants and boots, they were easy to identify. The real fun's happening out back. He grinned, and his impressive mustache curled up at the ends. He was probably my age, maybe a little older, rugged in appearance, as if he lifted huge fire truck tires for exercise. He had probably 30 pounds on me of solid muscle, but I could probably run further, which meant if there was a bear chasing us, I'd outrun the fire chief. Except he'd probably stand his ground and punch the beast in the nose. He cut between two gleaming fire trucks and out the huge open garage door in the back. Two totaled cars were resting in the middle of the back lot. Men and a few women, all turned out in their firefighting gear, including helmets and safety goggles, were placing emergency tools on a tarp beside each one. I recognized the jaws of life, an axe, and a pry bar. "I don't get to see this side of MVAs," I commented. "All set, Chief," a man called. His T-shirt said Lieutenant on the front, although the letters disappeared as he zipped up his bunker coat. "Hey, Doc," he called to me. I raised my hand in hello as Mac nodded in response. "Ready to have some fun?" He asked, slapping me on the shoulder. It was a brisk morning, but perfect weather if suited up in the thick bunker gear. "Sure." "Good. You're victim number 1. See Gant over there, and he'll get you suited up." I arched a brow. I expected to be doing some pretend resuscitation or intubating or something. "Victim." He nodded. "You're going into the back of that car, and we're going to rescue you. We'll try not to poke you with a tool. If we cut off your arm or break your neck practicing our medical skills, you'll be able to tell us what we're doing wrong. If I'm going to get poked this morning, I'll give blood. You can do that after the training. We have 30 minutes to get you out to stay within the golden hour to ensure we can transport the patient to docks like you in time." He referred to the immediate window of time after an emergency during which chances of preventing death by getting someone to medical care was the highest. "The slower team buys dinner and drinks later." The man I imagined was victim number 2, just finished suiting up in bunker gear and awkwardly climbing through a broken passenger window on one of the totaled cars. A wool blanket was handed in after him, then flung over his head. Since he was only a pretend victim, it was obvious they wanted to shield him from broken glass or any other fun debris from the extraction. The firefighters grabbed their tools, got organized, and got busy. The revving of power equipment cut through the peaceful fall morning. "Claustrophobic," he shouted over the noise. "Not yet, but I might be after this." He laughed. I was serious. "Let me guess, the trauma surgeon's idea of fun is sharing x-rays of the worst impalements." Unfortunately, he was probably right. The things I'd seen, and many of the impalements were intentional, sexual, and through the anus, were pretty crazy. Instead of answering because I figured the question was rhetorical since he already knew the truth, I countered, "And this is your idea of fun?" My brow never went down the entire time he talked. He and I both did our best to save lives, but the difference between his kind and mine was clear. He did the real saving, and I just ensured they stayed alive. "Hell yeah! Come on." He took me over to the unoccupied totaled car and introduced me to the group as I put on the borrowed bunker gear piece by piece. 5 men and 1 woman, all young, fit, excited. I listened as they talked through their action plan, then was helped into the car. I had to climb through the front windshield on my stomach, then slither between the 2 front seats, only narrowly missing losing my balls on a stick shift before settling into the back seat. The ceiling was crumpled down and it was fucking tight. Through the dirty windows, I saw the team grabbing their tools. Mac stuck his head in the front window and shouted over the power generator that just kicked in. "You good?" he asked as I settled the borrowed helmet on my head, then tugged the safety goggles down from the brim. "I'll buy the entire crew food and drinks if they get me out of here in under 15 minutes. He grinned and handed me the wool blanket, just like the other fake victim had received. "Now's when I tell you you're joining me at my kid's school on Monday. Career day." I took the blanket, then stilled. "What?" He grinned and his mustache twitched. "Career day. You, me, Monday. I'd rather give blood in the bloodmobile." I muttered, but he heard me. "Why'd you become a family doc then, Doc?" I'm thinking I may have had a mini-stroke before I said yes. I muttered, looking around at my surroundings. Totaled car, hopefully competent firefighters wielding the jaws of life and other ridiculously sharp and pneumatic-driven power tools. "If I say no to career day, will you still get me out of here?" I yelled, then tossed the blanket over me. I wasn't sure if he was an asshole or really fucking devious. "Make new friends," Jeff had said. Right.
Chapter 14. Mallory. I got arrested. I was sitting awkwardly in my dress, the one that I thought was sexy when I put it on the night before, on the Las Vegas courthouse steps. I had the worst case of walk of shame ever. The dark green halter dress and strappy heels only looked slutty and sad in the bright morning desert sun. Mallory laughed in my ear. "What was it? You felt up a Chippendales dancer? Stole chips off a whale at a baccarat table?" I didn't know what a whale was, but I didn't really care. I didn't care about much of anything right now. I was hungry, dehydrated, broke, and humiliated. "I know! You were counting cards." She continued, enjoying her own jokes. She knew very well she was the one who could count cards. "Prostitution," I muttered. She laughed even more. "You? Prostitution? Good one." I frowned at a crack in the cement step. Good enough to be handcuffed on the casino floor, put in the back of a squad car, fingerprinted, had that fun photo taken, and put in a holding cell with a few others arrested for solicitation, who I'm now social media friends with until my appointed time in front of the judge, and was told my case would be bound over and had to pay bail for my release. I said that in one long rush, the worst run-on sentence ever. She was quiet. "You're serious." I sighed. "I'm serious. You were arrested. For prostitution. Your friends, too."
I raised my face to the sun. The past 2 days, the warm weather had been amazing. Now all I wanted to do was cry. This was the worst trip ever. Lindy had been here back in August, returning married to Dex without remembering it, broke up with him and lived on my couch for a week. That had turned into a happily ever after, but I didn't think this was going to have the same outcome. No, just me. Alana, Megan, and Leah had been at the craps table with some cute guys from Georgia, and I'd gone to the bathroom and never come back. This morning they were already gone. Their flights home had left first thing. I hadn't even been able to say goodbye in person. I'd been able to send Alana a text before the fingerprinting, and they took my things away. I'd only just learned that they'd left my suitcase at the hotel concierge for me because she left a freaked-out voicemail in response. You didn't really do it, though, right? I mean, I know you wanted to have sex with a guy and all, but this is… Sugar, Bridge, of course not, I sighed. Then how? I realized something and my eyes flew open. Panic shot through me and I cut her off. Please tell me Mav isn't there. You can't tell him about this. He can never, ever know. What? No, we took Scout for a hike. Meaning they were back in Hunter Valley. I wanted to ask what the outcome was with her dick professor, but I didn't have it in me. I sighed. Good. But promise me you can't tell. Mal, I didn't tell anyone when you stole those tampons at the drugstore by sticking them up your hoo-ha. I was 12, had my period, and it was epic. And I thought I needed 3 at once, and I went back and left $5 on the counter later that week. There's a big difference in vagina stories here. No, Mav. I threatened, although I was the one stranded in Las Vegas. If Mav knew, that meant the others would hear about it. Lindy, Dex, Silas, probably Theo. Not that any of them would blab, but I was a flipping first-grade teacher who went to Vegas and got arrested for prostitution. And while Theo might not have found me skilled the other night in the restaurant parking lot, I didn't think he was looking for a woman to be on the other end of the experience spectrum either. I could lose my job over this, I said, dropping the big one, which scared the shit out of me. There weren't tons of teaching jobs in town, and if word of this got out, I'd never be employable again, even if they didn't yank my teaching certification. Shit, yes, fine, no Mav. Just come home and you can tell me about it over wine and ice cream. I stood, paced. I can't. Bridge, I'm stuck in Vegas. What do you mean you're stuck? You're still in jail? I shook my head, but she couldn't see. 2 women came out of the courthouse doors. Their names were Trixie and Annie, and actually were prostitutes who'd been in the holding cell with me. They were gorgeous and sexy and really nice. Somehow, because the police officers thought I was as gorgeous as them to be considered a call girl, I'd been swept up in the same undercover raid or whatever it was that they had. High-class hookers who made more in a weekend than I made in 2 months. To pass the hours in the cell between the late-night rest and our court appearance times this morning, we talked about everything from sex moves to lipstick colors. Boy, had I learned a lot. I even got their contact info to meet up when we had our court appearances in 9 days. On their way to an awaiting car, they gave me a wave and I offered one back, completely unfazed that they were leaving jail. Jail! Me? I was about to lose it. No, I'm out. I went before the judge and I'm free to go, at least for now. But I missed my flight this morning, and it's on that cheap airline where you have to pay for a carry-on and water and a seatbelt. I have to buy a new ticket without any notice, and I maxed my credit card to pay my bail. I have something like $26 in my wallet, and I covered my parents' rent this month, and… Bridge, I have no way to get home. If I ask Arlo for the money, he'll think I'm turning into my mother, and that is something I absolutely can't do. I may have to stay here and sleep on one of my new hooker friends' couches. I don't want to ask again because I'm not my mother, but I'm literally stuck in Nevada. Like the bestie she was, all she said was, "On it." Chapter 15. Theo. I was on Mav's huge sectional watching Dex's hockey game on the big screen TV. Scout was snoring on his plush dog bed in front of the fire. It was pumping out the heat, and I didn't know how we could lay there close without overheating, especially with all of his fur. The front door opened and Bridge bolted from her spot beside Mav. I heard whispers and glanced at Mav, who was sprawled low on the other side of the sectional, his socked feet propped up on the coffee table. We'd cleaned up dinner of spaghetti and garlic bread. The kitchen was clean and I was lazy and full. I'd make it back to my little house, but I wasn't in any rush. A perfect Sunday evening, the kind I never knew existed. Being lazy, full, a beer in hand, good sports on TV, hanging with family, a fire and a dog. 2 weeks ago, I was either in the OR or sleeping in my bare, boring apartment before another long shift at the hospital. It had been the same, day after day. Patients, operations, sleep, repeat. "I can't believe you got conned into speaking at career day," Mav commented. Conned. Blackmail. I was in the back of a destroyed car trying not to succumb to claustrophobia. I didn't have much choice. Maybe there were a few downsides to small-town life. Mac and the crew of firefighters had that totaled car pulled to pieces well within the 10-minute window for being forced to speak at Max's kids' school assembly. I'd been covered in a blanket and hadn't seen them at work, but they'd blown out the back window, sawed through the roof supports, and opened that thing up like a tin can. A medic had climbed in and settled beside me, offering me pretend injury assessment and placed a cervical collar around my neck. She'd been following protocol and her skills were excellent. So was her ladyballs for climbing inside the back of a wrecked car, pretend or on a real scene. Once the jaws of life had pried open the back door, I'd been carefully loaded onto a backboard and placed on a stretcher in one of the ambulances for continued mock patient care. After I'd been freed from the straps and neck brace, Mac had transitioned the training to me being the doctor I was and the EMTs and paramedics giving me a report on the fake patient they'd just saved. I had a newfound confidence in the town's emergency services. After cleanup, we'd shifted the meal from dinner to lunch and gone to the same restaurant bar that I went to with my brothers over the summer. After burgers and a few beers, it seemed I made friends with all of Hunter Valley Fire Department. I wasn't sure if they liked me or that I paid. There was no question Jeff, who'd volunteered me for that morning of fun, knew what I'd been in for. Most likely he and Verna were still laughing about it even a day later. "You don't even like kids," Mav reminded. "How are you going to keep an assembly of them from falling asleep?" I tilted my head and glared at my brother. "I like kids," I grumbled. I didn't really, for no other reason than I didn't know any. "What, you?" He shrugged. "You don't." Out of the corner of my eye, Bridget and Mallory, heads close together, cut past the great room and up the stairs. Mallory didn't stop to say hi, didn't even look this way. At the quick glimpse of her as she went by, my dick stirred. I hadn't seen her since I left her in the parking lot on Thursday in that sexy dress and fake garter tights. Oh, and the little yellow panties. I shifted lower on the couch to get more comfortable with an instant hard-on. I'd wanted to see her since, but I wasn't going to go after her, no matter how eager my dick was. It had been sex, or almost sex. My dick, yes, he was in fucking charge, knew the difference. Sex meant he was getting some action with a hot, wet, tight pussy. Almost sex meant some time with my hand. What's up with that? I wondered, tipping my chin in the direction the woman went. Mav kept his eyes on the game and shrugged. She was in Vegas. I frowned. Mallory was in Vegas. Bachelorette party. Bachelorette party. Why are they whispering and hiding upstairs? A foghorn blared from the TV, indicating a goal. While Scout had slept through Mallory coming in the house, the sound startled him awake. He stood, circled 3 times, then dropped back down. I caught the instant replay. Dex had scored again. The close-up of his face as he grinned and fist-bumped down the team bench made my night. Contrary to what you might think, Bridge doesn't tell me everything, Mav said. There are some things I really don't want to know, like if Mal fucked a dude in Vegas. I sat up, placed my beer on the coffee table with a little more effort than necessary. A dude? I asked, my voice practically a snarl. Whatever. I don't need to know about her sex life. He stood, pointed at my beer bottle. Want another? I nodded. He headed for the kitchen and left me alone to wonder why I was so pissed off about that possibility. Mallory wasn't mine. A little finger-banging didn't mean we were getting married. Hell, I hadn't even kissed her. Based off of that alone, the fact that I'd gotten in her pants without any kissing meant it was just sex. My dick twitched, reminding me it hadn't been sex since all the action he saw Thursday night was me jacking off in the shower, then again in bed. All Mallory and I shared was almost sex. I glanced up the stairs. Were they up there right now doing a play-by-play of a wild one-night stand? I had to know because no dude was getting that pussy. It was mine.
Chapter 16. Mallory. Thank you so much for getting the ticket. I'll pay you back. I told Bridge as she tugged me into the master bedroom, shutting the door behind us. She flipped a switch which turned on a lamp beside a supersized, cushy reading chair in the corner. With a quick hand wave, she shut that down. No, really. I grabbed her hand, squeezed it, which had her eyes meet mine. I will pay you back. I was not my mother. Bridget worked as a substitute teacher. I knew exactly how much she made a day. It wasn't much. Less than me and without the good benefit package. Until she met Mav, she'd been living at home with Lindy. Then she fell for a billionaire who rented this huge-ass house where they now lived together. She didn't have to work again. She had a flipping jet at her disposal, which I could have probably flown if I didn't want to keep my arrest a secret. I would not take advantage of Bridget's new situation, or even her old one. I was not my mother. I know. I did it for myself, really. I was selfish. She admitted cutting off my thoughts. I frowned, crossed the room, and dropped into the chair. Even though the massive bed was made, I wasn't sitting anywhere near where she and Mav got it on. All the time. Selfish? I let my head fall back. How? What am I going to do with a BFF permanently stuck in Vegas? She plopped down on the corner of her bed, crossed her legs like my first graders on the rug at the front of the classroom. I wanted to cry all over again. And, she raised one finger, you haven't heard what Mav did to Professor Dipshit. She lifted another. Plus, I'm dying to know why you got arrested for prostitution. I mean, prostitution? She waved her arms in the air and was way too excited for the situation. I leaned forward. Shh, I hissed. Will you keep it down? I don't want the guys to hear. Especially Theo. Tell me about Professor Dipshit. Fired. Papers he stole retracted. That's it? That totally sucked. Sure, I wanted the guy fired as much as Bridge, but that was all? After all the pain and suffering and sadness and anger he put her through? I wanted him tied to a spit and slowly spun over an open flame with an apple stuck in his mouth. With the university, she clarified. Legally, he didn't do anything wrong, so we can't go to jail for what he did. But we can sue. We, the other women and I, are going after him in civil court. Lost income, emotional distress, defamation, and so on. I grinned. Mav's got ruthless lawyers, I'm guessing. Sharks. I felt villainous and ruthless in the sweats I'd changed into in the hotel lobby bathroom when I'd retrieved my suitcase from the concierge. My hair was up in a sloppy ponytail, and the only makeup I had on was left over from the night before. I should have cared how I flew home looking like this, but I was just happy to be on the plane. Besides, no one looked all too hot on a Sunday flight out of Vegas. I love it, I said with a sly smile on my face, the first one of the day. So tell me about your new profession, she said, shifting on the bed to get more comfortable. She was probably wishing she had a bowl of popcorn for the upcoming one-woman shit show. After all you went through, we can't be done with your ordeal after 2 minutes, I said. She'd been expelled from MIT after being seduced and stolen from by a professor. It was a big deal, and this was very anticlimactic. She shook her head, pushed up her glasses. Mav and I have already been celebrating. In Boston, on the plane, here. A pink flush spread across her cheeks, and I really didn't want to know any more details about how they celebrated. We're going to have a party, she added. Get Silas up here and celebrate sometime. Dex has a day off or two, so he and Lindy can join. Silas was in Denver running James Court from the main office, and Dex was in the middle of hockey season. Now you, the hooker, spill. I put my hand over my face, wanting to die of mortification all over again. Last night, we were in the casino, I began. Craps, everything was fine. I had on that cute dress. The green one? I nodded. And the strappy heels. Hot, she confirmed. I had to pee. A guy came up to me by the bathrooms and we started talking. He was cute, seemed nice. Asked me if I was up for a little fun.
As far as undercover cops went, he had been really good-looking. If he hadn't arrested me, I'd have been into a date. But he lost that chance, the jerk. Mistaking a woman for a hooker wasn't endearing. I asked him what he had in mind. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. What? Why didn't you knee him in the balls? Because I was trying to flirt. Okay. She said, circling her hand in the air for me to keep talking. He said he had a room at the hotel, that he was interested in a blowjob or straight sex. Her eyes bugged out behind her glasses. And that wasn't a warning sign? I mean, I'm all for you having a one-night stand, but maybe his name would have been good? A drink at the bar first? And what's with straight sex? Who has straight sex? If Bridge was asking that, then not her, which meant she and Mav did all kinds of hot, kinky stuff. I hadn't even tried straight sex yet. I was hurt, wounded. I felt like a little kid, inexperienced and left behind. I got caught up on the fact that he wanted to have sex with me. Me! I stood paced in front of the huge window that overlooked the entire valley. Why wouldn't he want to have sex with you? You're smart and hilarious, and in that dress, gorgeous. I turned, rolled my eyes. I'm me, Miss Almost Virgin. Tom wasn't all that interested. I left out the stomach problems from the date, and Theo's fingers. Then what happened? She asked. He said he'd give me 100. I couldn't believe it, one, because he wanted to have sex with me. We need to work on your self-esteem issues. Says the woman who didn't think her brain was good enough for a billionaire hottie. I countered. Yeah, well, I got that billionaire hottie and that magical dick of his, so it's your turn to get your head on straight. You're amazing and guys want in your pants all the time. Oh yeah? What guy? Tom! I shook my head. Tom's out. There was no line of men waiting to have sex with me, Bridge. None. Fine, so you were stunned a guy in Vegas wanted to jump your hot bod. Exactly. I got all sassy and said I was worth more than $100. She raised her arm. There you go. You're totally worth more than that. You've got a high-priced pussy. I nodded. Exactly. Jokingly, I told him I was high class and I only go for 1,000. She groaned. Oh, God. Having the big picture, that was probably a bad idea. You think? I countered. Shit, Mal. Your sass gets you every time. I know. I threw my hands up in the air. Has your flirting ever got you arrested? Because mine has. She cringed because I definitely sank to an all-new low. After that, I'm being handcuffed and read my rights, arrested for solicitation. I dropped back into the chair. Bridge, it was mortifying. Is it like in the movies? She wondered. Being arrested? I stared at her for a second and realized she was serious. Walk of shame in a big fancy Vegas hotel full of people? Mortifying. Handcuffs? Not sexy like you might think. Pat down by a beefy woman? Let's just say I'm never switching teams. All those people who witnessed your walk of shame think you're a sex goddess. Ever think of that? I gave her a look. Really? That's what they were thinking? Fine, they were probably all judgy and thinking you're a hoe. Again, it's kind of flattering. Trust me, it wasn't flattering. Not any part of it. I'd already relived all the late-night fun over and over. Except my mugshot is better than my driver's license photo, so that's a perk. I want to see it. Hell no. You said you had to pay bail? I nodded. I had no idea you could put it on a credit card. I thought I had to deal with a shady bail bondsman named Carl or something. Your friends couldn't get you out? I shook my head. Since they were at the craps table, they didn't see me get arrested, thank God. At the booking center, I was able to leave Alana a message before they took my belongings away, let her know what happened. You swiped your credit card and got out of there? I shook my head again. No one gets out until a hearing before a judge. She set bail. That means you have to go back. I nodded. I have a court date next Tuesday. Bridge, if I'm found guilty, it'll be a misdemeanor and I'll have a record. I can lose my teacher's license and my job and... She raised a hand, cutting me off. That's not going to happen. Sharks for lawyers, remember? I shook my head. Those are Mav's people. I can't let him help. Not only because I don't have the money to pay for them, but no way can he know about this. This isn't like your mom being her usual lazy self and you covering their electric bill. It is exactly the same. I did something stupid and I won't have someone fix it for me. She sliced a hand through the air.
Unless you're planning on being arrested again, it's not the same at all. I pursed my lips, considered, then shook my head. It doesn't matter anyway. Mav can't know. Why not? It's kind of funny. Her lips twitched. I glared. It was not funny. I could lose my job. The less people who know about this, the better chance of it not getting around town. Maybe even from gossip alone. Mav's not going to tell people. Her tone indicated she was a little hurt I'd even consider him to lack the integrity needed to keep this secret. I trust him, but the less who know, the better. Even now there's an arrest report out there. Anyone could look and find out what happened. That is not gossip. Okay, that's bad. I have to find the money to fly back and pay a lawyer to represent me, then hopefully get the charges dropped. That's the best scenario. Me being broke but no longer a hoe. I'll be happy with that at this point. Broke and unemployed would be really bad. Then I'd really be my mother. She gave me a pitying look. I'm glad Mav suggested putting that down payment money into investments so it would grow, but now it's locked up. I shrugged because it was true. Mav knew about me in that house and put me in touch with one of his financial advisors. They'd promised a huge growth on the savings and I'd been game. But that meant no touching, even now when I could use some of it. It was good in a way, that my down payment I had so far was safe. But I wouldn't be able to add much more right now. So much for buying that cute house you want, right? My stomach dropped and it was the first time all day I felt close to crying. I swallowed hard. Right. I'm not sure how I'm going to swing adding more to the down payment fund now. This is going to set me back months at least. She stood. For tonight, you're back home. That's a start. Want to spend the night? I nodded. I was exhausted and in no mood to drive to my apartment. Pick a room, then come down and watch Dex's game. Maybe we'll see Lindy on TV like last week. I shook my head. All I want is a shower, then sleep. I have to work in the morning, so I'll be out of here early to go home and change. Sure, and don't worry about the guys. I'll tell them something besides the truth. Them. Not just Mav, but Theo, too. I could only imagine what he'd think of this, that I was either an idiot or a hoe, or both. I went down the hall to the furthest extra bedroom and laughed at myself. Me, a hoe? Had I really been arrested for being a prostitute, when I really hadn't ever had sex? How ridiculously ironic was that?
Chapter 17. Theo. Bridget came down after a while, snuggled right into Mav's side to watch the last period of the game. No Mallory. I didn't say anything, just kept my gaze on the game. Mav didn't know what was up with Mallory, only kissed the top of his woman's head. Didn't he want to know what the fuck was going on? I did. Ask, damn it, be fucking nosy. I waited 2 game penalties, 5 minutes on the time clock and a commercial break when Mav got up again for another beer and a glass of wine for Bridget. Mallory have a good time at Vegas? I asked, trying to sound conversational instead of probing. She shifted on the big couch and faced me. Yep. That's all. I asked instead of what I wanted to get from her. Did that good time involve fucking anyone with that untried pussy of hers? Bridget pushed her glasses up as she shrugged. You know the saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. She had a good point. I'd been there before and we'd done some shit that was probably pretty tame in comparison to others. Still, I didn't need it to be rehashed. Except she was pretty much telling me that something happened without telling me something happened. Because if Mallory hung out at the pool and drank, gambled some and saw a show, then Bridget would have just said that. No one pulled the what happens in Vegas line unless there was alcohol poisoning, a bad tattoo, or a wedding you didn't remember, like Dex and Lindy. So something fucking happened. Knowing Mallory had a get-laid goal, it was probably that, which pissed me off. Yeah, I was a fucking hypocrite since I wasn't a monk or a virgin. But Mallory, she had me all kinds of fucked up, all because she came so beautifully on my fingers. I appreciated Bridget's loyalty to her friend to keep secrets, but she wasn't helping. Fuck this. I stood. Bathroom? No more diarrhea? Bridget asked with a sly smile. Pretty sure that problem is resolved. Tom was history. Ha, that was fucking funny. But there was nothing I could do about a dude from Vegas, or my anger toward him for touching what was mine. Hopefully he stayed in Vegas too. I crossed paths with Mav on his way back to Bridget. I waited at the bottom of the stairs for the couple to settle back into the couch. They were lying down and I couldn't even see them over the tall back. The game was still going, 12 minutes left, so I had time. Good. I snuck up the stairs and headed right for Mallory. I wanted answers, and my hands on her body.
Chapter 18. Mallory. I came out of the steamy bathroom and froze. There, leaning against the bedroom wall, was Theo. My heart kicked into overdrive and my fingers instinctively clenched the top of the towel. For him, he was dressed down in jeans and a plain white long-sleeved t-shirt. His arms were crossed over his chest, completely relaxed, as if waiting for a woman to come out of the shower was natural. Maybe it was for him. Me? Not so much. Especially when I was naked except for a towel. I startled and a thrill shot through me. Goosebumps rose across my damp skin and not from the cooler air. Theo, I breathed. He was so intense, so focused on me. His gaze raked down me, shoulder to bare toes and back. I could only imagine him using that when assessing a patient, but his gaze wasn't clinical, it was hot. My nipples hardened and I gripped the towel even tighter.
Have fun in Vegas?
He asked, his voice deep, even, low. I had to wonder what his resting heart rate was because the man was chill. It made sense. Being a trauma surgeon and all, his profession required a level head, a steady hand, and a calm demeanor. Out of those three, I liked his steady hands the best. Sure, I replied, a little wary as to why he asked. Bridget wouldn't have gone downstairs and blabbed, not unless Mav decided to tickle the answer out of her, or orgasm denial. I heard it was a great persuasion tool, although I wouldn't know. What are you doing in here? The door was closed behind him, meaning he hadn't wandered and lost.
I think you know the answer.
Yep, definitely not lost. Oh? My heart was galloping faster than a horse at the Kentucky Derby. What's that? He ran a finger over his new beard, which was a little longer than Thursday night. It made him look less like a stuffy doctor and more rugged and dangerous because he was impossibly more handsome, more intense, more fiercely male, more everything. Which meant I felt more sizzle, more heat, more heart-clutching need. Why him? Why this man who seemed to have Superman vision and knew I was wet and aroused? He must have pheromones seeping from his pores. Why else could I always be so affected by him? Right from that first glimpse of him in the photo on Mav's laptop, I'd been drawn in.
Sex.
That one word had everything in me clenching. Sex, yes please. This wasn't the restaurant parking lot and I should be used to Theo's direct ways by now. I haven't gotten the prescription for birth control yet, I reminded. He'd been so adamant last week about protecting me from not only STDs but pregnancy. He pushed off the wall and came closer. I swallowed, held my ground. I wasn't afraid of him, but what he made me feel.
I know,
he replied.
You said your appointment's this week.
He remembered, but then again I had no doubt any guy would keep track of when he could get his dick inside a woman. Tomorrow. His dark eyes were on my thighs, as if he remembered how they looked and felt beneath his palms.
There's lots of different kinds of sex. Did you like coming on my fingers?
I licked my lips, nodded. I wasn't a prude, or shy, or a liar. He knew I'd liked it by the way I came. If speed orgasms were an Olympic sport, I'd be a gold medalist.
This time, you'll come on my mouth.
Oh my gosh! My pussy clenched again and my hard nipples chafed against the damp towel. Speaking of damp, he stepped even closer. Oh, fudge.
Lose the towel.
Chapter 19. Mallory. I had no idea why Theo made me nervous. No, I did. It was simple. It was because he was Theo James. Everything about him made me come alive. My heart accelerated, and my breathing turned into breathy little pants. My hands got sweaty, my pussy clenched. It made no sense. The guy was quiet, sullen even, moody. He was a highly educated professional, yet he'd moved here to Hunter Valley. He was a total fish out of water. He was my complete opposite. He was older, completely different career, worldly. Especially that because there was no doubt he was experienced in all the things. Like right now.
Lose the towel.
He was in control. He knew what he wanted, and that was to make me come, with his mouth, on my pussy. I never had a guy do that to me before. Now I was the fish out of water. I wasn't... Shut up, Mallory. The guy wanted to eat me out, and I stood around like an idiot. He patiently watched me, waited. His gaze was heated, needy. His stance confident. His words... panty-melting if I were wearing some. If he could make me come like he did in the parking lot, I was all for it. So I dropped the towel.
Chapter 20. Theo. She did it. She dropped the towel. Holy fuck, she was gorgeous. Short and curvy, her skin so pale I could see a network of light blue veins beneath. Her wet hair clung to her shoulders, droplets of water sliding over her, leading my gaze to her full breasts, perfectly lush and rosy-tipped. Tucked away behind a closed door in the back corner of Mav's house, she was all mine. I licked my lip with an eagerness to get a taste of her. Her hips were wide, plenty to hold on to when I fucked her, at the apex. You're bare. She looked down at herself, shook her head. I've got a little landing strip. I think completely bare's a little weird. A triangle pointing to the promised land. I clarified. My dick strained against my jeans to get to it. She flushed because if she'd never had a man between her thick thighs before, she didn't understand just how perfect that pussy was, and I only got a hint of pink folds. I approached, set one hand on her shoulder and the other boldly over her pussy, cupping all that hot, damp flesh. She startled but didn't move. Her eyelids drooped and her hips rolled into my palm. Wet, I said, stroking over her folds. Her eyes fell closed and her mouth opened, her warm breath fanning my neck. This close I couldn't miss her sweet scent. Whatever shampoo was in the bathroom, but also the musky hint of her arousal. She was potent, which meant dangerous. I wanted her to be on birth control, but condoms alone worked. Now that I had my hands on her, I wasn't sure if I could wait. Condoms alone wasn't irresponsible. No. Her hand took hold of my wrist, pressed me more firmly against her. Not shy, just knew. The way she'd clenched so responsively around my fingers when she came last week. Her untried pussy would milk the cum from my balls once I got inside her. I groaned, realizing she was different. I'd never felt such attraction and need before. Not only to get off, but to get her off. My dick was staying, sadly, in my pants, and it didn't matter. My goal was to get her to come. I'd eat her out, get her arousal and need all over my face. Fuck yes. The idea of having her pussy scent in my beard and her taste on my tongue, I growled, feeling ridiculously possessive. Theo, she whispered, her hands going to my biceps to hold on to. Leaning down, I took a nipple in my mouth, gave a hard pull. Her hands shifted to my hair, tangled and tugged. I alternated between those perfect mounds, discovering she liked it a little rough, a little wild, just like she was. Her hips rolled and my name breathlessly escaped her lips when I pulled back, inspected my work where I saw those tips were tight and bright pink. Dropping to my knees onto the bedroom's carpeted floor, I kissed down her belly, then nudged her center with my nose. Fudge, she stammered. I lifted my head, stared up her perfect bare body. Her eyes opened and she looked down at me with a confused, needy look. The corner of my mouth tipped up. Fudge. I swear too much, she explained. Gotta be careful around the kids. I nipped at her inner thigh and she gasped. Definitely no kids here. My new goal is to get you to say fuck when you come. No, shout it. Theo. I loved the way she breathed my name, as if she was right there with me, that somehow I was hitting every one of her hot buttons. It was time to find one more, with my mouth. With my hands on her hips, I turned her so her back was to the bed. I shifted, and with a little push between her breasts, she dropped onto the edge. Grasping her ankles, I lifted them, which had her tipping back. Placing one foot then the other on the mattress, I had her wide open in the perfect view of her gorgeous pussy. Wait. I looked up her body and into her eyes. There I saw a mixture of arousal and nervousness. No confusion. Resolve? Fuck if I knew. I wasn't going to do anything she didn't want, even if her body was all in, since the teenaged kid who took her virginity didn't do more than a few overeager pumps. This was probably pretty intense for her. I was intense on top of that. I waited. Are you assessing my vagina? I mean, like a doctor, clinically. What? That was what was going through her head? First off, I said, keeping my voice calm and even, knowing her concerns might be a little odd but were valid. I saw her as a patient just last week, and we would have, clinically, ended up in a very similar position if I'd completed the exam instead of referring her. I've been in the trauma department for years, specifically in surgery. I only worked a 2-month OBGYN residency rotation when I was 26, and I assure you I was never once aroused. By any patient. Until you. I stood so she could see how hard I was, how my dick was going to have a zipper mark in it from my jeans. During the appointment you got hard for me? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise. I nodded. I referred you to a doctor who will be professional and take care of your healthcare needs. As for me, I can't be professional with you. You can't? Her confusion was endearing, sweet, totally fucking hot. No. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I proved it by sliding a finger over her center. Oh. Secondly, this is your vulva, and this is your labia. Right here is your clit. She gasped at the light stroke. This, I slid a finger inside of her, is your vagina. I slipped my finger from her, slicked to the first knuckle with her arousal. She whimpered and I continued on. What I'm interested in is your pussy, which is this. I cupped her, all of her. Keeping my palm where it was, I stood, then set my other hand on the bed beside her head, loomed over her so all she could see was me. Her eyes widened and she was so fucking pretty. And Mallory, I love pussy. I watched her throat work as she swallowed hard. A flush crept down her skin, so pretty. Everything about her was so blatant, so open and responsive. Did I answer your questions? She nodded. Yes, she whispered, her breath picking up. Good. You okay if I eat your pussy now? Oh gosh. Her eyes fell closed and she took a second. Yeah, she was thinking too fucking much. Yes. Good. Excellent. Because my mouth was fucking watering. I settled back on my knees between her parted thighs, my hands sliding down that silky skin as I went. Instinctively, she tipped her knees inward, a sign of unintentional modesty, but it offered none. From what I knew of this woman, she wasn't all that modest. She was a very empowered, very forthright woman, but naked and her pussy on display, she wasn't in charge. I was. She instinctively felt that power shift. Sliding my hands back up the insides of her thighs, I held them wide, then leaned and licked from her clenching little hole to her clit, cleaning up the mess she was making, for me. Fuck, I loved her taste. Oh my God, she blurted out. I smiled against her hot scented skin, already forgetting to curb her words. Perfect. Do this with anyone before? I asked, setting a palm on her lower belly and using my thumb to pull back the hood on her hard little clit. It was swollen and right there for me to suck and flick with my tongue. What? Ever get your pussy licked before? She shook her head, pretty much thrashed it from side to side. Instantly, I felt like a fucking caveman. Was it wrong to know I was the only one to know how she tasted, how she whimpered? Yes, but I didn't give a shit. Not when her sweet taste was on my tongue and her scent in my nose. Theo, please. I need more than a lick. Don't you dare fucking stop. She begged and swore so sweetly. I grinned and I didn't remember the last time I found someone so amusing, refreshing, endearing, delicious. Reaching down, I shifted my dick in my pants. All I had to do was slide the zipper down and I could thrust right inside her. I'd have all of her sticky sweetness coating more than just my mouth. No another time. Now I'd have the perfect treat. It was time to take what was mine. Her pussy, her orgasms, her moans and screams. I flicked her clit with my tongue, rimmed her entrance with a finger, circled both around and around. Watched her carefully for how she tensed, gasped, melted. Then I added a finger, pressing against her G-spot I'd discovered the week before. By the time she was coming on my face and fingers, her thighs were pressed into my ears, her fingers tangled in my hair, her juices soaking my short beard. "Fuck!" she cried, clenching around my finger, a glorious dousing of her arousal dripping down and onto my palm. Her clit pulsed and lengthened against my tongue, and I didn't stop. She came once, she'd come again.
"This is insane. I can't believe... What was that? More. Yes, don't stop."
She was uninhibited in her need, focused on her pleasure, mindless, because of me. After I was done with her, she wouldn't even remember Tom's name or any guy from Vegas. I didn't ease up. The opposite. I added a second finger, pressed and curled on her G-spot as I sucked at her clit some more.
"Theo, too much. Slow down no more. Don't stop, oh."
Yes, my name. She knew who was between her thighs, knew who gave her pleasure. She was incredibly responsive, highly orgasmic, regardless of what she thought about herself. The second time she came was gentler, but intense because all her muscles relaxed except her inner walls, gushing and milking my fingers, as if wishing it was my dick. Sweaty, panting, and sated, Mallory didn't move, didn't bring her legs together when I sat back on my heels and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "I love eating pussy, Mallory," I told her. I wanted my mouth on her some more, but I had to stop. I'd shown her what it was like to get her pussy nice and eaten, given her orgasms that would ruin her for anyone else. She was perfect. Her pussy was perfect. I was addicted, possessive. I wasn't done with her. I wanted to get my dick inside her, watch her squirm and shift as she adjusted to being crammed full, but not now. Not at Mav's house. Fair warning. I stood, took in how perfect she was, bare and wanton, wrecked and completely ruined. Yeah, Tom was out of the fucking picture because no one would see Mallory like this but me. Because I did this to her. Total fucking caveman. The only thing better than the sight before me would be to see my cum dripping from her. Soon. I shifted my dick again, then headed for the door. My job here was done.
Chapter 21. Mallory. From my spot at the back of the assembly room, a strategic location so parents and teachers were spaced around the room, I watched as Mrs. Fujikawa, Ethan's mom, shared with all 3 first-grade classes about her job as an architect. It was the annual first-grade career day, which meant the entire morning was devoted to various parents sharing fun facts about their jobs. So far, we'd heard from a woman on ski patrol at the resort, a dad who ran wilderness trips, and another who was a sign language interpreter. Ethan was the speaker's 3rd child, so she had a knack for keeping the kids engaged. All 80 of them were seated around a semicircle of risers, completely enthralled because she just finished using a glue gun and popsicle sticks to quickly build a little bridge. As she did so, she explained how it was an architect's job to make sure it was sturdy by using triangles and math. She stopped and got the kids doing a drum roll as she placed a brick on top to prove it. The kids gasped and murmured in awe at how it held up. It was pretty impressive. Regina, one of the other first-grade teachers, joined the woman at the front, thanking her for her presentation, directing the kids to share their thanks. They clapped and Ethan ran up to his mom and gave her a hug, and snagged the popsicle stick bridge to show off later. "I'm not sure if I can top that." A familiar voice cut through the excited chatter of all the kids. I turned and there was Theo. Here at the school. I blinked, confused. Hi." His dark eyes raked down my body and took in my black jeans and Hunter Valley Elementary red sweatshirt. It had a big falcon on the front, the school's mascot. I was covered head to toe in complete contrast to how he'd left me the night before, his mouth glistening with my arousal, his short beard coated in me. Coated. I'd been naked, sprawled wantonly across the guest bed. He'd gotten me off, twice, with an insane tongue-finger combo, then left. No reciprocation. He'd been fully dressed and I'd been completely bare, legs spread wide. After that, I'd crashed hard. The day had been hell. I hadn't slept in jail the night before. God, jail. Seriously, I was still processing being arrested. And me for solicitation. I hadn't even seen Theo's dick, and I was the one having to post bail for offering sex for money. Totally ironic. The long trip home had been far from restful, and it seemed 2 orgasms were the best sleeping pill around. But when my alarm went off this morning, reality came crashing back. As I'd brushed my teeth, I made a mental list. 1. I had to go back to Las Vegas, stand before a judge, and explain that I wasn't a prostitute and why the undercover cop thought I was one. 2. I had to find the money to actually get to Las Vegas to do that, and a lawyer. 3. I had to keep all of that a secret from the Hunter Valley gossip grapevine. 4. 1 through 3 didn't take into account Theo and his exceptionally dedicated and focused oral skills, or the fact that we'd never kissed, that he didn't linger after satisfying me, that he didn't seek reciprocation. I felt serviced. Of course, every woman in the world would be happy with being serviced by Theo James. He'd said if I wanted sex, it'd be him to do it with. He didn't say date, or use the relationship or love words. Even though I'd made the bold statement that I was marrying Theo more than once, I had no silly notions about that actually happening. I hadn't had epic expectations from Tom either, but I did ultimately want to find someone. Get married? Sure, I'd kept pushing that I wasn't going to marry Theo, but that had been loud-mouthed of me. Theo didn't want marriage. He said he was going to give me sex without dick penetration until I got on birth control. Then I'd get the dick. I hoped. If I got the shot at my appointment this afternoon, the one I read up on, I'd be covered immediately. Not that we wouldn't use condoms as well. He'd said 2 forms of protection. I didn't want kids, but clearly Theo didn't either. Or he didn't want to be tied to me. I totally caught on to that. He might be a vigorous and thorough lover, from what we'd done so far, but we hadn't even kissed. No foreplay, although how he licked and sucked on my nipples the night before probably counted. He was so unbelievably hot, but distant at the same time. There was a connection, chemistry between us, but no attachment. Beneath my plain bra, the nipples he'd worked over so well the night before now tingled. Good thing the sweatshirt was loose, because he'd see how hard they were otherwise. Same with everyone else in the assembly room. "Whatever you're thinking, I want to do to you later," he said, leaning in close, not that anyone could overhear. I flushed. I could feel the heat on my cheeks, and I was sure I was as red as my sweatshirt. My mind just went on a trip somewhere inappropriate for being in a room full of first graders. With a quick throat clear, I asked, keeping my voice just above a whisper, "What are you doing here?" Theo leaned against the wall and tipped his chin toward the front of the room where the fire chief was presenting. "Mac pretty much blackmailed me into participating." He didn't sound that thrilled about the idea, especially since it took coercion to do it. "You know Mac?" He nodded. "Firefighter training on Saturday." Ah. I didn't know how Mac had blackmailed Theo, but he didn't seem to be in the mood to share. The kids clapped for whatever Mac just said. He was in his bunker gear and held his helmet and oxygen mask up for the kids to see. "What am I supposed to say to these guys?" Theo asked. "Mac says I have a stick up my ass." I quirked my lips and stayed silent. "You think I have a stick up my ass?" He prodded, his eyes clearly concerned with this possibility. "You had an intense job, a lot of responsibility. I think you're serious, focused. I like that focus when it came to giving me orgasms." He was quiet, as if considering my words. I tried to be as diplomatic as possible. Compared to his brothers, he really was serious. Sometimes he did have a stick up his ass, but I had a feeling Mav had one too before he found Bridge. Maybe Silas did as well, but I hadn't been around him all that much. He was quieter instead of intense. As for Dex being serious, no way. "I have no idea how to talk to 8-year-olds, he admitted. "They're 6, I clarified. His jaw clenched. 6, even worse. I deal with trauma, bad stuff, not learning how to interact with them and shape their small minds." I found his concern amusing. Theo wasn't what anyone would call tender or sweet or warm and fuzzy. The way he'd abandoned me with my orgasmic haze, I'd say he wasn't a cuddler. He seemed to really have no clue what to do with children. "They're not off to med school tomorrow, so make it fun," I instructed. Silly, even. If you polled them, they want to either be a princess, an astronaut, or a snowplow driver.
I'm guessing no parent is a princess?
You're the fill-in for her. Her tiara was being cleaned. I said with a straight face. You'll do fine. Have fun, but it's always nice to throw in a reminder of how to be safe. I pointed to Mac, who was on the floor demonstrating stop, drop, and roll. The kids were laughing as he flailed around like an upside-down turtle at the end.
Safe. Fun. Got it.
The ominous tone sounded more like he didn't have it at all. I studied his profile as he watched Mac explain what he would look like during a fire so the kids wouldn't be scared before putting on his oxygen mask so they could see. He wrapped up quickly after that.
Well, shit, he has stickers.
Theo muttered as Mac pulled a stack from one of the many pockets on his bunker pants. I bit my lip trying not to smile. He must have known he came next because he pushed off the wall but turned to me.
My place, 6.
His gaze held mine, direct and potent as usual, none of his kid-wariness visible.
Come hungry. I will be.
Oh, fudge.
Chapter 22. Theo.
Boys and girls, now that you have your stickers, settle down.
Mrs. Sanchez, the first-grade teacher Mac introduced me to when we arrived, patiently waited for the room to go quiet.
It's time for Dr. James to share with us about being a doctor.
The kids clapped as I moved into the center of the amphitheater, but I could tell they were distracted by the swag. Why did Mac have to give out stickers? The only thing worse than going after stickers would be if he handed out puppies. I cleared my throat. 60 or 70 wiggly, squirmy kids sat before me cross-legged. They were like puppies. My mind instantly went to the boy who died on the operating table, the one whose death didn't have any emotional impact on me at all. These kids were just a little bit younger than he'd been. These kids could get in a car after school and be hurt in an accident. Their vehicle totaled just like the one from the fire department practice on Saturday morning. The boy who died had been ejected, no extraction needed like practiced. But these little innocent faces, completely clueless to what could happen in life, wanted to hear from me about my job, the one that made me feel nothing. I'm Theo James, and I'm a doctor. The kids stared at me or stared off into space. Anyone got a mom or dad who's a doctor? I asked. 3 kids' hands shot up. Anyone been to the doctor? Pretty much everyone's hands went up. I glanced over all the little heads and saw Mallory in the back where I left her in her cute fucking school sweatshirt. She made a funny face and tipped her head back and forth. Either she was having a seizure or giving me a reminder to make it fun. Everyone's been to the doctor. Good. You don't have to always see a doctor when you're sick. It's important to go see a doctor to make sure you're healthy and to stay that way. To get shots you need so you don't get a communicable disease. Mallory's eyes went wide and stared at me like I was insane. Or an idiot. I was speaking as if I was at a conference full of boring trauma surgeons who found joy in a splenectomy at 3 a.m. I just told a room full of little kids about shots. Communicable diseases. Clearly I was the smartest idiot around. Mallory was right. I was serious. I glanced at Mac, who was only shaking his head in clear disappointment. Holy shit, I had a stick up my ass. I left Denver and moved to Hunter Valley so I didn't turn into, or any more into, one of my boring, monotonous colleagues who didn't engage with anyone on a real personal level. I was standing here in a room full of fucking kids because of the decision to escape, and now I was behaving exactly like the person I didn't want to be. Lighten up, James. Get your shit together. People have feelings. They want fun, excitement, joy. I could be fun. I could be fucking fun all day long. I glanced at Mac again. The fucker. No way was he and his stickers were going to be more likable than me. I was the cool doctor. I, Theo James, was cool. And competitive. Not only did trauma surgeons not like to lose, because that meant a patient died, but I also had 3 brothers. One a professional hockey player whose job was to always win. Mac and his stickers were going down. I pulled the imaginary stick out of my ass and tossed it aside. Who here has farted? I said, my voice carrying across the big room. Kids giggled and some covered their faces with their hands. Parents and teachers around the room gasped and stared at me wide-eyed. Yep, I just went there. A few hands went up, all boys. "Come on," I said, moving my hand in a circle. I pointed at Mac. "I bet the fire chief farts." His mouth dropped open and his ears turned red. He couldn't lie. Not to a room full of kids. "That's my dad, and he farts all the time." A kid toward the back called out, one that looked a hell of a lot like a miniature version of Mac. Mac gave his son a dad look, then offered me a thumbs up as his answer. "See?" I asked, then turned back to the kids. "Now don't be shy, who here has farted?" Some kid actually farted. Everyone laughed. I couldn't help but smile. The kid in the blue shirt just gave everyone an example of how amazing the human body is. The kid blushed but grinned and showed he was missing his top 2 teeth. "Now who's burped?" I continued. More hands went up this time. "I bet Miss Mornier burps." Everyone turned and looked at her in the back. It was her turn to blush, but she caught on and patted her stomach. "Every meal," she called, used to speaking up so she could be heard. The kids burst out in giggles. "Know what the body's doing when you fart or burp?" The kids shook their heads, all eyes on me. Oh yeah, I had them hooked. "You're letting excess gas or air from your body," I explain, "like you're one big balloon, and it was made to do that. Despite what your parents and teachers say about doing it in public, you're supposed to fart and burp." The kids started talking, probably telling each other that they'd been wrong their whole lives, so I raised my hands in the air. "That's not all," I called over the chatter. They instantly fell silent because what on earth could I talk about next? "What about throwing up, vomiting, upchucking, tossing your cookies? Who's done it?" Now every kid's hand was up and practically waving at me. "One time I threw up in the back seat of the car all over my brother." I regaled. He had it in his hair all over his shirt. Some even got in his ear. Groans and laughing ensued. I couldn't help but smile, remembering how Silas hated me for a week after that. I held up my hands again and the kids quieted. When you throw up, your body is getting rid of something it doesn't like. The body's supposed to get rid of stuff like air, gas, and yucky things from our stomach. Studying to be a doctor, you get to learn all kinds of fun stuff like this. I glanced at Mac, who was slowly shaking his head, a smile turning up his mouth. I remembered Mallory's advice. Now, that's stuff that comes out of our bodies. Let's go over things that shouldn't go in. What's bad to put in our bodies? All the kids called out different things. It was chaos. Mrs. Sanchez came to stand next to me. She raised her arm over her head and gave the peace sign. Clearly that meant shut the hell up. It worked. "Thank you," I said to her, then glanced around the group. I heard drugs, smoking, cleaning supplies, and I think even Legos. The kids laughed. Knowing these things should stay out of your body, or that of your brothers and sisters, means you're all on your way to being doctors already. Be sure to tell your parents the next time you fart it's healthy. Just your body working right. The kids clapped with more enthusiasm than for Mac. Ha! I nodded to Mrs. Sanchez, who, by the look on her face, wasn't sure if she was afraid she was going to get 70 parents calling in, or if she was thrilled to send kids home to expel healthy farts. I met up with Mac and we headed out of the assembly room. Apparently I was the last of the speakers, and the teachers, including Mallory, were giving directions on walking quietly through the halls to recess. "Farting?" he asked, pushing open the school's front door, shaking his head. "My kid's going to let one rip in front of his grandmother and blame it on me." I grinned, pleased with how fun I was, stick-free. Slapping him on the shoulder, I told him, "You'll think twice about what you do with me at next month's training."
Chapter 23. Mallory. I drove past Mrs. John Deuter's house at a crawl. I did it several times a week just to stare and dream, just like a guy who passed a fancy sports car in a dealer's lot he desired. I pined for the little place. Mrs. John Deuter once shared that it had been her parents' house, and they'd bought it as a kit from the Sears Roebuck store, which I found fascinating. It had come in pieces on the railroad, and they'd assembled it with instructions just like a Lego set.
I pulled over across the street to eye it dreamily. I assumed the white clapboard siding was the original color. The older woman kept the house in perfect condition, but I knew I'd paint the porch ceiling a robin's egg blue to add more vintage flair. The 2 shrubs that flanked the front steps would be replaced by hydrangeas, since it faced north and would be shady. I had plans. Lots of them. My cell rang and I grabbed it from my purse. My mother. I sighed, tossed it back in the bag, ignored. I didn't even have to wonder what she wanted. She was a reminder that it would take longer now to get the house. I owed Bridge for the plane ticket. I had to get another one or pay for the gas to drive, and a lawyer. I would get the money for bail back if I was acquitted, and that would go to Bridge. Well, if I wasn't acquitted, then I'd have bigger problems than losing that money. I'd lose my job as well. There wasn't a chance of buying from Mrs. Johnsdoiter or anyone else after that. The charges were going to be dropped. They were. They had to be. Like Aspen always said, use positive energy and manifest the outcome you wanted. I wanted to buy Mrs. Johnsdoiter's house. Therefore, I wouldn't have a record and I'd have money to pay for it. Positive energy. Positive energy. It was so hard to be upbeat and cheery, like I was with my class of kids all day, when I had all this looming. There was one way to forget about it all, at least for a little while. Theo. He'd invited me to come to his place at 6. Not invited. Told. I pulled away and drove the few blocks to the little house Dex used to stay in but was now Theo's. He was waiting for me in the open doorway as I came up the walk. He wore the same clothes as he had at school in what I call his doctor wear, khakis or dark pants and a variety of crisp button-ups. Now, though, his feet were bare. All the kids could talk about for the rest of the day was farting, I told him. The playground monitor said it was a noisy recess. A movement in the corner of my eye had me glancing to the right. By one of the little shrubs that lined the front of the house was a thin calico cat eating from a dish. He paused long enough to eye me warily. He went back to eating but looked prepared to bolt at any second. You have a cat? He shrugged. Stray. He's been around and I've been feeding him. He used to run off, skittish and all, but he's getting a little better. I stared at the cat a little longer, surprised at the gesture. Oh. The corner of his mouth quirked up. You're late. My heart skipped a beat at his serious tone, contrasting with the playfulness in his dark eyes, and it wasn't because of the cat. Why did I like that tone, that look, the way he loomed? He was intense. Everything about him was potent. He also felt uncomplicated. There didn't seem to be any ulterior motive with him. He said come over at 6 because he'd be hungry, for me. What he said he meant. Compared to my mother, whose every word was passive-aggressive or straight-out guilt, she knew how to work me to get what she wanted. Theo did, too. Oh, he did. He could work me right to an orgasm, except he had no ulterior motive, not even reciprocation. He might be abrupt, but he was also refreshing. I knew where I stood with him. Right now, that was at his house to get sex. Sex he offered, and I seemed content to accept. I stopped by the house I want to buy. I explained why I wasn't here on time 5 minutes ago. He stepped back and let me enter. Didn't know you were looking for a place. I set my purse down. I found one, but it'll be a little while. I explained how Mrs. Johnsdoiter was going to eventually sell to me, leaving out why it might be delayed. Which house? He asked, closing the door behind him. On Maple, the white Sears and Roebuck. Good for you. Now strip. I'm hungry and I want to eat your pussy. Back to serious. Seriously dominant. I held up my hand. I'm all for a voracious pussy eater, but aren't you skipping a few steps? He frowned, looked down my body as if trying to figure out what those steps were. I tapped my lips. We've never even kissed. He moved close, stroked my hair back. I breathed in his scent. A hint of spicy cologne or body wash. You want romance. I frowned. Kissing is what you consider romance? Did you not kiss your past lovers? His eyes shifted from mine and glanced over my shoulder deep in thought, which answered my question. Never mind. I don't really want to talk about women you've been with. I'm not asking for a proposal, just kissing. You wanted to sleep with the history teacher, he stated. I nodded. Yeah, I want sex, but I don't want a transaction. What's the difference? I blinked. Then again.
When he waited patiently for me to respond, I realized he was serious. He really didn't know. He really didn't kiss women he fucked? Well, what were the women like he'd been with? Hookers? That made me laugh because to the eyes of the Las Vegas Police Department, I was one. Fun.
Fun.
I nodded. Fun.
You want me to make licking your pussy fun?
I frowned. Isn't it? Is it a chore? Ugly? Weird or something? I've heard of meat curtains and maybe I have them. Something like my hemorrhoids would be a turn-off. Not that I have one or anything, but... He put a finger over my lips, full-on smiling now.
No guy looks at a pussy and thinks meat curtains.
Okay.
Your pussy isn't ugly, Mallory. Last night I showed you how hard you got me.
I saw a bulge, I clarified. No actual body parts.
You want to see my dick?
He asked, dark brow raised. I raised one back, waited. Game on. He grinned as if silently saying, hold my beer. Stepping back, he plucked open the button of his pants, slid down the zipper so they slid down his hips. I held my breath as he reached into the opening and beneath his boxers to pull himself out. And there it was. Theo's really big, really hard dick. He gripped the base in one hand, and I still saw inches of the steely length. Flared head, small slit at the top. I'd seen dicks before. Movies, porn, photos online. This was the first in-person one, and it was impressive. My pussy clenched in anticipation. My favorite dildo was huge, but comparable in size to Theo. Since it was called King Cock, that meant Theo was huge.
See, this is for you,
he said, his voice going deeper. I'd never wanted to give a blowjob before. The idea hadn't ever been that appealing. Porn usually showed a woman practically choking on it with streams of mascara running down her face. She looked miserable. But Theo's dick made my mouth water. I wanted to know what it felt like against my tongue, what it tasted like. The women I'd been arrested with, Trixie and Annie, the actual hookers, had given me some pointers. Sex pointers. We'd had hours stuck in lockup and conversation had been easy. I was far from introverted and could talk with anyone. However, I quickly discovered I was boring in comparison to them. There wasn't too much a first-grade teacher could share that was interesting, especially one who'd only had sex once when she was 16. But 2 high-class call girls? Heck, I'd wanted to know everything, so I asked. By the time we'd been taken to the courthouse, I'd had quite the sex education lesson, including how to make a man lose his mind and have him eating out of the palm of my hand. I had something else Theo could eat out, but from Annie's lessons, I understood the power a woman could have on her knees. I lifted my gaze, held Theo's, smiled. I was definitely game for trying out something I learned. Maybe the few hours in lockup would pay off. I want to put it in my mouth, I said. Suck you. 3 things happened at once. Theo's eyes went dark and heated, his cheeks flushed with arousal, and his dick grew in his grip.
First time?
He asked, giving himself one long, slow pump. I nodded, licked my bottom lip as a bead of pre-cum seeped from the slit.
Don't worry. I'll like anything you do.
I dropped to my knees, thought back on what my call girl BFF shared, then licked the head like a lollipop.
Chapter 24. Theo. I prided myself on being in control, being focused and clear-headed in all situations. But when Mallory finished licking every inch of my dick with her little pink tongue, then took the head into her mouth, I lost it. The woman. Fuck. Holy shit. Mal. Then her tongue shifted back and forth on the sensitive spot at the back of the corona, and my hips bucked involuntarily. Holy shit, what the... She started to take me deeper, then deeper still. I groaned. When I first met Mallory over the summer, I'd been instantly hot for her. Imagined her sucking my dick. What guy didn't imagine a hot woman blowing him? Things had been cold with Maud for a long time. Had they ever not been? But meeting Mallory changed things somehow. I was pretty fucking happy when I found Maud with someone else. Now I knew why. Because Maud was not the woman for me. I needed heat, passion, sass and feistiness, and a woman who was blowing my fucking mind. Mallory pulled back slightly, as if surprised by having something so big filling her mouth. Then, with a determined look, took even more of me. More than I ever expected. More than... holy hell. Fuck, I shouted, the noise bouncing off the walls of the small living room. I set my hand on her head, tangling my fingers in her silky hair. Oh shit, she was destroying me. This was... She hummed, as her hands cupped my ass to hold me in place, the vibrations a sweet torture. Then I watched as my dick disappeared, slowly. Really fucking slowly, so her hot, wet heat surrounded more and more of me. She had to stop. She was going to stop. She couldn't take more. She took it all. Holy fuck. I bumped the back of her throat and saw God. With another little hum, she pulled back slightly, then looked up at me. Looked up. You've never done this before. The mm-mm sound she made was a no, and the vibrations tightened my balls. Mallory was on her knees, her lips stretched around my dick, and she met my gaze, breathing deeply through her nose. Then her eyes narrowed as if challenged or dared before looking down. In, out she went, literally fucking me with her mouth, all the while holding me in place. Shit, you don't have a gag reflex. My voice tumbled out of me and my legs went weak as her flattened tongue slid along the underside. I stroked her hair, then she pulled off. Her lips were slick and swollen, her cheeks flushed, her gaze eager to please and so fucking earnest. I thought she might be done, taking me like a good girl for her first time, but getting tired. But she swallowed hard, licked her lips, then put 2 fingers into her mouth, sucked. Enthralled like a teenager seeing his first porno, I watched her pull them out and showed me they were slick. Then she took me deep again, practically throat-fucking herself. Wet, slurpy sounds filled the room as she literally fucked me with her mouth. I could barely catch my breath, it was so intense. Fuck, Mal, I was going to come. My balls drew up, the tingling at the base of my spine, the indication I wasn't going to last much longer. Which hadn't been very long at all. A minute even? Her hands pushed down the back of my jeans and boxers so they rested even lower on my hips. Pull off, so I was going to say so I don't come down your throat, but she did some licking, swirling thing with her tongue while taking me deeper yet. Then fucking swallowing so the head of my dick was massaged by the ripples of her throat working. I'd never felt that before. The tight, hot vice. Then... holy fuck! She brushed one of those slick fingers against my asshole, then pressed into it. I came involuntarily, instantly and so intensely. I went blind. Chapter 25. Mallory. I wiped my lips, which were curved up in a smile, diabolically thrilled and aroused at the same time about what just happened. Theo was sprawled on the couch where he'd pretty much tipped over like a tree chopped down in a forest, recovering. Dazed, delirious, completely non-functioning. The blowjob had pretty much destroyed him. Me and my mouth had conquered. Ha! His pants and boxers were still low on his hips. His dick was out, slick with spit and still hard. An intense orgasm like that and I thought a guy went soft. Not Theo. I also didn't expect him to practically go unconscious either. I mentally patted myself on the back for my newfound talent. I had Trixie and Annie to thank, that was for sure. Holy fuck. Theo said, tipping his head to the side, eyeing me. His cheeks were still flushed, and his dark gaze was still blurry. What the hell was that? I frowned, suddenly unsure. A blowjob? I thought you never did that before. His voice was ragged, and he was still trying to catch his breath. First time, I admitted. It was the truth, but clearly not every almost virgin got tips from professionals. Was it all right? Now I started to question myself. Maybe I'd messed up. Maybe it was always like that or not as good as normal. It had been weird at first. A dick in your mouth? Odd. But then when Theo started responding, I thought I was doing okay. Then I followed every one of Annie and Trixie's late-night tips. The tongue flick, the swirl, even the backdoor one. I'd questioned that one, but Annie had assured me a guy would blast off like a rocket from it, and Theo had. It had been weird to breathe through my nose. Then not at all when he'd been so deep, but hearing him shout like that, the way it felt having him swell then throb against my tongue,
Powerful, exhilarating. His gaze narrowed.
You take a class with bananas or something?
I shrugged instead. There was no way in hell I was telling him I learned blowjob techniques in the Las Vegas detention center from professional call girls. Just because I've never done something before doesn't mean I'm not any good at it. My knees were a little sore. I wondered if Trixie or Annie used knee pads.
You don't have a gag reflex.
Don't go all doctor on me now, I said. I'd had no idea until now that I didn't have gagging issues. He stared up at me, still not moving.
Doctor,
he asked.
Hell, woman. I don't even remember my name, let alone my profession after an experience like that.
He wasn't so serious now or uptight. I'd never seen him so relaxed or stunned. I'm glad you liked it, I said primly but inwardly thrilled. He reached out, took my hand, then tugged me down on top of him. I let out an oomph and set my hands on his chest. I could feel him hard beneath my belly. He stroked my hair back, studied me like I was a newly found creature in the rainforest.
Liked it. I may have died there for a minute.
I grinned. He grinned back. Cupping the back of my neck, he gently pulled me down for a kiss. Our first kiss.
Chapter 26. Theo.
Tongue depressors. Anything else?
I blinked, then realized Verna had been talking to me. She even asked me a question. Huh? I was leaning against the front desk and pushed off because I was slumped like a teenager. She smiled.
Where did you just go? And can I join you on that trip?
I wasn't thinking about work or listening. It had been over 12 hours and I was still thinking about that blowjob. Holy fuck. Sorry, didn't get great sleep. Grabbing the business cards from the little stand, I fiddled with them, then stuck them back. That was a complete and total lie. I slept like a fucking baby. That was what having the cum sucked from your balls did to a guy.
Mm-hmm.
She said, eyeing me skeptically. 1 week in and she knew my signs.
You only had 1 cup of coffee. You didn't mind handling the 3-year-old with hives or Mrs. Crace and her incessant chatter.
Kids aren't that bad, and Mrs. Crace is lonely and only wants to visit. Her mouth dropped open a bit, watching me as I moved the laminated school calendar, used to schedule appointments around kids' days off, to the right a few inches.
Kids aren't bad?
She asked with a stunned look.
You know why Mrs. Crace keeps coming in?
I shrugged. I don't want any kids of my own, but it seems they just want to have fun all the time, and not itch. What's wrong with that? The same problem goes for Mrs. Crace as well. The fun part. Well, probably the itching too.
She blinked. You're probably right.
She said warily, wondering if I'd been possessed not by a demon, but maybe the tooth fairy or something else bright and sparkly. The phone rang and she turned to answer it but spun back.
Oh, Mac called. He said you're having lunch with him and the daytime crew. Noon. Your leftover beef stew can hold until tomorrow, and I gave Jeff your 1 o'clock so you don't have to rush back.
I left her to tackle the call since she seemed to be organizing not only my work schedule, but what I ate for lunch and who I ate it with. Verna was a boss bitch. The other boss, Mac. I wondered what he had in store for me today. Burning building rescue, trapped in an air duct. All a part of small-town life. It was like that satellite channel my mother always talked about with the small-town and big-city doctor returned to and fell in love. Small-town life wasn't that bad. Kids, not horrible. People, I could tolerate them conscious. Especially Mallory, and her hot, talented, ruthless mouth. I wouldn't call a blowjob romantic, but I sure as hell would be up for another. She and I kissed for a while after that out-of-body experience. On the mouth. Just kissing as I got my brain cells back. Or regrew new synapses since mine had been blown along with my dick. There had been no reciprocation. Me getting my mouth back on Mallory's perfect pussy and making her scream my name and every swear word she refused to say because I'd gotten a call from Jeff. I'd answered because I thought it might have been about a patient, and I'd had a decade of responding to pages and calls, every one of them critical. But it was a last-minute invitation to dinner. I wanted to say no, but Verna would have wanted a legit reason for turning the offer down. Fooling around with Mallory wouldn't cut it, and I didn't want to explain what the two of us were up to. Even I didn't know. With my brain fried, I hadn't been able to think of anything but saying yes, so Mallory and her pussy were traded for double service scenes of Verna's infamous beef stew. It had been delicious, but not what I'd wanted to put in my mouth. Sticking her head in the office, London said, "Patient in room 2 is ready." "Thanks." I pulled out my phone and sent Mallory a quick text. "My place again. 6. This time I get to eat." I didn't expect her to reply since she was working, so I left my cell on my desk. As I slung my stethoscope around my neck, I envisioned her surrounded by kids in short little chairs singing songs or coloring pictures. A completely different and far more innocent mental picture than the one from last night of her on her knees, my cock buried in her throat and her finger in my... Now I was hard. Fuck.
Chapter 27. Mallory. "I need some shifts," I said to my brother. School ended at 2:30, so I was usually done with paperwork and prepping for the next day an hour after that. That made it between busy times of lunch and dinner when I went into my brother's bar. I found him in the back storeroom counting liquor bottles, clipboard and pen in hand. He turned at my voice and offered me a smile, then wrote something down on the inventory sheet.
"Hey, how come?"
I'd asked before, especially during college, to grab some extra cash on breaks or long weekends. I always had a job of my own, but often wanted a little extra, and he made it easy for a quick shift pickup here and there. Saving up for the house. It was the truth. I was saving for Mrs. John Stoiter's place, but for now it was being redirected to Las Vegas. No way in hell was Arlo learning what happened. We didn't talk about our sex lives. His actual one and my non-existent one. Well, budding one, since I'd done some obscenely hot things with Theo. Things he wanted to do again since he texted me for another 6 o'clock get-together. I'd rocked his world with the blowjob, no question. It had been strange at first, having something so big in my mouth. It was Theo's responses, the sounds, tensing of muscles, tugging my hair that spurred me on. I might have been using my hooker friend's tips as my only guide on what to do, but I'd felt powerful. But he'd been called out and I'd gone home, the exchange over. Maybe I was mixing sexy times with interest or growing feelings, but I liked Theo. Not just found his photo hot on his brother's computer and made empty statements about marrying him when we'd never even met, but actually liking. He was nice. It was clear when he was with his brothers that they had a great bond. He was kind. No one fed a stray cat if he didn't have a generous and concerned nature. He was devoted. He spent close to 15 years of his life training to be a doctor to save people, which he did. He was also ridiculously introverted, quiet, closed off, focused, even a little distant. Even when we were getting each other off, it wasn't intimate. I had to be cautious with him. I could fall hard and he'd shrug and move on to his laundry or write a medical journal article or something. Also, I didn't want to get too close because he'd see the real me, the one that hid behind her bold words and loud ways, who knew she wasn't lovable enough to keep or to love unconditionally. There were rules attached with loving me, boundaries, expectations. I was good to fuck, I knew that. Theo saw me as a task, a mission to get the almost virgin some experience and orgasms. He'd be clinical and get me off and get his own pleasure, but nothing more. That was fine. Fine! Why? Because I never stopped thinking about him licking my pussy, or the way his fingers worked me to orgasm in record time, or the few kisses we'd shared that had made me feel more than I should. "Mal," Arlo asked, "how come you need some shifts?" I startled, realized I'd spaced out thinking about Theo. I couldn't tell Arlo the truth. We might be close, but no guy wanted to find out his sister was arrested for being a hooker. There was a line. Had to be. "If money's tight, you can move in with me." He offered, although I knew he wasn't serious. I glanced up at the ceiling as if I could see through it to his small apartment above the bar. I'm too old to couch surf because that's all I'd get. His place was a small one-bedroom. He could probably afford something bigger and not live over his work, but he was a bachelor and worked a lot. He was content. He put down the clipboard and tucked the pen behind his ear. We looked a lot alike. Same hair, although his was cut in the trendy style, with the sides shorn close and the top longer. His blue eyes held more mischief than sass. "Wait, your mom's not bothering you again, is she?" "Cheryl?" Arlo and I shared the same dad, but we had different moms. His died when he was young, and a few years later, his dad started getting out there and fell for Cheryl. They married because she was a gold digger and thought our dad would be a sugar daddy for her. Except the money he'd had was from his dead wife, Arlo's mom, and he drank his way through it, but only after my mother got pregnant with me. Since she didn't like to work, she stuck around. Except neither of them really wanted to work. Dad lost himself in the bottom of a beer keg and was content with his consistent but dead-end job. Cheryl hadn't been happy with any of it and sank into a life of entitlement, without any money to go with it. Arlo was 8 years older than me, enough where he was really protective but also hadn't been around much after I turned 10. The day after graduation, he'd moved out. I didn't blame him. I did the same thing. Except Cheryl wasn't his and he'd never liked her. She knew it too. There was no love lost there. That was why she never asked him for money like she did me, or let me forget the burden I was to her. I didn't answer his question, only looked away. He groaned. Ugh, what now? Instead of telling him, I pulled my phone from my purse, found the text she'd sent during the school day. The car needed more work. I told the repair shop you'd be in to pay the bill by Friday. He swore under his breath. Don't pay it. I can't. I admitted. He studied me, understanding what I meant. I didn't have the money for her or me. With a nod, he said, If I give you shifts, you better not give her any of the tips. No way are you fucking working your ass off for her. I shook my head. I felt the guilt always associated with Cheryl, but she was bumped down on my worry list because of everything else in my life. He scratched his head, which I knew was a gesture to keep his hand busy instead of strangling me. What did you give her this month? I gnawed on my lip, knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. Rent? He exhaled, closed his eyes. Fuck, Mal, she's never going to stop. Am I supposed to just cut her off? Yes, he huffed. This was the same argument we got into again and again. He came over, set his hands on my shoulders. You will never make her happy. I looked down and sniffed. That hurt. The words and the truth behind them. Fuck, I don't mean it like that. He sighed, softened his voice. You're perfect. She's a fucking mooch, and no matter what you do, she will never be satisfied. A new car, she'll say she expected 4-wheel drive. A new coffee maker, and it should have been an espresso machine. He looked down at the phone, swiped back through the older texts she'd sent. You paid the electric bill last month. Fuck, Matt, look at this text. She's gaslighting you when you got upset about giving her $100. I know, but she... He held up his hand. No buts. You can't give her money you don't have. You work your butt off and should be tucked away in that little dream house of yours. I'm so fucking proud of you. Tears filled my eyes because Arlo was more apparent than either of mine. But you've been giving her money for her rent and other shit, and then knocking that you're only a teacher and don't make more. Like it's your fault she's a deadbeat. She said it was, that I was the baby she never wanted, that she wouldn't be working a long line of dead-end jobs if she hadn't had me. I tried for her to love me, tried all the time growing up, in college, now. No matter what I did, it wasn't good enough because I wasn't good enough. She has to take care of Dad. I offered, although the excuse was lame. Really? You're going with that? You're too fucking nice, Mal. Dad is a doormat and you know it. He lost himself in a bottle when my mom died. The house could blow away in a tornado and he'd be content as long as he had his beer, cigs, and his recliner. That was completely true. You know I don't trust her. Hell, I wonder why she even stays. I wondered too. If she never wanted me, if Dad never turned into the money catch she'd hoped for, it was a mystery why she stuck around. He shook his head. She takes advantage. I have to wonder what she's really up to these days. If you paid her rent and fucking electric bill, how come she doesn't have the money for the car? Is she really even working? I had no answer. Maybe it's time to find out. I recognized that look, the determined gleam I saw often in my own. Not now and never with Cheryl. Go for it, I told him. All I know is I want some shifts. When he eyed me like big brothers do, as if trying to figure out if he was being fucked with, I added, for the house. He must have believed me. You can come to me for money, you know. I held up my hand. We just had a huge talk about Cheryl mooching for money. I will not turn into her. He laughed. Right, you can never be like her. Ever. You have a good heart.
I wasn't so sure, and I tried as hard as I could not to be. I worried like an alcoholic with a bottle of whiskey that once I started asking for money like she did, I wouldn't be able to stop. First bridge for my ticket home, what next? I didn't take handouts, not from Arlo. I'll earn the money, big brother. Giving me the shifts is generous enough. He handed me my phone back. Okay, tonight will be too quiet to need you. Besides, don't you usually do yoga on Tuesdays? I nodded. I didn't go last week since Bridge and I ended up eating pizza next door instead. Work Friday and Saturday. They'll be busy and get you good tips. I nodded, relieved. Relief made me smile. Thanks, I. Maybe I'd have the money to get to Vegas after all. Chapter 28. Theo. Can't come at 6. When I read Mallory's text, I immediately thought of some inappropriate comment about how she would be coming if she just stopped by. I'd ensure it. Before I could respond, she sent another text. Yoga. Join me. Join her? What's the look about? Verna asked. My last patient of the day had just walked out the door. Jeff was still in with one, but then we'd be closing up. Verna was finalizing paperwork and making the last of the day appointment reminder calls. I looked up from my phone. Know anything about yoga? Her eyes widened. That was not what I was expecting you to say. I frowned, leaned against the counter to meet her gaze. Oh, what were you imagining? She thought about it. Your IRA is maturing. My IRA is maturing, I repeated. You do know I'm a billionaire, right? I wasn't tossing that out there to be obnoxious, but Vera knew everything, which meant she knew I didn't need a retirement plan. Doesn't matter. That's what would come out of your mouth. That or the folic acid in kale is too valuable to avoid because of the bitter taste. Kale. I blinked at her. Am I really that boring? That dull? You said you're a billionaire. So? I'm not going to sit around and fan myself with $100 bills all day. I appreciate that you and your brothers are all valuable members of society. That you want to help in emergencies is gallant. Gallant. What am I, King Arthur? She pursed her lips at my sass. Why did you quit the hospital in Denver? She eyed me. I eyed her right back. I realized I was turning into something I didn't like. Turning, or already were? She asked. Her voice was softer now, as if the change in our conversation was hitting a more personal vibe. What are you getting at? Your cases may have been unique, but your life was monotonous, boring. Thank you, Verna. I replied, suddenly grouchy. Not because she wasn't being nice, but because she was truthful. I couldn't remember when I wasn't boring. She gave me a sad smile, which I didn't like in the least. You moved to live life, so do it. That why Jeff made me do that fire training on Saturday? Her mouth turned up. I knew you'd become friends with Mac. This isn't kindergarten and meeting a kid on the playground. For you it is. You're in the kindergarten of your life. Go have some fun. Go do yoga. Why do we have this entire conversation? I started with yoga. She shrugged. You asked me if I knew anything about yoga. Right, so do you? All I know is it's going to be fun for anyone watching you try it out. Why is that? It's harder than it looks for one, and the ladies are going to enjoy ogling your butt in downward dog. I frowned because I had no idea what downward dog was. I pushed off the counter and walked off, her laughter following behind me. Me and my IRA are out of here, I called. Have a good night. Chapter 29. Mallory. You came, I said, staring at Theo in surprise. He showed up to yoga, in workout shorts and a snug t-shirt. Even though I'd had his dick in my mouth, I'd never seen him in anything but jeans or khakis and a button-up. Even over the summer, I didn't remember him wearing anything else. And I remembered everything about Theo. He nodded, although he looked as if he'd been coerced or perhaps dared to be here. Hi there, welcome to class, Aspen said, weaving her way between the rolled-out mats of the others in the class to introduce herself. Theo, this is Aspen. This is her studio. This is Theo James, Mav's brother. Aspen was open and generous and calm, where I was loud and obnoxious. Her energy was soothing and mine seemed snarled. She was so flipping chill and pretty I hated her sometimes. Great place, he said, glancing around. The studio was on the second floor of an old building on Main Street.
The ceilings were tall, the walls plain brick. Soft music came from speakers in the corners. Hints of lavender and citrus were in the air. She shook Theo's hand. "First time?" There was no innuendo there, but it made me blush, since the basis for our entire relationship, me and Theo, was based on sex.
"Yes, I'm trying new things," he replied.
I realized how attractive a couple they'd make. Aspen, tall and willowy and relaxed all the time beside Theo's handsome good looks and intelligence. She'd soothe his hard edges, and he'd not rile her up or mess with her chakras or anything. But he didn't offer her more than a neutral smile, and his gaze didn't drop to her sports bra and snug leggings. "I'll get you a mat and some blocks." When she left to do that, Theo leaned in.
"Will you be gentle with me?"
His question was all innuendo. I rolled my eyes. "You don't want gentle." Aspen came our way and he offered her a glance but replied to me.
"No, I don't want gentle."
"Here you go." She handed him a rolled mat and set 2 blocks on the glossy wood floor. "Any injuries or anything I need to be aware of?" "He's a doctor," I told her. Her eyes widened in awareness. "You're Dr. Robinson's replacement." Theo nodded.
"That's me."
"Welcome to Hunter Valley. Follow anyone in the class if you get lost, but you can't go wrong with keeping your eyes on Mallory." She winked at me. I flushed.
"I will,"
he replied. 2 roles in my class," Aspen offered. "If it hurts, stop doing it. And most of all, have fun."
"Fun. Right." Chapter 30. Theo. Have fun? Have fun. Why was everyone telling me to have fun? Fun sucked. Yoga was fun? Holy fuck, yoga was hell. Bending and reaching and holding poses and breathing and fuck.
Breathe in, forward fold. Breathe out, halfway lift. Breathe in, forward fold. Breathe out, step back, plank.
Aspen's melodic and evil voice cued our moves. Since I had no idea what most of what she said meant, I kept one eye on Mallory. And because watching her bend and move was hot as fuck. But I was too miserable to appreciate how flexible she was. Plank I could do. I held myself at the top of a push-up.
Go through your flow and meet me in downward dog.
I lost count of how many times she said that, and I still didn't have it. Watching Mallory again, I lowered myself into a low push-up, then back up in a weird stretchy sphinx pose, then shifted back, ass up, and into downward dog. From the 30 other times or so we'd been in this position, I knew Aspen would hold us here for at least a few seconds. I took those few moments to turn my head and gaze upside down at Mallory, only to discover she was looking at me, and smiling, grinning really. Then she gave me that same funny face when I told the first graders at the assembly about communicable diseases. I couldn't help but grin back.
"Doing okay?"
she asked. "This is fucking hard," I replied, shifting my palms on the mat.
"It's fun,"
she replied. Her long hair was up in a sloppy bun on top of her head, and her cheeks were flushed from exertion. I was sweating like a pig. "Is it extra hot in here?"
"Yeah, it's not quite hot yoga, but the heat's turned up."
"Who the hell turned the heat up for a workout?" "Why?"
"To make you sweat."
She said, but probably wanted to add on, duh.
"Right leg up and back," Aspen cued.
Mallory stuck her right leg up and out behind her. I followed.
"Bring it up, curl knee to nose."
I brought my knee up underneath me, but there was no way in hell it was getting anywhere near my nose. I wasn't that flexible, and I felt my core quiver at the attempt. I grunted, and Mallory laughed. I got frustrated and growled. Mallory kept right on laughing.
"Plant your foot, warrior 2.
I looked to Mallory and followed. She came up into a stance with her front leg bent, back leg straight out behind, arms up and out at shoulder height, moving almost effortlessly. I was lightheaded and sweat dripped down my temples. I grabbed the hem of my t-shirt and wiped my face.
"Peaceful warrior."
Mallory leaned back, stuck her right arm straight up. I grunted at the flex in my back when I mimicked her.
"Extended side angle."
Mallory dropped her arm and leaned forward, rested her elbow on her right knee. I copied her again. "You do this all the time?" I murmured. Mallory grinned.
"I love it. Theo, you look miserable."
This isn't fun, I said, my right thigh burning from holding the pose.
There's no winning in yoga, she said. You don't have to do anything perfect,
said the woman holding a perfect pose and glistening with sweat, not melting like a snowman in July like I was.
That's right, Mallory, Aspen said, picking up on Mallory's words. You're here. You showed up for class. That's yoga. If you can't smile while doing yoga, when can you smile?
I gave the woman, who seemed so quiet and placid but was actually a ruthless taskmaster, a doubtful look.
Life's not easy. Shit happens, she added.
The others in the class hooted and called out their agreement from their extended side-angle misery. My mind immediately went to all the trauma patients I had over the years, which was pretty much a daily occurrence, then to the last one, the boy who died in surgery. Shit definitely happened, and when it did, I was supposed to feel something. Anger, sadness.
This is easy, Aspen pushed on. Simple. Just be. There's no competition, no winning. Just be.
Just be, I muttered. Have fun.
Yes, let's have some fun, Aspen added, seemingly taking my words to heart. Time for bird of paradise pose.
Everyone started to laugh and groan, which meant I wasn't going to like it. On her mat in front of the class, Aspen moved into the pose we were all holding, then added on. I listened and watched her with growing horror.
Bind your hands, bring your right foot back to your left, then slowly lift, 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 then foot to the sky.
Holy fuck. I whispered, rising up out of the pose, and stared at Aspen in disbelief. She was standing on one foot, her arm wrapped around her back and the other around her leg that was raised in the air and pointed toward the sky. She looked like she was in Cirque du Soleil or some other contortionist show, or a bird of paradise flower. I looked on as everyone in the class started to work on the pose to varying degrees of success, talking and laughing as they tried. One woman got her hands bound, one arm behind the back, the other through the legs to have the hands clasped together. She got her feet together, but that was it. She looked tangled, bent over like she was. Another was slowly lifting her leg, balancing precariously. Then there was Mallory, who got her leg up just like Aspen, then stumbled and fell out of the pose. She laughed and tried again. This time she failed at bringing her legs together, stumbled, then stood and laughed some more. I couldn't help but smile at her efforts. The way she tried, failed, and just had fun. I shook my head amused. She turned to me, eyes rolling. You try. I held up my hand. Hell no.
Just the bind.
Just the bind. As if that didn't look hard enough. I gave her a look, but she gave me a look back. Fuck. I muttered before shifting into the initial pose, but couldn't figure out how my arms went from there. Mallory took my left arm and bent it behind my back as she helped move my right to reach beneath my thigh and then behind.
Good,
she praised as I struggled to reach the tips of my fingers together, then curled in and clung. Barely. My breathing was ragged from exertion, the sweat falling non-stop.
Now bring your legs together, she added.
The soft feel of her hand on my hip had me attempting. I felt like I'd been hog-tied while trying to stand upright at the same time. An inch, then another. Then I lost my balance and tipped, but I let go of my hold and stopped my fall. I stood, caught my breath, and found myself smiling. Everyone clapped for me, and Aspen came over and squeezed my arm. I felt my cheeks heat with embarrassment. Mallory gave me a spontaneous hug, then pulled back laughing.
See? Fun!
I shook my head at her glee, at the class's praise at my sad efforts. I'd failed, all my faults and weaknesses on display, but nothing happened. No one yelled, no one shamed me, no one died. I'd been applauded and hugged because it was just yoga. As Aspen settled everyone down into their mats for the winding down of class, which from what I could tell was to lie on your back and take a nap, I realized I took shit way too seriously. I just tried to turn myself into a fucking pretzel and I was pissed that I failed. Of course I failed. I never imagined even trying, ever. But I did at Mallory's prodding. And I'd felt serious, then ridiculously silly, then amused. Once settled on my mat, eyes closed, Mallory's hand found mine and held it. And didn't let go. Chapter 31. Mallory. We ended up at the pizza place after class, having put in our order with Otis when we came in and seated at a two-top in the corner. Now we were arguing. "I'm not going back," he said, taking a hearty gulp from his water glass. "Why not? You did great." He leaned forward. "I did it with the hopes of getting in your pants." My mouth fell open in surprise. He wasn't shy or reserved in his sexuality. I just hadn't expected him to admit it outright in a restaurant. Seeing you in those snug clothes was a perk. I narrowed my eyes at his look, the look that said he wasn't lying, that he was hungry, and for more than just pizza. "You've got a pretty fine ass yourself," I said, turning it back around on him. "And other parts." I licked my lips and he got my drift. His gaze was heated and now his face was hot. This banter wasn't working. I was getting turned on. I wasn't experienced with it. The last time I did it, I got arrested. It was one thing to sling innuendos around when they meant nothing, which was what I thought was the case in Las Vegas. It was another when it was with a guy, the only guy to give me orgasms. And good ones. It was as if the seal had been broken on my need for sex. Now that I knew what it was like, at least almost sex, I was insatiable. "Theo," I whispered. "After we have our pizza," he said, picking up on my need. His dark gaze dropped to my lips. "Then I'll eat you." I tried to stifle a whimper, but he heard it. The corner of his mouth tipped up. "Here it is," Otis said, setting a small pizza on the table between us, forcing us to lean back in our seats. "Going to introduce me to your friend, Mal?" Otis hovered over our table, waiting. "Otis, this is Theo James. He's Mav's brother." Otis had met Mav a bunch since he and Bridge frequently ordered carry-out. "Theo, meet Otis. This is his place." They shook hands and Otis eyed him, then me, then him, then me again. Otis leaned toward me and whispered, "This guy know about your talented vagina?" I gasped, completely and totally appalled. He remembered what Bridge and I asked him the week before about whether he was looking for a talented vagina when sleeping with a woman. The little shit turned it around on me. The grin on his face and the wink screamed payback. With a quick glance at Theo, I knew he heard. His jaw clenched, and the way he looked at Otis, I worried he was going to do him harm and not treat him for his injuries after. "What did you just say to her?" Theo asked, his voice low and, deadly. He pushed his chair back as if ready for a confrontation. I stood, pushed Otis back a few steps, making him laugh. "You're an idiot," I told him, just like usual with my brother or one of his friends. "It's a joke, an inside joke." I added for Theo's benefit. Otis laughed and I blushed furiously. I pushed him again. He was big and would have stood up to me if he really wanted, but he'd had his fun. "Go away, you moron." He walked off smartly behind the counter where it was probably safer. Before I could sit, Theo tugged me down onto his lap. I had no choice but to look at him. We weren't the only ones eating. A few tables were occupied with others having a casual dinner. "Did you sleep with him?" he asked, his voice a whisper and right in my ear. His warm breath fanned my neck and I shivered. His voice was deep, his body tense. I swallowed hard. "With Otis?" I cringed. No. He's one of my brother's friends. I've known him forever, and that's just weird." "Then why did he call your vagina talented?" he murmured. I glanced around, but no one was paying us any attention. I squirmed on his lap because I realized he was jealous, and that made me hot. Leaning in close, I whispered right back, "You had your fingers in me. Besides being wet, did you find it talented?" I felt a growl reverberate through his chest more than hear it. "You said if I wanted to have sex, it would be with you," I said. Against my hip, I felt how hard he was. My pussy clenched, wanting that inside me, and not my mouth. "That's right." I set my palm on his jaw, felt the softness of his short beard. "I had my appointment yesterday. Got the shot. I'm covered." Theo stood abruptly, set me on my feet. Pulling out his wallet, he tossed money on the table and dragged me out the door like a caveman. But not before I heard Otis call, "Have fun, kids." "Have fun?"
With a possessive, eager Theo? Yes, please.
Chapter 32. Theo. I'd never met anyone who tested my patience like Mallory. I understood now, perhaps, why people got hooked on drugs. The euphoria, the pure bliss of being lost in something was addictive. She and that ridiculously talented vagina of hers was addictive. I knew what she felt like when she came. I knew what she tasted like. I knew what she looked like. But I hadn't gotten inside her, and that was going to be dangerous. Because if my dick craved her without even being surrounded by her tight, wet heat, I wasn't sure if I could handle fucking her. I was willing to take the risk. We made it as far as slamming the front door behind us before I had my mouth on her. Thank fuck the pizza place was only around the corner. Any further and I'd have bent her over the nearest parked car. My tongue was in her mouth, my hands in her hair, and cupping her ass. She practically climbed my body. Fuck, she was a good kisser.
Theo, please.
She was as desperate as me. But I was the one who knew what the hell was going to happen. Sure, her 16-year-old boyfriend's 2 thrusts gave her an idea, but this experience was going to be vastly different. What do you want? I asked.
You.
She said, kissing along my jaw while tugging up the hem of my sweatshirt. You've got me.
I want your dick.
You can put it down your throat any time you want. Fuck, that had been insane. My balls were heavy and ached with that possibility again.
No, you need to fuck me right now.
I spun her about, pressed her into the door, rolled my hips. I wanted to take her to bed, to at least give her something soft at her back, but that wasn't going to happen. Not this time. Not with her frantic hands giving up on my sweatshirt and reaching into my workout shorts and taking hold of me. Fuck, I said, thrusting into her tight hold. I couldn't help the little laugh that escaped. Her eagerness was an insane turn-on, and I didn't want to come from a handjob. Okay. I stepped back and her hand slipped away. Pulling out my wallet, I grabbed the condom I put there just in case. I wasn't a Boy Scout, but it seemed my dick was always prepared. Holding it up, I let her see it, to know what it implied. She didn't respond, only frantically toed off her sneakers as she worked her tight yoga pants down her hips. I didn't know if she had panties on underneath, because if she did, they fell to her ankles too. Before I could get the condom wrapper open, she towed the stretchy pants off one foot. Hurry, she breathed. She was bare for me from the waist down. Take off your top, I requested. She shook her head, snagged the condom from my hold, and pushed my shorts down, just enough so my dick sprang free.
No time.
With very sure hands, she rolled the condom down my length, and the feel of her fingers on me pushed me over the edge. Mallory, bare pussy, condom-covered dick. It was time. I stepped into her again, hooked a hand behind her knees and picked her up, pressed her into the door. I stared into her pale eyes. You sure? Her eyes were blurry with need. She was breathing harder than she had at yoga class. Her cheeks were flushed. She was sure, but I needed to hear her say it.
Yes.
You wet? No way was I taking her if she wasn't ready. With one hand on her bare ass and using the door to hold her up, I reached between us, found her pussy, found it soaked.
Theo!
She cried and grabbed the back of my head, tugged my hair.
If you don't fuck me right now, I'm going to...
I didn't let her finish, just shifted my hips enough so my dick was at her entrance, then thrust up and tugged her down at the same time. Fuck, I cried. She moaned and clenched around me and pulled my hair. She was so fucking tight. Her inner walls rippled around me, adjusting to being filled. She'd barely ever had a dick in her before, and I was big. I was cramming her full, and I hadn't prepared her. I dropped my face into her neck, licked and sucked at her damp skin, trying to hold still, to let her adjust.
Theo,
she whispered, angling her head. I pulled back, met her blue eyes. Okay, she nodded. You took all of me. She nodded again. Ready to get fucked? Her inner walls clenched and she nodded a third time. Good. Now you're going to find out what it's really like. I pulled back, then punched deep. With each thrust, I used her hips and pulled her down on me. I wasn't gentle, I couldn't be. Not when her heels were pressed into my ass, getting me to go deeper.
Yes,
she cried, pressing her head into the door. I wished I could see her perfect tits, bite and suck at those tips, but she was covered in several layers. Sweatshirt, stretchy top, and sports bra. I'd savor the rest of her body later, but right now, it was to get her off on a dick for the first time. My dick. There was no way I could reach her clit in this position. Our bodies were too tight together, but I could touch her somewhere else. And I did. Her eyes opened and flared wide as I pressed my thumb gently against her back door. I continued to fuck up into her as we looked at each other. Like that? I asked. She didn't answer because she probably wasn't sure. So I moved my thumb, collected some of her wetness, and coated that place that no one had touched before, then pressed in ever so slightly, like she had with me.
Theo.
Just my name, nothing more, but I felt her little rosette clench, her pussy squeeze. I grinned. That's it. I knew you'd be wild. Whatever you need, Tiger, I'll give it to you. My balls drew up and I could feel my orgasm creeping up on me. I was going to come. I wasn't sure if I could hold it off, though. She was too responsive, too wet, too tight, too fucking perfect. She licked her lips.
Please,
she begged. More? I continued to circle her carefully, even though my thrusts were anything but.
More.
Roll your hips, rub your little clit, and while I play with this virgin hole.
Oh, God, your dirty talk.
A smile tugged at my mouth as I carefully worked the pad of my thumb into her ass, carefully stretching her open. If she wanted ass play, I'd give it to her, but with lube and a lot of prep. This was just a glimmer, a test, to see what got her hot, or got her off, because that was exactly what happened. Her hips rolled with a need to come and nudged my slickened thumb into her a little deeper, while I never stopped fucking her with my dick. I felt the end of her with how deep she took me.
Fuck!
She screamed as she came, squeezing my dick so hard it was difficult to get nice and deep. Her scream was so loud I felt immense male satisfaction that I could please her so well. Caveman, Neanderthal, whatever. She was riding my dick and I was satisfying my woman. Yeah, my woman. Because when I came my dick so deep in her that she'd feel me for days, I knew I was addicted. When she was slumped in my hold, our breaths finally slowing down, I reached up, stroked her hair back, although only a few wild strands had come loose from her bun. First time was against the door. Now I fuck you in a bed.
Chapter 33. Mallory.
Someone keeps texting you.
Theo commented when my cell chimed from the other room, again. I sat on the edge of his bed, reaching down and pulling on my leggings. I'd tangled them earlier, not caring what happened to them in my haste to get naked. We'd had sex 2 more times, 2, before Theo climbed out of bed and tugged on his boxers. I knew that was my sign it was time to go. The fact that he said he'd drive me home couldn't have been any clearer that I wasn't welcome to linger. That this had been sex and nothing more. Really amazing, insane, unbelievable sex. Like, why had I held off for so long kind of sex? Except I had a feeling it was sex with Theo that made it so hot, and that I was probably ruined for all other men. I'd gone from low to no expectations to now insanely high ones that were probably unstoppable. While we'd had sex 3 times total, the number of orgasms was way higher than that. I didn't know I was multi-orgasmic, or that there were so many different ways to fuck. Pressed up against the door had been rough, wild, frantic. I'd wanted him in me so bad I hadn't thought it through. Hell, I hadn't thought about much of anything. He hadn't been gentle, not that I'd wanted it, filling me completely and really, really fast with a shift of his hips. It didn't hurt, like in a take my virginity sort of way. That had happened, and I had a vibrator for practice. But Theo's dick? Huge. And talented. And hit all kinds of spots inside I didn't know I had. It was doing it with Theo that made it so good. I wanted it to be him, to feel him inside me, for him to take me. Then again in bed after he'd stripped me bare and pretty much worshipped every inch of me. It'd been good because I was doing all those things with him. Skill aside, I wasn't sure if it would have been as good with Tom, the history teacher. He was attractive, but the chemistry, the only I'd ever felt for a man, was shared with Theo. I didn't expect to spend the night or anything. This had been completely spontaneous. Hell, if I'd known I'd have gone from yoga to Theo's front door to his bed, I'd have worn a cuter sports bra, at a minimum. Of course there hadn't been sexy lingerie or seduction. It had been instant need. 1 minute we were staring at each other across the small table at Otis's. The next, Theo's all growly and possessive and slamming me up against his front door. The need had been soothed, for now. Except there was more than need. There was want, too. I wanted Theo, and I was afraid it was for more than just sex. My phone chimed again from the other room, prompting me that I'd been daydreaming. Although the dull ache between my thighs would be a long-term real reminder. My mother, I told him. I glanced at him over my shoulder, then stood, tugging my leggings up the rest of the way. I only had on my pants and sports bra at this point. The rest of my clothes were in a pile beside me on the unmade bed. "That's nice that you're close," he said, pulling on a pair of jeans, sliding up the zipper. Clothed, unclothed, half-clothed. Theo was gorgeous. "We're not." He stopped in the process of putting on a shirt he just pulled from a dresser, waited. "She wants money," I explained. Cheryl's behavior was no secret, especially from Bridget. And probably Mav now, too. For whatever it is this time. I had no idea what it could be now. Oh yeah, the car repair bill, which I never paid. "What was it last time?" He stuck his head through the hole of his shirt, pulling it down over his torso. A torso I'd licked not 20 minutes earlier. His hair was a tousled mess, because of my fingers. Rent, electricity bill, groceries. Although this is probably another car repair. I stood and it was my turn to put my shirt on. Before I pulled it on, I saw him eyeing my chest in my sports bra. Yeah, not remotely sexy. "Is she okay? And your dad?" "My dad is fine. I'm sure he's in his recliner watching some game show right now with his beer and cigarettes. My mother is not okay," I grumbled, tugging my shirt down. "I mean, relatively speaking, she doesn't need a doctor or anything. She's, well, Arlo calls her a moocher." "Arlo's your brother." I nodded. "Does she bother him for money?" I snagged my sweatshirt and carried it into the other room. I found my shoes and socks by the front door. "No, she's his stepmom, so I'm the child to pester." "Do you want her to stop?" I spun and looked at him, leaning against the bedroom doorway. He was earnest in his questions, but they reminded me of Arlo's same ones. "Yes, I want her to stop telling me I have to do it because it's my fault her life is ruined." He frowned. "How did you ruin her life?" "By being born." I muttered, then dropped onto the edge of the sofa to put my shoes and socks on. Wait, what?" He came over and squatted down before me when I didn't answer, even forced my chin up with his fingers. "What do you mean?" I sighed. She reminds me all the time when she got pregnant with me. Her chances of being a model were over. "You weren't there when your parents had sex." I gave him a weird look, kind of like the one I made right before I threw up because gross. "It was her fault." He added, but I didn't like thinking about being a fault. My cell chimed again, and I rolled my eyes. "Doesn't matter." "My father didn't give a shit about me or my brothers," he admitted. "He was an asshole." "You don't take his calls?" I asked. "He's dead." The way he said it, with the flatness of someone who wasn't the least bit sad about it, revealed more about their father-son relationship than anything else. All 4 James brothers were good men. Nice, kind, gentlemen, at least Theo was until he wasn't. I had to wonder what made the guys so hated. "So no." I stood, forcing him to stand as well or fall on his ass. "I'm sorry to hear about your father." He shrugged, going to the front door and grabbing his keys from the little side table where he dropped them when we came in, all hot and heavy. "I'm not. Ask Mav. Our dad fucked younger women. Like, just legal. That messed with Mav over Bridget," I imagined. "With Dex, it turns out the guy would drop him off at hockey practice and go off and fuck some of the moms, or snack bar workers." I wrinkled my nose, thinking of an older guy skeeving on the college girls who worked at the Winter Complex. "Silas, not sure of his issues yet with the guy, but I'm sure they'll surface one of these days when we drink too much." "And you?" He shrugged. "My father was a narcissist, but he pretty much ignored me. I had it easy." Thinking of Cheryl, I wondered if being ignored would be so much better. I'd know where I stood then. Nowhere in her life. I can't just cut her off, I said, switching back to Cheryl. Why not? She's an adult. His own experiences skewed his perspective. He wouldn't understand because the situation wasn't anything like his had been. Because, I said again, not wanting to say it out loud. She was the one person who was supposed to offer unconditional love. I barely remembered Bridget's parents before they died, but they'd been awesome. Then Lindy took over and pretty much raised me and Bridget together since my parents weren't the greatest. I just always hoped I was worth more to Cheryl than just being a piggy bank. He must have sensed I wasn't sharing more because he took my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. A kiss. I held onto his jacket as he took his time. This wasn't hurried, and it felt more intimate than the sex we just had. As if he was trying to soothe me with his mouth. It was working. I felt safe with him. Not only was he in tune with me sexually, but he seemed aware of my needs, that I could seek comfort from him. After some indeterminate time, he led me to his car. Kissing and talking about our parents was over, so was our time together. 10 minutes later, I was well sexed and opened my apartment door and saw my roommate and her boyfriend getting well sexed on the couch. They came up for air and Maggie covered up her bare chest with one of the throw pillows. Mal, hi. She smiled and looked only a little embarrassed. Hi, I said, turning toward the kitchen and grabbing a drink from the fridge. I heard them moving around in the other room, and a second later she came into the kitchen. Guess what? She asked, grinning. You had an orgasm? She laughed. Well, we were getting there, but this. She stuck out her hand and showed me a ring. We're engaged. Nate, Maggie's boyfriend, came in, slung an arm around her shoulder. He was shirtless and grinning. I couldn't help but smile at their happiness. A weird feeling came over me, hot and sharp and oppressive, like jealousy and sadness. These two fooling around and making out, loving each other, getting engaged. Then there was me getting sex 3 times in a row and dropped off at home right after. Anyone would have thought that instead of getting naked with lots of big dick from Theo, we'd innocently watched Dex play hockey on TV. The sex had been intense, but Theo and I shared nothing like what was so blatant between these two. Love, affection, a connection that was more than just chemistry. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you, I said. I was, truly. Nate's living here now. He gave up his place in Javier and... I blinked and my stomach dropped. What, here? Our apartment was small. 2 small bedrooms, 1 even smaller bathroom. I got transferred here, he explained, brushing his hair back from his face. He glanced at Maggie, then kissed the top of her head as if he couldn't stop himself. Oh, wow. Great. So yeah, I think that you'll have to move out because we want to be on our own. I knew that was coming next, but wow. Her words weren't cruel, but fueled from a need to be alone with her new fiancé. The lease was in her name. I'd only taken over a sublet and now renting a room to help her cover expenses until Mrs. Johnsdoiter sold. I didn't have a legal standing here, although I didn't really want to linger living with her if they were going to be all hot and heavy all the time, which they would be. Mav and Bridge were, gag, and I didn't have to live with them. Nate nuzzled her neck and Maggie giggled. His hand slid down her back and gave her ass a squeeze. Right, I'll just be in my room. I scooted past them and into my bedroom, closed the door. Through the thin wood and walls, I couldn't miss how they got right back at it. I heard her bedroom door close, thank God, so there'd be 2 doors between their sexy times and me. I pulled out my cell, read through Cheryl's texts, which I'd ignored until now. You didn't pay the repair bill. Mallory, answer me. Don't be rude to your mother. Pay the bill before the manager of the service center calls you. Why are you so mean to me? If I paid for the car repair, it would shut her up, get her off my back, at least for a little while. And she'd stop saying I was mean. I sighed. I couldn't win because I couldn't pay the bill whether I was mean or not. I hadn't had much time to think about a lawyer for my court date next week. I could get a public defender, but did they even believe I was innocent? Would he or she care about my fate one way or the other? I didn't know lawyers in Las Vegas, but I knew 2 who might. Maggie's headboard started to slam against the wall, breaking me from my thoughts. Wham, wham, wham. That and now she was crying out and not in pain, probably a lot like I had earlier. I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. I couldn't stay here, couldn't listen to them hump like rabbits. I grabbed a bag, stuffed clothes for work into it along with my makeup kit and a few other things, then went to the only place I could think of. It wasn't Theo's. He made it obvious that while I was the woman he wanted to sleep with, I wasn't sleeping over. It wasn't Arlo's because I was too old for his couch, and since he kept late hours with the bar, he'd wake me up, then I'd wake him up in the morning when I got up for school in turn. It sure as hell wasn't my parents. Mav and Bridge also fucked like rabbits, so there was only one place left. Lindy's empty house. She'd moved to be with Dex in Denver, although she had no intention of selling the place. In fact, she and Dex had said they wanted to settle there after he retired in a few years. For now, I was a squatter.
Chapter 34. Theo. Wednesday, we fucked. It pretty much went like this. I texted for her to be at my house again at 6. She arrived, went to the couch, pulled down her jeans and panties to just below her ass, then bent over the armrest. I'd almost come in my pants but barely held off until I got her to come twice, my dick buried nice and deep. Oh, and my thumb in her ass. Then we'd gotten delivery from the Thai restaurant Mallory recommended. Then before she could put her chopsticks down, I manhandled her onto the floor and ate her out until she came. Twice. Yeah, I was a fucking caveman with the best dessert ever. Only then did I flip her over, pull her up onto her knees and pull her hair as I took her from behind again. Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Sex was adventurous. Holy fucking hell. It was snowing and the roads were shit. I said I'd pick her up. Not that she didn't drive in snow all winter long and she'd already been out in it going to work, but still. She'd resisted, but I told her the only way she'd sit on my lap and ride my dick, a position we hadn't done yet, was if I picked her up. That was how I discovered she was staying at Lindy's house. I brushed the snow off my head and coat when she let me in the front door. "Why are you staying here?" I asked. She quickly shut the door behind me, cutting off the cold air. She had on a black skirt with a flannel shirt and must have ditched her boots by the door because she only had tights that covered her legs and feet. Because my roommate got engaged and her boyfriend, fiancé, moved in with her and they're fucking like rabbits. I don't want to hear it. I grinned, reached out, and stroked her cheek. It clearly bothered her. I guess if I had a roommate ever, I'd be annoyed too. Probably jealous of them getting some and I wasn't. "We fuck like rabbits," I reminded.
I thought rabbits had sex all the time. We only have it scheduled for 6.
"Do you want it at another time?" I asked. I'd schedule it for whenever she wanted. She raised a brow as if the question was odd.
"Well, she didn't kick me out on the street. I need to be out by the end of the month," she continued. The sex spurred me to relocate quickly.
I looked around. Lindy's house, Bridges too technically, although she was permanently in Mav's place, was homey and warm. Nothing like any house I'd ever lived in. My parents' house had been a mansion, massive, a showpiece. My apartment in Denver was where I slept and not much else since I pretty much lived at the hospital. Dex's apartment had been the same way. He was rarely there, traveling for hockey for most of the year, but Lindy was putting her stamp on the place now that it was hers as well. Mav's rental here was huge and looked like a ski lodge. It wasn't their permanent house. I figured they would build something once the James Inn was complete. Silas's place wasn't all that much different. We never had a home like this one as an example. The furniture was a random mix of old stuff from her parents' time and new pieces they must have picked up over the years. The kitchen appeared to have some brand new appliances, probably a result of the tree falling on the house over the summer. It was lived in and comfortable. "Nice place," I commented. "Cozy." Mallory looked around, smiled at the place fondly, as if it were a person and she had intense feelings for it.
"I pretty much grew up here. Lindy's pretty much my mom, but don't tell her that because she'll feel old. See that dent in the wall?"
I looked to where she pointed.
"I was mad when I didn't get the role of Sandy in the school musical Grease, and I kicked the wall."
I knew the movie and imagined Mallory as Sandy, all sweet and innocent but underneath naughty as fuck. Yeah, that was her all right. "Stay here then. I'm sure she won't mind." She shook her head, moving into the family room.
No, it's not mine. I'm okay crashing here, but I won't take advantage.
I frowned. I'm sure Lindy and Bridget won't think that way.
I'm getting a place of my own. The little house I told you about. It's going to be mine.
The gleam of determination in her eyes made me proud. It also made me want to see it happen. It sounded like she got the shaft from her mother, which I could relate, and needed a place to call her own. I wanted to help her, to make her life easier, to see her smile. There was something about Mallory I couldn't get enough of, and it wasn't just her pussy or her unbelievably talented mouth.
I won't have to worry about roommates, she continued, or parents, or listening to others having sex.
I approached her then, cupped her jaw, then slid my hand around to tangle my fingers in her ponytail, then tugged. Speaking of sex, I want you to ride me. Her eyes widened and a flush swept prettily up her neck and cheeks.
Ride you?
I nodded, took her hand, and pulled her over to the couch. From my back pocket, I pulled out a condom I tucked in there before I left my place and dropped it onto one of the cushions. Then I went to work on the buttons of her shirt. She licked her lips. That way you set the pace, and I can lick and suck on your pretty nipples. A slow smile crept across her face. One thing about Mallory, she wasn't shy. When she liked something, she went for it, like that blowjob the other day. I'd been imagining her on my lap, cock buried deep all fucking day. She reached for my jeans as I pushed her top off her shoulders. She let it fall to the floor as she got my zipper down, then jeans and boxers lowered. Barely. My dick sprang out as if eager and excited for her. With a hand on my chest, she pushed and I dropped down on the cushion. I couldn't help but laugh. Then it ended quickly when she gave me the naughtiest, sexiest looks, like me and my dick were at her mercy. She reached under her skirt, worked off the tights, and hopefully her panties down and off. When she stopped and moved to climb on my lap, I stopped her. Wait, lift your skirt. She frowned, not pleased to be stalled in her quest to ride my dick. But I needed to know she was ready, and I wanted a little show. Grabbing the bottom of the flared material, which fell to just above her knees, she raised it. Higher. Higher still until it was about her waist in the front and I could see her pussy. Wet? I asked. Need to make sure that pussy's ready for me. She put her fingers between her thighs and swiped, and fuck me. Raised her fingers to show me they were glistening. She was soaked. Get over here, woman. I growled. She took a step closer, and I was able to hook a hand around her waist and pull her down. When she was settled with her knees on either side of my hips, she put her sticky fingers to my lips and I sucked them clean. Now her taste was on my tongue and I was addicted. To her, the fact that she was right there with me. Eager, ready. I reached for the condom and had that fucker on in record time. Up. I growled, and she went up on her knees. Grasping the base of my covered dick, I lined it up with her entrance. Down. And that was the last of me being in control, because Mallory rode my dick with a wild abandon that made me lose my fucking mind. She was rocking and bucking like a cowgirl on the back of a Mustang. Her cries of pleasure, my name, and every swear word she didn't want to say echoed off the family room walls. I wasn't all that quiet either. I told her she was a good girl, that she rode me so well, that her pussy was made just for my dick and only my dick. I may have even said, take it, take all of it. Until the doorbell rang and she froze with my dick buried deep. Turning our heads, we looked out the front window. There at the curb was a police car, blue emergency lights spinning on top, an officer at the door. So as for Thursday's sex with Mallory, it was so good that the neighbor, Mr. Van Meyer, thought someone was being murdered. Friday morning, I told Verna I was going to be a little late, went and bought Mallory a house and the old man next door some earplugs.
Chapter 35. Mallory. What do you mean you're crashing at a Vegas call girl's apartment? Bridge asked. It was Saturday and I was at her and Mav's place for lunch. She'd pulled me into one of the downstairs bathrooms when I told her my plans about Tuesday's court appearance. The guys, including Silas, who'd flown up for the weekend, were out on the patio manning the grill. While it was a cold day, the snow had barely melted from the storm, Mav was cooking hamburgers. They'd shifted their dinner to lunchtime since I was working behind the bar for Arlo tonight. I'd made good tips the night before, enough to hopefully cover the lawyer's fee. Even though the guys were outside, she dragged me to the other end of the house. It was great she was ensuring my secret stayed just that, a secret. But I was more inclined to think she was afraid we'd be interrupted. "I'm crashing at a Vegas call girl's apartment," I confirmed. She pushed her glasses up her nose and looked at me like I was crazy. Maybe I was, and not just for the sleepover with my new hooker friends. The night before, the police had cut off the very loud, very amazing sex with Theo. When she dragged me in here, at first I thought it was because she'd heard about that, but no. It was about my arrest and ensuing court date. I had no idea who I was any longer. It was sex, sex, sex. Having sex loud enough for the cops to be called. Being arrested for selling my body for sex, sex. Sex with Theo, though. Gugh. I melted for him, craved him, liked him. What? What do you mean, what? She pushed. They're my friends. I thought of Annie and Trixie and how they'd kept me from freaking out being put in jail that night. It had been really flipping scary. Until they started chatting me up and gave me the sexy times tips that had come in very handy. Are you being serious? Don't be judgy. I'm not judgy. She countered, absently straightening a hand towel. The powder room was as polished as the rest of the house, with a frosted window to let in tons of light and a heated toilet seat. They're strangers. They're my friends, I repeated. You forget I can make friends anywhere. She huffed. Like in lockup? Exactly. I countered, a little hurt. She made it sound like I was a serial offender, where I hung out on a Saturday night to catch up just for fun. Both women are really nice. I needed to find a local lawyer to represent me, and they're the only people I know in this city to get a referral. Did they find you one? I nodded, then smiled. Yeah, and she, the lawyer, said she'd represent me. Cheap. Trixie had connected me with the woman, and we talked for a short time about my case. That would be a quick 10 minutes in court, and she was sure the charges would be dropped. She charged me only for the time before the judge, since she would already be at the courthouse for Trixie and Annie's hearings. Bridge eyed me warily. Cheap like you're going to end up doing hard time because she's incompetent, or cheap because she feels sorry for you? Probably the latter. I thought for a moment because she was making me doubt myself and the lawyer. Hopefully not the first. Mal, she sighed. If Annie and Trixie haven't had any charges stick and they really are soliciting, then I feel confident she'll get me off. I did. Aspen's manifesting in action. She was quiet for a moment. What's your plan, then? I'm driving down on Monday, crash on Annie's couch that night. My court appearance is at 9:30 on Tuesday morning. Then I'll drive back. I checked, and the flight costs so much more than it would to drive. You can use Mav's jet, I'm sure. She offered, sounding like someone becoming used to the very good things in life. Most people offered a shop vac or a ladder, not an airplane. I wasn't looking forward to the 13 hours in the highway, round trip, and I knew how nice the private jet was, but there was no way I could use it. I'd been ignoring Cheryl because I had no money to give her. I didn't want to hear her mean words or excuses, so I just didn't respond to her consistent texting and voicemails. I wasn't going to take advantage of Mav, or any of the James brothers for their plane. I hadn't earned it, and while I was sleeping with Theo, it wasn't a relationship. He'd made that clear with the whole come, clean up, and clear out routine. We were nothing like Bridge and Mav. Not a chance. I'll go with you then, she offered. Road trip. I shook my head. You have school. So do you. I took it off. I'll take it off. You can't explain a spontaneous Monday trip to Vegas with me to Mav, especially when we'll only be in town less than 12 hours. Not happening. I'll just tell him it's a secret. I gave her a look. Like that's going to go over with him. He'll get the truth out of you one way or another. A flush spread up her cheeks. Probably true. I'll be gone 2 days and it will be over. She sighed hard. Fine. But if things go wrong and you need money, you will come to me. I nodded, but that wasn't going to happen. I would not be like Cheryl. I got myself into this mess. I was going to get myself out of it.
Chapter 36. Theo. Through the windows, I'd watched Mallory and Bridget disappear into the depths of the huge house, Scout eagerly following. To talk, I was sure. Women talked a fucking lot. While I stood outside with Mav and Silas staring at a hot grill, I was missing out on time with Mallory. As soon as I saw Bridget back in the kitchen pulling a bowl of potato salad from the fridge, I ditched my brothers, who were arguing over the difference between hickory oak and applewood chips for smoking, and went inside. I didn't cook, nor give a shit about the complex nuances of grilling meat. I gave a shit about tracking down my woman. Yes, she was my woman. Because when the police rang the doorbell Thursday night at Lindy's house, when she was on my lap and getting her pleasure from my dick, hands and mouth, I'd gone possessive. No one saw Mallory like I did. Her flared skirt had covered her lower half, and our laps and her ass, and the fact that my dick was deep inside her. But one tit glistening, the nipple red and hard for me sucking on it, had been out since I tugged down the cup of her bra. That alone, just that one perfect bouncing tit exposed, was enough for me to go fucking caveman. I'd flipped her beneath me. I didn't give a shit if a police officer saw my bare ass and got her completely covered. Only then did we answer the door. Of course, Mallory knew the guy, Hunter, named after the town. Or the town was named after his family and his family named him after both, whatever. The guy knew it was cool Mallory was in the house and exactly what was up, only smirked and asked if either of us were being murdered. When I gave him a dark look, he smirked some more and told us to quiet down, then left. If answering complaint calls about overly loud sex was all the police department had, then this was one boring-ass town. That made it perfect. Needless to say, it had been a surprise, and now I wanted to check and make sure Mallory was okay, by giving her a good fast fuck. Getting her a quick and quiet orgasm would make me, no, her, feel better. I found her coming out of one of the ground floor bathrooms. I didn't give her a chance to say a word, just walked her backward, right back in there and closed the door behind us, careful not to catch Scout's nose, since he was curious and eager to hang with us. I heard a little disgruntled woof, then his toenails on the wood as he walked away. "Theo," she whispered, eyes wide at the way I pretty much cave-manned her into the bathroom. I just didn't grab her hair while doing so. Now she kept her voice down, although it made me hard as fuck remembering why she was so loud the day before. Me. "Wanted to make sure you're okay," I said, stroking her hair, which tonight was down, and silky soft. "After Thursday and all, didn't get a chance last night. I'd texted for our usual 6 o'clock fuck, but she said she was working at her brother's bar, that she was helping him out by filling in, so it had been almost 2 days since I got my hands on her. 2 long fucking days." She flushed, clearly just as embarrassed as she'd been the other night. I hadn't been embarrassed. I'd been fucking proud. And I probably owed that guy Hunter a beer. "I don't want to talk about it." "Good. Turn around and bend over the sink." Her mouth fell open. "What? Here? Now?" "Here. Now. I didn't get off yesterday. Unless you did it yourself with that dildo of yours. I'm sure you know that will never satisfy you like my dick can." She gasped as I grinned. "How did you know?" "I didn't. But you just gave yourself away." "Mav and Bridget are out there. God, Silas too." "Don't worry. They don't know about us." A look I'd never seen before crossed her face, then was gone. Sadness? No. Disappointment? No. Discontent? Worry? Who the hell knew? Not me. I pushed on. "Besides, this is going to be quick, but you're going to have to be quiet. Very, very quiet." She bit her lip, considered, then turned around. Fuck this woman. My dick was so hard for her. Had been all day. She set her hands on the edge of the fancy-ass sink, wiggled her hips and stuck her ass out. I glanced at her in the mirror as I tugged down her yoga pants and panties. I had my dick out and condom covered in seconds, but I didn't immediately push in. "You wet?" She squirmed as I cupped her from behind, soaked, then began to fuck her with 2 fingers. I watched her in the mirror. Gorgeous, flushed, aroused. Fucking mine.
Chapter 37. Mallory. I was in big trouble. I was close to coming, just from his talented fingers, like that very first night in the restaurant parking lot. My body responded to him like a dog to the rattling of kibble in a bowl. His deep voice asking me if I was wet and I was done for. Except, it was becoming completely and totally obvious, as if the mirror in front of me showed what was really going on here. I was getting fucked. Only fucked.
Don't worry, they don't know about us.
I was his dirty little secret. Mav wasn't being discreet by keeping what was going on between me and Theo quiet. He really didn't know his brother and I were having sex. I hadn't told Bridget. Why? Because it was just sex. Deep down, and not deep down in my vagina, I'd hoped for more from Theo. Maybe that was wrong of me, because when I told him my plans of wanting sex with Tom the history teacher, that had been just sex. Birth control for smart sex. Theo had taken that literally when he volunteered. Smart sex. He used condoms and I was covered by the birth control shot. But it seemed my vagina and heart were somehow connected, in ways I didn't even know until all the sexting started, because Theo's words hurt me. They don't know about us. He wasn't planning on telling or changing my status. I was now his fuck buddy. Enough where we were doing it sneakily in his brother's bathroom, or not sneakily and getting the cops called on us. But it was just sex. Fudge. The second he tried that bird of paradise pose during the yoga class on Tuesday, things changed. I liked Theo. No, if I was honest, probably a lot more than liked. He was actually really funny with the driest wit. Kind in a subtle sort of way. Definitely possessive the way he'd ensured Hunter never saw an inch of me even though he'd gotten an earful. Coming in here, he was checking on me. Perhaps like a guy checks the oil on his car, pulling the dipstick in and out, but still, he was asking, and getting ready to put his dipstick in. Unlike Theo, I wanted Mav and Bridget to know about us. For us to go out there and eat some steaks with Silas and talk about dating, being a couple, anything two people did who were into each other, besides sex. But Theo had different ideas, or only one, to sex me up, satisfy me. I'd wanted to have sex, to finally not be an almost virgin any longer. He'd done just that, was still doing it, and really, really well. Ah! I cried out when he pinched my clit between two fingers. My eyes flew to his in the mirror.
Where'd you go?
He asked. He was so much bigger than me, a contradiction of uptight and rugged that turned me on. He didn't style his hair any longer. It was a bit longer and unruly now, as if he was finally loosening up. I didn't even want to think about how sexy that beard was, or how it felt between my thighs. I shook my head, not wanting to tell him, not only because the truth would definitely drive him away. He wasn't looking for a clingy woman, and I wasn't a woman who'd stick around and linger on a guy who wasn't interested. He also had his fingers inside me, rubbing them masterfully over my G-spot in a way that had me panting and clenching around him. Now was definitely not the time. So sex it would be. Mav's going to call us to eat any time, I said. Think you're skilled enough to get me off before then?
Is that a challenge?
One sandy brown brow arched as he questioned me in the mirror.
You know I work best under pressure.
He lined up at my entrance, settled his hands on my hips. Do it, I said. If sex is all I get, let's make it good. He thrust in, pressing me against the lip of the pedestal sink, and fucked me to not one but two orgasms so fast. We were back in the kitchen before Mav even brought the burgers inside.
Chapter 38. Theo. How long have you been fucking Mallory? Silas asked, putting his seatbelt on in the passenger seat of my car. I put the key in the ignition and glanced his way. He was serious, but by the curve of his mouth, he was amused. I glanced at Mav's huge home, the log and stone exterior blending into the mountainside. A week. Sex as an intercourse, not that long, but I didn't think Silas was that technical. He'd flown in the other night, late, and was staying with me. One thing Bradley had done when we decided to keep the little house Dex had lived in was to get the second bedroom furnished. Good thing I'd been with Mallory at Lindy's house instead of at my place on Thursday, or Silas would have gotten an earful. Better the police showing on a noise complaint than me having to kill my own brother for seeing Mallory bent over the arm of my couch. Fuck, or on her knees. That's great, he replied. Never thought I'd see the day you settled into small-town life. I shrugged, started the car. It's actually not that bad. I made friends with the fire chief and even wowed a room full of 6-year-olds. You? 6-year-olds? I huffed. I know. I'm not sure who was more surprised. Me, Mallory, or all those first graders. You talked to Mallory's class. I nodded. He chuckled. Well, Hunter Valley agrees with you. Especially having a little firecracker like Mallory in the sack. I instantly saw red. I reached out, grasped his jacket, snarled. Watch it. He raised his hands. Whoa, chill. I took a deep breath, let it out, then put the car into gear and drove down the street. The pavement was completely clear of snow, even though we'd had about 8 inches the other night, but was piled along the curb. From what I imagined winter to be like in Hunter Valley, I doubted it would disappear before spring. All I mean is she's not Maud, thank fuck. I hadn't given Maud a second of thought since I walked into the exam room and found Mallory sitting there in a paper gown. Hell, for months before that, Mallory was my mission, a purpose, and it wasn't saving lives. It was giving her my dick and all the orgasms that went with it. Based on the way my balls were drained from the quickie in the bathroom and I was fucking chill, or had been until my brother started poking fun, the mission was a success. I couldn't get enough of her. My dick was getting hard all over again and wished it was Mallory beside me instead of Silas. Fuck. No one knows. In fact, how do you know? He turned and gave me a look. Seriously? You're not very subtle. Even Scout knows. I had no idea what that meant, especially since dogs didn't talk. Scout might be smart, but he wasn't Lassie. And Mallory had stayed quiet as she came. We hadn't been in the bathroom long. It was probably the quickiest quickie ever. To be honest, I didn't want to know the signs of how unsettled I was. I flicked the blinker, then slowed for the turn. Whatever, it's just sex. He studied me. What? Your sex life so bad you want to talk about mine? No way in hell he had a woman. If he did, he wouldn't be in Hunter Valley. He'd be hot and heavy with her right now. But no, he was with me. Then again, I was with him instead of Mallory, which wasn't much better. He frowned as I pulled into the driveway. Well played, asshole.
Chapter 39. Mallory. I can't believe she didn't give you any notice, Lindy said, her voice on speaker. Bridget and I were in her kitchen eating straight from our own cartons of ice cream. She leaned against the counter by the sink. I was beside the fridge facing her. I had to leave soon to go get ready for the shift at the bar, but for now we were snacking. We could see Dex's game on the flat screen in the great room. The game was in Boston, so Lindy was alone at their apartment in Denver. Since Silas and Theo left, Mav headed with Scout to the job site. The James Inn was getting closer to being done. The last I heard, the interior decorations were being done now. She got engaged. It's not like Maggie knew when it was coming. I sighed, jamming the spoon into my container of mint chocolate chip. I have until the end of the month to move out. I just don't want to listen to them having sex all the time between now and then. I was such a hypocrite for saying that, considering I'd forced Lindy's old next-door neighbor to do the very same thing with me and Theo. You're welcome to stay at the house for as long as you want, she offered. Dex has a game on Thanksgiving in Phoenix, so I'll go with him and enjoy the amazing weather. But we'll be up for Christmas, at least for a few days. Which meant I had a few weeks to get my shit together, although I really didn't want to stay that long. I glanced at Bridget, who was licking the rocky road from her spoon. How did you even know I was there? I wondered. I hadn't thought about it before. I was going to call and ask if I could crash for a day or two, but I was busy having sex with Theo. The alarm system. She'd had it installed before she moved to Denver. Since the house was going to sit empty, she and Dex thought it best if it was monitored, which meant so was I. And like I said, stay as long as you need. You know you're always welcome. Gosh, that was such a mom thing to say, and it made me blink back tears. The alarm system's supposed to text me when a door or window opens, Lindy continued. It worked, so thanks for testing that for me. Glad I could help, I muttered. Then I wondered what else that alarm system monitored, like emergency calls to the address. Suddenly I was done with my ice cream. If Lindy found out. Gah, if Bridge found out about me and Theo, then I was screwed. Literally by Theo himself, but figuratively because they couldn't know. Why? Because what was I going to say? I was casually and thoroughly sexting it up with Mav's brother? That I was using him for his dick? I couldn't tell them that Theo didn't want more. I wouldn't put them in the middle if all he was interested in me for was anything but sex. Clearly I wasn't worthy of a relationship. Why would I be? I'd been told all my life I wasn't enough, that I'd never be enough. Without words, Theo proved that. Didn't that fudging suck?
Chapter 40. Theo. I picked up my phone and sent Mallory a text. I have something for you.
Your dick?
No.
No?
Well, yes, you can always have my dick, but something else.
What is it?
Be there in an hour. I couldn't wait to see Mallory's face when she saw her present. I'd barely kept it a secret the day before when we were at Mav's for lunch, but the paperwork hadn't been signed. Now it was, with a lot of extra cash for the county clerk to push the deed through on the weekend. Between what she told me about her mom being difficult and having to work shifts at her brother's bar, even after her teaching job to save, I wanted to make it easy for her, to take care of her, to take on her troubles and make them go away. Whenever she talked about the little house, she lit up. So when I took her hand and led her to my car, then drove away from Lindy's house, she was confused.
What is it?
She asked. I laughed. I hadn't done that enough, and it seemed Mallory was pulling them from me. Verna and Jeff, even Mac, were all becoming good friends and colleagues. But Mallory, well, she was special. I had no idea what that even meant. I slowed in front of the house, then stopped at the curb, eager to share my excitement. Mallory looked to me, then Mrs. John Stoider's place. No, Mallory's.
Theo, what are we doing here?
This is what I have for you. I turned off the car, climbed out, and came around to open her door, but she was already climbing out.
What?
She asked when we were on the sidewalk. Your house. I said, pointing to the little white home. Wasn't it obvious? I pulled the keys from my coat pocket. I got you your house. She stared at the keys, then me. You got me my house. I took her hand, led her up the shoveled walk. I'd made her speechless, which was probably a first. Mrs. Johns Doiter was easily swayed with a cash payment. I even offered movers to pack her up, and she flew on the James Court jet this morning to her daughters in Texas.
You got rid of Mrs. Joinsdoiter.
She followed but almost tripped on a rise in the concrete where it had buckled a little over the years. That would have to be fixed. I didn't get rid of her. I just moved her along with a generous incentive. She wanted to be with her family, and you wanted her house.
How did you know about her family?
She asked, still confused. I met with her on Friday. Since she was standing on the wraparound front porch like she'd been hit on the head with a fly ball, I took the keys back and opened the front door. When it swung open, the hinges squeaked. Those needed some oil. Mallory stepped inside.
It's empty.
We'll move your things in tomorrow. She walked around the small living room, stared at the walls, the wood floors, everything, then back at me.
You bought Mrs. Johnsdoiter's house for me.
I smiled, eager to christen every room in the place. I went over to her, cupped her face and kissed her. Yes. She stepped back, looked at me with equal parts horror and anger, like one of those Disney villains with horns and smoke coming out of their heads.
You bought Mrs. Johnsdoiter's house for me?
She shouted, her voice echoing off the bare walls. Oh shit. Clearly I'd done something wrong. I just had no fucking clue what it might be.
Chapter 41.
Mallory. Yes,
he repeated, but suddenly not looking quite as confident as he had a few moments ago. Why? I asked, livid. He bought my house. For me. For me. He didn't let me do it. He took that from me. I was also mad at Mrs. Johnsdoiter. She'd promised me the house, that she'd reach out to me before anyone else when she finally decided to sell. I'd been saving, and even met with Mav's fancy financial planner to grow that nest egg. But no, a huge bank account instead of my shaky stash of cash clearly wasn't much of a debate for her.
Because you wanted it, and you were working so hard to save for it. The deed's in your name.
I stared at him, blinked. I wasn't sure if I wanted to strangle him or just walk away. After the past 2 weeks or so, he hadn't learned a thing about me besides how to get me to come, which made me feel like a whore. Not even a high-class call girl like Annie and Trixie. He was gifting me a fucking house for being a good lay.
I don't understand why you're so upset,
he said, setting his hands on my shoulders. I shrugged them off. Of course you don't. He was a billionaire. He could buy me the entire town if he wanted. Mrs. Johnsdoiter's house was like pocket change for him. He talked to the woman on Friday, had the cash transferred, the house emptied of her belongings and shipped out of state, along with the woman herself, within 48 hours.
What does that mean?
I laughed, but it was only the start of tears.
Whoa, why are you crying?
Because!
I tossed my hands in the air.
You took my dream from me. His eyes widened and he looked as if I slapped him.
Took it from you. I gave it to you.
I shook my head, let the tears fall. I don't want it.
What?
He set his hands on his hips and stared at me like I was crazy. Maybe I was. I don't want the house.
Too bad it's yours, in your name. I can't do anything with it.
You, oh my God, fuck!
You said this was the one. He glanced around. Did I buy you the wrong house?
Ugh! I shouted, then ran out. He followed.
Mallory!
He shouted as I dashed down the walk.
Where are you going?
That was the question. I had no idea where I was going. My place with Maggie was mine for only a week or so longer. Lindy's house was just that, Lindy's house. I had no place of my own. Well, now I did, but Theo gave it to me. I wouldn't live in something I hadn't worked for, hadn't earned. I wouldn't turn into my mother, especially from a man who only wanted me for sex. No, this was worse than anything Cheryl did. She'd think I struck the fucking jackpot. A man gave me a house. What would it be next? A car, perhaps? It was fine to finish off punching my V-card, but now? This? Tom would have probably bought me flowers, or maybe a replica of the Sitting Bull monument to put on my desk, not a house. And Tom wouldn't have given them to me as a token for sexual favors.
Mallory!
As I ran down the street, I wondered if Annie ever got a house for those blowjob skills she shared with me. Maybe I was better at sex than I ever imagined.
Chapter 42. Theo. Silas looked over his shoulder at me from his spot on Mav's couch as I came in. What the fuck is wrong with you? Scout circled around me, eager for pets. I reached down, scratched behind his ear. Do you guys ever get off the couch? I asked. When I moved here, I didn't expect them to be such a lazy group. Football, Silas and Mav said at the same time. Bridget lifted her head from Mav's chest where they were sprawled on the long end of the sectional. Football was on. A bag of chips and a bowl of salsa was on the coffee table, along with a few beers and cans of soda.
What happened with Mallory?
I froze, my fingers stilling on Scout. He licked my palm, then gave up. I stood slowly. Mallory, what do you mean? Bridget rolled her eyes.
I didn't think you'd ever play dumb.
I glanced at Mav, who was eyeing me, but not moving from his ridiculously comfortable spot. I'm with Bridge on this one. I looked to Silas. He held up a hand. Didn't say a word. Bridget pushed up so she sat at Mav's hip, her hand on his stomach.
You don't think we know about you two?
There is no us two, I countered. Her eyes widened behind her glasses.
That wasn't the two of you having sex in the bathroom?
I actually felt my neck heat.
Or whatever it was you two did in the guest bedroom last weekend?
Now my cheeks were probably bright red. Fine, we're having sex. I'm surprised Mallory didn't tell you. You two talk about everything.
I was letting it play out. Now I know why Tom didn't work out.
Who's Tom? Silas asked Bridget.
A guy who... Holy shit,
Bridget said, popping up to her feet faster than a meat thermometer in a Thanksgiving turkey. Holy shit what? Mav wondered, his lax body going tense. Now he got involved since Bridget was freaking out. Scout offered a woof of concern. Her eyes narrowed. You knew! What? I asked. What? Mav repeated. Silas glanced back and forth, clearly trying to keep up. You knew that Tom had You did! You sneaky little... What? Silas shouted. And who was Tom? Tom is the history teacher I fixed Mallory up with about 2 weeks ago, who bailed at the end of their date because Mr. Diarrhea over here knew that Tom had an STD. Clearly she remembered the reason I ran off that night I was supposed to have dinner with her and Mav. Silas stared at her as if she needed a reboot. Mav frowned but said nothing. Bridget was a genius with a photographic memory. He knew not to question the accuracy of her words. The clarity, definitely. Who is Mr. Diarrhea? Silas wondered with a grimace. How do you know Tom had an STD? I asked. Because he told the gym teacher he slept with that she should get checked, and because she was pissed. She might have gotten chlamydia from him. She got revenge by telling everyone during the inclusivity meeting. Let me get this straight, Silas said, sitting up and opening a can of beer that had been on the coffee table. You set Mallory up with a guy who had chlamydia and it didn't work out for some reason and she ended up having sex with Theo. Bridget nodded. How did Mallory find out about the STD? He asked Mallory. Bridget ignored him and raised an eyebrow at me. Diarrhea? What's the deal with the shits? Silas asked, getting frustrated. Somehow Theo knew Tom had a dirty dick and ran out of here to break up the date, Bridget said. She was quiet for a moment as the computer brain of hers worked. Oh, not Theo. Dr. James knew all about it. I didn't say a word, just went around the table, snagged the full beer from Silas's hand and dropped onto the couch. Hey, Silas muttered. She was smart, I'd give her that. Okay, so you had this Tom guy as a patient and can't say a word. I have to admit, brother, your privacy skills are impressive. Silas looked at Bridget. That all makes sense, but what's the deal with the diarrhea? I looked to Silas. Do you really want to know? He studied me, considered it. Did anyone really want to know a diarrhea story unless you were 7? It was right up there with farts. No. Mav only laughed, pulled Bridget down on top of him and gave her a kiss. You should work with Hunter at the police station. Your detective skills are impressive. Hunter, fuck. The guy who'd interrupted me and Mallory. Back to Mallory. Why did you come in here all pissed? Silas asked. I know I don't live here and all, but I'm trying to keep up. It's really fucking complicated for small-town life. Move here, Bridget said earnestly. Silas laughed, as if the idea was ridiculous. I bought her a gift and she didn't like it, I answered. That's not like her. Bridget responded with a frown. Mallory loves cute things. What did you get her? A necklace, lingerie? Those cute fuzzy socks she always wears around the house? I shook my head. A house. Chapter 43. Theo. I stuck my head in the door of room 314, Bridget's physics classroom, just as a bell rang. All of a sudden, it was like a stampede of wild teenagers. I stepped back so I didn't get trampled. As the room emptied, the hall filled and I moved inside. Bridget was behind her desk organizing papers. I think I like 6-year-olds better, I said when I watched the swarm of students moving around in the hallway. They were loud, obnoxious, and made me slightly fearful of our future. But then I remembered what Silas, Mav, and I were like at that age. Dex had been little then, like those 6-year-olds and their missing teeth. Bridget looked up, grinned. I'm surprised they let you in. I tapped the sticker I'd slapped on my shirt that indicated I was a visitor. I had to show my ID and explain how I knew you. I was expecting to give a urine sample, but coincidentally, Tom, the history teacher, was checking his mailbox and vouched for me. She pushed her glasses up and grinned. The gym teacher is ruthless. Remind me not to date her. She frowned and gave me a slightly dirty look. Dirty as in she wanted to kill me with a rusty butter knife. I thought you were dating Mallory. I shook my head. We're not dating. Just having sex? Exactly. This is my lunch period, so you aren't here for physics. What's up? Where's Mallory? I asked. That was the reason for my impromptu stop at Hunter Valley High School. I thought you're not dating. We're not. She missed our usual 6 o'clock visit last night. She put the papers down, turned and leaned against her desk. Then she changed her mind and crossed the room to shut the door. The hallway had settled down, probably because everyone was in the cafeteria. Crossing her arms over her chest, she looked, at least tried to look formidable. She was too small to be anything but a little scary. Like a honey badger with glasses. You have a standing sex time. Don't you with Mav? Her mouth dropped open.
You actually do?
Yes.
Oh my God, Theo!
She closed her eyes for a moment, then came over and patted my chest.
You need help.
I know. Where's Mallory? She's not answering any of my texts, and she was obviously and strangely angry about the house.
Out of town.
What do you mean out of town? She was in town yesterday.
Yeah, when you showed her the house you bought for her. She sighed. Look, she's not a patient you can see at a certain time. Examine them, then send on their way. Wait, you get what I mean. I'm not saying that you can have sex with patients. I'm saying you can't treat Mallory like you're providing her a service.
But
I get it. She wanted sex. You gave it to her instead of Tom and his dirty dick.
Exactly.
But it changed. You bought her a house.
Right.
You have feelings for her.
I shook my head.
You tackled entering high school, which is like a modern-day fortress, just to ask me where Mallory is.
Right. She studied me as I wondered why we were talking in circles.
For a guy who's so smart, you are the biggest doofus I've ever met.
I'm not sure if I should be offended or wait for you to clarify. With a huff and a shake of her head, she finally said,
You and Mallory are perfect for each other. Stubborn, prideful idiots.
I realized this was one of those times where I should remain silent.
Okay, let's see how this shakes out. Remember, you have my back when she hates me later this week.
I blinked. I don't know what that means. Is it some kind of girl code?
Like the diarrhea is for boys?
She countered. I couldn't help but grin at her witty reply.
Mallory is in. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Or almost in Las Vegas for a court appearance tomorrow morning.
That is the last thing I expected you to say. She remained silent. Court hearing for what?
She shook her head. She has to tell you that.
Before I moved out of Mav's house, it was distinctly possible I heard him spank Bridget. As a kink. But still, I wished Mav was here to give her a spanking now to talk. Why the hell would Mallory have a court appearance in Las Vegas? She'd been there last weekend? Not even 2 weeks ago. Oh, fuck, what the hell happened to her on that trip? I knew bachelor parties went a little wild, but Mallory in Vegas for a bachelorette weekend? Oh shit, anything could be possible. She won't answer my texts. I countered when there was no way I could ask her about it if she didn't respond. Bridget threw her hands up in the air, then pointed at the door.
Get out of my classroom. If you can operate on a dying person, you can figure this out on your own from here.
Chapter 44. Mallory.
Thanks again for letting me stay here. You have an amazing place. I took in the floor-to-ceiling window with the views of the Vegas mountains, whatever they were called. There was even a flipping cactus in the back lawn by a sparkling kidney-shaped pool. This was impressive. I was all for women-driven businesses, and it seemed Annie was quite the entrepreneur. I certainly wouldn't ding her for her profession. Girl power all the way. I seemed to have the knack for BJs based on Theo's response to my efforts, and he'd kept things completely and totally unattached, important for this line of work. Maybe I should rethink my role of educating the young of tomorrow. Annie led me into the foyer. Yes, it was fancy enough to be more than an entry, and gave me a reassuring smile. No problem. Trixie said she's bringing dinner in a little while. In the meantime, I want to hear about the guy and the tips and if you used any of them. I'd driven for 13 hours and thought way too hard about Theo and my life, and was equally exhausted and hyped up on gas station coffee. I felt as rough as I probably looked, while Annie was of course stunning, as if she rolled out of bed like this. Her red hair was styled and she had makeup on, and her casual outfit was too perfect to be anything but intentional. I wearily dropped my bag, which only included an outfit and makeup for my court appearance and a nightshirt, wondering if I'd be in an orange jumpsuit by this time tomorrow. The guy? I gave him a BJ using all your tips.
After he bought me a house. So I think you could teach a class. Then I burst into tears. Chapter 45. Theo. I know you're in Vegas for a court appearance. Call me. I texted Mallory, but she hadn't responded. Not once. I paced across the office, which wasn't far, then turned around. I was between patients, checking messages like a high schooler. The phone out in the lobby rang, and I heard Verna answer. Mallory wasn't calling back. Why the fuck wasn't she calling? Oh yeah, she was mad because I bought her a house. Why wouldn't she be happy with a fucking house? Her dream house at that. Well, I was mad at her for not telling me she had a court appearance in fucking Las Vegas. What the fuck? I turned, stared at my cell, sitting on my desk. Still nothing. Fuck. Bridget hadn't been any fucking help earlier, going so far as to kick me out of her classroom. I couldn't believe it. Mallory could be on the side of the road in the middle of Utah, car broken down. I'd seen her car. Not the newest model, but it wasn't on its last legs either. Still, alone on the side of the highway, all kinds of shit could happen. No. She'd have called Bridget if there was a problem, right? Why had she gone alone in Vegas anyway? Bridget was supposed to be her best friend. What had Mallory done? I ran a hand over my beard. What is going on with you? Verna asked. Did you drink the killer death-inducing coffee that Steaming Hotties has? That stuff has triple the caffeine. Next, you're going to be climbing the walls or having a heart attack. I spun around and glared at Verna in the doorway. Why would someone have a court appearance? I asked, running my hand through my hair, then setting it on my hips. Her eyes widened, but she remained as calm as ever. Okay, so I'll call Eve at Steaming Hotties and be sure you're on the do not serve list for that stuff. Verna, I said. You're wise to all things. Help. Wow, okay. She tapped her chin in sync with me tapping my toe on the floor. Reasons for a court appearance. Getting divorced? Mallory was not getting divorced. I shook my head. Child custody hearing? Definitely not. She shrugged. The only other thing I could think of is getting arrested. That's... arrested. Mallory. There was no way she'd be that impulsive or reckless or crazy to do something that had thrown her in jail. No, she totally was. Holy fuck. I took the stethoscope from around my neck and set it on my desk. I went over to Verna, set a hand on her arm. There's no one dying, right? She frowned. No. Good. I have to go.
Chapter 46. Mallory. When I saw Theo's text, that he knew I was in Las Vegas and why, I showed it to Annie and Trixie. I had a box of tissues in hand, and I had barely stopped crying in hours. They'd laughed and told me not to worry, that if I didn't have a gag reflex and did yoga, Theo wouldn't be done with me. From their perspective, it made sense. The men they spent time with found both of those things as important job requirements. I didn't want Theo to be a customer, and with Mrs. Johnsdoiter's house in my name, he couldn't be anything else. I wasn't sure what I was more panicked and upset about, being found guilty for solicitation or feeling like I was paid for sex by Theo. God, if the judge only knew that a man bought me a house for services rendered, I'd be found guilty. That was why I had given the house back. When Trixie arrived with bags of carry-out, I explained what I had to do. The women weren't so sure because why would a woman turn down a house? It was protection, a place to live where no one could take away. It was exactly what I always wanted. Not just that specific house, but a place of my own, where Maggie wouldn't be choosing Nate over me, where I never came in last. But Theo gave it to me just like I gave my mother the money for the utility bill. I was struggling and he took care of the problem. But what about the next time when my car needed new tires? Would he pay for that too? Was I just someone he pitied? I specifically told him that night in the restaurant parking lot that I didn't want pity sex. I would not be a charity case like my mother, always assuming others would solve her financial problems, where she used my need for attention and affection as a weapon, offering it sparingly and strategically. Theo gave me affection, at least in the form of sex, sparingly, strategically as in at 6 o'clock. his sex hour. I would not try to get scrapes of affection from Theo that would never come. Well, it seemed I'd tried for them, but it had never come. Only a house. A house was not an indication of any kind of feeling on his part. Annie and Trixie could confirm that. The other proof, we barely kissed. I told the ladies as much, and they must have recognized how serious I was, how important to me getting rid of that house meant, so they got their lawyer on the phone in a total speed dial move. The pertinent details were shared, and within the hour, Anna Lynn, their ever-efficient lawyer, arrived with the paperwork for me to give the house back to Theo before we finished our dinner and first glasses of wine. She couldn't have been over 30 and dressed like she was on a legal drama on TV. Form-fitting, modest but bold dress and killer heels. Simple makeup and a personality of a diplomatic shark. I learned the plat and other fancy information about the house was public record. So all I had to do was sit at Annie's fancy kitchen counter and sign the document. Anna Lynn even notarized it. She tucked the paper in an express mail envelope. That's it? I asked, watching her in awe as it was sealed shut. Quitclaim deeds are simple, she explained. You're sending the deed of ownership over to someone else. Usually it's to a family member, but it works in a case like yours. No money's changing hands, just the property itself. She smiled, and I had to wonder what shade of lipstick she used. She lifted the envelope. This will be at the courthouse in Hunter Valley tomorrow morning, and the deed recorded by lunch. Before I even returned home, the house would belong to Theo. Just like that. I blinked. Wow, thanks. She eyed me with a soft smile. You must really love this guy. I blinked my still swollen eyes in her direction. I don't love him. The corner of her mouth tipped up. I've dealt with plenty of divorces. No woman would return a house to a man if she hated him. Trixie nodded, tipping her glass of wine at Anna Lynn. That's true. There's no marriage, no divorce. That makes no sense. Neither does love, honey. Neither does love. Anna Lynn cocked her head to the side, studied me. You okay? Was I okay? Hell no, I laughed. I feel like I've got PMS times 10. Relieved, sad. Because Theo didn't care about me like I cared about him. Worried. Because maybe Anna Lynn was right. Maybe I was falling for him. Panicked? Not just because I might be off to jail, but my feelings for Theo? Holy sugar and spice. I did have feelings for him, but he had none for me in return. Tired. And I'm pretty sure eating junk food in the car made my pants not fit. You worried too much. If you could stay longer, we'd do a spa day. Trixie offered. That sounds amazing, but I can't. I have to be back at work. And that means I can't be found guilty because I will lose my job, and in a small town like Hunter Valley, I'll be known as the Vegas hooker. I looked to Annie and Trixie. No offense. They laughed, and Trixie said, The judge is going to take one look at you and toss the case. I had no idea what that meant. I could look sophisticated and sexy, couldn't I? I knew all about sex now thanks to Theo, and I gave house buying worthy BJs. Maybe it was my sloppy hair and coffee-stained Hunter Valley Elementary hoodie I had on. Like Trixie said, the charges against you will be dropped. Anna Lynn promised. And they were. Anna Lynn was a pro, no pun intended, at handling my court appearance, and the next morning the whole thing was over within 10 minutes. The judge threw out my case because there was no probable cause. She also took in my outfit, heard about my residence in Montana and my job as a first-grade teacher, and she actually rolled her eyes. She dropped the gavel, and it was over. I turned to Annie and Trixie, who were seated in the long benches behind me, the entire courtroom looking just like on TV. Annie winked and offered a thumbs up while Trixie only grinned. I was practically shaking in relief. Annie's and Trixie's hearings followed soon after mine, and they too were cleared, although they were both given fines. Based on Annie's fancy house and the way they barely blinked at the sum announced by the judge, the amount wasn't an issue. Maybe they could expense it on her tax returns. As for me, I was thrilled to be back to being only a boring first-grade teacher without a record, able to get my bail back to give to Bridge for the plane ticket. We walked out of the courthouse free women, and I had to admit, their easy joy was infectious. I'd been so anxious about the whole thing, and it felt like a weight was lifted from my shoulders. Come on, let's get some lunch before you go. Annie offered. We never really got a chance to hear about the... Theo, I gasped. People coming out of the courthouse had to part to walk around us because I froze mid-step. There, standing 10 feet in front of me, was the man himself. I wasn't sure if I wanted to run away or run into his arms. I chose running away.
Chapter 47. Theo. I was prepared for Mallory to be surprised at seeing me, but taking off like a sprinter in the Olympic 100-meter dash was a surprise. Since she wasn't a professional athlete and was wearing heels, she didn't get very far before I caught up with her. With one hand hooked about her waist, I stopped her. The hot Vegas sun beat down on us, and I was sweating. "Easy, Tiger," I murmured in her ear. I felt her ragged breathing, the shaking. She was nervous, afraid. When her eyes met mine, I realized she wasn't afraid. She was mad. "What are you doing here?" she hissed. Her cheeks were flushed, but not from the sun. She just stared at me, more like gave me a death glare. "To see you. What are you doing here?" I countered. Her lips pinched together so tightly. It was clear she had no intention of responding.
"This must be Theo."
The 3 women who came out of the courthouse with Mallory approached. It was the redhead who spoke. Her gaze was laser-sharp and scanned my body in a way that hadn't happened to me before. I had a feeling she'd cataloged my net worth, my body mass index, and my dick size in 2 seconds. What I picked up was she was stunningly beautiful and knew my name. That meant Mallory mentioned me. I didn't let go of Mallory as I shifted us to face her friends. "Yes, and you are?" Maybe I could glean some information out of them.
"I'm Annie."
She set her hand on her bountiful breasts that even a conservative white blouse couldn't disguise. The strategic motion was to drive my eyes to her assets in a subtle but very direct way.
"This is Trixie and Anna Lynn."
I nodded. "Ladies?"
"Everything makes sense now, Mal,"
the blonde introduced as Trixie said. She was also exquisitely pretty, tall and slim, elegant. Their clothes were expensive and everything about them screamed high class. The third, Anna Lynn, nodded in agreement. There was no question she was a lawyer. It was as if her profession was stamped on her forehead. From her conservative and very businesslike attire, to the way she held herself. She also carried a briefcase. I didn't know anyone else who used one, and James Corp had a slew of lawyers in-house and on retainer. "What makes sense?" I asked.
"Nothing,"
Mallory replied, giving the woman an imploring look. "Are you her friends from the bachelorette party?" If I had to pull answers from them like a dentist pulled teeth, I would. "Which one of you was getting married?" I asked. Annie looked to Trixie. Trixie looked at Annie. They laughed. "So not our college friends. How did your court appearance go?" I prodded, hoping that the other women would think I knew what was going on, which I sure as hell didn't.
"Your girlfriend's case was dropped. She no longer needs to change her profession, but from what I heard..."
Trixie looked down my body and blue eyes stopped squarely on my crotch.
"She's a natural."
I frowned and shifted Mallory in front of me. I hadn't let go of her waist, to block the woman from imagining what my dick looked like. "Natural.
Call girl,"
Annie said with a throaty laugh.
"Didn't you know? Your girl Mallory is a professional call girl."
Mallory Mornier, the goofy first-grade teacher. The one with the duck socks, had a body made for sin, who fucked like a porn star and gave head like a professional call girl. What the actual fuck?
Chapter 48. Mallory. "I am not a call girl,"
I said,
stating it loudly and plainly. Too loudly, since a few heads turned in our direction. That statement was for Annie, who was messing everything up to her amusement, and that of Anna Lynn and Trixie as well. One glance at Theo and it seemed he might be doubting me. I flushed hotly, remembering what I did to him to have him think twice. "We are," Trixie said proudly, pointing between Annie and herself. Inwardly I groaned. It seemed women who bared their bodies for work had no issue with bearing their secrets either. "Yes, I got pointers when we were in the holding cell." I admitted, then bit my lip. I'd said too much. Annie all but preened.
Holding cell?
Theo asked, eyes going wide.
You were arrested.
I rolled mine. Trixie huffed out a laugh. I can see you two don't do much talking. Then she eyed Theo like she would a chocolate cake. Not that I blame you.
Annie nodded.
Why waste time talking when you can do other things? Ladies, I have another appointment. Good luck, Mallory. Anna Lynn said, holding out her hand. I shook it. Call me if you need help with another arrest or other paperwork. I think I'm a one-and-done client, but thanks. I knew my cheeks were on fire. This was not going well, not at all. Theo turned me back toward him as Anna Lynn disappeared back inside the building.
Arrest. Holding cell. Call girl.
I swallowed, closed my eyes briefly, then tugged at my big girl panties. Yes, I was arrested for solicitation. Theo laughed, head tipped back deep and long. Flipping jerk. Why are you laughing? I asked, angry all over again. He actually wiped his eye.
You. Solicitation. A hooker.
Annie and Trixie stepped back once, then again, as if they knew the Kraken was about to be unleashed. The Kraken was me. I crossed my arms over my chest and narrowed my eyes. You're the one that died for a minute when I had your dick down my throat and a finger in your ass. I lowered my voice so I didn't announce it to everyone in the front of the building, but Annie and Trixie heard. Theo's jaw clenched and his cheeks flushed. You did the finger trick? Annie asked, tapping Trixie on the arm, and they nodded at each other. I told you it would go over well. That's my girl. For the first time in forever, I was proud of myself. I stepped closer and poked Theo in the chest. Why is that a Las Vegas call girl believes in me more than you? His mouth fell open, then he snapped it shut. He was quiet for a moment as he studied me, then turned to Annie.
She's got the perfect mix of sweet and pure sin, doesn't she? I'm sure a call girl with that personality would be a hit.
Annie and Trixie nodded in unison.
I speak for my dick when I personally thank you for sharing your tips with Mallory.
Oh my gosh, Mallory said, slapping her hands over her face. I said, slapping my hands over my face, as if that was going to make me disappear.
I assume since you're not in custody that means the charges were dropped?
Yes, I said into my fingers. He nodded.
Good, we need to go. The plane is waiting for us to return to Hunter Valley.
I dropped my hands and stared at Theo. Of course he took his plane to get here. You came to give me a ride back to Hunter Valley? He nodded. That was the reason he was here. A ride. Maybe it was generosity or chivalry, but it wasn't concern or worry. He didn't care about me. Only that I got back safe. It was the doctor in him, right? Plane? Annie asked. Her body scan this time shifted to be a little more calculating. I didn't catch any vibes that indicated she was interested. More like she was curious for me. Hell, you hit the jackpot on the first pull. I'm driving back, I told Theo. He shook his head as if I was crazy. No one turned down a private plane for a 13-hour car ride.
I have the plane.
The plane? Annie repeated, nudging Trixie. I have my car here. I can't leave it here. I have to drive it back. And I didn't want to take anything else from him. Theo considered something, then nodded.
Looks like it'll be a road trip then.
What?
Chapter 49. Theo. We were an hour outside of Vegas in a remote section of Nevada that looked like a sandbox. Dusty brown hills, not a speck of water or greenery, except for small patches around pop-up motels or fast food restaurants, clustered at the highway exits. I stood in front of a clump of this greenery, squinting against the bright sun at a random palm tree. Mallory had made me pull into a truck stop so she could change out of the dress clothes she wore to court, to grab snacks and take a bathroom break. She was inside now choosing processed snacks loaded with salt and hydrogenated palm oil while I baked in the hot sun. I'd planned to be in Vegas long enough to grab Mallory. Back and forth from Montana in a few hours. I wasn't even dressed right for the hot weather.
You've never been on a road trip before, have you?
I spun around at Mallory's voice, took in the food she hugged against her body. Chips, candy, drinks. That stuff is going to kill you. She glanced down at the stash, then back at me. She wore sunglasses so her pale eyes were hidden. Yeah, no road trip for you. Snacks are a requirement. How old are you, 40? I gave her a steely look. 36. She paused, studied me. You seem much older. 36. I said through gritted teeth. Well, I can't believe you made it this long without one. I have a plane. Right. She reached out and handed me sunglasses I hadn't noticed since her arms were so full. Here. I took them automatically. What are these for? We're in the desert. It's bright. You're driving. She shook her head. How did you get through medical school again? The shades were a cheap truck stop throwback to the 80s, thick plastic frames in electric blue. I put them on. Fuck, that was better. She pinched her lips together to hide a smile. I had no doubt I looked like an idiot. Being in the middle of that desert she mentioned, I didn't really give a shit. Looking good. Thanks. She went to the driver's side. What the hell are you doing? I asked, crossing over to her and blocking her from opening the car. What? The hot wind ruffled her hair, which was pulled up in a sloppy bun. Since Mallory had driven her car to the courthouse with the intention of leaving from there to drive back to Montana, it had made it easy for us to get on the road. But her wardrobe hadn't been a comfortable option. She entered the truck stop like she was ready for a middle management job interview and came out looking like Mallory. She was dressed down in another pair of those stretchy yoga pants and a short-sleeved Silver Mines t-shirt. Fuck those pants and her ass. And that shirt and her tits. You're not driving. It's my car. You're not driving. She stared at me, I stared at her and waited. She huffed, then turned on her sneakered heel to go around the car. Fine. We were back on the road and she was breaking open a tube of formed potato chips. Horrible music blasted from the stereo. I pushed the scan button. Radio stations were few and far between. The next one that came up was a religious sermon. I hit scan again. It circled all the way around to the original station. I can't believe Bridget told you about my arrest. With her ridiculous flexibility, she put her feet up on the dash. I imagined them like that, but wrapped around my waist. Inwardly, I groaned. This drive was going to be fucking long for so many reasons. She didn't. I said as I checked in the rearview mirror so I didn't keep ogling those toned thighs. She froze with a chip halfway to her mouth. Then how did you know I was in Vegas? She told me you had a court appearance, nothing more. I think it's time for you to fill in some blanks. Shoving a few chips in her mouth wouldn't stall her for long. The canister was only so deep, and we had hours to go. Fine, she said finally. I was quickly learning that fine didn't mean that anything was actually fine. She handed me the canister. If we're going to do this, then you need some chips. If it would get her to talk, then I'd eat some heart-clogging chips. I stuck my hand in, grabbed a small stack, and set them on my jean-clad thigh. The blue sky was crisscrossed with contrails from planes going in and out of Las Vegas. I had to wonder if one of them was the James Corps jet returning to Hunter Valley without us. I flirted with a guy who turned out to be an undercover cop. He arrested me, she explained. Flirting doesn't indicate you're a hooker. I prefer call girl. It's much more high class, she countered. I couldn't help but grin. I shoved a chip in my mouth. The salty taste was really good. I shoved in another. Fine, call girl, I said with a mouthful of chips. She went on to detail how she'd pushed the guy on his price, and it made me laugh. When Mallory realized I was laughing with her instead of at her, she smiled too. The undercover officer must have been blind. No way he'd mistake you for a hooker. If she dressed up that night as she did for her court appearance, I couldn't imagine how the guy would even walk up to her in a sting. Hey! She grabbed her cell out of her purse, slid her finger over it for 20 seconds or more. Here. She held out the photo so I could glance at it while driving. It was a photo of Mallory and 3 other women. It had clearly been taken in a casino with slot machines in the background. All 4 were in dresses and leaning towards slutty on the appropriate meter. I glanced at the road, then at Mallory in the image. She looked gorgeous in the dark green sleeveless dress, and she in no way looked like middle management. Fuck, she was pretty. And now I was hard. I shifted in the seat as Mallory put her cell away. The officer wasn't blind, I admitted. You definitely looked like a call girl. A high-class one at that.
Hey!
She said again as if I'd insulted her again. Easy, Tiger. You get mad when I don't think you look like a call girl, and you get mad when I say you do. She huffed, shoved a chip in her mouth, and grudgingly said, You're right. She opened a bottle of some kind of iced tea and handed it to me. I gave the label a quick peek before taking a sip. Peach, not bad. Let me get this straight, I said, handing the bottle back where she took a swig herself. You were in a holding cell and befriended two call girls, and they gave you sex tips, which you used on me.
Yes.
The blowjob. I said, then got instantly hard thinking about how insanely fucking incredible it had been.
Oh, look.
She pointed at a swiftly approaching billboard.
A dinosaur site in 5 miles. Let's stop.
We were talking about her sex talents, and she wasn't even focusing. Why didn't you tell me about any of this? I asked.
Why? Because it was my problem.
I frowned. So, I'd have offered the plane, and we wouldn't be out in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. This was a mess I needed to fix on my own. Besides, the less people who knew about what happened, the better. If it got out what happened, I could have been fired.
I'm not people. I was going to say your man, but that was wrong. I'm a doctor. I can keep things confidential. Like chlamydia patients. She shook her head.
I won't be beholden.
Beholden? Was that blind date of yours an English lit teacher? She rolled her eyes.
I won't be like my mother.
Oh, well, I hadn't met the woman, but I really didn't like her. She's still bothering you? A shrug and a swig of tea was all the response I got. It seemed I couldn't help her with that either. As she said, fine.
Ooh, I love this song.
She cooed, reaching for the volume and turning it up, tapping her toes in the dash as she sang along. I'd never heard it before in my life. This woman was a complete dichotomy. Junk food eating, sweet first-grade teacher with attachment issues. A fascination for weird side-of-the-road tourist traps who sucked dick like a porn star and was just all around happy. Maybe it was avoiding jail time that helped with that. I took in the terrain. It looked like Mars, but hot. No one was around. A car was ahead of us about a half-mile. Glancing in the rearview mirror, there was an 18-wheeler cruising away behind us. The stretch of road was deserted as hell, and I had the cruise control set to 85. I imagined Mallory driving this all alone and clenched the steering wheel. Instead of blowing past the exit, which seemed like nothing more than ranch access, I blinkered for no other reason than abiding by the law and took it. She swiveled her head around.
This isn't the exit for the dinosaur thing.
I didn't say a word, only turned right off the top of the exit ramp, then pulled over on the side of the dirt road about a quarter-mile down. Shut off the car, and the radio fell blissfully silent. I took off my seatbelt.
I'll stay in the car while you pee,
she offered. I shifted my leg to face Mallory, grabbed the canister of chips and set it on the floor at her feet, screwed the lid on the tea, then unclipped her belt.
I don't have to pee.
I didn't know why I was brooding or bothered that she could have been out here all alone, or that she hadn't confided in me about her arrest. This was Mallory, and this was just about sex. With sex, we were in agreement. We liked it hot. We liked it often. We liked it really fucking dirty. Ever fuck in a car before? Her eyes widened. I could tell even behind her sunglasses, and she glanced around and back at me. She shook her head, and a sly smile spread across her face. Show me what else you learned from your friends, I ordered.
You really want to know?
Show, not know, Tiger. She tapped her lip as if she had multiple possibilities she was considering.
Push your seat back.
Reaching down between my legs, I grabbed the metal bar and did as she requested. Then she crawled over the center console and into my lap.
Get ready, Doctor, to have your world rocked. Chapter 50. Mallory. Theo pulled into Lindy's driveway after midnight. I was exhausted and my ass was numb. I climbed out, reached my arms overhead and stretched. Compared to Las Vegas, the air in Hunter Valley was crisp and biting cold. I shivered as Theo came around the car. Thanks for driving the entire way. I hadn't wanted him to join me. I hadn't even wanted him to show up in Vegas or know anything about what happened. But I had to admit he made the drive easier, and the sex had certainly been a fun break. He nodded.
Come on, let's get some sleep.
I looked at him, then the front door, then him again. Maybe my brain was too tired to understand. You want to stay here? He'd never slept over before. Or me in reverse, not once.
My car's not here, he explained. I'm not walking, and I'm more tired than I remember ever being in residency. Then I stayed up for 36 hours straight.
Oh, well, that made unromantic sense. He was staying with me out of necessity, not desire. Like the house, like his appearance in Vegas, like right now. But somehow, even with all that, I felt closer to him. Road trips didn't give anyone a choice in that. It was really a dangerous feeling. Road trips take it out of you. I replied like I did with the students' parents who sucked at their role, but I couldn't outright tell them. He grunted, slung a heavy arm over my shoulder, and walked with me to the door. I let us in, climbed the stairs, and pointed to Bridge's bed. He was already toeing off his shoes. If you'd let me drive at all, you wouldn't be so tired, I reminded. He only grunted in response. As I closed the door to the bathroom to brush my teeth and at least wash the miles off my face, Theo yanked back the covers and fell face first onto the bed. He groaned in satisfaction, a very familiar sound to the one I pulled from him earlier when I rode his dick, reverse cowgirl, in the car earlier. 5 minutes later, I climbed in with a sleeping Theo. With him on his stomach, he was a bed hog. I pushed at him and he turned, reached out and tucked me into his side, all without waking up. He was warm and cozy, and I took a moment to enjoy the feel of him. We never lingered in bed. I'd never been able to just be with him. I took in his scent. A hint of his cologne still lingered along with stale coffee from when he'd spilled some on his shirt somewhere in Idaho. His heart thumped beneath my hand. This man was solid, sturdy. He'd come to Las Vegas for me, even perhaps especially because he didn't know why I had a court appearance. He up and flew to me. I smiled against his chest. I didn't know what was up with him, but all I felt was relief. No longer the chance of being a convicted hooker. No longer a homeowner of a place I hadn't gotten myself. From what Anna Lynn had said, the house was now in Theo's name. It didn't belong to me any longer. I wasn't beholden to him. I felt like things had changed. I felt more. A glimmer. Something more than just sex. I was getting my shit together, one thing at a time. No more possible criminal record, no more owing Bridge. So I didn't have Mrs. John Stoiter's house. I'd had it and it felt wrong, like it wasn't mine. It wasn't. I'd move my things out of Maggie's apartment and put them in Lindy's garage. For the time being, I'd save a little on having no rent, while I found just the right place, socking more money into the down payment fund. I could maybe let someone in. Maybe. I'd been angry at Theo when he'd magically appeared at the courthouse. Stuck with him in a car all day had made that go away. The orgasms in the car had helped. So was being in his arms right now. Theo sniffled and twitched once. I couldn't help but smile. This moment of quiet made me want to open my heart to him, to have more times like this, perhaps when he was conscious, when he held me solely because he wanted to. I fell asleep for the first time in a man's arms. All I knew was that I was glad it was Theo.
Chapter 51. Theo. I woke up with Mallory's ass against my dick and her hair in my mouth. Both were a first. Mallory, yes. But waking up to a woman in my bed, that was new. Especially close enough to feel her lush curves and choke on her silky strands. I took women to bed, but they never stayed in mine. Or I in hers. This was actually Bridget's bed, so perhaps it was like the Switzerland of sleeping, neutral turf. Except I was fully clothed, and Mallory was in a long shirt which had ridden up. She was warm and soft and silent. No fine. No loud singing every lyric to every song across the state of Utah. No laughing or moaning. Just her. My arm was slung over her waist, and my nose was buried in her soft hair. I didn't want to move my hand, but I had to clear my mouth. I kissed the top of her head. I liked this. Liked holding her. Ridiculously enough, I'd liked the road trip. I felt a connection, a change in us, that she was beginning to understand our dynamic. So we had sex in the car when it wasn't scheduled. So I ate some deliciously bad for me food. I was learning how to have fun. I was actually, strangely, having fun. This could work, me and Mallory. She'd come over later for 6 o'clock. I smiled at my play on time. She wouldn't be stressed or worried about a thing. She had her house, no arrest looming. I fixed her problems, Her cell phone's alarm clock blared as loud as the music from the car ride. Fuck, I muttered. She jolted, then groaned, then froze, then tried to wiggle, which only brought her ass against my dick. Easy, tiger. When she moved again, I lifted my arm and she popped from bed. I have school. I glanced up at her, hair a mess, eyes more asleep than awake. The pale blue nightshirt that may have covered her tits but didn't do a thing to hide the full swells or the plump tips. Even though I knew exactly what they looked like, there was something unbelievably sexy about this look. Intimate. Fuck, I was hard. So hard it hurt. I knew what could fix that. I know you usually come over at 6, but how about 6 a.m. instead of p.m.? I asked, reaching down and rubbing my dick through my jeans. Her gaze dropped to watch what my hand was doing. I was fully clothed in my day-old outfit, and she looked at me as if I was one of those male revue dancers. She shook her head as if to clear away cobwebs. I have to shower. Lifting her sleep shirt up and over her head, she tossed it aside so she was only in a pair of pale pink panties. With a glance over her shoulders, she added, "But I can multitask." I hopped from the bed and followed her across the hall into my bathroom, while I tugged down the zipper on my jeans. I'm a trauma surgeon. Multitask is my middle name. Chapter 52. Theo. "What's wrong?" Verna asked. I froze, patted my stethoscope around my neck automatically, looked around. "Nothing. Why?" "You're smiling," she said, her voice laced with suspicion. I laughed. "Now you're laughing." She stood from her seat at her desk and came around the counter. She held an instant read thermometer. I held up my hands to ward her off, forcing the smile from my face. "I'm fine." "You were gone for a day and a half, and now you're happy." I wasn't sure about that. "No one's died this week." "That's what makes you happy?" She asked, clearly concerned. I frowned. "Aren't you glad no one's died?" She shrugged. "Sure, but it's not something I take time to consider. I mean, it's really low on my list." "It's high on a trauma surgeon's list," I replied. "Can't mess with the quota." She frowned, set her hands on her hips, and slowly shook her head. "And he's back." I frowned in return. "Jeff took your patients yesterday, so you're not double-booked. However, you've got a patient in room 1, and Mrs. Crace is up next, so be prepared." I nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Oh, Matt called about lunch again today. It seems he's smitten with you. I told him you can't eat because of patient appointments, but you're free at 4 for happy hour." "I appreciate you scheduling my social life." "Your calendar shows you booked every day at 6, so I figure 4 would work." I looked down at the industrial carpet and adjusted the stethoscope and tried not to smile. I wasn't planning on telling her what happened every day at 6 o'clock.
Chapter 53. Mallory. I was being silly, like a 16-year-old, but I didn't care. I felt like I needed an excuse to see Theo, but delivering him his jacket he'd forgotten at Lindy's house this morning was flimsy. I was content with flimsy. Maybe it was because I was in a good mood. I was back in Hunter Valley a free woman. I was getting sex on the regular. This morning in the shower with Theo had been a first. When he said he loved pussy, he hadn't been joking. Right now my clit throbbed with eagerness for more of his mouth. I entered the doctor's office, Theo's coat tucked under my arm. "Book every day at 6, so I figure 4 would work." Verna was standing in the open office doorway, her back to me. "Thanks." That was Theo who responded. Verna must have heard the door because she stuck her head out, saw me, then turned back to Theo. "I assume Mallory Mornier's your 6 o'clock." I stilled, confused why she was talking about me with Theo when she knew I was standing right there.
"How do you know that?"
Theo replied. I could hear the surprise in his voice. I'd known Verna a long time. She knew everything about everyone. It amazed me that Theo hadn't caught on to that yet. "That smile," she said to him. I blushed, then looked around, wondering if I should hear this. I should. Since Verna knew I was here, but clearly not Theo, their conversation was fair game, and I wanted to know about the smile he had on his face.
I'm not smiling because of Mallory.
I clenched his puffy jacket and barely breathed.
Oh, gas pains? Verna,
Theo warned. I thought you and Mallory had a thing going on.
How do you know that?
She didn't say anything because I assumed she was giving him a look.
There is no thing,
he replied.
What?
Oh, then what is it?
There are some things a gentleman doesn't share.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about love. Theo laughed.
Love? I don't love Mallory Mornier. It's just a standing...
He cleared his throat.
Are you stringing her along, then?
Verna sounded pissed. I was too stunned to be pissed. I'm just a standing... Yeah, I could fill in that blank.
Of course not. Mallory knows that it's only, you know.
Because Tom Zajic had chlamydia, and you didn't want her to get it on their date?
What?
My mouth fell open and I leaned against the wall because, wow. That was why Theo had been at the lodge. That was why Tom had fled, not diarrhea. That was why Theo had stepped in to have sex with me. Because the only guy who'd want me slept around and picked up sexually transmitted diseases.
We don't talk about patients, Verna,
Theo warned. I heard it from Sandra Nimoy, the gym teacher at the high school. I was in line behind her at the grocery store. I said hello and she told me all about it. It's definitely not a secret. Everyone knew about Tom but me. But that wasn't important because Theo knew. He just inferred he was a patient. I'm talking about you and Mallory.
Why are we talking about me and Mallory? There's nothing to say. There's just nothing.
Nothing. I was nothing. I meant nothing to him. After everything we did together, that's what he felt? Nothing? I bit my lip. God, fuck, shit, damn it! Was I lovable for anyone? Now I was pissed. I stomped over to Verna, who wisely stepped out of the way. Theo's eyes widened. Clearly he was surprised to see me. I tossed the coat at him. He caught it.
Mallory.
Theo, I said. I was sure Theo could give some sort of wordy explanation for the adrenaline dump I just had. My body was shaking. My heart was pounding. I wanted sex. I made that very clear. It was understood. You definitely gave it to me.
Mallory.
I held up my hand and pushed on. You didn't offer anything more. You set no false expectations. Fuck, I was glad I gave him the house back. Yeah, fuck, not fudge. Screw fudge and sugar and all the stupid swear word alternatives. Just sex. I think I've had a thorough education now and you've done your job, so thank you.
Mallory.
He said, his eyes narrowing in anger. Why the hell would he be angry?
It's not like that.
I nodded. It is. It's nothing. Remember? Those words hurt to come out, but I had to do it. I couldn't linger where I wasn't wanted. See you around. I spun on my heel and faced Verna. Her eyes held sympathy, but she tipped her chin up. I tipped mine up in return. I knew, silently, she'd started that conversation for me and was telling me to be strong. I could do that. I could take care of myself. I always had.
Chapter 54. Theo. What was that, Verna? I asked, gripping my coat. I followed after her into the waiting room. Mallory was long gone. She tipped her head, gave me a look I expected any mother with teenagers had perfected. You knew she was there.
That girl needs a man who's going to stick.
I stick. She pursed her lips as she settled behind the counter.
More like you stick it in her.
My mouth opened and I stared at her. I can't believe you just said that. She raised her arm and pointed toward the front door.
You don't think I don't know what you've been up to?
Silas knew. Bridget and Mav knew. Of course Verna knew.
I've known Mallory her entire life. Sweet as can be, even with her crazy parents. I will not stand by and let you use her.
I'm not using her. I countered. It's mutual. Again with the look. I bought her a house. Her eyes widened.
You did what?
I bought her a house.
She wanted it?
The house? Of course, it's the one she's been eyeing. Verna shook her head. I meant, did she want it from you? She wasn't happy. Verna humped. That's what I thought. I ran a hand through my hair. What does that mean? She doesn't want a house. She wants love. I held up my hands, stepped back. Not happening for me. I don't do love. I can't. Verna shrugged. Then you were right. It's nothing. I opened my mouth to say more, but she pointed again, this time to room 1. You have a patient waiting.
Chapter 55. Mallory. The day was turning to shit. Not only did I know how Theo really felt about me, that he truly was interested in me only for sex, but my mother texted again. I scraped together a little money for the mechanic since you wouldn't pay. Now we have no food. Send me money for groceries. Gah. I was so tired of people using me. I sat in my car outside of Lindy's house. The engine was still running, and I hadn't moved in 5 minutes. I tossed the trash from the road trip earlier, but there were chip crumbs all over the place. I could even smell a hint of Theo's spicy cologne. The fucker. No, I couldn't be mad at Theo. It wasn't his fault my heart got involved. As I told him, he'd set no false expectations, never lied. He was always upfront with me. Up until last night, we hadn't even spent the night in the same bed. It had always been about sex. It was my own stupid heart all over again, thinking someone would actually care about me deep down, that I was more to them than a money machine or a sex machine. I wanted what Bridget and Mav had. God, their connection was insane. Same went for Dex and... My phone rang. I was just thinking about you, I said. Lindy laughed. The love Dex had for her was what I wanted. No, I deserved, from a man. I was the one Dex told first that he was going to marry Lindy. I even went ring shopping with him. He fell first and he fell hard. He hadn't wavered. Not once, all the while Lindy got her head on right and finally fell for him. I wanted that same unwavering devotion. Well, I hope it's something good, she replied. It is. Thanks again for letting me stay at the house. I promise I won't be there too long. Yes, the house. Uh-oh. I recognized that tone of voice like I was in trouble. Visions of 7th grade and Bridget and I cutting each other's bangs came to mind. Yeah, uh-oh. Why is it that there was an emergency call for someone being murdered at the house? No one was being murdered, I told her. I flushed hotly, remembering that embarrassing situation. Oh, I know. I got the truth from Hunter. It is my house, after all. I closed my eyes and groaned. I think it's great, you and Theo. There is no me and Theo, I told her. Oh, were you actually trying to murder him then? I thought. Thoughts are dangerous, Lind. Oh? Yeah, oh. You care about him, don't you? Hearing Lindy's soft voice asking me that almost broke me. She cared. She only wanted what was best for me, what made me happy. But while I was thankful for that, I wanted that devotion to come from Cheryl, even from Theo. Lindy was just a love tease, in that I knew what it should be like, but it wasn't coming from someone who was supposed to offer it unconditionally, or someone who wanted me to belong to him unconditionally. Yes, but I did it to myself. I assumed he'd feel things for me in return. I should have known better. Hey, she warned. I know. Cheryl's a piece of work and a waste of my time. Right. She just asked for money. I'm not going to say again, she sighed. Are you going to give it to her? I shook my head even though she couldn't see it. No. I'm going to take her to the store and buy her groceries. And sure, that's what she's really doing with the cash. Mal, I've got to go. I want to deal with her and get back. That new bathtub of yours has jets that are calling my name. I ended the call with Lindy and put my car into gear. 10 minutes later, I was pulling up in front of my parents' house. I'd deal with my mother. Get it over with.
Chapter 56. Theo. I dropped into a chair across from Mac. He wasn't alone, but with the entire engine crew. All 6 of them were decked out in their Navy fire uniforms and eating burgers and wings. A row of walkie-talkies were on the tables. A reminder that while they were having a meal, they were always on call. The fire truck positioned around the corner for easy response couldn't be missed either. "You look like when we first met," he said, shoving a fry in his mouth. "How's that?" I asked, tipping my chin in greeting to the others. They didn't say much, just shoveled in their meals. I wondered what they'd been up to before this to want all those calories. "Like you've got to stick up your ass again," he said. I frowned. "Early dinner?" He picked up his own burger, took a huge bite, then spoke with his mouth full. "We eat when it's quiet. Never know when we'll get a call." The waitress came over and I pointed at Mac's burger. "I'll have one of those, please." With greasy fingers, he pushed a large envelope across the table. "This is for you." I picked it up, studied the label. It had my name on it with Hunter Valley Clerk and Recorder Office at the top. "How'd you get this?" "Mary, who works at City Hall, knows you and I are friends. Asked if I knew your address." Jesus, small-town life. She could have called Verna. She knows everything. As she keeps reminding me. "She did. Said Verna was mad at you." I humped. He eyed me, then wiped his mouth and mustache with a napkin. "Anyway, I told Mary I was seeing you, and she passed this on to give you." I frowned at the envelope as I opened it, pulled out the single piece of paper. "What is it?" he asked, taking another bite. It's... holy fuck. It's a deed to the house. To Mallory's house, the one I gave her, and the one she obviously gave back. She couldn't have done that in the past 2 hours since she overheard my conversation with Verna. I scanned the copy of the quitclaim deed again, noticed the date. Yesterday. Which meant it had been filed and recorded while we were driving back from Vegas, which meant she'd done the paperwork before then. She gave it back to me right after she got it. I said absently.
Chapter 57. Mallory. "You could have just given me the money, saved both of us some time," Cheryl said, her words laced with attitude. She was in the passenger seat, arms crossed. Angry, I wondered who was the parent and who was the child. Because I didn't trust her, I checked her fridge, saw that it was empty, as she said. She then held out her hand as if I'd pull a wad of cash from my wallet and hand it over. Instead, I told her if she wanted groceries, we'd be going shopping together. I wanted to ensure the money went to actual food and staples, not cigarettes or liquor. Now we were on the way to the store, a 15-minute ride back into town from the foothills where they lived. My dad was left behind, in his recliner with a late-afternoon talk show on the TV. He turned away from the programming and his beer long enough to say hi. "Probably," I replied. "Why are you short again?" She huffed, then looked at me. The waft of liquor came from her breath. I didn't turn my head from the road, but winced at the odor that mixed with the smoke clinging to her clothes. "Because you didn't pay to have the car fixed." "Neither did you from your text. Only a small portion." "Well," she began, grabbing her purse by her feet. She pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "No smoking," I said. Another huff and she put them back. "Well?" I prompted. "I quit my job." I blinked, death gripped the steering wheel, then took a deep breath. "Why? Was your boss handsy like the last one?" I wasn't for asshole employers, but in Cheryl's case, frequently when she quit over the years, she pulled out that excuse. Now I was never sure if she cried wolf or not. "No. I won at nickel slots at the casino on the reservation." I glanced her way for a second, then back on the road, slowing for a curve. "You gambled, while you don't have money and make me pay your rent and car repair bills?" She waved her hand. "I won $10,000, so I didn't need that job any longer." I was stunned. That was a lot of money for playing the slots. "Then why am I taking you to get groceries?" "I told you you didn't have to. I'd be at home right now with my drinky poo, and you'd be off living your life like you always do." "No, you told me to just give you money," I said diplomatically as possible. "Why do you need it from me if you made $10,000? That will pay the car bill, plus your rent and groceries, for the next 6 months." "Because I lost it all." I slowed and pulled off onto the shoulder. Now I could give Cheryl my complete attention because I thought she said she lost it all. "You lost it all?" She nodded. Her blonde hair, which used to be the same shade as mine, was in need of a root touch-up and gray coverage. Between her drinking and smoking, she was weathered and rough-looking for her age. I had to wonder how sober she was right now, especially if she wasn't working. I remembered when she was beautiful, but she'd always been mean-spirited, self-centered. I lost it playing craps. You gambled away all $10,000? The table was hot. Then some bitch in high heels blew on the dice and the luck changed. I stared at her wide-eyed. She was serious. You're blaming your loss of all that money on a bitch in high heels? It's not her fault, it's yours. The table was hot until she walked up. Oh my fucking God! I flung my arms in the air. Somehow, for some reason, right now, sitting on the side of the road, I was done. D-O-N-E. Done. That's it. I'm out. I turned to face the road, looked over my shoulder to see if a car was coming, then pulled out. She grabbed my arm. Out! Out where? I headed back toward her house. Out of taking care of you, of wasting my time, my money, my emotions on you. Don't be silly, I'm your mother. I stepped on the gas, driving faster so I could get rid of her sooner. Like Arlo said, I should have done this years ago. She would never love me. I'd been hoping for scraps of affection, even when deep down, I knew it would never come. Why had I seen it so fast with Theo, but not with her? It didn't matter. I was done with him, I was done with her. I deserved being loved completely. I'm dropping you off at home and you will not call me. You will not stop by. You will not get in touch with me in any way. What? She grabbed my arm in a talon-like grip. I need you. I shook my head. No, you don't. You're an ungrateful, mean woman. If you want to be my mother, then act like one. Until then, we're done. Oh, it's Lindy Beckett's influence that you're talking to me like this. I smiled then, thought of my call with her just a little while ago. I glanced at Cheryl and said, Yes, it is. Then the screech of tires had me jerking my head back to the road in front of me, but it was too late. The impact was instantaneous. Then the world went black.
Chapter 58. Theo. The waitress came by, sat a glass of ice water on a coaster in front of me. She gave what back to you? Mac asked. Mallory. I bought her a house and she returned it. Like a pair of socks she bought in the wrong size at the store. I explained on a grumble. Mac's mouth opened and a piece of bun fell out and onto his plate. You bought Mallory a house? I nodded. He grinned. Congrats. I frowned again. Why? Because she's great and you need someone who's all sunshiny for your grumpy ass. We're not together. He frowned. I know I'm divorced and all, which makes me a shit judge of relationships, but what the fuck? It's just sex. The walkie-talkies chimed all at once. The crew stood, their chairs scraping across the floor in their haste. Food was set down, radios picked up, and the crew practically ran out of the place. Patrons turned to watch as they left. Mac stood but hadn't moved, listening to the dispatcher give the report of the call. MVA, mile marker 26 on Highway 5, head-on, car versus truck, multiple injuries. Mac looked to me, his gaze laser-sharp. You're coming along. We're going to need all the help we can get. I hopped up, the familiar hum of an emergency coursing through my veins. Mac turned to leave and waved to Arlo. He gave a nod and a wave in reply as I followed Mac out onto the street. I assumed that meant they'd settle up for their meals later. The fire engine was running with the back door open, ready for Mac to hop in, and me. I followed him in, and I had the door barely closed before the sirens kicked on and we were headed out of town. Mac slipped on a headset, and I found one at my side and did the same. I could hear dispatch and the crew in my ears. I put on my shoulder harness and listened to the reports coming in from the scene, seconds apart. 3 injuries. Pickup truck versus small SUV. Older model black Ford F-150 and a white Honda CR-V. People stopping to help say 2 women are unconscious, unknown if breathing, trapped. I looked to Mac. Over his head he grabbed a box of gloves and tossed it to me. Put a bunch of those in your pocket. We'll have our medkits for you to use, but be ready. If they're trapped, it'll be like the practice we did with you. Jaws of life, whatever's needed. I didn't see shit under that blanket. I said as I tugged on the gloves. You'll be on the other side of an emergency again. You good? I frowned. Why wouldn't I be? The shrill siren was muted by the headphones, but it was a constant reminder that lives were at stake. This wasn't the ER or the OR. This was truly life or death. There were only so many supplies, only so much that could be done on the side of the road. Even for me, who had a medical degree and tackled traumas day in and day out. Because shit's about to get real. I glanced at the rest of the crew in the back. 3 others were already geared up and ready to go. It's always real, I said. These are people, fucker. I shook my head. These are victims. We treat them, get them back to their lives. The engine slowed and I leaned to the side to see out the window. It turned as it came to a stop, angled so the entire street was blocked, protecting the crew from anyone crazy enough to drive into an accident scene. The crew hopped from the door on the opposite side as I looked out the window. Max shifted to move, but I grabbed his arm, pointed. That CRV is Mallory's. The one that was upside down and half under the pickup truck and wedged into the guardrail. I recognized the sticker on the back of the windshield, which was shattered. He looked to me, then at the car out the window. His face went blank, intense. Let's get to work. I followed him, hopping down from the high seats. His crew had split up to assess the situation. One was standing in the open door of the truck talking to the driver. Another handed off an oxygen mask and they put it over his mouth and nose. One victim was conscious and breathing. Another firefighter was kneeling on the ground at the back of the CRV, checking for stability since it was upside down. 2 others were testing the doors and trying to figure out how to gain access. It was clear the driver's door was crushed in. It wasn't in as bad of shape as the practice car I'd crawled into in the back lot of the fire station, but it was close. Mac went toward the CRV. I followed, but he held me back with his arm. You don't have the gear to get any closer. We need to brace the car, then get them out. Shattered glass and flung car parts were strewn across the road. Something was leaking and creeping downhill. Is she in there? I asked, suddenly freaking out. It doesn't matter who is in there. Whoever it is needs our help. What? It doesn't matter. It could be Mallory. Mallory! When Mac turned around to start working on the CRV and get the people out, whoever they were, it hit me. Like a big old F-150 on a curving stretch of road. I felt fear. I felt anger. I felt helplessness. I felt worry. I felt everything because inside that car was Mallory. The woman who seemed to like me despite the stick up my ass. Despite the fact that I'd never been on a road trip, or that I had a plane, that I slotted her into my calendar as a daily appointment. I remembered calling patients a quota. That Bridge had kicked me out of her classroom because I couldn't see why I went to the high school to ask after Mallory. I did have a stick up my ass. No wonder everyone rolled their eyes at me, or gave me a look of disappointment. I was one. A big fucking doofus, like Bridge said. Max squatted down by the window, peeked in. He turned, looked at me, and nodded. I felt because Mallory was inside of the destroyed car, and I didn't know if she was alive or dead. Mallory, the woman who'd been mine all along, and I never knew it. Chapter 59. Theo. I ran over, grabbed the Pulaski took from a firefighter before he could give it to Mac. "What are you doing?" Mac shouted. "Mallory's in there." Mac grabbed the axe from me and passed it off, then shoved me out of the way. "Get your shit together. It's our job to get the patients out. You don't have the gear or the skill. Get your head on straight." I wanted to punch him, but he was right. The firefighter I wasn't paying any attention to worked the tool into the seam between the driver door and the frame, right by the pin. Another firefighter used his booted foot to kick in the shattered windshield. Another 2 were doing the same on the other side. All wore thick bunker gear, heavy leather gloves, helmets, and even protective goggles. I had on latex gloves. Police cars pulled up along with another fire truck. A whistle pierced the air and I turned to follow the sound. "Doc, over here!" I glanced at Mallory's car again. "Go do your job." Max slapped me on the shoulder, then turned away from me to get to work. Fuck. Mallory was in that car and I had to walk away. I had to get my shit together. I had to triage, and that meant going where I was called and assessing. I had to wait to help Mallory and whoever else was in the CRV. I ran over to the firefighter helping the man in the truck. 53 wearing a seatbelt, BP is 140/90, resps are 90, complaining of upper chest pain, most likely a broken clavicle due to seatbelt. No allergies to medications, no drugs or alcohol usage. The EMT gave me a thorough report as I assessed the man. Pen light? The EMT handed me one from the med kit and I flashed it back and forth in front of his face. What's your name, sir? He pulled the oxygen mask back to answer. Donald Namer. Did you hit your head on the steering wheel or windshield? I asked, feeling his skull as I took in that his car had no airbag. No. Doc, I'll take over here. I turned and there was one of the paramedics from the Saturday training. One patient's about to be pulled from the car and you'll be needed. Donald, you're in good hands with these guys. I gave him a quick but reassuring smile before I ran for the car, stripping my gloves as I went. I pulled new ones from my pocket. Mac was fucking smart, and saw that it was the passenger who was being placed on a backboard. Careful! Grab my purse. I need my cigarettes if you're taking me in an ambulance. That was not Mallory. Ma'am, please remain as still as possible. You've been in a car accident, and we don't know the extent of your injuries. I don't hurt. Nothing hurts. She replied as I made it around the car and squatted down beside her, laying on the backboard. I gave her a quick assessment. C-collar on. Conscious, therefore her heart was beating and she was breathing. Her airway was very clear and she smelled like a liquor cabinet. What's your name, ma'am? Cheryl. Cheryl, who's driving the car? I peeked in the open doorway, tilting my body to see in. Cheryl said, My daughter, Mallory. At the same time I saw her. Mallory was unconscious, caught on her seatbelt and dangling upside down. Blood dripped from a cut on her temple into the deflated airbag. I was pushed out of the way so another rescuer could get into the passenger spot. I looked at the two EMTs adjusting the straps on the board and placing an oxygen mask over her face. She and the man in the truck are both level 4. Get them both to the ER pronto. On it, Doc. I stood, backed up to let the crew work. Cheryl, Mallory's miserable and clearly intoxicated mother, was carted off. Not once did she ask after her daughter. Breathing, the woman half in, half out of the upside-down car called. I sighed, closed my eyes. I thought of the boy who died on my operating table. The one who'd been in a car accident like this one, who'd been ejected and died. I didn't even remember his name. He was the reason I'd moved to Hunter Valley, because I'd been numb, uncaring. I thought quitting and relocating would have changed me. It didn't. Mallory did. She'd made me see the fun side of things. She was the one who struggled, suffered, hurt, ached, bled, and I'd never understood. I'd disregarded her feelings, her words. I'd diminished her. I made her... Oh, fuck, nothing. That's what I told Verna earlier, that we were nothing. I grabbed my hair. I made her feel like nothing when she was everything. Come on! What's taking so long? I shouted. No one paid me any attention. Everyone was busy doing their jobs and I was standing around with my thumb up my ass. C-collar on, board! A backboard was produced and worked into the car through the open passenger door. The straps were rolled up at the sides, ready. Cutting a seatbelt on 3. It was Matt calling from the other side. 1, 2, 3. Everyone shifted and I couldn't see a fucking thing. 5, then 10 seconds passed and then the board was slid out. Doc! I ran over, dropped to my knees. O2, vitals. Get her strapped down and I want her out of here in 30. I'll assess on the way to the ER. I ran my hands over her as the straps were put across her, securing her to the board. I lifted the hem of her shirt, the one I recognized her wearing earlier, to look for signs of bruising, felt for possible internal bleeding. Ready? I stood and moved back out of the way. On 3. The firefighters hoisted her in unison and hustled her to the back of the waiting ambulance. I slid onto the bench beside her, the paramedic at my side. Mac stood between the open back doors, and he gave me a smile. I tipped my chin, then he slammed the door shut. I heard the slap on the side of the rig, and we were off. I was back in trauma surgeon mode, and this was one patient whose name I knew. She wouldn't be a fucking quota, like I told Verna. She was mine. I was going to make her mine, tell her what she meant to me, how much of a dumbass I was. If she lived. Chapter 60. Mallory. I woke up to beeping, and the strong smell of cleaning supplies, and a wicked headache. Easy. I blinked my eyes open, turned toward the voice.
The one I recognized and was oh so soft, like a gentle whisper. I felt a hand in mine, a thumb brushing over my palm. Theo? He sat beside the bed, leaning toward me. His gaze raked over my face, but I didn't see any of his usual tenseness, or anger, or lust, or any emotion I was used to from him. Now all I saw was tenderness.
There's my tiger. I've been waiting for you to wake up.
What happened? I was in a hospital room, hooked up to monitors and an IV.
What do you remember?
I closed my eyes, thought back. Oh, there was an accident.
Yes.
I turned my head, looked to Theo, whose eyes seemed haunted. I'd never seen him look like this before. I hit someone.
He shook his head. Someone hit you. Took a curve too wide.
Are they okay?
He offered a small smile. Yes, he's got a broken collarbone, but he's on good pain meds and is happily letting his wife take care of him.
And Cheryl?
We'd been arguing. I'd been so angry I turned around to take her home, to literally get rid of her. He clenched his jaw and gave my hand a gentle squeeze. Not a scratch on her.
Of course not.
She'd been drinking. Theo nodded. Yes, intoxicated people have slower reaction times. They don't tense up before an accident. Helps them from getting hurt.
Is she?
Hunter. You remember him? Theo arched a brow and gave me a soft smile.
Yeah, a smile.
He took her home.
So she wasn't here at the hospital waiting for me to wake up. I didn't ask if she was worried about me. I didn't want to know. I made it clear she was out of my life now, and I meant it. The fact that she'd left.
What are you doing here? I asked. It didn't make any sense why he might be by my bedside holding my hand. I was with Mac when the call came in. I was there when they pulled you out of the car.
I frowned. Was I operated on?
I didn't feel hurt other than a headache. No. I checked you over in the back of the ambulance, then handed you off to the ER team. Do you have a headache?
He wondered. It pulsed, throbbed, ached, like I'd gone through a blender.
Yeah. You hit the airbag pretty hard, then something else when the car flipped.
The car flipped? I had no idea.
Theo looked grim, bleak even. Now that you're awake, you'll be checked for a concussion, but it's pretty much a given, he explained.
Thank you, I said.
You're awake,
Bridget said, coming into the room.
Shh, I said.
Mav followed behind her but remained quiet.
You scared the shit out of me,
Bridge whispered, leaning in to give me a gentle hug. She took in Theo holding my hand but said nothing about it. I didn't know what it meant and I was too out of it to process.
Well, the doctor says you're spending the night for observation. Then you're staying with me for a few days.
I swallowed, but my mouth was so dry.
I'm not staying at your house. You guys have too much sex.
Fine, then I'll stay with you at the house. It'll be like a sleepover when we were kids. Lindy heard about the accident and is on her way. I glanced at Theo, remembering the last sleepover I had there with him. No more, though. I was thankful he'd been there to help, but his medical skills, or any other talents he had, weren't needed any longer.
Thanks again, Theo. I'll see you around.
He was a doctor and he was checking on a patient. It was required. He'd made an oath to something. He'd look after Cheryl, too. I was fine, or would be. Bridge was here and she was going to mother the hell out of me. Lindy, too. After what I went through with Cheryl, it sounded great.
Mallory,
Theo said. I'm good. Thanks for doctoring me. Realizing he was dismissed, it wasn't like we were anything since he made that crystal clear. He stood.
Right. Bye.
I watched him leave and wondered if I was ever going to get over him. While he felt nothing for me, I felt so much. I wondered if it was more than my head splitting in two. I felt like my heart was, too.
Chapter 61. Theo. I startled awake when I felt breathing on my neck. I turned my head and got a whiff of dog breath, then got a tongue lick. Fuck, Scout, I said, wiping my face. He jumped to the floor and barked. Good, you're not dead, Mav said. I blinked my eyes open and he loomed over me, arms crossed over his chest. What time is it? 2:30. I shifted, realized I was on the couch and in the clothes I had on yesterday. The inside of my mouth felt like the floor of a mushroom farm. Mac was expecting you at the fire training 6 hours ago. Yeah, well, I didn't go. Mav sighed. Look, I'm all for you taking a bender. If anyone needs one, it's you. But your shit is fucking with my sex life. I sat up, then regretted it. I held my head so I didn't fall off. I wasn't sure how far I made it through the whiskey bottle last night, but based on the way I wanted to hurl and then die, it was probably at least half. How am I fucking with your sex life? Because Bridge has stayed the past 3 nights at her house with Mal instead of in my bed. That meant it was Saturday. I spent Thursday and Friday sober, doing my job and seeing patients. Verna hadn't said a word to me outside of work-related topics. Jeff just gave me pitying looks. When I was done for the week, when I didn't have to be a functioning and sober member of society, I came home and got plastered. Now that I was conscious again, I realized it hadn't helped. I still felt like shit. Mallory wasn't mine. Shower and then we'll figure this shit out. Standing, I groaned. After stumbling to the bathroom, I threw up, getting rid of all the stuff my body didn't like, just like I told the group of first graders. Only when my stomach was blissfully empty did I swallow a few pain pills, then stand under the hot water until my skin pruned. Surprisingly, Mav was still in my house when I came out in sweats and a t-shirt. The scent of bacon and eggs made my stomach flip, but the cup of coffee Mav handed to me calmed it. I ignored how it scalded my tongue and drank it all. Here. A plate of food was held in front of me. I snagged it, then gave my brother a look. You have no sympathy. You brought this shit on yourself. You could be with Mal right now. Instead, we're both suffering. Oh yeah, your poor dick. I picked up the fork and shoveled in a mouthful of eggs. My dick shouldn't be in the middle of your love life. I glowered, then ate some more. Let me guess. You pulled your head out of your ass and figured out you're in love with Mal. Pretty much. I clenched my teeth around a piece of bacon and ripped it in half. Scout and the stray cat sat side by side staring up at me. What's the cat doing inside? Mav shrugged. Followed Scout in. I ripped the remaining piece of bacon in half and gave it to each of them. Scout didn't even chew his. The cat set it on the floor, sniffed it, then ate it daintily. I was impressed Scout didn't try to steal it. So, you're in love with Mal, and she's with Bridge. Let's get this figured out. I feel like you're here for selfish reasons, and not for brotherly ones. I finished the food, rinsed the dish, and put it in the dishwasher. Purely selfish. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet, filled it at the sink, and downed the whole thing. I was starting to feel slightly human. Except I also felt empty. I was with Mac when they got the call. I got pulled along and it turned out to be Mallory in the car. I'd never forget that moment. I was helpless, on my training to be a doctor, and I couldn't help. Mac and his crew got her out. So you had to stand there and realize that you actually have emotions after all. I nodded. The kid who was killed. The one I told you about? Yeah. He leaned against the counter and crossed his ankles. I felt nothing. Then, when I was waiting to find out if Mallory was dead or alive, I felt everything. Panic. Fear. God, the fear. Welcome to loving someone. It's too late. I was talking to Verna and Mallory overheard me say we were nothing. His eyes widened, but he stayed quiet. It was just supposed to be sex. It was just sex. Until it wasn't. He added, Congratulations, you're a human, not a cyborg. Funny. I didn't laugh, but probably really fucking accurate. We had a scheduled time for sex, no lingering. Hell, we didn't even kiss for a few days. And only because she pointed it out that she wanted a connection. Me? I was fine with just going at all. I glanced at Mav, felt the gravity of what I'd done settle in. I'm Dad. Mav laughed. Hell no. I am. I can fuck without caring about a woman. I bought Mallory a house because it would solve her problems. From what I understand, you confronted Mr. Dirty Dick, Bridge's name for the guy she works with, to keep Mal safe. You bought her a house because, like you said, it solves her problems. You flew to Vegas because you heard she had a court appearance and had driven her ass there all by herself. You knew about the court appearance? I asked, surprised. He raised a hand. Oh, I learned a fuck ton in the past few days. I didn't think Mal had it in her to get arrested for solicitation, but I think I'm actually a little proud of her. What are you getting at? He had to have a point. In your own cyborg way, you were showing her how much you cared about her. You felt for her all along. You just needed that heart thought out. Mav, she gave the house back. She quit-claimed the deed into my name. His eyes widened in surprise. She wanted that place so fucking bad, but she didn't want it from me. He shook his head. You gave her the wrong thing, dumbass. I paused, considered. For the first time, it was obvious. You're talking about my heart. Yes, you moron, she wants you. For some reason, the women we fall for don't give a shit about our money. Clearly they want our dicks, I replied. Mav smiled then frowned because he wasn't getting any. Buying a house for a woman is a dad move. I wonder how many gifts he bought for the women he fucked and forgot. No more of this you're like dad bullshit. If you're like him, then I am too. I got me a girl who's 15 years younger. I pretty much robbed the cradle. If that isn't just like the fucker, I don't know what is. Fucking without feeling, I said, then giving her a house. Hell, she must have felt like a real call girl. The best BJ of my life, and I buy her a house. He grimaced but pushed on. You have feelings, you idiot. You like Mac. From what I hear, you two are BFFs. I don't see you buying him a house. Not too keen on him giving me a BJ. I countered, trying to be funny. It wasn't. You just buried all your shit down so you didn't get hurt. Dad was a narcissist and used people. He didn't give a shit about their feelings or emotions. He wouldn't have become a doctor to save people like you did. You forgot to have fun, that's all. Fun. Fuck, there was that word again. He was right. All of it. I wasn't telling him that. Since when do we talk feelings? I wondered. Since my dick hasn't seen Bridget's pussy in 3 days. I shook my head. Dude, please. No, dude, please. He begged me right back. Fine, fine. I'll go grovel to Mallory to make your dick happy. He held up a hand to stop me. No, absolutely not. The only reason to grovel to Mal is if you love her and want her to be yours. Long term. No scheduled sex. Or whatever other stupid parameters you put around your heart. You gotta be all in, or walk away for good. Chapter 62. Mallory. I didn't work the rest of last week after the accident. Today, Monday, was my first day back. I was tired but feeling better. If sad and depressed and droopy, was feeling better. I came out of school expecting Bridge to be waiting to pick me up. I texted her a half hour ago to give her a heads up when I would be done. My car had been totaled and I hadn't finalized the insurance paperwork to get a replacement. It wasn't Bridge, though, but Theo. I pulled my coat closer around me as I went over to him. He was leaning against his car door, patient as ever, and handsome as ever, too. His beard was trimmed so he didn't look too unruly, giving a balance to his doctor persona and his new small-town life. "What are you doing here?" I asked. I tried to keep my heart from beating out of my chest, to try to get to him, but it was hard. He looked good, as if he was a piece of cake I hadn't had in a while but knew he was delicious. "To give you a ride home." "Is Bridge okay?" He nodded. "She's fine. She's in trouble," I muttered. He shook his head. "I'm the one in trouble, aren't I?" I went around the car to the passenger side and he followed, opening it for me. Climbing in, I set my bag on the floor at my feet. Theo slid into the driver's seat and shut the door, cocooning us in quiet, and his scent. "How are you feeling?" he asked, doing his body scan again. I felt heat wherever his gaze went. "Fine. I slept most of the weekend. Just some bruises left." "Headaches." I shook my head. He grabbed 3 little leather balls and held them up. "I was going to juggle for you when you came out." I couldn't help but smile. "You juggle?" Nodding, the corner of his mouth tipped up. "Silas and I learned one summer. Thought we might go and join the circus and needed a talent." Her smile faded. "You mean run away?" "Yes." "Because of your dad?" His eyes were on mine. He barely blinked, barely looked away, just looked into me. "Yes. He was never around. When he used our affection for him as a weapon, critiqued everything we did. If we played soccer, we had to win. If we didn't win, we sucked. He told us that, then gave us the silent treatment. Silas and I picked up juggling, and it was fun.
Fun? I asked, smiling.
Until he said that Silas was better than me, made juggling a competition. My brother and I hated each other by the time the summer was up. My dad laughed and said we were failures, that we couldn't even really juggle.
Oh, Theo, I said, aching for the young child who'd been cruelly used.
Love was conditional, Mallory. He used it as a weapon. It was when I realized he'd used it to pit me against Silas that I saw him for what he was. Then I shut down.
I swallowed hard, tried not to cry.
Fun isn't fun for me because of what that bastard did. I got serious and stayed that way. I maybe went to med school just to see if, one last time, he might be proud of me.
I took his hand. I could not touch him. His gaze dropped to our joined hold.
Medical school and residency is not fun. It's grueling and only made me more the way I am. It went on from there. Working, no life, not caring or feeling for patients, being serious and closed off. I felt nothing.
His eyes lifted to mine.
Until you.
Theo,
I began, but he shook his head. I stopped your date because of Tom's situation, but I really did it because I didn't want anyone to have you but me. I was possessive of you even then. When I heard you wanted to have sex, I got jealous, crazy. You were mine, Mallory, even then in that paper gown.
My heart beat frantically.
You think we had sex every day at 6 because I made you nothing more than an appointment, but I started thinking of it as...
He stopped talking, and I could have sworn his ears turned pink. As what?
Sex o'clock.
I couldn't help but laugh.
He smiled, but sheepishly. I loved knowing I would have you every day, that it was guaranteed, that if you were penciled in, it wouldn't be yanked away.
Oh, I breathed, starting to understand.
I bought you the house and met you in Vegas because you were mine to take care of. It was my way of telling you how I felt about you.
I swallowed. How do you feel about me?
I'm not saying this because Mav wants Bridget to go home and stop staying with you.
Okay?
I think I love you, Mallory.
Happiness gushed from me. I couldn't help but smile, to feel glowing. You think? He shook his head unsure, awkward, completely unlike him.
I don't know what love feels like. I care for my brothers, of course, but this is different. I want you to be safe in a house that's yours. I don't want you to fret or worry or work shifts with your brother to try to pay for it.
But I
know you want to pay your way, and I love that about you.
He laughed.
See that word again.
I grinned.
I'm going to buy you things to make your life easier, starting with a car, of course. Not because you can't do it, but because it's how I will show you I care and want you to be happy and safe. I'm going to offer you the plane because I have one. I'm going to be grumbly and cranky and hate yoga and people and only want to be a crazy uncle. But I want to do all those things with you because you make life fun.
Tears fell now. I couldn't stop them.
I can't give you anything like that in return,
I admitted. Unless I take up prostitution. I seem to be quite skilled at that. The first BJ I give, I get a house, I replied playfully. His eyes heated, narrowed, and I wasn't sure if he was angry at what I said or turned on.
I only want you. Just like you didn't want the house from me. I get it now. You wanted me, didn't you?
I nodded.
You have me, Mallory. If you'll take me.
Don't you want to know how I feel about you? I asked. He studied my face, then frowned.
I do. I really do. I think I was just hoping for scraps of affection from you because that's what I expect.
I shook my head, cupped his jaw. No, you should have more than scraps. You should have a woman's whole heart because you're deserving of it.
He set his hand on top of mine. We have fucked up parents.
I nodded. We leave them behind. We move forward together, because I think I love you too, Theo. He pulled me in and kissed me then, and kissed me some more. There was tongue involved in roaming hands and more kissing.
"No prostitution for you," he said finally. "I like you sweet and slutty. You could be my little whore any time you want. I don't share."
Oh my, Theo, my dirty talker. Except with Mr. Van Mayer and the Hunter Valley Police Department, I reminded. He groaned.
"We're moving into the little house I bought you that you gave me. It's our house now, and we're sharing it together. No Mr. Van Mayer, no police. Just you, me, and
6 o'clock.
Epilogue. Silas. 3 months earlier. What was it with the women in Hunter Valley, Montana? Why were they all so gorgeous? I didn't dare think how pretty either of the Beckett sisters was. Mav and Dex would kill me and my body would be added to the latest concrete pour at the James Inn site. Mallory was also hot as fuck, but she was Theo's now. Besides, she was too fucking perky for me. And she worked with 6-year-olds. I couldn't handle the possibility of glitter in my life. There was one woman, though. Really only one who filled my thoughts and made my dick hard. Her. The one who I was tugging into the office at the bar. "Tell me what you like," I said, shutting the door behind us and taking in every inch of her perfect body in the sexy dress. It wasn't overly revealing, which to me seemed sexier than too much skin. Tanned and toned, I wanted to kiss, lick, and discover every silky, scented inch of her body.
"Orgasms,"
she replied, glancing at the front of my jeans and the way my dick was thick and long and barely contained behind the zipper and button. I smiled, loving a woman who knew what she wanted. That's a given. What else?
"A quickie."
She looked to the door, indicating while it was closed, it could open at any time. We didn't have all night.
"I need it. This."
Her breathing was ragged, and a flush spread up her cheeks. She did, and fuck did I also. Another given.
I want you in charge,"
she admitted.
"I don't want to think for once."
I stepped close, ran a knuckle down her soft cheek. Her eyes flared. Yeah, she was right there with me. Sweetness. I love to be in charge. I stepped back, tipped my chin up as my hands went to my jeans to let my dick out to play. "Lift the dress. Show me how wet your panties are." She licked her lips, then did as ordered. "Good girl. Time for a hard, quick fuck. You'll come for me 3 times, and I promise you won't remember your name after. I was the boss. Always. And people did what I said. She'd come, and when we were done, I'd make sure the only name she could think of was mine."
For more of Silas's story, get Mansplain. He might be in charge, but discover the woman who will rule his world. This has been Man Cave. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2023 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2023 by Bridger Media, LLC. Mansplain. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Eve. Owning a coffee shop meant early mornings. I was used to it. Used to waking up in the dark and going to bed when some finished their dinner. The past 2 days, the second my alarm blared, I was up, wide awake and eager. Eager like a beaver. Or my beaver was eager. Why? My very attractive, very bare neighbor. Bare. As in bare ass. And bare front. The naked guy in the house behind mine was a new morning addition. I'd never seen him before, dressed or undressed. Or maybe the person who lived there before didn't get up this early, or walked around without clothes, and no blinds, with the light on. Or maybe it was the leaves on the trees that usually blocked the view into that backyard, which were now gone for the winter. Or that... Who cared? I didn't. All I knew was that Michelangelo's David had nothing on this guy. He was hung, and ripped, and made me horny at 5 a.m. No one was horny at that time of day. Jumping from bed, I kept my lights off and padded over to my bedroom window, slid the curtain back, and... Yes! Mr. Big Dick was up. The man himself, I meant. And his big dick. Yes, it was impressive enough to be capitalized. He was on the phone, like he had been the previous times. The first morning I opened my curtain and saw him, blinked, rubbed my eyes because, what? A naked man? Then I ogled, drooled some too. He was there yesterday too. Same thing. I kept the lights off so he didn't know I watched. Me and my libido hoped he'd be back at it again this morning, and he was. Female fist pump. I watched as he strolled from the hallway to the kitchen sink to the coffee maker, back to the hallway, then into the bedroom as he talked on the phone. God bless the remodelers installing large windows in the back side of that house. The guy was a pacer when he took a call. And amazingly naked. Like toddlers who never like to get dressed. But he was no toddler. Gah. Did I mention he was also blonde? Everywhere. What was it about the drapes and curtains matching? They matched. Oh, they totally matched. Plus a beard? Yum. It was November. Wasn't he cold? It was hovering around freezing, and it definitely didn't reflect in the junk hanging between his sturdy thighs. Guys, at least this one, definitely woke up with morning wood. I sighed, rubbed my thighs together, and wished there weren't 2 backyards between us. But I couldn't knock on the door and tell him I was a peeping Tom, and that I wanted to check out the merchandise up close. I couldn't drop by at 5 a.m. for some sugar and tell him to keep standing by the back door so I could see his eye color from my bedroom window. Although my eyesight wasn't that good. No, if this scenario was reversed and he watched me, he'd be arrested. But there were no curtains on those windows. Or he didn't close the blinds. He was asking to be ogled, and I owed it to women to do that ogling. Hell, that body deserved it. This guy was my morning wake-up secret. My fantasy where I imagined he knew exactly what to do with a woman. He wouldn't be gentle. Hell no. Mr. Big Dick would be bold, a little dominant. Alpha. Yeah, he'd go all alpha on me and ensure I didn't walk right for a couple of days. Oh, he'd fuck me not just once, but twice. Or maybe 3 times, because he had the stamina to go again and again. What did my friends always say? Dick was better than caffeine any day? Since I owned a coffee shop and had a shitty ex, I usually didn't agree. But now? Salivating over my mystery neighbor? I was team morning dick. All the way.
Chapter 2. Silas. No, those figures don't match. There needs to be a 10% increase. I paced the short hallway, rubbing the back of my neck. I hated these early morning calls with Geneva, but with a time difference, if I waited until the start of my day in Denver, or in Hunter Valley where I was now, the Highport staff would be ending theirs. There would be no way to get any work done on the merger if they were putting on their coats to go home. I had similar calls in the evenings with Asia and the hotels there. It was my life lately. As CEO of an international company trying to close the biggest deal in decades, buying the Highport Hotel conglomerate and merging all their hotels worldwide under James Hotel, I worked all the time. I was getting tired of the grind and ready for the papers to be signed, the never-ending meetings, travel, problems, the early mornings, late nights. One perk of these calls was that I didn't need to be at a desk or dressed. No one on the group call knew I was free-balling before dawn while waiting for my coffee to brew. I'd only stayed in this house in Hunter Valley a few times, and it had become mine by default. Dex had used it first until he fell for Lindy, then it was Theo's before he shacked up with Mallory. Now the only single James brother left, it was mine. I slept naked, so when my cell rang, I climbed from bed and skipped boxers or sweats. I didn't need a suit or tie. I was alone in the house. Although if I had a woman with me, I still wouldn't be dressed. One hadn't crossed my path or been near my dick in a while, unlike all my brothers who'd pretty much become pussy-whipped one after the other for amazing women, all in this small Montana town. Maybe it was the water. Good, I added. Keep me posted on the changes. Yes, I'll be flying out tomorrow, but we've been working on this for weeks. I need the regional plan modifications to me in advance of the meeting. I hung up, grabbed a mug from the cabinet, and filled it to the brim. The first sip perked me right up. The one thing I loved about Hunter Valley was the coffee. My older brother Mav found an amazing shop on Main Street, where he got ground beans for all our houses. He'd also made a deal with a coffee shop owner to supply the James Inn when it opened. I'd have to get into the coffee shop one of these days if I ever stayed in town long enough. Maybe get a pink t-shirt of my own. Mav wore his a little too proudly for a fucker of his size. Scrolling through my inbox on my laptop, I found my assistant's email with my day's agenda. 5 a.m. call with Geneva. James Inn, Hunter Valley, Mav and IT techs. Call at 2:30, 3, 4:15, and 5. Topics and agendas listed below. Dinner at 6 with Mav and Theo, address below. 10:15 p.m., call with Singapore Highport reps. Something soft and furry circled around my legs and scared the shit out of me. Startled, I flung my coffee and it went everywhere, including all over me. Fuck! Something shot across the floor, followed by a weird flip-flap sound. Covered in hot coffee, I stood there stunned. That was an animal. Holy fuck. What the hell was it doing in the house? Dripping with cooling coffee, I went around the counter and into the laundry room where I thought the sound came from and flipped on the light. There, low to the floor, was a tiny dog door. What the hell? Grabbing a towel off the dryer, I wiped myself down as I went for my phone. Standing in the kitchen, I dialed Theo. "Do you have a cat?" I asked the second he answered. "What?" He said, his voice deep and rough with sleep. "Silas, are you drunk?" "No," I said, wiping down my right arm. "There was an animal in here that just rubbed up against my legs, scared the shit out of me. It ran off." "The cat came in the house?" He was more awake now. "Something came inside. Jesus, it could have been a raccoon for all I know." "There's a stray cat, not raccoon. I was feeding it, and it got friendly enough to come up onto the porch. I had a dog door installed thinking it might come inside. I haven't gotten close enough to find out if it's a boy or a girl." I squatted down, using the towel to wipe the kitchen floor. "I did, but I doubt it's coming back. Am I supposed to feed it or something?" "I paid the neighbor kid to put some food in a bowl on the front stoop." I hadn't noticed the bowl or the kid. "If it's a stray, why give it a cat door? I mean, it lives outside. If you haven't noticed, it's fucking freezing. I thought it might want to come in." I had no idea what happened to my brother. Only a few months ago, he pretty much lived inside a hospital. No pets, no girlfriend, nothing but a surgical rotation and on-call status. Now he was worried about a stray cat staying warm. I'm all for saving a cat, but give a guy some notice that a feral one may be my roommate. I almost burned my dick. "I don't want to know what that means." He hung up. Flinging the dirty towel back onto the laundry room floor, I refilled my mug and carried it into the bathroom, turned on the shower. I was on site all day with Mav at the inn, working to resolve the issue of tying the reservation systems together on the back end with the main James Corp hotels. Mav was tackling the boutique inn silo he'd built, and I took care of every other silo of the company. If silos were like balls that I had to juggle, it was like I was in charge of a ball pit at a kid's party center. With the possible purchase of the Highport chain, my workload was crazier than usual. We were close to finishing the deal. I hoped only a few more weeks. My side stepping beneath the hot spray. Theo was tucked into bed with Mal down the street. Mav with Bridget up in the foothills in that big monstrosity of a house. Dex and Lindy in his apartment in Denver. Me? I was in a different bed practically every day. My apartment in Denver, here in Hunter Valley, and hotels all over the world. This insanity, while self-induced, had to end soon. I was burnt out. I was lonely. I envied how my brothers had all settled down. Mav had a dog, and Theo appeared to have a semi-feral cat. This deal had to go through. I had to redeem the James Hotel name with the Highports after my father's past fiascos with them. It was my company now, and I wanted everyone to know I wasn't my father. The James Hotel was no longer under his control, since he was dead and buried, and I was taking the company in the right direction. Doubling the size was one way to do that. But right now I had too much work, too much responsibility. Too much travel. A fling would be good, or just a fuck. I gripped my dick and gave it a hard pull. My hand was definitely not a willing, wet woman, but it would take the edge off. Tonight I was having dinner with Mav and Theo, kicking back with some good food and a few drinks before I flew 8 time zones for more negotiations. Again.
Chapter 3. Eve. I saw the name on my cell as it rang, then again. "Hello, Father." At 2:30, it was between busy times, so I answered instead of letting it go to voicemail. He'd call again, so it was better to get it over with. For a second, I wondered if he chose this quiet time intentionally, but quickly remembered he didn't do anything out of courtesy. It was just when he thought of me. The swing band music I had playing wasn't too loud to bother the call or customers. "How are things downtown?" he asked, his voice as stiff and proper as someone who had a stick up his ass could be. Downtown. As if he wasn't 10 miles away up by the ski resort. "Things are fine," I replied. While he was a local himself, born and bred, he didn't do the quaint Main Street that made Hunter Valley unique. It was below him to leave the posh area up by the resort, the one his parents founded. Whatever. It wasn't below me, never was. "Yes, the lifts might start a week early," he replied. "How's your little shop?" I rolled my eyes and grabbed a new bag of coffee beans from the display and gave it a squeeze, envisioning it was my father's neck. "The little shop is doing well," I replied. "It is only 10 miles from home. You can come down and see for yourself." "Evelyn." He chided, using my name in that tone that was meant to shame. It used to work, the disappointment I felt in any decisions that didn't match theirs. But no longer. I have connected with a local inn to exclusively sell my beans for the restaurant, the small cafe, and placement in the rooms with the coffee makers. That should make him happier, telling him of the growth of steaming hotties. It was a big contract. While I'd been friends with Bridget for a long time, it was her boyfriend who I'd proposed the business arrangement to a few months ago. Maverick James, of the mega big James hotel chain family, was building a high-end inn in the area and stopped in frequently for coffee. I thought I had a little bit of a role in the two of them getting together, Bridge having spilled coffee all over the guy when they first met, right here in the shop. The little shop that my parents thought was me amusing myself before I settled down with Cheney Douglas, my boyfriend since senior year of high school, the one who our parents matched together, the one who I was expected to marry, my fate decided, by them, when I was 17, the one who I dumped a year ago when I realized, yeah, my head had been really far up my ass. He expected me to play with my coffee shop for a little while and amuse myself before returning to the resort side of town and become his stay-at-home wife, the one who also kept pestering me about when my playtime was going to end, the one my father was going to mention in about 30 seconds. That Cheney Douglas. I had no idea why he wanted to marry a woman who didn't like him. Oh yeah, money. I had lots of it. I was a hunter, after all. Yeah, hunter as in Hunter Valley. To my parents, I was the wild child, although not really wild. I just liked to wear dangly earrings, cowboy boots, jeans with rips in them. Yeah, totally wild. Not a pearl earring or matching sweater set in sight. Ah, yes, your magical beans. If smoke could really come out of my ears, the fire alarm would be going off right now. Yes, most people think they're magical when they drink their first cup every morning. I countered, as if I was peddling something like magical mushrooms, instead of the brew he had 2 cups of every morning. As I've told you before, you need to ensure that you do not start mansplaining how to run a business when you are not employed. I snapped. He might be a hunter by birth, but he didn't work for the resort. He didn't work, period. He tisked me. Evelyn, He was cut off with a rustle and the sound of a phone scuffle. Evelyn, dear. My mother stole the phone away. I wasn't sure if it was to keep the peace or because she couldn't wait a second longer to meddle herself. I could see her in her dress, either in pink or pale blue, with her grandmother's pearls around her neck. I spoke to Cheney's mother, and she said Cheney hadn't heard from you. Definitely to meddle. That's because we're not together, I reminded. I have no reason or interest to talk to him. Does he know that? I feel confident that my ex knows he's an ex. I grumbled. I told him face-to-face, in voicemails, texts, again face-to-face. Well, you'll see him in a few weeks at the party at the club. I'm sure you'll make things right before then. What party? I skipped the part about why I needed to make things right. I thought that him being my ex was completely right. The annual holiday party, she said, although she probably wanted to add a duh onto the end. You're coming, of course. I have a dress for you. Velvet, and without all the patterns and layering you find in the bargain basement for these days. With your business closing, I didn't think you'd have time to find one. The bell above the door dinged, and I turned and waved at a customer. I skipped over the fact that my mother took another dig at my wardrobe for the important gem. My business closing? Cheney told me the other day at the club that you're shutting your coffee shop down. Your father said it was just a phase, and I can see now that he was right. Letting you use some of your trust fund to play coffee shop was money well spent, and now we can plan your wedding. What? I asked. I usually kept my voice calm with my parents. Any shift in my tone was something they pounced on. I was too emotional, too dramatic, making too much out of nothing. They were exceptional at gaslighting, using my anger and frustration with them as proof I was unrealistic with my life choices. I took a deep breath. I'm not going through a phase, and my coffee shop isn't closing. I'm not playing at anything. I live in a cute little house downtown. Just because my clothes aren't made with cashmere doesn't mean they are cast-offs. Why would I move back in with you? Why would you want me to? Evelyn, I have a customer. I have to go. But I hung up, wishing I could put something stronger than non-dairy milk into a cup of coffee. I pasted a smile on my face for the customer and got back to work. To my business that was not closing. I spent long enough being controlled and my life planned by others. I was done with that. I'd majored in business in college instead of French like my mother wanted. My father had been pleased with my choice, saying I might get a role in running the Hunter Valley Resort. Not his business, because he didn't do anything with the company except spend the profits. It had been his parents who built it from scratch and made it a success. Not just his father, but his mother as well. She'd been the skier. The sporty one who saw the potential for turning the local mountains into a winter destination. Between my grandfather's business sense and my grandmother's vision, they made it what it was today. They'd made the place, the entire town, enduring. Just like their love for each other. Like coffee. Everyone always needed coffee. I'd done my senior project on the business plan for Steaming Hotties, and I'd made it happen after graduation. Not for fun. Not shits and giggles or a phase or whatever else my parents and Cheney thought. This place was my shop, my baby, my business, my livelihood. Nothing was going to change that. Not Cheney, not my parents.
Chapter 4. Silas. Mav and Theo bailed on me. When we were at the inn, Mav mentioned that Bridge had a make-up day physics fair at school, where they dropped specially designed egg protectors off the roof to see if their precious cargo could keep from cracking. Since it had snowed the past few days and today was warmer and dry, it was happening. What Mav had to do with the event, I had no idea. But whatever Bridge needed, Bridge got. He was whipped hardcore. As for Theo, he'd been pulled into some kind of medical training with the fire department, so I didn't feel abandoned. He'd invited me to participate, saying that they were looking for volunteers for IV stick practice. No fucking way. I asked him if Mallory had offered her veins, and she'd said no fucking way as well. So my last night in Hunter Valley was solo. I was at the bar nursing a beer. I'd put in an order for a burger, but it hadn't been dropped off yet. For now, I was working my way through a bowl of baby pretzels. Someone slid up to the bar beside me. I picked up a hint of coffee and citrus.
"Hey, can I get a glass of your house white?"
The woman asked the bartender. She shifted and looked my way. Her eyes widened as if she saw a ghost. "Holy shit," she whispered, eyeing me. Then eyeing me some more. Her gaze raked down over my body in hot perusal, like she knew what I looked like naked, or wanted to. I offered her a small smile, enjoying her heated and complete study. Not from this woman. Hell no. She could look all she wanted, and touch too. I don't think I've seen anyone look something over quite so thoroughly since the cattle auction at the county fair back in July. I murmured. She blushed, and that sure as hell looked pretty on her. It was completely opposite of how she looked at me just seconds before. Sultry and sweet. Quite the combo.
"Oh,
she said, glancing away.
Sorry, I thought you looked familiar."
She didn't look familiar to me. I'd have totally remembered her. Clothed, naked, there would be no forgetting. No fucking way. She was stunning. While she was flustered, I took my time studying her in return. Gray eyes fringed with dark lashes, pert nose, full lips. Her skin was pale and flawless, except for a little freckle or mole by the corner of her right eye. Long dark hair framed her narrow face. Silver earrings dangled from her ears. She wore a blue dress that hit right at the knee beneath a plum-colored fleece coat. She must have just come in. With the jacket unzipped, I couldn't miss her perfect handful-sized breasts, ones my palms itched to cup. Neither could I miss the rest of her curves, and there were plenty. And fuck me. To complete the casual outfit, she wore Western boots. She looked absolutely nothing like the corporate women I met at the various James Corp offices or hotels around the world. I doubted any of them owned boots like those. Instantly, I imagined her wearing them and nothing else. I liked what I saw. I liked it a lot. The way she literally fucked me with her eyes, it was clear she was into me. It didn't feel like a pickup, but more like seeing me was a shock. As if she saw me and bam, hit by the hots. When I finished a thorough once-over of my own and met her gaze again, I felt it. Sizzle. Heat. The way she squirmed wasn't from embarrassment. It was need. My dick perked up because, hell yeah, sitting was becoming really fucking uncomfortable. She cleared her throat and looked away first. County Fair. You were never in 4-H, she said, and her lip quirked. I put my hand on my chest. Is it because I'm not wearing a snap shirt? I didn't own a snap shirt, but I'd buy a bunch of them if it was her thing. Her eyes widened in mock surprise. Total stereotype. You don't have to be a cowboy to wear a snap shirt. You just have to want to get your shirt off quickly. I finished, smiling fully now. She grinned. Exactly. Her gaze lowered to my chest, and I had to wonder if she was wishing I had on a snap shirt so she could tug it open. The shirt I wore had buttons, and I'd sacrifice every one if she wanted to yank at it. The bartender slid a glass of wine toward her, and she looked this way. Thank you. On me, I told him. He nodded, then went to help someone else. Join me. I asked, tipping my head to the empty stool beside mine. Flirting with a woman was better than hanging with my loser brothers, and she was a fuck-ton prettier. Unless you're here with someone. I glanced around, looking for whomever she might be with, and leaned close. Although the way you were checking me out, I'm guessing that's a no. She tucked her hair back, and she blushed some more. No, I mean, yes, I came in alone, and yes, sorry about that. Don't be. Nothing wrong with seeing something you like. She'd started this whole thing with her imagining what I looked like without clothes. I was just pushing things along. If she wanted to see me naked, perhaps as much as I wanted to see every perfect inch of her, I was all for it. I took another moment to take her in from top to bottom as if taking inventory. I really like what I see back. Join me, I repeated. Her eyes met mine, held. What was it about her, about those eyes? Why was I flirting with a woman at a bar? I didn't do that, especially when I wasn't home. Oh yeah, stood up by my brothers. I was too old for random hookups, but there was something different about her that called to me. Or maybe I was just tired of fucking my hand. Okay, she whispered, maybe to herself. She dropped onto the stool beside me. I'm Silas. I'm not a cowboy, and I've never been in 4-H. I really did go to the county fair in July, though. She took a sip of her wine and studied me. Eve. What brings you in for a drink, Eve? She frowned at her glass of wine as if it had done her wrong. Overbearing family, you. Mine ditched me for falling eggs and bloodletting. She frowned. I'm not sure if I want to know what that means. Should I be freaked out or intrigued? I laughed. Intrigued, although my brothers are not all that exciting, and it means they have weird priorities. I signaled the bartender, then looked at Eve. Fuck, her eyes were now a slate blue. How did they switch colors like that? Talking about families calls for something stronger. You like tequila? This was where she could turn me down, say no thanks and savor her glass of wine. But she didn't. Instead, she was all in. As long as there's a lot of lime. 2 shots of tequila with lots of lime, I told the bartender. A minute later, we held up our shots. What should we toast? I asked. She looked to me with those sparkly gray eyes, thought for a moment. Anything but family. I met her gaze, then let it rove over her pretty face. To liking what we see. Chapter 5. Silas. 2 hours of flirting and a few more shots of tequila later, I led Eve down the dim hallway with her small hand in mine. The music and other bar patrons were left behind. I passed the restrooms. No way was I fucking a woman in a bathroom stall. My dick might be hard for the upcoming quickie, but I had some standards. I tried the handle on the next door. Locked. I went to the last one, twisted the knob. It opened and I pulled her inside. She giggled, a sign we were both a little drunk. A little. Buzzed. Enough to let our inhibitions down, but not too much where we'd have hangovers and regrets in the morning. I reached out, flicked a light switch. Perfect. An office. I turned us around and pressed her into the door. Her eyes widened, and so did her smile when it clicked shut behind her. "You still want this?" I asked, stroking her soft cheek. Her dark hair brushed her shoulder, and I tucked it back. It was one thing to sit at a bar and talk about fucking each other. It was another for me to sink balls deep in a back office without getting more than her name. When you squirm in your stool like that, I have to wonder if your pussy's achy. God, what is it about you? You need to come. Yes, I'll make you come. How do you want it? Dick? Mouth? Dick, I definitely want that dick. I'd never forget that sentence as long as I lived. I definitely want that dick. As if she knew it personally. I hopped off my stool and tugged her down the hall. Now closed in this back office together, I waited for confirmation she was still all in. I wanted her, but I wasn't an asshole. She bit her lip for a second as her gaze raked over me, then nodded. Her hands went to the back of my neck to tug me down, since I was at least 6 inches taller. "Kiss me." I did. Fuck yes. I sank into the kiss, into her. My hands roamed, felt her soft curves beneath her dress. When my lips grazed her jaw and down her neck, she was panting, and her hands moved to my belt. She was an aggressive little thing, needy. "You wet?" I asked, holding still as she pushed my jeans low on my hips, reaching in and taking a firm grip on my dick. "I knew it," she said, but I was too far gone to wonder what she knew. That I was big? That I was hard for her? That... Fuck. I muttered, my eyes falling closed when she gave it a good hard pump. "I'm wet," she answered finally. I blinked, took in her aroused gaze, the plump, kiss-swollen lips. "Show me." Unfortunately, she had to let go of me to pull up her flirty dress, the one that had ridden up her thigh every time she shifted in her bar stool earlier. This woman wasn't shy. When her pink panties were revealed, she slipped 2 fingers beneath the gusset and sank them deep. Fuck Eve. Pre-cum seeped from the tip of my dick. I wanted to replace those fingers right fucking now. That had me pulling out my wallet and grabbing a condom. The only way this was moving forward was if I was wrapped. She held her fingers up. "See?" The tips were glistening. I grabbed her wrist and licked the wetness off. So fucking sweet. Her eyes widened, and when I let her go, she spun about, pressed her hands into the door, ass canted out. "Hurry." Holy fucking shit. Needy and gorgeous. I shook my head, grabbed her about the waist, and spun us both so she was bent over the desk. I didn't know who owned this place, but I probably owed him a new workspace after this. I pushed the hem of her dress up and over her back. Then instead of sliding those pretty panties down, I ripped them right off and tucked them in my pocket. "Widen those feet. Let me see your pussy." I ordered as I rolled the condom down my length. I was throbbing with the need to fuck. It had been a while, and never quite like this. She glanced over her shoulder past me into the closed door. "You worried someone might find us?" I asked. It was a distinct possibility. I didn't lock the door. She whimpered but didn't look the least bit afraid. In fact, she seemed to like the idea of being caught. Me. If someone wanted to see my bare butt as I fucked, I didn't care. Palming one pale globe of her perfect ass, I caressed that soft skin, then gave it a quick light spank. "You're a dirty girl, aren't you?" Bent over a desk and ready to be fucked. I cupped her pussy and felt how wet and ready she was. So needy for my dick that you don't care who might see. The words might have been degrading, but not now. Not with her. It was fact. And it was fucking hot. She was a sexual dream come true. She wiggled her hips, thrust her butt up further. "Hurry," she said again. Hurry. No fucking problem. I stepped close, lined up, and since I knew she was wet and ready, plunged deep. Fuck. I practically shouted as her inner walls clenched and rippled, adjusting to being crammed full. Holy shit, she felt so fucking good. My fingers clenched on her hips, her ass a soft cushion as I slapped against her. "Yes," she hissed. Resting on her forearms, she dropped her head between them. "God, I needed this." You needed this. Fuck, my dick loves your pussy, I said, pulling back, then filling her once again. Fuck, she was heaven, and I sure as shit needed this too. Don't be gentle, she said, glancing back at me and giving me those dark, needy eyes. Sweetheart, I couldn't be gentle if I tried.
Chapter 6. Eve. I was bent over a desk in the bar's back office getting fucked. Railed. Totally railed. This so wasn't me, but I liked it. No, liked wasn't the right word. Loved it. Craved it. I'd never had it like this before. Needed it. Oh, did I need it. Even if I didn't know if he'd flipped the lock on the doorknob and chanced anyone walking in at any time, the idea of being caught made it hotter. I was having sex with my neighbor, Mr. Big Dick. The way he was gripping my hips and fucking me from behind. I wasn't doing all that much except rolling my butt up to try and meet his hard thrusts. He was fucking me, controlling me, dominating. And he lived up to his name and to what I glimpsed across our backyards. He really was big. I didn't need to go to my eye doctor for a while. I could spot a big dick at 40 feet without glasses. Now, it hit me nice and deep, hard. I gripped the edge of the desk in front of me, held on. Can you come like this? He asked, his voice deep, ragged. I stared at the wall in front of me and tried to keep my moaning as quiet as possible. I need clit. He pulled all the way out. No, I cried. What are you? I turned my head, upset because he'd stopped fucking me. For a second I wondered if he didn't like the idea of having to work my clit and gave up. But he dropped to his knees and put his mouth on me, from behind. Oh my God! I practically screamed. I was so worked up from him fucking me that the little flicks of his tongue on my clit were intense. I went up on my toes as he gripped the backs of my thighs and held me wide open. He was diligent, focused, ruthlessly precise, as if me coming was the top of his to-do list, maybe the only thing on it. Oh, please. I came because he was a fucking sex god. It was possible the office door opened and I heard a sorry before it was shut again, but I also heard angels and harps and Silas telling me I was a good girl for coming all over his face. Before I recovered, he was up and in me again, deep. He set a hand on the hard surface by my head and loomed. That was one. He murmured, leaning close. Did someone come in? I asked, his hips rolling in this magical way that had me whimpering, and on the brink of coming all over again. I wasn't sure if I should be mortified or proud. Maybe. I was too busy with a face full of pussy to notice. I turned my head and he kissed my jaw, my neck. Give me another. He ordered, as if telling people what to do came natural to him. This time you milk my dick when you do. He pushed off, pulled my hips so I slid backward on the desk, giving him room to reach beneath me, and oh shit. I had no choice to obey because, oh my God. He found my clit with his fingers, one try, no map, although he'd already been up close and friendly with it with his tongue. Yes! I cried, rolling my hips, trying to reach for that orgasm. His free hand slid, down over my butt, caressing, then between. Holy, yes! He put his thumb on my butt. Well, not my butt. There. I'd never had a guy touch me in that place before. Cheney wouldn't have been caught dead in that region. He wouldn't do doggy style over a desk either, or in the back of a bar. I didn't know I could be this wet. This aroused, that I could come twice. Who knew that spot was an orgasm button? One brush with his thumb and I literally detonated like a bomb, which set him off. I felt him swell, then hold himself deep as he made this growly groan sound and came. That had been... it was... no words. Silas might be a quickie and that was fine. I always knew Cheney wasn't a porn star in the sack, but there was no way. Even if I'd lost my mind, I'd ever go back to Mr. Boring Dick. If you're going to get over one guy, you need to get under another, right? Right. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Chapter 7. Silas. The meeting is at 10 in the general manager's office on the 3rd floor. I sent you an agenda of talking points about the merging of employees, Bradley said. I had him on a video call, but I couldn't see his face since I was looking at a different window on my laptop, scanning the agenda I'd opened from his email. Do you need me to give you bios on each of the Highport leadership who will be there? No. After, a car will take you to lunch with the owner of the boutique hotel in Friedrichshafen. She's made the trip down from the north to meet you. He pronounced the town completely differently than how it looked written in my travel itinerary. I didn't speak Danish, but it sounded like Bradley did. Name? He shared her name and a brief bio. After? Airport, flight back to Denver. Then you have 3 hours of meetings, meet and greets, and... Send that info to me tomorrow and I'll go over it on the plane. Will do. My cell rang and I grabbed it from the side table. It's Dex, I said. Tell him good game yesterday. 2 goals and an assist. I'd worked with Bradley long enough to know he was sharing the stats like the amazing assistant he was, so I could praise my brother regardless that I'd missed the game. Thanks, Bradley. The video call ended and I swiped my cell. Where the hell are you? Dex asked right away. Denmark. I slapped my laptop closed. A quick glance out the hotel room window offered nothing but inky black. This far north it was dark early this time of year. It didn't matter to me because my internal clock had no idea what time it was. All I knew was that I wasn't tired, which meant jet lag was fucking with me. What else is new? Since the summer, Mav was content with the James Inn projects and nothing more. He hadn't stepped foot in the Denver corporate office in 3 months. He wasn't involved in this Highport sale. Theo and Dex never had a hand in the business. That left me to carry on James Corp to run the family hotel business. And grow it. The latest step of that with the Highport deal. That meant travel. That meant being a better juggler than a clown at the circus. Jesus, you travel more than I do, Dex pointed out. Is this all for that merger? That was saying a lot since my not-so-little brother was a professional hockey player and pretty much on the road 8 months out of the year. But he stayed mostly in North America. Me? Lately, I was on every continent but. Yeah, that's the deal that Dad fucked up, right? I sighed. Yes, he slept with the owner's personal assistant, among other things. Figures. Dex said on a grunt. We both knew how much of a philanderer and total dickhead our father was. He fucked anything that wore a skirt. The younger the better. He hadn't cared if his actions were far from ethical or completely immoral and totally inappropriate. Not only had he slept with that assistant, he took his merger team and a few from Highport Asia to a brothel in Thailand. The place had specialized in barely legal women. Yeah, that kind of not-safe-for-work shenanigans. The deal hadn't gone through, obviously, and the Highport team had wanted nothing to do with James Corp. Until me. Until I'd buried my father's antics right along with him. How long you there? Meetings are done for today. I have things in the morning, then I'm headed back to Denver, for a day. Then I go to Singapore to meet the Highport Asia division. It was tempting for me to head up to Hunter Valley when I got to Denver. A quick flight to Montana and I could see Eve again, pick up where we left off. Why not go the other way straight to Singapore? It'd be a lot faster. Taking up geography in your free time. I stood and went to the tray of coffee and spandeur that had been brought to me when I returned to my room. I grabbed one of the pastries laced with cinnamon, my favorite one, and always asked for it when I stayed here, and took a bite. Fuck, they were good. Even if it was late at night. He laughed. I'm spending all my free time balls deep in my woman trying to knock her up. I didn't really need to picture Dex and Lindy going at it, but Dex had always been an oversharer. Now that he was getting some on the regular, and with the woman he was keeping, hell, he'd married her, he was being an asshole about it. Or he didn't really think about the fact that I was the only brother left who wasn't having sex. Okay, once in the back room of a bar. A spectacular desk sex quickie. Dex wanted babies and a picket fence with Lindy, and they weren't wasting any time making that happen. I figured he had a few years left with the silver mines, then he'd settle down in Hunter Valley and be a peewee hockey coach for the rest of his life. You need to find yourself one. I frowned. I hope you only mean sex, because I have no intention of knocking any woman up. I said, my mouth full. No way. I was all for kids, but I didn't want a baby mama. But sex? Oh, I'd go back for round 2 with Eve. My dick twitched at the thought. What the hell are you eating? A Danish. I stared at the sugary snack. I skipped the coffee because caffeine was the last thing I needed. Although I probably didn't need a sugar rush either. I sleep on the plane. After I went through the latest itinerary, agenda, contract, or whatever else Bradley sent to me to review. Although in Denmark they're not called Danishes. Go figure. I thought it was night there. It is. Back to making babies. You don't have to pull the goalie. Just show up for practice. I rolled my eyes. You and your hockey analogies. Your dick isn't meant for just procreating. You can whip it out and fuck with it every once in a while. I did, I said, shoving the last piece of Spandor in my mouth. This year? I sighed, flopped down on a reading chair by the window that overlooked Copenhagen. With sugary fingers, I worked open the top button on my shirt and loosened my tie. I didn't want to wonder why my brother thought I hadn't had sex at any time this year. Before I left, you were in Hunter Valley then. He paused, clearly processing. Wait. Who the hell did you sleep with in Hunter Valley? One night stand. I pictured Eve bent over that desk with her dress flipped up, cowboy boots on, and that peach of an ass all perfect, and... fuck. Now I was getting hard. And getting harder as I thought of how her pussy felt clamping down on my dick as she came. How she tasted when I'd eaten her out mid-fuck. The sound of her whimpers and moans of pleasure. She was a fucking siren. He whistled. So, you're not going to see her again? I ran my hand down my face, felt a few crumbs fall. We fucked, she thanked me, she walked out practically before I got the condom off. That's it. Are you expecting me to send you an engraved invitation to our wedding? We had a few drinks and things got hot. Hot, she'd been scorching, right there with me. Bold, kinky, or at least a little bit. She had a touch of voyeur in her. Someone had opened the door and caught us. I'd had my mouth on her slick pussy, feeling her orgasm on my tongue. The entire pro ski team could have come in and supervised, and I wouldn't have cared. She liked being beneath me. Really liked my dick. She'd gotten off on the possibility of being caught twice. Then she thanked me and left. Wham bam, thank you, sir. Yeah, but you could have coaxed her back into your bed. You're CEO. Use your negotiation skills. I frowned. You want me to negotiate sex? Takes the fun out of it, doesn't it? You're good at mergers, so I'd think you'd be good at this kind of merger. Jesus, Dex, are you drunk? No, merge in bed. Best merger you'll get these days. No bed. We did it in the back of the bar. I clarified. Wow. I hadn't heard him sputter in a while. Right, fine, it wasn't a one-night stand, it was a quickie. Yeah, gotcha, what's her name? Maybe we all know her. I'm not telling you her name. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm in fucking Denmark and then I'll be in Asia. It's not like her pussy's anywhere near here for round 2. But it could be. I flopped my head back against the chair. It was a quickie. I know barely anything about her. But you do want to know more? Yes, I did. I absolutely 100% wanted more. Not just sex. I wanted to know about her family that drove her to drink wine alone. Wanted to fuck her while we were face to face so I could watch her while she came. I wanted to do a fuck ton. The connection, the chemistry. Off the charts. Was I like Dex getting one look at Lindy and buying her a ring? No. But I was all in for more. Except... Doesn't matter, Dex. I'm based in Denver, not in Hunter Valley. And I'm all over the world from one day to the next. This Highport sale doesn't have to happen. I think James Corp's 500 hotels, you'd think 563. He scoffed. Right, more to my point, you'd think we'd had enough money. It's not about the money. I countered immediately. I was insistent on this deal and for reasons completely opposite of why any other CEO would want to take over another billion-dollar company. To give my father the fucking middle finger. Now he sighed. I know you're trying to clean up Dad's mess, but does it really matter? Yes, I said immediately. It's important to me that this deal with Highport goes through. I want to right the wrong that Dad made. It's all about integrity, honor. Not fucking the assistant, he added. Exactly. I'm cleaning up the image, everything rated G, no sex parties, nothing inappropriate. No talk of 2-person showers in the suites. I added so he'd know how tame and buttoned up all this had to be. Shit, dude, don't go there. Robert Highport knows Dad as the fuck-up that fucked everything. He knows me as the CEO who gets shit done, who makes money. No kinky shit. No mixing sex and business. Okay, so don't mix them. You can still have the woman from Hunter Valley. Not when my dick and her pussy aren't in the same time zone. unfortunately. He laughed, but I didn't think he found me funny. You don't think I know about long-distance relationships? The only thing that doesn't work from far away is making a baby. Otherwise, it's all possible. I have 2 words for you. Video call sex. Great, I muttered. Now I have an image of you jacking off to a computer camera. That's not all we do, he said, his usual mischief lacing his words. I rubbed my eyes and wished sleep would come soon. Fuck her. All I'm saying is if you want her, you'll make it happen. I met a woman in a bar. In a bar. Was she a hooker? I pulled myself from my ear, stared at it for a second. What? No. Then there's a chance. You're saying I can't have a relationship with a hooker. Do you want a relationship with a hooker? I had to laugh. Where the hell is this conversation going? You said it wasn't going to work. How many one-night stands have you had? Wait, how many quickies have you had? He grunted. Yeah, that was what I thought. His rookie days in pro hockey had to have been filled with puck bunnies and quick fucks. How many of them did you think of after you zipped up and walked away? He still didn't say anything, so I pushed on. Then why are you all up in my business? Because you're you, not a pro athlete with women offering their panties and BJs. Well, no puck bunnies around here. I'm CEO of James Corp. A relationship isn't happening. I have a to-do list a mile long, hotels to run. I sign the paychecks for tens of thousands of people so they can buy groceries. I have a shit ton of responsibility. My job was my life. My life was in Denmark, Singapore, wherever. Definitely not in Eve's perfect, tight, wet, amazing pussy. You took a break from that responsibility from the Highport deal, long enough to fuck in a bar once. You can do it again. I don't want to have a string of quickies. I'm too old for that shit. I had no idea why I was arguing with him about this. Maybe it was because I really wanted Eve, wanted more of her and not just face down over a desk, but was cranky because I couldn't have her, and he was rubbing my face in it. Whatever, dude. You, your right hand, and your dick have fun tonight. Whisper sexy words in Danish to yourself as you jack off. I hung up to him laughing. The asshole. Chapter 8. Eve. The past 3 mornings I woke up at 5 and leapt from the bed, peeked out the window. No Mr. Big Dick. The house behind mine was dark. I hadn't seen Silas, or his dick, since the bar. I thought about it. Him. Non-stop since. When I'd ordered my glass of wine that night and glanced at the guy sitting at the bar, I'd done a double take. It had been him. My sexy wake-up alarm, clothed and up close. I'd been stunned and had given him a thorough once-over. That beard, those pale eyes, square jaw, slightly tousled hair. Then his body, clothed, was solid, well-muscled but still lean. His clothes were high-end but not stuffy. Conservative but stylish in an understated way. Pretty much he looked good without showing off or appearing like he was trying. It took me a bit to catalog all the things about him that were panty-melting. He'd noticed and I'd flushed, but then he'd given me one in return and, well, game on. I never expected to have a few shots of tequila with the guy and have him fuck me over a desk, but it had been amazing. That dick I'd eyed before dawn, the quick glimpse I saw of it up close had been perfect. Big, really big. Long, thick, veiny, large crown head. He could have been a dick model. Maybe he was. I had no idea. All I knew was that he knew how to wield that thing because I'd been good sore for a day. He hadn't gone gentle on me. Not that I'd wanted that. I told him not to be. I'd never, ever had sex like that before. It had been mind-blowing, unforgettable. Earth to Eve. I blinked and smiled at Bridget Beckett. You okay? She asked, cocking her head with a look of concern. That made her glasses slip and she pushed them up. I grabbed the $10 bill she held out and made change for her coffees. Sorry, yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. She wore a green puffy coat and had a knit hat on her head. The forecast was for more snow, but that was pretty much the report from now until April. The way you're blushing, it has to do with a guy. Maybe. The answer was my blush getting hotter. Maybe. Her whole face lit up. Oh, tell me! I shook my head, which made my earrings swing, remembering how dark Silas's house was this morning.
How I'd walked out of the bar back office with a thanks and not much more. I wasn't going to be a clinger or have false expectations that a little fun meant anything. Except I couldn't stop thinking about him. It was a one-time thing. It's over. She drooped, as if I'd let the air out of her. Oh, well, that's no fun. What's going on with you? Besides working at the high school, Mav and I are tackling the philanthropic branch of James Corp. We're rolling out a local program now. Oh? I turned and got to work on her coffee order. She told me about it while my back was to her. Small business loans here in Hunter Valley. We want to see more places like yours succeed. The part we both love about this town is that there aren't any big box stores or chains. Not downtown or out by the highway. The more local places succeed, the less chance those conglomerates will take over. I glanced at her over my shoulder. That's a great idea. She nodded, and I started to steam some milk, then poured it over the shots of espresso. Want a cup holder? I asked, grabbing a few napkins. With a head shake, she replied, Nah, Mav's just outside with Scout. I glanced out the picture window and saw Mav's broad back, in pink. Is he in the coffee shop t-shirt? She rolled her eyes and nodded. He loves that thing, and you two look like twins. I glanced down at my outfit. Pink steaming hottie shirt that matched Mav's with a slouchy sweater over it and a pair of my favorite jeans. And yes, there was a small hole on the left knee. Isn't he cold? Grabbing the coffees, she said, Nav? Nah, it's all that big dick energy that keeps him running hot. She gave me a sly smile and a finger wave. Big dick energy. I knew a guy who had that. My pussy clenched, remembering.
Chapter 9. Silas. I'm worried about your dick, Theo told me. As a medical professional or as my brother? Both. Why? What could possibly be wrong with it medically? Gotta clean those pipes. And you can't get carpal tunnel if you use your hand too much. I had to laugh. Jesus, Theo. You graduated med school? What? Your pipes need cleaning. I was cleaning my pipes solo just fine. You have no idea how much I want to clean those pipes, but I'm on a different continent. Where the hell are you? Singapore. I'm surprised your assistant doesn't have it penciled in on your calendar. I could picture him shaking his head in disappointment. If you've forgotten, Verna has you by the balls, I reminded. The older woman was the office manager for his medical clinic, and was as ruthlessly proficient as Bradley. He grunted because he knew I was fucking right. But I work 8 to 5 these days. I'm home for sex o'clock with Mal every day. Sex o'clock. His laughter rang through the phone. It was new for him, and I liked hearing him so happy. You know it, Si. I'm watching out for you. Me? No, you're watching out for my dick. You have way too much interest in it. That's not healthy. He laughed again, and everyone called me the grumpy one. He said, then hung up. I could take care of getting laid on my own. I said aloud to myself when I tossed my cell aside. If I had any interest in a woman, besides Eve, I'd pull up a woman's name from my contacts and take her out, or to my bed. But the only pussy I wanted to sample a second time was Eve's. Fuck. I was getting hard thinking of her and how she'd clenched my dick so hard when she came that I saw Jesus, which meant I had a fucking problem where she was concerned. Almost 2 weeks later, and I was still thinking of her, still remembering her taste. I either needed to get back to Hunter Valley, find her and fuck her out of my system, or I needed to forget about her, which wasn't going to happen. Either. I wasn't going to forget what Eve and I shared, and I didn't think I'd ever get enough of her. Chapter 10. Eve. With my head inside the lower cabinet, I looked for the reason the wash sink was leaking. It wasn't much, just a trickle, but the batch of napkins that had been stored beneath were ruined. Fortunately, their destruction was what alerted us to the problem. It was after 3, which meant the quietest part of the day. Before I disappeared beneath the counter, there was only one customer working on his laptop by the window. Eve? June, my afternoon employee and friend, said. I saw her sneakered feet out of the corner of my eye. What's up? I asked, my voice strained since I was bent funny. I had a wrench around the whatever it was called that a wrench tightened. There's someone here to see you. For a second, a thrill shot through me that it might be Silas. I'd been thinking about him and what we did on that desk pretty much nonstop. The fact that I was exhilarated at the possibility that he was here proved how much I liked him, wanted him, craved him. I quickly squashed the idea that he was here. He didn't know who I was other than the woman from the bar. He didn't know I owned steaming hotties, or I lived behind him and watched him walk around naked. If we ran into each other on the street or at the grocery store, that'd be one thing. But he couldn't intentionally seek me out. I maneuvered out of the cabinet, set the wrench down, and pulled myself to my feet using the edge of the counter for leverage. There, standing, all smug and asshole-ish, was Cheney. Inwardly, I groaned. He was the last person I wanted to see. This is a surprise. It was a complete surprise, but he missed my sarcastic tone. What brings you in? The only reason he was in town was because of me. His family lived up by the resort in a big fancy house paid for by the family's mine. Yes, an actual mine. It was sold to a conglomerate, but the way they lived, they had to have made a lump sum and now and then lived lavishly off of annual dividends. I learned a long time ago that money meant nothing. Not happiness, not friends. Sure, it helped pay the bills. I wouldn't begrudge anyone the desire for money. But when it was the only desire, when it turned someone sour, then it was bad. Money spoiled my parents. Cheney, too. I wouldn't let it spoil me. I like to think I was like my grandparents, earning my keep and building something from hard work. June stood a few feet away with a stack of coffee filters. She looked like she was counting them, which was not something anyone ever did, so she was completely and totally eavesdropping. That was fine. I wanted this conversation witnessed because whatever was said was heading back to my parents and spun around to make me look like shit. I talked to your parents. Gah. He crossed his arms over his chest, making himself seem wider. That was impossible since he was built like a runner, but he didn't run. He had a trainer who he paid a fortune to teach him how to play squash. Squash. He wore khakis, a heavy coat, and boots that were meant for mountaineering. He was dressed like those living in tropical climates who drove a fancy 4x4 SUV and never went off-roading or saw ice or snow. The coat and boots would never be put to real use to do something as simple as shovel his own walkway. He wouldn't want his slick dark hair and perfect mustache to get messed up. I couldn't see his fingers, but I assumed his nails were manicured. They always were. Looking at him made me depressed. Not only because he was annoying, but because I'd stayed with him for years. Sure, I'd been at boarding school and college at the time, so it had been a long-distance relationship. But we'd been together. It took me too long to recognize he was shallow, arrogant, selfish, and didn't have any of my interests or feelings at heart. To him I was a trophy, a woman he wanted on his arm. No more than that. He wanted the alliance with my parents, to be part of the Hunter family, the family money he wanted to live on even on top of his own. The lifestyle I didn't give a shit about. He didn't care about anyone but himself. Well, he cared about my parents, and that was creepy as hell. That's nice. Your mother said that you had no intention of giving up on this little project of yours and moving home. He looked around as he spoke. As if the original brick walls and stylish interior was me living chained to a tree I was trying to protect from deforestation while on a hunger strike. This is my business, Cheney, my job. I'm an adult. Why would I move home? He leaned in, his dark gaze serious, not intense. Silas had been intense. His entire demeanor, the way he fucked, with deliberation and focus, and he'd been thinking of my needs. What guy pulled out and ate a woman out to get her to come? Silas. The comparison between the two men was obvious. Cheney tried to be everything Silas actually was. That made me see my ex as more of a wuss than ever before. You're my woman, Evelyn. Evelyn. I frowned, stepped back. I was so not his woman. While the counter was between us, I wanted a little more room. He was like a spoiled kid with a toy he couldn't have. He'd do anything to get it, no matter the cost. I had a feeling the cost would be me, not him. It was my turn to cross my arms. No, I'm definitely not your woman. I made that very clear last year when I told you we were breaking up, that we are no longer together. Please stop coming by because you are no longer in my life. He raised a hand and pointed all around. This place, your little fun, it's done. Your father made me the executor on your trust fund. June shoved the coffee filters away a little more aggressively than necessary and went to the urn of fresh coffee. My stomach dropped. My grandparents left me money, lots of it. I wasn't able to access the trust because of two conditions. The first was a little crazy, marriage. If I married, I could take control of my own trust. I always wondered why they'd set that stipulation and assumed it was because they founded the resort together and had an amazing marriage and wanted the same for me. Maybe if I found the perfect guy, we could use the money together to build something as enduring as my grandparents. There was no marriageable man on the horizon. Definitely not the one in front of me. Not even for access to my money. That meant I would only get control of it to use it for steaming hotties through the second condition, turning 30. I couldn't touch it until that age unless the executor granted special permission. My father had been the executor, and he'd agreed for me to take money out to open steaming hotties. I thought it was because he liked my business idea, that my business plan I'd shared with him had been solid, but no. He'd done it to amuse me. He'd given me enough to get the business up and running, but not much more. I was expecting a second payment next month, but after the call the other day, I got worried. Pulling together all the paperwork necessary, I applied for a small business loan at the banks, local ones and a national chain in Missoula. I was glad I started that process because I wondered if my father ever planned to give me the second infusion of cash. It was becoming really clear he'd had this worked out with Cheney all along to force me to quit, to let me have my fun and then shut it down. Why? I asked. The question was all-encompassing, but Cheney knew what I meant. Because he wants us together. He replied, as if it was actually that simple. By controlling my finances? That made no sense, seriously none. Why would a woman ditch a business she'd worked hard to establish and make flourish solely because a man she dumped took over control of her trust fund? It was my money, mine. I didn't want to lounge by the pool at the club and play doubles tennis. I wanted to work. To be like my grandparents and build something of my own. That was why I'd use that money instead of a small business loan from a bank. It was my money. He shrugged, not because he didn't know, but because it was a done deal, as if my questions were irrelevant. You'll get an allowance when we marry, so what's the difference? It's to ensure you don't make poor decisions. Consider this practice. Oh, and Evelyn, this place is a poor decision. I swallowed hard and tried not to reach across the counter and strangle him. Poor decision my ass. I was looking at the biggest poor decision of my life, him. It's turning a profit, I said. It was, but barely. I couldn't live off it, yet. Not for long, not without that next infusion of cash, right? He looked around. You've got payroll. Coffee beans can't be cheap, including that stupid pink t-shirt you're wearing. He eyed my chest where the Steaming Hotties logo stretched across my boobs. I'm sure the landlord won't hold out until your 30th birthday for rent, because as executor, I'm not giving you another dime toward this bad choice. He was trying to force me to shut down. I don't need my trust fund to run the business, I told him, tipping my chin up, hoping I showed the confidence I didn't feel. I didn't need it specifically, I needed money. Really? He asked, his brow turning up, which made his mustache twitch. Had it always looked so stupid? I guess I'll have to wait and see. You came in to tell me this. You could have done it over the phone, saved yourself some time. I tipped my head down and looked at his clothes. And the cost of a new outfit. June came to stand beside me and slid a cup of coffee across the counter toward Cheney. It was in a to-go cup, lid already on. Here you go, she said, her friendly customer face smiling in place. Cheney looked at the drink as if it were poison. What's this? Coffee to go. You're leaving, aren't you? It was her turn to cross her arms and give him a look of death. Cheney took the drink, took a big sip, and gave me a sly smile. See you soon, honey. I watched through the picture window as he left the store, strolled down the sidewalk, taking another sip as he went. I hate that guy, June said. She'd never met him before, only heard about him from the times we drank wine and ate pizza together. I turned my head. She was my first hire, my first friend in town after college. She was a year older and was a ski instructor who worked for me full-time while waiting for the ski season to start. I hate him too, I said, seething. What are you going to do? I frowned, grabbing the short sticks of pasta that we offered as compostable coffee stirrers, and started shoving them in their little container. I'm not marrying him, that's for fucking sure. Good, she turned away. Don't listen to him, the t-shirts are great. Makes your boobs look spectacular. I humphed because I was too angry to outright agree. Next, I grabbed a rag and started wiping down the counter, but I didn't need it. I needed something to do with my hands. Oh, Eve? I turned. Yeah? I put some of this in his coffee. She held up a bottle of powdered laxative and waggled her eyebrows. My mouth dropped open and I snagged it from her. It was half empty. Where did you get that? My aunt is having a colonoscopy in a few days and needs this as part of the prep. Which sounds pretty awful. I picked it up for her at the store on the way in. She eyed the plastic bottle and frowned, probably at the idea of getting a camera up her butt. I'll have to get a replacement bottle, but it's so worth it. Why on earth do you have it here behind the counter? I wondered. She tipped her chin down, gave me a stare. Just say thank you. I envisioned Cheney on the toilet for the foreseeable future, and I had to smile. Thank you. I gave her a hug, the laxative bottle between us. You're such a good friend. Chapter 11. Eve. A few days later, June came in at 11, as usual, and slapped the newspaper down on the counter. I solved your problem, she said, coming around the counter to join me. Oh, I'm not stripping. Since Cheney had come in, we'd brainstormed all my earning options. She tossed out stripping as a possibility since I had really nice boobs. She'd been joking, although my boobs were a good feature. She eyed me, then pointed at the paper. I grabbed it up, scanned it. The Parade of Lights? The front page talked about the annual winter parade that happened the first Saturday in December. We're always open for that. Flip it over, she said, washing her hands at the sink. I did. Oh. James Corp is offering low-interest small business loans to locals, she explained. It's an amazing opportunity for the community. You should apply. I'm sure you'll get accepted and get that capital infusion you need. For the first time in days, I felt hope. I checked with my lawyer, and my father had made the dickhead the executor of my trust fund. I couldn't touch a dime of it without Cheney's approval, which I wasn't going to get before I turned 30. The only other option was to marry, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be him. I was not going to be a trophy wife. I wasn't going to while away my life. I wanted to work, to go to bed at night exhausted because of what I'd accomplished, not because I'd shopped too much. If I was going to marry someone just for the hell of it, it'd be Mr. Big Dick, because I might as well get something out of the arrangement. Steaming Hottie's income was good, but not good enough to float rent, or the bills for coffee beans, paper towels. I couldn't pay June or any of the other part-timers for much longer. Bridget told me about this, and I completely forgot. I spun and faced her. I've already got a contract with Mav to supply the coffee for the inn when it opens. He's seen my business plan. She pointed at the paper in my hand. You definitely have to do it. Then you won't have to strip. I took a deep breath, smiled. I'd rather strip than shut down out of principle alone. I will not see an ex-lord money over me. No way, and my parents can suck it. You go, girl. Reach out to Bridget. I grabbed my phone and texted her. Chapter 12. Silas. Change of schedule for today. You're headed to Hunter Valley. Bradley was in my ear, and I was in my apartment in Denver brewing a cup of coffee. I finished my call with London and was waiting to be added to a phone meeting with the Highport team in Geneva. I thought I was meeting with the Linen Association downtown. I said, holding the mug and waiting impatiently for the percolating to finish. You're doing interviews for the James Corp loan program with Bridget, he replied. They start at 10. It wasn't 6, and I was supposed to be in Montana in 4 hours. I sighed, rubbing a hand down my face. This is Mav's project. Why am I tackling it? I wasn't bothered about missing a lunch with the Linen Association president, but why did I have to take on Mav's work, too? It was pretty much a whine like a 5-year-old. I had the usual CEO business-like linen lunches, but I had so much to do on the Highport deal. I didn't want to do Mav's work, too. He's in the San Juans, some issue with the inn there. He was in Washington State, not Montana. Great. No delay possible instead? I wondered. The machine beeped and I filled my mug. No delay. Bridget's ready to go with these last ones. She's not a James, yet, and wants one of you to be there. Theo is in town, I reminded. Theo's got patience. I have a meeting with the Linen Association and whatever else you haven't told me about. I cleared your schedule. You're in Hunter Valley today. What about Dex? Tampa. I sighed again, then took a careful sip. It was good coffee, but nothing like the beans that were stocked at my small place in Hunter Valley. I had the pilot put in a flight plan to return at 4. You'll be home by dinner. The caffeine was slowly kicking in. Wait. Why was I so grumpy about Mav being away and Theo having too many patients to do the interviews when I could see Eve? This was the perfect opportunity to see her again. I didn't want to be back in this boring apartment by dinner. I could be with Eve, just like Dex and Theo kept prodding me about. For the first time in 2 weeks since I flew out of Hunter Valley last, I was excited. So was my dick. I'll stay overnight, I told him. I wanted her in my bed, and for a hell of a lot more than a quickie. I wanted naked, sweaty, loud sex with Eve. My place in Hunter Valley was ready for me, although I didn't remember if I made the bed before I left the last time. The heat could be adjusted remotely. Same went with the security, the lights, including the lock to the front door. I just needed Eve. All right, he replied, always willing to shift and flex. Then you'll fly from there directly to San Francisco to be on schedule for tomorrow's noon meeting with the U.S. High Port team. I understood Bridget's need for me today. She was involved in doling out money that wasn't hers. There was no question Mav would put some kind of prenup in place when they got married, which was definitely going to happen. But this was corporate cash, not Mav's personal income. Besides, she was giving it to small businesses for local growth, not to renovate a kitchen or a girl's trip to the Maldives. If my brothers weren't available, I needed to be. But I could also have some fun, and orgasms. Fine. Put that coffee in a to-go cup and put some pants on. The plane leaves in 45.
Chapter 13. Eve. Ever since I submitted the online form for James Corp Hunter Valley's Small Business Advancement Program, I'd been antsy and eager for the interview. Bridge reached out and said after reviewing my application it was a done deal, especially the way Mav loved my coffee, but the papers weren't signed. The money wasn't in my bank account, which meant Chaney and his threats still loomed over me. I hadn't heard from him since he left the shop that day. I wasn't sure if it was because he was still in the bathroom or if he was expecting me to crawl back to him and my parents. Either way, I didn't care. I just wanted him out of my life for good. While he was executor, I didn't have to deal with him if I didn't want money from the trust. I'd get it in a few years. I could leave it untouched until then. I walked into the building that held the James Corp Hunter Valley office, jittery and nervous, as if I'd had a Devil's Brew triple espresso. I detoured to the ladies' room beside the elevator and stood in front of the mirror. "You can do this. You can do this. It's this or Chaney," I whispered, looking myself in the eye. I dressed fairly conservatively, considering what a banker might wear, and dressed accordingly. I wasn't wearing a steaming hottie's pink tee to a loan meeting. Fuck Chaney. With that, I spun around and made my way across the hall. A woman at the reception desk greeted me warmly. "You must be Evelyn," she said. I smiled back. "Eve, I love your coffee," she said. "I'm Gemma. They're waiting for you. Just head in there." She swiveled in her chair and pointed to an open conference room door. "Thanks, Gemma." When I crossed the office, I overheard Bridge through the open door. "No, mashed potatoes can't have lumps. It's against the law." Against the law. I stepped into the doorway, listening to the weird conversation my friend was having with someone. A man. When I leaned in, afraid to interrupt, even though the topic definitely wasn't about work, I saw it wasn't just any man. It was Silas. Mr. Big Dick. "Eve, hey!" Bridget stood from the huge conference table and came around to me. I ignored her and kept staring at Silas, in his suit and tie. He stared at me right back. "It's you," he murmured with complete surprise on his face. His gorgeous bearded face. The smile that slowly spread meant he was happy to see me. "Oh shit, what are you doing here?" I asked, then winced. Not the best first line for an interview, but this was Silas, Mr. Big Dick, dressed, thank God. I tried to process why he'd be in this meeting, and it wasn't computing. Not fast enough, at least. Bridget gave me a hug, albeit an awkward one since I really didn't hug her back. I could only ogle Silas because he was more handsome than I remembered. "You two know each other?" Bridget asked, stepping back and looking between us. She pushed her glasses up her nose, as if seeing better would make her understand what was between us, which a few weeks ago had only been a condom. "Yeah," Silas said, scratching the back of his neck. Was that a blush that crept up his cheeks? It was hard to tell with his close-cut beard. Why? I'd been the one bent over a desk being fucked.
We met the last time I was in town.
Oh, well, that's handy. Silas is helping me with the interviews today since Mav is out of town. Why was he helping? Silas
James,
he finished. Silas James? I asked, stunned. He was Mav's and Theo's brother. Holy shit. He looked nothing like either of them. Mav was dark, Silas was fair. He was also a few inches shorter and less stocky, which wasn't that hard to do since Mav was built like a Viking.
Evelyn Hunter.
Silas clarified, his gaze raking over me.
You own Steaming Hotties.
You read the applications on the plane, didn't you? Bridget asked him, worried he hadn't prepared.
Yes, but it wasn't completed by Eve. I definitely would have remembered.
Only a few people call me by my legal name, I explained. I prefer Eve. This is just a formality, really, since Mav approved your application for the business loan, Bridget said, going around the table. Sit, please. Silas pulled out a chair for me. Silas, the guy I'd had sex with. The guy I watched walking around his house naked. The guy I hadn't known was Mav's brother, or a James, or one of the men who'd be responsible for my business loan. Shit. Wait, I said, holding up my hand. They froze. I can't take the money. Bridget dropped into her seat as if she weighed a ton. What? Why not? Do you no longer need it? I looked to Silas. I can't take money from a guy Shit. I had to explain myself, my reasoning for turning down a legitimate small business favorable loan. Except I didn't want to tell Bridge that I'd had sex with her possible future brother-in-law, that I had been thinking about more with him, and that seeing him in person again only made the need to be with him that much more urgent. But I didn't kiss and tell, and I didn't want to have to do it now. Silas shut the conference room door, then leaned against it. It reminded me of him pressing me into the one at the bar. That you've... Bridget said, letting it hang. Silas gave me a piercing glance and somehow decided since I brought it up, he'd be okay to share.
Bridge, Eve and I met the last time I was in town.
That's what you said. I don't see why that's a problem Oh. She looked at us differently now. Not with confusion, but with mirth? Amusement? Yes, oh. I replied, trying to stay professional when a part of me wanted to go over and sniff Silas's neck, then run my hands over him. Maybe grip his dick and feel how big he was. Focus. And, because we owed, I can't take the money.
Why the hell not? You need the money. You should take it. Problem solved.
Silas said, pushing off the door and standing before me. Close. Too close. I breathed in his clean scent. Soap or aftershave or something yummy.
What we did has nothing to do with this.
He waved his hand around the conference room. It has everything to do with it. I countered, tapping my foot on the carpeted floor. How? I stepped right in front of him, tipped my chin back so I could look him in the eye and whispered, We had sex. I won't have a former lover lording money over me.
Former,
he whispered back.
Who said anything about former? I had to travel for work. I assure you my dick is more than ready to get back inside you. And now that I know who you are, besides just Eve, we can...
That's what you got from what I said? I hissed. Former? He grinned, those pale eyes roving over my face, as if rememorizing me, as if he found me fascinating, intriguing. He was studying me the same way he had that night, before we had a few shots of tequila and after.
Former is a very specific word that indicates the past, he added, if that's what you want. Only one time where I made you come again and again while I bent you over a...
I'm still in the room, Bridget interrupted. While you're both whispering, I can hear you, and please never mention your dick in front of me again. I closed my eyes and wanted a sinkhole to open up. I spun away from Silas's gorgeousness and his delicious smell and all the things about him that made my panties wet and faced Bridget, still seated at the table. A relationship, past or present, doesn't disqualify you from the loan. It's a legal and binding contract with James Corp, not Silas specifically. Please explain why you have to turn down the loan, she repeated. Did Silas do something wrong? Did he... I held up my hand. No. Silas was a perfect gentleman. He huffed from behind me.
I wasn't a gentleman at all, and you liked it that way.
Bridget rolled her eyes. Okay, I'm going to step out and let you two work this out. She gave a little finger wave and left, shutting the conference room door behind her. That left me with Silas and another desk. I swallowed hard, trying to stay on task. Silas smelled good, looked good, and I remembered how good he felt, deep inside. My pussy clenched in anticipation of a repeat. It was one thing to have sex where a random bar patron, or owner since we'd been in his office, may have interrupted us, but it was another to do it now with Bridget outside the door. I applied for the loan because my other source of investment money has been cut off. I wasn't going to waste their time explaining how dysfunctional my family was. Fuck, Eve, we didn't get a chance to share contact info before you left the bar. You pretty much blew my mind. Please say you want to do it again. He said, his intense gaze raking down my body, just like it had that night in the bar. My nipples hardened, and I was sure he could see them through my top, because while I've been away, I've thought about it. I blinked. You want more? I didn't know why I was so surprised. Well, maybe I did. We'd had a lot to drink. While I hadn't been drunk, the tequila had definitely lowered my inhibitions. I held no expectations that a quickie over a desk in the back of a bar was more than just that. Sex with an almost stranger. Except he clearly wanted more, and now he definitely wasn't a stranger. He was Silas James, the CEO of James Corp, but also Bridget's boyfriend's brother. The way she and Mav were hot and heavy, and seriously together, he was probably her future brother-in-law. So he wasn't a rando. He was definitely vetted by my friend. He had a job. He had a stable income. I mentally laughed that stable income meant he was a billionaire. He had 3 brothers I knew and liked. He also had been gentle and commanding and very, very filthy when it came to sex. Actually, not that gentle at all. That had been us, with only the most important parts of our bodies bare for fucking. No bed, nothing. I could only imagine what he'd be like if we had time and privacy. He stared at me in return as if it was impossible I wasn't considering a repeat. Feel my dick and tell me how much I want more. Don't you? I licked my lips since they were suddenly dry as I glanced down and saw how hard he was. It was impossible to miss that steel beam in his pants. My pussy was getting wet, getting ready to take that big thing again. Well, yeah, but that proves my point all the more. I can't have sex with you again. Not just one more time. Many times. He leaned down, pretty much growled. I don't think I'll get enough of you anytime soon. I mean, we were explosive. Explosive, absolutely. I whimpered, swallowed hard. See this? What? He reached out, stroked my hair, and I closed my eyes, reveled in the slight bit of contact. My nipples hardened. My body was a flipping traitor. I can't have lots of sex with you and take a loan. It'll feel like payment. This isn't a payment for personal interactions, it's a business loan. You have to pay it back with interest, although the terms are very favorable. I laughed the way he sounded like a banker or a CEO trying to close a deal and tossed my hands up. It's still not happening, I replied, resolved, resigned, aroused. The loan. The sex, sure, definitely. Tell Bridget sorry, but I'll find the money I need to stay afloat elsewhere. Wait, if I hadn't been here, if Mav had instead, then you'd have taken the loan, Silas said. He was in jeans, leather boots, and a pale blue dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Why was a man's forearm so hot? It was like catnip to my pussy. One look and it was ready to go crazy. I nodded. Yes, but once I found out you two were related, that you're also a James, and not just any James, but the CEO of James Corp, who was giving out the loans, then I'd have paid it all back immediately. So if you'd have slept with Dex or Theo, it wouldn't be an issue since they don't work for James Corp. I shrugged, not sure what I would have done. Both men were hot. Heck, all 4 James brothers were rugged and gorgeous, but I wasn't hot for Dex or Theo. I wanted Silas. Doesn't matter, hypothetical, I reminded. You can't be serious, really? You won't take the loan. I set my hands on my hips. I thought my words had been very clear. We had sex, Silas. You want more sex, and you would give me money. I can't do both. I won't accept the loan. Sorry. The clock was ticking. My bank account was shrinking and rent was coming due. Bills were going to start to build, and within a week or 2 I couldn't cover all of them. I might have more amazing sex with Mr. Big Dick, but what was I going to do about my bills? I turned to leave, but he hooked my arm. Fine, he said, although he didn't look too happy agreeing. No loan, then sex. My mouth opened, but I didn't know what to say. I...
Was that one time in the bar enough for you?
He switched topics so fast I had whiplash. I sputtered. Well...
It wasn't for me. All the time I was away, I thought about it. Us. You.
He pulled me close, and his hands began to roam. One went up my back, the other down to cut my butt. Oh my.
I still remember what you taste like, what you feel like around me when you come. How perfect this ass is.
Oh, I said, staring at the soft whiskers on his chin.
Eve,
he murmured, forcing my gaze up to meet his.
Ready for more?
His nearness and his scent were messing with me. With my hands on his chest, I felt his heart beating. When he pulled me closer still, I felt him hard and thick against my hip. My pussy clenched in eagerness. Except... the loan. He lowered his head, ran his nose along my neck, licked the curve of my ear.
No loan. Just more. Do you want more, Eve?
The way he said the word more made me melt. My panties, too. That one word could mean so much. Yes, I whispered, because I wanted all the possibilities of more. One of Silas's hands left me and yanked open the door.
Bridge, take Gemma out for lunch.
What? She replied. Why? Oh, here? Are you going to...
Yes.
He slammed the door on the rest of Bridget's words, then kissed me.
Chapter 14. Silas. She wouldn't take the loan. Fine. I respected her for that choice. It was smart considering, but I wasn't giving up the chance of more sex, more of her body, more of how she responded to my touch, to my dick fucking her hard. With the way she was kissing me back, she wanted it just as much. I spun us around so she was sitting on the edge of the conference room table, shoving chairs out of the way with my thighs.
Silas, another table?
She asked when I lifted my head. Her lips were glossy and swollen, her breaths coming in little pants. Cupping her ass, I pulled her close so her legs straddled my hips. I could feel the heat of her core through our clothes. Another table. She wasn't wearing a dress this time, but black dress pants with a plum-colored turtleneck. Professional, conservative, and appropriate for the winter weather outside, but not user-friendly for fucking.
Here!
I met her gray gaze. Here. No way was I waiting. 2 weeks was too long. Fuck, I can't resist you. I don't want to. She reached for the buttons on my shirt.
You need to invest in snap shirts,
she said, remembering our conversation from the bar. I couldn't agree more because the stupid buttons were delaying her hands on me. Yanking the hem of her turtleneck, it came free of her pants and I pushed it up beneath her arms, exposing her tits. Fuck, do your panties match? The bra was a deep plum, almost identical to her top, but it was lacy and I could see her nipple through the dainty material.
Please say you're going to find out,
she replied, arching her back. Yes, I was. I always saw things through to completion, and she'd be very well satisfied. Using my fingers, I tugged the cup down, her nipple popping free. Her hands stopped when I latched onto that hard tip, sucked, then nipped at it. So the other one didn't get neglected, I tugged on it, then pinched.
Silas,
she moaned, thrusting her chest up. Shh, I whispered, although I had no doubt Bridget cleared the office. I'd never done anything like this in a James Court building before, but Eve drove me to forget I was CEO. I stilled, my hands hovering over her soft skin. I groaned because I should be the example, the one whose propriety was above board. Behaving like this was what my father would do, close the deal with his dick. Except I hadn't known she was a loan applicant when we'd had sex. I hadn't been at work and there was no deal to close since she took it off the table, and I was going to fuck her on one. Unlike my father and his myriad of conquests, I saw Eve as more than just a quick lay. Even though we couldn't seem to keep our hands off each other, she was so much more than that.
Silas,
she asked, breaking into my thoughts. My hands cupped her breasts, and I was thinking about my father. I was not him. I got my head back in the game because she was fucking perfect, and I wouldn't let the asshole who molded me into the CEO I was today to be in this room with us. I gave her a smile and gave Eve and her gorgeous tits all my attention. That got her writhing and moaning. Shh, you don't want anyone to hear. I added, switching to her other nipple. My dick was throbbing and my balls ached to empty into Eve. The inner caveman was telling me to fuck, rut, claim. I'd never felt like this before. This out of control, this crazy. "No one's here," she replied, letting her head fall back. The motion jutted out her chest, and she filled my palms to overflowing. "You sure about that?" I asked, glancing up at her. "The mailman could come in at any time and hear your breathy cries and pants. Know you're about to get fucked good and hard, that you need it." I grinned as she flushed, then closed her eyes. "Oh my God, you are a filthy talker." "Yes, and you love it." "Yes, but you need to hurry because I need that big dick." I wasn't the only filthy talker. While I knew she wanted sex, having her say she needed my dick was a whole new level of insanely hot. "Those pants are like a chastity belt," I commented. She undid the leather buckle on her belt regular, not chastity, then the button zipper. She wriggled her pants along with her matching plum panties down her long legs. I opened my pants, lowered my boxers enough for my dick to spring free. "Are you a dick model?" she asked, shoving her pants down but struggling since she had her shoes on. I laughed as I grabbed a condom from my wallet and stared down at it. Dick model. I hadn't compared size to others in a locker room since high school, but I knew I was big. Women hadn't complained before, but I also hadn't had such a rave, eager review before either. I stroked it and she froze, watching a bead of pre-cum bead at the slit. She reached out, swiped it with her finger, and sucked it off. "Yes, it's perfect. It fills me up so good." "Holy shit," I murmured, watching. "You have 10 seconds to get those pants off because I'm getting in that pussy." As I slid the condom on, she scrambled and only got one leg free, the fabric inside out and dangling around the other ankle. Parting her thighs, she laid back on her elbows. Her tits were lifted out of her bra, her pussy glistening and swollen, eager for my dick. Stepping close, I swiped the head up and down her slit, parting her, tapping her eager clit with it. I shifted, getting inside her by about an inch. Fuck. Banding my arms about her back, I lifted her off the table, then pulled her down onto me, pretty much impaling her with my entire length. "Yes!" she cried, hooking her ankles behind my back. I lowered her, still with my forearms behind her back, and fucked her. "Harder," she moaned. She wanted harder. I'd give her harder. I stood upright, gripped her hips, and gave her a fucking to remember. The sound of her moans and the slap of flesh filled the room. Her tits wobbled from the pounding. She felt so fucking good my balls were tight and ready to spill in her. I never had sex like this before. Wild. Desperate. She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. The abandon in the way she gave herself over to me was unbelievable. This wasn't just a fun quickie. This wasn't getting off. This is fucking insane, I breathed. "I know, I had no idea it could be like this." With one hand holding her in place, I set the other low on her belly and worked her clit with my thumb. I remembered from the last time she needed clit stimulation to get off. And she did. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," she chanted, then her inner muscles clamped down, and she screamed. Someone was going to call the fire department, the police. Hell, dogs could hear that sound in a neighboring county. I grinned as I shut my eyes, thrust as deep as I could go, and came. I pumped and pumped my cum into that condom, hoping it would hold. Holy fuck. I set my hand on the table beside her head and kissed her. Because I couldn't resist. I was in big trouble here. I was addicted. "Better than coffee," she murmured, sprawled on the table, messy and sweaty and her clothes a tangle around her. She truly looked well fucked. Yeah, I did that. Huh? "Good dick is so much better than coffee." I didn't know what that meant, but I figured coming from a coffee shop owner, it was a compliment. Chapter 15, Silas. "I can't believe you slept with my coffee supplier," Mav grumbled, dropping his overnight bag on the floor just inside the kitchen of his house. "And in the conference room." Scout circled and jumped around him with excitement, his master finally home. "Dex and Theo were all worried about my dick while I was gone, and now you're upset that I got laid." Bridget weaved around Scott's wriggling body, and Mav lifted her up for a kiss that went on and on. "Enough, you two," I said, taking a pull from my beer. I was at the kitchen island finishing up a meal of leftovers Bridget had pulled from the fridge. Bridget called Mav, probably right after I kicked her out of the conference room and gave him the lowdown. I was sure it wasn't part of their philanthropy plan to have people turn the money down because of sex with one of the beneficiaries, or to have sex with one after she turned the deal down. I had to wonder if they considered that. I certainly hadn't. Of course, Dex, Theo, and Mav had their dicks on lockdown. It was me. I was the problem. Although I didn't consider anything even I did on that conference table or at the desk at the bar a problem. "You're one to talk," Mav said, coming up for air. I grinned. "Did you come back from Washington so quickly because of my sex life? I'm touched." "Fuck her. As for me kissing my woman, this is our house," Mav grumbled, his big hand on Bridget's ass. They'd been apart less than 2 days, and he was ready to toss me out on the front steps. To be honest, I understood how he felt because I wanted Eve, and I wanted her now. "Not the office." He gave me a pointed look. "Do not tell me the two of you haven't gotten it on at the office," I countered. The way Bridget tucked her face into Mav's neck was all the answer I needed. "If you don't want to watch us make out, then go home." He was all growly and cranky sounding, but I had a feeling it had more to do with me currently cock-blocking him than me and my sex life. After Eve and I pulled ourselves together and she'd walked out of the conference room with her hair mussed and walking a little funny, she headed back to Steaming Hotties. My afternoon schedule had kept me on a lockdown of calls and meetings, so by the time I could meet up with her, Steaming Hotties was closed. I texted her at the number she gave me before she left. "I want you in my bed. No more table sex. Next you'll be on top. I can watch your tits bounce as you ride me." I hadn't heard back. Yet. I didn't have a woman to return to after a business trip like Mav did. Not really a home either, as he snarled. I had the little miner's shack in town and my apartment in Denver, but I was rarely at either place. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I usually had no idea where I was. A different bed, different sheets, different showers, different everything almost every day. "Then don't be cranky with me about sleeping with your coffee supplier," I countered. Then I paused. "Wait, how come you're not pissed because I slept with someone from the office?" He set Bridget back on her feet, gave her a kiss on the top of her head before she turned to settle into her seat beside me. He got a swat to her ass in time before she got far and she giggled. "Fuck me." He stared at me. "What the fuck are you talking about? You're pissed I slept with your coffee supplier." "Yes, because I'm like Dad." He stilled. A guy his size should be like an aircraft carrier and take miles to come to a stop, but he literally froze. "Like Dad," he said barely above a whisper. "Are you crazy?" I ran a hand through my hair. "Well, you're not like Dad. Jesus. Not one fucking thing about you is like him."
"I made you a plate. It's in the microwave,"
Bridget told him, her voice soft, perhaps trying to soothe him. "Fine. You obviously think you're like Dad. Is this some kind of trauma bullshit?" I had to laugh. Definitely trauma bullshit. When I grew up, I wanted to be a mechanic, fix cars. I spent time with a chauffeur and helped him change the oil, learned about replacing spark plugs, simple stuff. My father found out and didn't go ballistic, only laughed at me, shamed me and my interest, then fired the chauffeur. After college, when I was working under him at James Corp, I turned a blind eye that he fucked everything with tits. Employee, client, waitress, flight attendant, it didn't matter. When he died, I vowed to run James Corp with solid leadership and no sexual harassment suits. "What's the deal? I mean the loan, not the sex. She really won't take it," Mav asked, opening the microwave to peek inside, lifting the lid on the splatter cover. Clearly he thought comparing myself to our father was over. "Dude, Eve," he prompted when I didn't respond. "She wouldn't take it." Oh, she took it, but that wasn't what he meant. He shut the door and pressed a few buttons to warm the food some more. Scott was still at his heels, so Mav squatted down to pet him while he waited.
"No, I guess her money source dried up,"
Bridget said. Bridget didn't have billions in the bank like Mav and I. Her parents died when she was a kid and her sister Lindy had raised her. There had been some money since they kept the house after the accident, but not tons. No trust fund. Maybe a little life insurance. Bridget was frugal. In fact, she was finally coaxed into replacing her old beater car. It'd taken Mav a few months to gift her such a big present. "You accepted her for the loan, so I'm not sure why a bank wouldn't. I'll have Bradley look into it," I said, wanting to know what the hell was up with that. If her original loan source wouldn't give her more, why turn down the James Corp loan? Who turned down a solid low-interest loan, especially when it was needed? Eve. No, you will not, Bridget said, pointing at me with her fork. Eve can turn this down if that's what she wants. Sex or not, I'm not going to mess with the loan, I said. I know that, but she clearly doesn't trust you, Bridget added, or merging her sex and business lives. I like her coffee shop, Mav grumbled. Don't fuck with her. I held up my hands. As you said, I'm fucking her, not fucking her over. Still, she tossed out. I didn't force her, and I don't like you thinking I'm an asshole. She was right there with me. She made the decision to stay in that conference room with me. Why was I explaining myself? The first time at the bar, we didn't share more than first names. I didn't know her long enough to get last names, or that she ran the coffee shop. Bridge, you saw her earlier. She had no idea who I was either when she came for the meeting. Not long enough. Dude got staying problems? I frowned at Mav. What fuck no, ever heard of a quickie? She won't take money from an ex, so she's a no-go, Bridget said, ignoring the brotherly barbs. I had sex with her 7 hours ago. I'm not an ex, I repeated. I didn't want to get together with Mav because of sex, Bridge said. No, baby. Mav reached out, took her hand, and kissed the knuckles. You wanted sex, but you didn't want to fuck your boss. Oh, I wanted to fuck you, but I wasn't going to put myself in a situation where sex was going to be held over me as a power play. And Eve doesn't want that either. I frowned, shoved a bite of pasta into my face. I wasn't an ex. An ex didn't keep having sex with her, so I would classify myself in the role of friend with benefits, quickie partner. No, that was too thin, too simple for what we were, for what we did together, what we felt. It was complicated because I craved that woman, loved her wild ways, her passion and lack of inhibition. I wanted more. My dick was getting hard at the possibility alone. I wanted her in a bed with her on top, if she texted back. When was that going to happen? If she didn't respond soon, I'd miss her. Waiting until morning when the coffee shop opened to see her again wasn't an option because I flew out first thing for San Francisco. I had my life organized by Bradley down to the minute, and there were no minutes in Hunter Valley anytime soon. Not beyond tonight. Chapter 16. Eve. There he was, making coffee naked. Silas James. Still no curtains, and his back door was all glass. Since my alarm went off and I started watching, he'd walked through the hallway several times. 4, actually, since I was counting. Full frontal and rear action. I didn't see him in fine detail like I had in the conference room, but I wasn't complaining. I whimpered, wanting him again. I hadn't stopped thinking about him. Yesterday in the James Corp office? Oh my God. I wasn't sure if I could look Bridget in the eye ever again. It had been worth it. So worth it. Silas and I were good together. The chemistry was insane. There was no denying it. He felt the same way. He'd pretty much said so. I wanted him. I wanted more of that huge package that hung thick and heavy between his sturdy thighs. His intensity, dirty talk, the way he couldn't seem to control himself with me. I wondered if I made the right decision turning down the James Corp loan. It would be a binding contract. There would be terms, interest. Silas wouldn't be lording anything over me like I said, because if I met the rules of the deal, there was nothing he could do. No. He was a billionaire. They had lawyers. Their lawyers had lawyers. If they wanted to fuck with me, they could. They could find something about the contract, some tiny loophole, and I might lose my business. I didn't think Silas was that kind of guy. Bridget liked him, so I had to have faith in her nice meter to trust the things that were on the up and up. But last night Cheney had called, and he made me question all men. It went like this. How's the business going? Fine. Really? I think your bills are coming due. Yes, and then they're paid. That's how credit works. Well, when we're married, you won't have to work or worry about bills, or making coffee for others. You won't have to make coffee for yourself. We'll have servants for that. Servants that will pay with money from my trust fund? It's a better use of it than paying for napkins and slutty pink t-shirts. His snark and passive-aggressiveness was impressive, especially since my pink t-shirts were far from slutty. Actually, he wasn't being passive at all. He outright said he was marrying me for my money, and my parents were all for it. He was using money against me. Not just any money, my money. I wasn't doing that again with Silas and the small business loan. I was learning the very hard way from Cheney, but I wasn't falling for it twice. No business with exes. What's the saying? Don't shit where you eat? How about don't have sex where you want a business loan? I kept blaming Cheney, but he wasn't the one who I was angry with. My father was the one who made Cheney executor. He was pivotal, no instrumental in this whole mess. They expected me to fall into line, to do with my life as they wanted, nothing else. I was to become Cheney's wife and mother of his children, nothing else. I could spend my money any way I wished as long as I made my parents and Cheney happy. They didn't care about my happiness. How had I made it all these years okay with this mess? I'd blindly gone along with what they'd wanted from me. Maybe it had been the distance of boarding school and college that had me missing all the signs. The cardigans and pearls shoved in the back of my closet were indication enough that I'd played along. But I wasn't any longer. Still, it hurt. Parents were supposed to be supportive of a child's dreams, not make them take on theirs. They were forcing my hand and expected me to give in. The ultimatum was clear. My coffee shop or my family. I couldn't have both. I chose the shop. I could make a family of my choosing instead of a family by blood. I'd find some other way to get the money, any which way. But sex with Silas was happening. I was still sore from the day before. He was a thorough, vigorous, and beautifully rough lover. I'd come and come hard. He'd ensured I didn't first. Who knew chivalry was dead? My pussy didn't. I wasn't taking his money, but I could have his dick all I wanted. At the bar, he'd given it to me. At his office, he'd given it to me again. Then he texted it last night and offered it once more, and I'd missed it. The text and his dick. I never heard the notification. I went to bed by 8. Ate like a toddler or a coffee shop owner, only finding the message when I woke up. Next you'll be on top. I can watch your tits bounce as you ride me. OMG. I squirmed and pretty much had a mini orgasm as I read it, knowing Silas was just as eager. Thinking about me too. Wanting me. Pictured us together. I wanted to be on top. As I watched Silas through my window, I imagined just that. Him propped up in bed, me straddling his solid thighs and taking all of him into me. I'd have to hold on to his shoulders, push off for leverage because that dick was big. Would it fit in that position? Through his window, Silas picked up his cell. He began to pace. Yes! Into the hallway so I could take in every sturdy, muscly, hard inch of him. Of what I could now have any time. Even before dawn? I grabbed my cell, texted a response. I'm game. He paused, thank you baby Jesus, in the hallway and stared down at his phone. I watched as he typed on it. Not his fingers, but lower. Yeah, I stared at him there. My phone pinged. He was texting me, naked. I'm leaving in an hour for San Francisco. Now I'm hard. Fuck. Yes, he was. I could actually see his dick getting harder, because of me. He gripped it, gave it a long stroke. Holy shit, he was so turned on he had to ease the ache. I completely understood. He stopped and typed another text. When I come back next, you, me, a bed. All night. Chapter 17. Eve. I was emptying the filter from the large coffee brewer when the bell above the door jingled. In walked Frank the mailman. He set my pile of mail, with probably a few bills, on the counter. Thanks, I called as he turned and left, his letter bag slung over his shoulder. He offered a little wave as he shut the door behind him, moving to the architect firm next door. Ignoring the filter and wet grounds, I flipped through the mail. Bill, city flyer for winter events, Bill. Fuck, I muttered. June came over. No luck with the bank loan? I shook my head, frowned. The 3 local banks won't give me one. I'm guessing it's my father. The owners all play golf with him. No doubt he told them to turn down my loan. Nothing like the good old boys network fucking with me. Why wasn't my father my champion instead of my business nemesis? She huffed, then practically growled. That's totally wrong. It doesn't matter that your last name is Hunter and your family's loaded? That you are? I shook my head. If my father's involved, then yes, but in his favor, not mine. Maybe the bank doesn't know your assets are locked down by asshole X. I didn't give him enough laxative. I couldn't help but smile at her deviousness. They check things, whatever they are, or they listen to my dad. Either way, they said no. I'm still waiting to hear from the bigger bank in Missoula. That's a national chain, so maybe they won't be so stingy. Take Bridget up on their loan program. I shook my head. No, absolutely not. She tapped her finger on the counter. I have an idea. I turned to face her directly. What is it? Remember I keep mentioning stripping? I'm not stripping. My parents are losing their shit over me and my little business. Can you imagine them finding out I'm stripping at the Pink Pony out by the highway? They'd have me committed. So what? You're an adult. There's nothing wrong with taking your clothes off for money. I heard the hurt tone of her words. You're right, I'm sorry. There is nothing wrong with it at all. But me stripping is the issue. I can't dance. I have zero rhythm, and if there was a pole involved, I'd end up in the hospital with a head injury. That's true, she replied, tapping her lip. Her mouth turned up at the corners at the visual I made. You can't even line dance. I can't. I really can't. Those women who strip, while I haven't seen any of them perform, have talent. They're gorgeous and skilled, and I can't keep up with their waxing regime. I wasn't suggesting the Pink Pony or waxing your body from the neck down. Neck down? I frowned, waiting for her to continue. She bit her lip. Out with it, I prodded. Ever wonder how I pay the bills between working here and ski patrol? Are you saying you want a raise? I asked. She rolled her eyes and sighed. I'm a cam girl. I blinked. What? I don't know what that is. I sort of strip online in a chat room. I stared at her, blinked. What? She looked at the two moms who were chatting at a table while their toddlers napped in their strollers. They were too far away to pick up our conversation, or interested. Then she peeked at the table by the window where Bridget and Mav were seated. Mav's dog was at his feet asleep. Bridge must have sensed we were looking her way because she looked up from her laptop and glanced over. She stood, making Mav glance from whatever papers he was reviewing. She grabbed their coffee mugs and gave him a kiss on the cheek before coming our way. Hey, you gave me a funny look, she said, glancing between us. Something like, rescue me now. I bit my lip because June's secret was just that. Her secret. I was telling Eve about being a cam girl, she shared. So much for the secret. Oh, right, Bridget replied. You knew? I asked her. With a quick glance over her shoulder, it was clear Mav nor his dog cared about our conversation. Bridget looked to June and shrugged. Sure. We skied together a lot when I got back from MIT last winter. As if that explained it all. June nodded, then looked to me, continuing where we left off. I set up a webcam in my bedroom, and I do things viewers want. It's through a streaming site. Technically, it's live porn, but I'm alone, and I don't have sex with anyone. The viewers make requests and donate money when I do what they ask for. My mind was blown. June stripped in her bedroom. What kinds of things do the viewers want? Like sex stuff? She shrugged. I take my clothes off and talk to them. Talk? Bridget filled one of the coffee mugs at the self-serve coffee urn on the counter and listened in. Yeah, sexy stuff, she added. Asking them if they're hard, what gets them hot. Asking them what I should take off first. Sometimes I sit there and fold laundry and... You fold laundry and people watch? They pay extra for that. Bridget laughed, set the full cup on the counter, and picked up the empty one. Can you believe it? She blushed, then offered a sly smile. I think Mav would be all into me naked and doing laundry. Huh. I'm in my bra and panties or naked or on the way to naked and do it, June continued. Or I paint my toenails, or I get the idea. People pay for that? Unbelievable. She lit up. Yes, a lot. I'm not a prude, and I'm not knocking you for taking your clothes off, but that's not me. I don't think I could do that. Go naked. I wasn't ashamed of my body. In fact, I was considered to be above average. But this was different. I thought of Silas and how he walked around bare-assed naked and imagined he wouldn't have an issue with it. Hell, he technically did his own cam show at 5 a.m, just for me. And he didn't know it. Me? I liked being bent over a desk and ridden hard, but I wasn't so sure about naked in front of strangers from all over the world. Silas, sure, but randos? I mean, I get up really early in the morning and sometimes I forget to shave my legs and... You don't have to get naked, she clarified. We can make up a persona for you. You could... Make coffee, I offered. Bridget held up her hand. Wait, you think you want to be a cam girl?
she asked. Because you won't take the loan. I glanced away. I can't take the money from Silas. I just can't. She nodded. I know and I understand. Streaming live on a webcam is not a bad idea, though. It's safe. She paused, bit her lip. Well, reasonably safe if you don't get any crazy stalkers. What? I asked, startled. I don't want stalkers. I just want to make some money. Wait, what if someone recognizes me? June shrugged as if this wasn't a concern. No one's recognized me yet, and if they do you care? My mother will. I countered, then realized what I said. Yeah, okay, she'd lose her shit, but she loses her shit over my earring choices. Again, all of what you're freaking out about is why you go tame. You can do what you feel comfortable with, and yeah, you can make brewing coffee look hot. June laughed. That could work, but that'd be a lot of coffee to make. How about... She looked me over as if inspecting me for sale. Oh, how about a virgin librarian? My brows went up and I stared at her wide-eyed. Had I heard her correctly? Excuse me? If you think you'll be nervous on camera, then play that up. Be a virgin. I'm not a virgin, I said. A virgin didn't get fucked and watched in the back of a bar or on a conference room table. Be a cam virgin. Let them think you're sweet and innocent. Dress the part. Mav loves my glasses. Bridge said, leaning in and whispering. All three of us looked to Mav, who was reading obliviously. It's the whole nerdy girl genius with the hot bod thing you have going on. June said, pointing up and down Bridget's body. What does a virgin wear specifically that screams I haven't had sex? I asked. A cardigan, pearls, lacy bras and panties that are demure. You just described my mother, I grumbled. I'm just going to ignore that you said that, June said. I know you've got a shit ton of cardigans your mom bought for you shoved way in the back of your closet and probably grandma's pearls in your jewelry box. We can find you a little plaid skirt at the thrift store and... I held up my hand. I'm not doing schoolgirl stuff. That's not okay with me. Bridge nodded. I agree, that's not you. June hugged me, then stepped back a little too happy. What? You said you're not doing schoolgirl, which means you'll do something else. I frowned at how she spun that around. What kind of money are we talking here? She leaned close and told me an amount. A week? Wow. She shook her head. Oh, a month. I asked, suddenly disappointed. That wasn't going to get me very far. A day. What? Wow. Bridget added, obviously overhearing. June glanced at the moms again, then pulled me over to the pastry case, as if that would block our voices. Bridget came around the counter to join us, her coffees forgotten. I want to see this camming. Show me. I made grabby fingers and then held out my palm. Pulling herself from her jeans pocket, she swiped a bunch of times as I waited impatiently. I was trying to get my head around the fact that my friend, that June, was a cam girl, a naked cam girl for money. I'm proud of you, I murmured. She looked up from her swiping and gave me a sappy look. Really? I nodded. Yeah, you're doing your thing. I mean, I think every woman the world over would like to get paid that much money for doing her laundry. Well, here's my thing. She pushed the phone into my hands. Push the start button. That's my free video. I turned the sound off. Bridget stood beside me, her head close to mine to share the preview. I turned the device sideways so the video was larger, then pressed play. There was June, and I angled my head, keeping up with what she was doing with a laundry basket. Then the bits of clothing came off, and I saw more of June than I ever had. I hit pause and handed the cell back. Oh my, totally proud. Your boobs look amazing. They really do, wow, Bridget added. June grinned. If mine are nice, yours are going to bring in so much money. I mean, they're big and perky, and I've seen them, thanks. I said, laughing and blushing. Over talk about my boobs. Find a white or pink undies set. No, wait. Got any with cherries? Bridget snorted. You've got to be kidding me. Cherries? June patted my shoulder. I am. Sort of. I can't make that kind of money with clothes on. I mean, look at your body in that video. I pointed at her cell. You're gorgeous. I can see why you make that kind of income, and doing laundry at the same time? You go, girl. You'll go on with me. I'll introduce you to my viewers. Once you get followers, they keep coming back. You could play a part, Bridge offered. A role, then. Oh, you'll read romance. Wait, make that erotica. They were getting way too into this. What? Why? Because then you don't have to think of sexy things to say. Reading it aloud gives you all kinds of naughty options. There's a never-ending supply of content. That was true. I have to read it out loud? I asked, staring wide-eyed at my friend. Bridge rolled her eyes. Not to yourself. Yes! June added, getting into the idea. We'll find the sexiest parts of books, and you'll read them as you blush and talk about how the hero in the book's dick wouldn't be able to fit into your untried little pussy. I stared at her wide-eyed. You've got to be kidding. She set her hands on my shoulders, leaned down, and got right in my face. You had sex over the desk in the back office of a bar with a stranger. Bridget laughed and coughed. Stranger? That was Silas, oh my God. While someone walked in and got an eyeful. Someone walked in? Bridget gasped. I didn't know about that. I was really regretting sharing all that with June. So? So you have voyeur tendencies. What? What? Bridget parroted. Someone could have come into that office at any time, June reminded. You knew that, and it got you hot. At least I assume it did. It did. I started to think it was hot because I'd been with Silas. I felt safe with him, uninhibited. Like the things that made me hot made him hot, too. While someone had seen us, Silas hadn't cared. I hadn't either. And you kept going. Someone actually did barge in and you didn't freak. You kept right at it. God, I'm not going to be able to look him in the eye again for a while, Bridget murmured. In that back office, Silas had his mouth on my pussy. I wouldn't have stopped if the fire department stormed in because he had been so good. He'd stopped mid-fuck to make sure I came by dropping to his knees and eating me out. His bare ass had been to the door, so whomever came in had to have seen it. I wasn't mentioning any of that to Bridget. So I have voyeuristic tendencies. I shrugged. It's perfect for being a cam girl, June replied, completely unfazed by me having a kink. And that embarrassed look you have in your face right now is perfect. You'll read something steamy and be mortified that it was actually possible. Guys will be watching and want to fuck you so hard, but you control it. You tease them, lead them on, work them for their money, and give them just a peek. Fine. I said, wanting to get her to stop pushing this as much as I wanted to make money. I was in trouble here, and, well, this was an option. I'll try it. Try. Clothes on. No laundry baskets. Oh my God, this is so cool, Bridget said. She wasn't the one taking her clothes off on the internet. She stopped and looked me in the eye. But what about Silas? I don't think your boyfriend will be too excited about this. He's not my anything. I said that and it made me a little depressed. True, but I had hope he'd come back soon and follow through with the me on top plan. We had sex twice. Most of the time he's out of town. But he did say he wanted to see you again when he's back, right? Bridget asked. Yes, he wants her to ride him like a cowgirl, June added. There was no mention of exclusivity. I'm a hookup when he's in town. And I liked watching him through my bedroom window in the mornings. He doesn't live here. Tell that to Lindy, Bridget reminded. Dex doesn't live here and now they're married. He never mentioned marriage, I clarified. Just because he filled my thoughts didn't mean I expected forever. What if he did? Marriage? I questioned. I barely know him. Fine, what about dating? What about if he was here and you could date, get to know each other, the whole thing? Do you like him? I thought about it. Not for long because I knew the answer. Yes, I like him, but it doesn't matter. He's in Japan or Jamaica or wherever. Guys, this isn't about Silas. I need money. You said this will be tame. I'll read erotica and wear cardigans, nothing more. Are you sure? Bridget asked, suddenly doubtful after being so eager just a minute before. No, but it's worth a try. I can always stop, right? Tonight, June prompted. We're doing it tonight, 8 o'clock. I was panicking, but the amount of money she mentioned, it was worth it, except the time. 8? I'm in bed by 8. You're not in first grade. You can make it until 9. Besides, any longer and you'll panic and back out. I'll pick some good stories on my e-reader. Come by and bring whatever you have that screams Virgin Librarian.
Chapter 18. Silas.
Excuse me, Mr. James?
An employee said from the small opening she made in the conference room door. She glanced at all of us in turn apologetically for the interruption. Our meetings ran into the evening, and they'd had dinner brought in. Everyone at the table turned to look at her. Yes, I asked. I'm sorry to interrupt, but your assistant asks that you check your phone for a message. I offered her a small smile. Thank you. I glanced at the 3 women and 2 men. I apologize, please give me just a moment. With a shift in my chair, I pulled my cell from my pocket and swiped for a text from Theo. How's your wrist from all that jerking off? Got carpal tunnel yet? Such a dick brother thing to send. And he clearly hadn't gotten an update about fucking Eve in the conference room. It definitely wasn't why Bradley interrupted a meeting. There was another text, Bridget. Instantly a flare of worry surged through me. I was in San Francisco, not near Hunter Valley if something was wrong. Until this exact moment, I hadn't really considered this challenge. Fuck. I swiped the text.
Mav and I think you'd want to know about this. Let us know if we're wrong. Starts at 8 p.m. here, but not sure when that is for you.
I looked at the time on the phone. That was 20 minutes ago. Fuck, I pressed the link. It pulled up a video and out came a loud female moan followed by a,
"Oh, that big dick is too big for my untried little pussy. It'll be too much."
I blinked and practically shouted, "What the fuck?" Shit, everyone in the room heard the woman's breathy voice, worried about taking too much, and then my response. Porn was the last thing I expected. I fumbled with the volume on my cell. I felt like a middle schooler caught with a nudie magazine. "What the hell was that?" someone asked. "Did I hear?" I looked up, pasted on a fake smile that hopefully hid my total mortification. Shit. Absolutely not. I said quickly, shutting down the fact that they heard porn coming from my cell, in the middle of a meeting. Thankfully, my beard hid the blush I could feel creeping across my cheeks. But, one moment, please. I spun my chair around to face away from the table. It was a snub, but fuck, what the hell did Bridget send? With the phone held close to my chest, I looked at the video that was still running. Definitely an intro for porn. A woman was on her bed in a red cardigan that was barely closed. Her breasts were practically busting open the remaining buttons, those lush globes filling out a pale pink lacy bra to perfection. Fuck, if she leaned in any further, her nipples might spill out. Wait! That wasn't any woman, that was Eve. What the actual fuck? Eve was doing porn. Live, right now. I jumped to my feet, realizing I had a hard-on like a steel beam in my pants, then set my hands in front of it, holding the phone. I spun about awkwardly, looked at the vice president in the eye, and hopefully keeping him from looking lower. I wasn't so sure about the rest of the Highport group. My apologies. There's something urgent I must see to on my phone. I ducked out of the room and found the nearest empty office and slammed the door shut. Leaning against it, I tried to catch my breath as I studied the video again. With fumbling fingers, I turned the sound up only a little bit, enough to hear what Eve was saying and no more.
"I'm not sure if I should read this story after all. It's really naughty."
She looked up from what looked like an e-reader and right into the camera.
"You think I should?"
She bit her lip unsure.
"Okay, here goes. I've never had a man touch me before. There. Oh, your finger feels so good. Is that why I'm all wet and sticky?" "It's all over my thighs," she explained to the lumberjack. His big cock was as big as his axe. Lumberjacks. Axe. It was a cam room and she was dressed. She was alone, which meant she wasn't having sex with someone. She was streaming herself in her bedroom, reading porn. What would that be? Porn adjacent? Except porn adjacent was still hot. I wasn't sure if I was losing brain cells by looking at her in that little sweater or if it was the pearls around her neck that made her seem so innocent and the words she was saying so fucking naughty. "Oh, this story is actually really good. I didn't know I had a thing for lumberjacks. It's making me really hot. I think I need to undo my little sweater to try to cool off."
She glanced down at the remaining buttons, then up at the camera, bit her lip.
"But does this make me a naughty little virgin letting you see more of my bra?"
I couldn't help it. My free hand fumbled with my leather belt and I got it open and my fly down so I could grip my dick and stroke it as I watched Eve. She was not a virgin. I knew exactly what those tits looked like and was well aware of how wet and sticky she got. I stroked myself as I watched, completely mesmerized as she popped one of those little buttons free and fuck. While only an inch more of her pale skin was exposed, her tits looked incredible. They bounced when she took her little panting breaths. The corner of the word live and vibrant red. She was doing this right now. Now in Hunter Valley. I'd never been to her house before, but was that her bed? Beside the word was a count of how many people were watching. 473. Almost 500 horny fuckers, Like me since I was jacking off to her sitting all prim and slutty on a bed. We're seeing those lush tits and thinking about her virgin, swollen, sticky pussy. Hell to the fuck no.
Oh, that's better. Where was I?
She lifted the e-reader and held it up as she read aloud.
The burly man sucked his finger and licked all my pussy juices off. Climb on and take me for a ride. Good girl. I hovered over that club-sized head and tried to get it to fit. It won't go in. Oh, it can't. You're opening up my little flower with that big meat.
Big meat? What the fuck was she reading?
I can't take all of it. It hurts. My virgin pussy can't take.
You'll take it all like a good girl. A knock shook the door behind my back. Is everything all right, Mr. James? I startled, gripped my dick harder at the interruption through the door. Remember, good girls get their pussies fucked hard and deep.
Oh, please.
What the hell? I heard the person's concern, which meant he must be hearing the streaming, but it did nothing to stop my orgasm from seeing Eve's gorgeous cleavage and listening to her say such naughty, cum-inducing words. I came all over my hand while she whimpered the last. She was reading from a book, some filthy, pervy, erotic story. It was her voice, her breathy sounds that finished me because I knew what they sounded like when it was real, when my dick was deep inside her. When she was saying that exact same thing when she looked up at me and told me she wanted it harder, deeper.
It hurts so good. Wait, I'm not on birth control, so don't film me with...
The screen went black, then text came up.
Your free time is up. Please purchase the monthly subscription to continue.
Fuck. Mr. James, Silas. I'm fine, I pant-called. Please give me a few more minutes. I dropped my head back against the door. I was in an empty office at the Highport U.S. office building with my dick out come all over my hand, and Eve talking about getting railed for the first time by a lumberjack with a mega dick, and I got cut off by the porn service. Pulling out a handkerchief, thanks to Bradley for ensuring they were included, with every suit packed for me, I wiped my hands semi-clean. Then I fumbled with the cell to purchase a membership to a campsite, not giving a shit that someone in accounting would see the expense on my corporate credit card bill. It took a few minutes of swiping and swearing, but I was back in with Eve. I turned and leaned against the desk, relieved she was still there. Now that I was a member, there was a box beneath Live that said Private Chat. I hit that faster than reasonable and paid more for private time with Eve. I couldn't join her now since I had to go back to the meeting and explain myself, but she was mine and mine alone. No way were 500 men going to ogle my woman. No fucking way. Because with one flick of a cardigan button, Eve and her gorgeous body were all mine. Mine.
Chapter 19. Eve. It was my 4th night as a cam girl, and I was still getting the hang of it. That first night, I'd brought over a few outfit options and my grandmother's pearls, just like June expected. I joined her. She had on a sexy negligee on her usual time slot. She'd introduced me as her BFF who wanted to talk to men but was too shy to do it in person. She shared a secret that I was a virgin and had never seen a real dick. I tried not to roll my eyes or throw up from the nerves I felt at her blatant lies. She'd asked the men watching if they'd share dick pics in the chat, which of course they did. June fanned herself, looked to me, and asked if I was hot from seeing all those gorgeous dicks. She continued by telling me I should undo a button on my cardigan to cool off. That night it was a pale pink one. I did. Then she asked, since I was a librarian, if I liked reading naughty books. I had to say I didn't know because I never read those kinds of stories before. Because that was the basis for my entire shtick. She asked her viewers if I should read some sexy scenes. Pop my erotic romance cherry? Again, they said yes. So I read a sex scene. I didn't have to be fake being nervous or shy because I stumbled over myself. Then I took a drink of water and dribbled it onto my cleavage, which it turned out they found hot as hell. Then it was over. But not before she told all her viewers to show up at my time slot an hour later. I'd gotten through it thinking that Silas was watching, that I was saying every naughty thing and reading the sexy scene for him. When I logged in on my own account, I discovered they did. They showed up en masse. And then again, then again. It was absolutely insane, me trying hard to be sexy but messing up actually turned out to be a hit. I couldn't believe I had over 400 people watching me read spicy scenes and undo buttons on my sweaters. 400 people translated into a lot of money. When June gave me a well-deserved "I told you so," I caught on to why she did it. Every night when I ended the call, I gave Cheney and my parents the mental middle finger. Still, it was weird. It felt a little icky, but I was safe in my own bedroom. No one knew who I was, where I lived, that I was only playing a role. In fact, it seemed they loved the part I played. So I caught on and started to work it. I read the hottest romances I could find, with virgin heroines who seemed to have lived in a convent because they didn't know what a dick really did or how it could fit. It wasn't my favorite when it came to reading material, but I was savvy enough to grasp that men loved to be the one to break a woman in, especially when the hero's dick was the size of a baby arm with balls filled with obscene quantities of cum. Strange. Completely. But did it pay? And I kept my clothes on, slightly unbuttoned, but still, and kept sexy Silas in my mind as I read. With how she held her tits together, it was a snug fit around my dick. Her pussy too sore to fuck again so soon after breaking her in, but I had so much to show her. I couldn't last, ready to paint those fucking pouty lips of hers with my cum as her tits pressed tight around me. "Fuck," I cried, watching as the head of my dick peeped out, and I coated her neck and chin with thick ropes of it, draining my balls. I put down the e-reader and set my fingers on my pearls around my neck, slid them back and forth. I bit my lip and looked at the laptop in front of me. That hero really knows what he's doing. Is that what's called a pearl necklace? I asked, all shy and hopefully looking a mix of confused and curious. The screen went black. It had done that the night before, but no one had come on, only remained black for the duration of my cam time. Tonight it had switched again. It was still a black screen, but the chat window had a name, CEO Bill. A private room. This guy, CEO Bill, had bought my time and joined. From what June said, this was like a lap dance at a strip club or giving a private show in the back room. Extra money. Lots of it. I frowned at the screen. "Hi, CEO Bill," I said. "Are you there?" I waited, saw chat bubbles appear in the message area. "Yes, I can't show my face." "Shy?" I asked, playing with my pearls again. "Yes." "Me too. I'm new to this. Talking on the computer, all of it." "I'm new too." "Are you also a virgin?" I asked. It was weird talking to a black screen, but he was paying. "Definitely not." "Do you think I'd look good with the other kind of pearl necklace I read about? Think my breasts are big enough to be fucked?" "Painted in my cum? Fuck yes, your tits are perfect." I cocked my head to the side. "Are you hard thinking about it?" I ran my finger along my pearls again, then slid it lower through my cleavage and tugged an open button on my cardigan. Oops. "Is that bra pink or lavender?" I glanced down and slid aside the sweater to reveal the lavender bra strap. "You like?" "Show me more." No. "I've never done that before." "Show a man your tits." I nodded. On here, on camera, it was true. "I'm not any man, and what you show me is just for me. There's no one else." "No one else?" As if he's possessive in telling me no other men will ever see my body. I wasn't sure if I liked this after all. 400 strangers was a lot different than one guy probably fantasizing about getting his spunk all over my chest. "Want me to read more of the story?" I asked, steering away from that topic. "Sure." I picked up the e-reader and found my place. I kept going for a few minutes, then looked up. The heroine gave him a blowjob when she was on her knees and he was standing. "Do you like it that way, or is it better if you're in a chair or lying in bed?" "A guy will love a woman's mouth on his dick in any position." I shook my head, cocked my head, and gave him my slyest smile. "I asked you, not any guy." "If it's your sexy mouth, I'd get you on your knees so you can look up at me as you take my dick as deep as you can. Another time, we'd be in bed and we'd do 69. Know what that is?" Yes, but I shook my head. I was a virgin librarian, after all, and I wanted to hear his answer. "It's when you sit on my face so I can lick your pussy, while you suck me off." I shook my head again and tried not to squirm. "Ooh, that's naughty, getting my kitty licked like that." I was making this up on the fly and had no idea what the hell I was saying. "Kitty?" Glancing at the little timer in the corner, I said, "Your time is almost up. It was nice to meet you, CEO Bill. I'll tell everyone during my time tomorrow night about how I learned about 69. "No, you won't." I frowned. They'll want to hear that I now know how to sit on a man's face to get my kitty licked.
You'd come so hard, kitten, you'd scream my name.
Kitten? Oh my God, it was time to end this. I gave him a little finger wave as the timer ran out. Bye, Billy.
Chapter 20, Silas. Why the hell did you send me that link? I asked Bridget. After washing my hands, then finishing up the meeting with the Highport team, with tons of apologizing and disappointed looks, I'd gone directly back to my hotel room, in one of the presidential suites on the top floor since the Highports were generous, and open to making me happy during negotiations.
You saw it.
Jesus, yes. I wasn't going to mention any more details than that. It had to have been my worst and most embarrassing moments as CEO. While they hadn't said anything, I had no doubt the Highport team knew I'd been watching something inappropriate. Watching Eve and almost porn and probably seeing my epic hard-on during a meeting. Then I'd hid and jerked off in an empty office because my woman was reading X-rated sex scenes from romance novels, and I was, like the other horny guys listening and watching, picturing all of it happening to her. Not with a lumberjack and his big axe, but with me. I knew what she looked like as she took my dick bent over a desk, the way her perfect ass jiggled with each thrust, or the way she looked when she came as I loomed over her with her legs wrapped around a waist. I'd been in the worst situation ever. That had been 2 days ago, and I'd bought up all her time, all of it. If she was talking with me, reading with me, unbuttoning the front of her little sweaters with me, then she wasn't doing it for anyone else. The next night we'd talked, thank fuck in private, and nowhere anyone from Highport would hear, about blowjobs in 69. I'd had to end our evening meetings early, but it was worth it. Just thinking about it now, and I was hard again. I had to stand because sitting was uncomfortable. Well, she prodded. Well, what? I paced, ran a hand through my hair. Wished I had a Danish Spandauer right about now.
What are you going to do about it? She asked.
I couldn't go into Steaming Hotties and tell Eve to shut that shit down and force money on her.
For one, I was in San Francisco. 2, I didn't want to be throat-punched. I wanted my dick down her throat. There was a very clear distinction, and it was my actions that determined which one I received. She's a cam girl. What can I do about it? I wanted to fly back to Hunter Valley and tell her the only one she could do something like that with was with me. Not throw-punching, but anything sexy. I remembered the conversation with Dex when he talked about video calls and doing sex stuff with Lindy. Where had I been? Right, Denmark. Now I saw why he was all over the concept. I'd just done it twice with Eve, and it had been hot. I'd gotten hard in a room full of Highport hoteliers, for fuck's sake.
I talked to Mav about it, and we felt you needed to know this is what she's doing for money to keep Steaming Hotties going, she explained. Not that there's anything wrong with it because it's I froze in my pacing.
What?
It's empowering, and she's a marketing and branding genius with her idea of being a naughty
Not that,
I interrupted,
swiping my hand through the air. The other part.
Oh, she's done it for a few days, and she said the money's good. Like, really good.
She's been camming, or whatever the hell it's called, because she wouldn't take the James Corp small business loan? I asked, stunned.
Yes,
she replied simply. I ran a hand through my hair. This was my fault then because we slept together, because I couldn't keep my hands off her, because I had to drag her to the back office at a bar or push her back on the conference room table. Shit. She was camming because of me. Was this what women who'd been under my father's thrall had been forced to do? Had their livelihoods been so impacted by him using them for a quick fuck that they had to play a virgin librarian to pay their bills? Fuck me, I'd solve this. I've already booked out her sessions, I told her. No way is another guy seeing her like that. Those perfect tits, that voice, the way she bit her lip. Even talking about 69er BJs or anything remotely sexual, and the guys were going to blow their load. What's that mean? Obviously, she didn't know much about this type of thing, not that I did either, not until she sent me the link. You can pay for a private room with her. I did that, and I set it for the rest of this week. I paused. A week. That wasn't long enough. Fuck. It would take a few months for her to earn what was being offered in the loan. Wait, that's not long enough. I'll change that to the rest of the month. She was quiet for a moment. For Bridget, that meant she was thinking, which she did a hell of a lot.
So you're going to what, visit her every night and monopolize her cam time yourself?
Yes, exactly that. Abso-fucking-lutely.
You like her?
Fuck, I admired Eve for this ingenuity for finding a way to get money for her business, but this, I hadn't expected it. Holy hell, never in a million years. Yes. Bridget knew all too well we had a fling, twice. Knew I didn't think our flings should hold Eve and her business success back. Now Bridget was learning that Eve meant something, so I told her the truth. I don't want anyone else to see her like that. Except for the person who walked in on us at the bar, whoever the hell it was. But that didn't matter because it had been my mouth on her pussy. My name, she screamed. The fucker knew she was taken and being well taken care of, by me. I didn't give a shit if the guy got an eyeful. Whatever, because Eve knew when I made her come she was mine. Until she walked out. Thanked me for the orgasms and went on her way. Then turned down the James Corp loan because of sex. With me.
So she won't take money from you because you had sex, but you're going to give her the money to keep her business afloat this way instead?
That about summed it up. Looks like it.
Wait.
She paused, and I could see her pushing up her glasses as she thought.
Wait. She doesn't know it's you on there, does she?
Bridget was ridiculously smart. I didn't say anything.
Oh my God, she doesn't know.
If I tell her, she'll block me or whatever. I don't want other men seeing her. No way. If this is the only way to give her that money, then so be it.
You know who she is, don't you? Her family?
Yeah, Eve. Evelyn.
Right, Evelyn Hunter.
I wasn't following. So?
Hunter. As in Hunter Valley.
What? The town is named after her family?
I forget you're not from here. No, her family practically owns the valley.
You forgot. Impossible. She probably remembered what shoes she wore to her first day of kindergarten.
Her great-great-great-something founded the town. It was her grandparents who created the resort and where the real money came in.
So her parents run it. I needed to look into that company.
No, her aunt. Her son, Eve's cousin, is named Hunter. He's the town sheriff.
Strange, but whatever. Okay, so what about her parents?
They don't work.
Because of the family money, I asked.
Because of the family money, she repeated. I've known Eve since we were kids. Her parents stay up on the mountain, live the posh lifestyle wholeheartedly. I met them once. I was maybe 11. Eve and I were in 4-H and helping out with the show chickens.
What the hell is a show chicken? I grew up in Denver, a big city. I ate chicken. The only ones I came across were on my plate or under plastic at the grocery store, which I never went to because I was never fucking home.
They're entered into contests at the county fair. They're judged and ribbons are handed out. Not just chickens, rabbits, cows, all the animals.
What does this have to do with Eve?
She sighed. Her parents found out she was having fun. With chickens. Yep, it was actually fun, and it's an interesting area of science.
I dropped back onto the couch, my heart-on gone, after the talk about fowl. Okay, focus, please.
They yanked her from 4-H and shipped her to boarding school.
I flopped back, stared at the ceiling. Oh, that kind of parents. I knew them all too well. I grew up with families like that, where kids were ignored and shipped off to school, or pranced about like show ponies. Or in Eve's case, probably both. No hunter would get her hands dirty in a pole barn, and the only way to ensure that was to move. God forbid the parents up and relocated. No, she ended up in some far-flung school for rich kids with shitty families.
Now do you see?
No.
She has money, or her family does. Yet she applied to James Corp for one of the local loans.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where she was going with this.
Silas, don't you see?
Obviously not.
She refused the James Corp loan out of fear of being financially controlled by a man she had sex with.
Are you saying this is a trend or just me? I wondered. I didn't want to think of her having sex with her ex, or him controlling her somehow with money, but that would be hypocritical. If this was the case, he was old news. I was the one who was fucking her and fucking her well. I wouldn't control her with money. No way.
I don't know, but you were there. She was adamant.
And I accepted that, but you said she had sex with. We're having sex. I clarified. I might be in San Francisco, but it's definitely not past tense. When I get back to town...
Whatever.
I had a feeling she waved her hand through the air.
My point is, now you're financially controlling her again, but this time without her knowing it's you. This is exactly what she doesn't want.
Too bad. There is no way in hell I'm letting other men see her like this, and we both know, you and me, that I wouldn't fuck with that loan. This is only a different way for me to give her the money. This time no interest, no paying it back.
But there is still a cost, Silas.
No, there isn't, I countered. It's me. We've had sex. There's nothing different about what we did and what we're doing in a cam room except the actual sex part.
TMI,
she grumbled.
She's camming, that's her cost. It goes to show how determined she is not to take the loan from us, and how much she needs one.
She's camming for me. Me, CEO Bill, not a stranger.
CEO Bill?
My screen name.
Well, in that room you are a stranger to her. She doesn't know it's you.
She sighed.
Silas, you like her. How are you going to take her out on a date or whatever without telling her, you know?
I can't tell her I know.
She needs to know it's you. You have to tell her.
There's no way she can know I know. She won't take the money, and like you said, she needs it. Me knowing is enough.
Well, I know that you know, and she doesn't know that you know. I can't look her in the eye knowing that she doesn't know when I know that you know. What am I supposed to do?
This was getting ridiculous and really hard to follow. Don't do anything. I'll be back in a week. I'll take care of it.
No, today. You have to call her and tell her it's you in that room. Today.
Fine. I'd tell her today, if only I knew how.
Chapter 21. Eve.
CEO Bill was back. Not just back, but he'd booked all my time, for the rest of the month.
Hi, Billy. You must really like romance books to want to talk with a naughty librarian every night, I said, looking at his black screen on my laptop. The computer was on my bed in front of me, as usual.
I'm greedy. I want you to be naughty only for me.
I wasn't sure if I liked the idea of that, of talking only with him, whoever he was. Showing myself to hundreds of men at once, even if I did flash them a little cleavage, was less intimate, and the last thing I wanted was to get personal with a guy in a cam room.
I'm not that naughty, I reminded.
I'm not ready yet to do too much. I mean, the things I read aloud, I don't think I could do them.
You could do them all with the right person.
Like you?
I asked, sliding my finger back and forth along my pearl necklace. Like me. Whatever you need, I'd give you. Whatever your fantasy, I'd fulfill.
And that was it. This was creepy. Sorry, Billy, I just realized I can't stay on. Gotta go. I hit the end call button and shut the private room down.
I flopped on my bed, stared at the ceiling.
June might be able to do this, but I couldn't. I had to hope the bank in Missoula would come through.
Chapter 22. Eve.
Good, you're here too, I said, approaching the counter and Bridget. It would make this conversation a lot easier since she and June were together. The shop was quiet, and I'd been able to duck out and go to Van's, the local grocery store, to pick up a 10-pound bag of sugar. June was behind the counter, and Bridget was putting milk into her to-go cup. She wore a knit hat with a big pom-pom on top. Combine that with her glasses, and she looked 16. I wanted to tell you about the camming. We were just talking about that, June said, wiping down the counter. She wants to know specifically how it's going. Tell her how you have so many followers. We want an update. I shook my head. I stopped last night. June's eyes widened. Stopped? Why? You were raking in the cash. Because I got one guy in a private room and he was talking about giving me whatever I need and coming all over me, and I shivered. How come stuff like that is super hot to read and hot to do with a guy in real life, but in a cam room? I'm all squidged out. June's eyes widened. Because you don't know anything about him, she reminded. Where he lives? I don't think they can do cam stuff in prison, but he could be an axe murderer. I laughed, but her words didn't help me feel any less creeped out. Could he really be in prison? I did a private room once, she said. I know what you mean. I'd rather be in front of a few hundred horny guys sharing dick pics in the comments over one. Has he told you anything about himself? Bridget asked, taking a sip of her drink. Some things, I replied. There was a stray straw wrapper on the floor and I grabbed it. He has a big dick. You've seen it? Bridget's eyes widened behind her glasses. I shook my head. Well, no, but he told me about it. How I make him hard. She frowned like the sip she took of her coffee had bad milk. Gross. I'm glad you stopped, June told me. At least the private room. I don't think there's enough red flags in existence to cover a guy getting too into you in there. We grow up knowing not to connect with strangers on the internet, fall for them or whatever they might be saying. Ever heard of sex trafficking? Or worse, he could be grooming you for a satanic sex ritual. That's a little over the top. I admitted, but agreed she could be right. I talked to him the first time. Then he got on again last night, and I cut it short after only a few minutes. He wasn't gross or anything, but a black screen and all made it weird. Then again, seeing the guy jerking off or whatever might be a hell of a lot weirder. Plus, your talk about cults and sex trafficking are only freaking me out even more. I looked to June. Why didn't you start with those possibilities when you had me start camming? Wait, he went on a second time? Bridget asked, steering back to Billy in the private chat. I nodded, then waved goodbye to 2 older men who stopped by almost every morning. Yes, he bought my time for the month. Can you believe that? Do you think he's a stalker? God, maybe. Skip private chats, June suggested. Do the group thing like you started out and don't accept any privates. I shook my head. No, groups or not, I don't think camming is for me. I just can't. I'm waiting to hear from the bank in Missoula about the loan. I have enough money to float for a little while. I can hold on a little bit longer. What about Silas? Bridget asked. Yeah, what about Silas? June asked. He's real and isn't in a cult. He fucks you on tables and desks. He makes you come. He's got a big dick. Please say he has a huge dick. I thought about it, seeing it come across our backyards, then up close in the conference room, then feeling how impressive it was deep inside me. He does. The last time he texted, he was in California. He might be real, but he's definitely not here. He's coming back, though, June added. You told me you made plans for having in-bed sex when he returned. What does Silas have to do with anything? I mean, I turned down the James Corp loan, and when he comes back to town, we'll hopefully have more sex. And we can see if it goes somewhere. I'm going to kill him. Bridget swore, setting her cup down, then resting her hands on her hips. She looked fierce all of a sudden. June and I eyed her. Who, Silas? Why? I wondered. Because we had sex on your conference table? I'd say I was sorry about that, but I'm kinda not. No, because he's your stalker. He's CEO Bill. I stared at her, processed, then processed a little more. Wait, how do you know that name? Because he told me. Who? Silas. I blinked because what? What are you saying? Silas is Billy, the guy in the private cam room? She nodded. CEO Bill is CEO Billionaire, June said, catching on. Bridget kept right on bobbing her head. I was the one who told him you took up camming. I was sure my cheeks were a bright red because they were hot. It was supposed to be a secret, anonymous. Oh my God, why? Because you're doing it because of him. Because it was an alternative to taking the James Corp loan. Because you guys had sex. So? You wouldn't have turned down the loan if you hadn't slept with him. So why do you have to go on camera and do slutty stuff? No offense, June. Because you two slept together. It's his fault you couldn't take the loan. I told him about your streaming because it was a way for him to make things right. You need the money. Not that badly, I don't, I replied. Bridget, this is worse than taking the loan. Before it was one-time anonymous sex. Now it's me doing sexy stuff while he watches and pays. This is far worse. I know. I thought about it after we talked. It's not fair he gets orgasms with 0 consequences. Meanwhile, you have sex and you could lose your business. June held up her hand. Wait, Silas booked the private room so we could give her money that way, instead of the loan. Bridget nodded. Holy shit, I whispered. So Billy wasn't a creeper, but he was Silas. That little sneak! It's the exact same thing. It's still about sex and money. Bridget shook her head. I didn't tell him to go and buy out your time in a private chat room. I told him to tell you he knows about the camming, that he's CEO Bill, and to help you find another solution. I gave him a day and he obviously didn't do it. I went around the counter, started to make a fresh pot of coffee to keep busy while I worked through this new info. Eve? June asked, her voice soft. She gave me room, let me putter. I'm thinking. Silas wanted to give me money to wear 2 small cardigans and read about lumberjacks fucking virgins. I spun around, leaned against the counter as I held the huge coffee ground holder. He's actually, in a ridiculous way, being a nice guy. He's giving me the money and hijacking the cam time, so it's only the 2 of us. Yeah, if he wasn't an idiot, it'd be sweet, Bridget added. He's being possessive, doing a private room and then booking you all month? June added. That's really hot. I smiled. Silas the idiot. Thinking back to the stuff we talked about without the creepy factor, it was now a turn-on. Knowing the stuff that CEO Bill wrote and it being Silas, it made sense. It was clearly Silas's kind of sexy. I'd been aroused, and not knowing who it was had me shutting it down. But with Silas, totally hot. Totally different perspective. He doesn't know that I know, I asked Bridget. She shook her head. Grabbing her drink, she took a tentative sip. Good, don't tell him, I said, looking her in the eye and smiling. June held up her hand and took the coffee maker part from me. I know that look. What are you thinking? Let Silas keep up his secret identity. He wanted me to undo buttons on my cardigan? Show him my panties? Oh, I'd show him. I'd show him everything. But it's not a secret. He doesn't know that. I said, cocking my hip against the counter. June's eyes widened, then she slowly grinned. Payback's a bitch. Bridget blinked. I don't understand. I know he knows about me camming, but he doesn't know I know, right? Right, she said slowly, clearly unsure where I was going with this. It's time to have a little fun. He wants to watch a virgin librarian undo buttons on her cardigan while she reads about a woman being railed by triplets, then I'll give it to him. As for actual payback, the money he's giving me, I'm giving it to the animal shelter.
Chapter 23. Silas.
Sorry I had to leave early yesterday,
she said. She sat coyly on her bed in a black skirt and a green cardigan. It was so tight that if she took a deep breath or raised her arms over her head, the buttons would pop. Her cleavage was pale and creamy, hoisted by a bra that was edged in purple lace. They were right fucking there, on the screen. Fuck, I wanted to touch her. Fuck her. Make her come. I realized she was waiting for me to respond, so I typed, "Are you all right?" She nodded. Her long hair was pulled up into some tangled updo with strands framing her face. One slid across her cheek and she brushed it away. Yes, and I'm back now. Did you miss me? Did I miss her? I shifted in my desk chair because my dick was hard. That didn't work, so I moved again, unzipped my pants and let my dick out to play. I ended meetings early and went into the office Highport gave me to use and locked the door. No one could see me unless they were in a helicopter hovering outside the 34th floor of the skyscraper. I stroked it in a firm grip from root to tip, then realized she was waiting for an answer. I couldn't get off and type at the same time. My dick's been hard all day waiting for you. It had. I wondered why she cut the call short the night before, if she was okay. I'd wanted to text her, but I went back to the late meetings. By the time I was able to, it was late and assumed she was asleep. I watched her throat work as she swallowed, then glanced away. I couldn't miss the blush on her cheeks. Was she suddenly shy? Was it still a virginal act, or did she like this dirty talk? You look amazing in green. She glanced down at her prim sweater. Her attire, while sexy as hell, was stuffy and conservative. It wasn't what Eve normally wore. Her personality and clothing were more carefree. Thanks. She ran her fingers down the top front. I can't seem to keep the buttons closed. A button popped free with a little help from her fingers. Oops. Oops. One more and those full tits would spill out. I never hoped for weak thread before in my life. What are you going to read for me tonight? She picked up her e-reader and shared 3 titles. I couldn't miss the way she leaned slightly forward. One has a heroine who is naughty and has taken over the hero's knee for a spanking. I think it also involves a plug in her bottom, which is so. She sighed as if unsure of what she thought about that. I touched that tight ass of hers, and she'd come from the lightest brush of my thumb. She might be playing at being a virgin, but that hole, untried. I wasn't sure if I could survive listening to her read about getting her ass plugged. I had to grip the base of my dick in a tight hold to stave off coming. What else?
A virgin is fucked for the first time by the college quarterback, and a few of his teammates catch them and watch.
And the last?
She's sold at a virgin auction at a brothel in an Old West saloon.
Her gaze shifted from her e-reader to the laptop. To me.
Which one would you like?
I want to know what makes your little panties all wet. Are you wearing panties?
She gasped, as if the idea of going without them was unfathomable. Of course.
Show me. Come on, Eve. Show me your fucking panties. I thought to myself. She swallowed again.
My panties? Here? Now? Billy, I don't show strangers my panties.
I was far from a fucking stranger. I knew how she tasted, how she screamed when she came, how she... Pre-cum spurted from my dick as I typed with frustration. I'm not a stranger.
You are. I don't know anything about you. I can't even see what you look like.
If she saw me, she'd somehow kill me through the laptop. I'm 6'2", fair hair. I have a mole on my right butt cheek. She laughed.
You share your mole?
Do you want me to talk about my dick? I was throbbing right now. She licked her lips.
God, yes. Is it hard?
For you, kitten, always.
Oh,
she said, her voice going soft. If you won't show me how wet your panties are with them, then take them off and hold them up.
Hold them up?
Hell yeah, smartest idea I had all day. She thought for a moment.
Okay, but that will cost you, she replied.
What?
I only do naughty things for extra money. Use the donate button. It's the little red heart in the corner.
She ran her finger along the swell of one breast, then flicked a button open, giving me even more of a tease. I blinked. Fuck, she was practically hypnotizing me with her cleavage. I saw the heart. She wanted me to give her more money? My dick was telling me to push the fucking button, so I did.
Thanks, Billy, she said, then cocked her head and smiled. I'll show you my panties.
I was transfixed as she went up on her knees and slid her hands up the outside of her thighs beneath her skirt. Then she wiggled and tugged the dainty scrap down. I didn't see her pussy because her skirt covered it. Dropping to her butt on the bed, she lifted her legs and slid the panties off her bare feet. She shifted to kneel in front of the camera again, the lacy scrap in her fist. Show me. She grinned, raised her hand so I could only see a hint of the material in her clenched fist. I imagined she could smell her arousal. I knew exactly that scent and I growled, not that she could hear. She shook her head and pointed to the lower corner, where the donate heart was. I sent her more money. After a few seconds, she let the pink lace dangle from her fingers. Show me the wet spot. I know it's there. She shook her head, pointed at the corner of the screen again. You want more money?
You want to see how wet I really am?
Fuck. While she was in Hunter Valley, hundreds of miles away, she had me by the balls. I pushed the donate button and sent her more. A second or two later, she grinned. Turning the panties around, she held them closer to the camera so I could see the darkened fabric at the gusset. Holy shit, she was wet.
From talking with a stranger on an internet cam private room.
I grabbed my phone, texted her, because she needed to hear from me, Silas, not Billy. I was the one whose dick she actually was going to get. I can't wait to get back to Hunter Valley and have you ride my dick. Instead of texting, I should just turn on the camera on my laptop and show her my face. Let her know I was Billy. Bridget was adamant I do it. I agreed with her it was the right thing to do, but this, with Eve, she showed me the fucking wet spot on her panties. I couldn't tell her who I really was now.
See? My pussy is wet.
Holy fuck. My fingers fumbled over the keyboard. Wet at the idea of the teammates watching the heroine get fucked, right? Eve liked to be watched. I had no doubt that was what was making her squirm right now. I loved knowing this. Loved that she wasn't the shy virgin, but the uninhibited woman who knew what got her hot. This entire cam room fed into her kink. And mine because I was going to listen to her and jerk off. She'd reduced me to a horny teenager.
Yes.
Read it to me. Chapter 24, Silas. Silas. Robert Highport, the company's CEO and founder, called to me as I stood in front of the bank of elevators. A ding announced the arrival of one of the cars, but I ignored it and turned to face the older man. May we talk in my office? He asked. Our meetings were scheduled in the evenings rather than during the day. A little unorthodox, but everyone involved in the upcoming merger had the day-to-day running of our two corporations to also handle on top of the negotiations. He held out his arm, indicating I should precede him down the hall. For some reason, I felt like I was heading to the principal's office for a scolding. I hadn't been in the mood for one when I was a kid, and whatever he wanted to talk about could probably wait. I was going to be late for my cam time with Eve, and that took precedence over everything. He closed the door behind me and went around his desk. "Please sit." I did. I knew as CEO that one could learn more from keeping quiet. Maybe I learned that back in middle school and Principal Shemansky. Now she'd been a ballbuster. "I see that the meetings are ending early for the third night this week." I nodded. "Yes, we're starting at 3 instead of 4 to compensate. I now have a consistent meeting at 7, with Eve in the cam room. It might be 8 in Hunter Valley, but I was an hour behind. Meeting, or porn addiction. Shit. I wanted to freak out, but I wasn't going to show my hand. I hadn't yet in any of the merger talks, and I wasn't going to now with this. Although there was a big difference between negotiating a billion-dollar deal and trying to talk my way out of watching porn. "Excuse me?" "The porn that you pulled up during the meeting, and I assume you're watching every night at 7. What I did with Eve in the cam room might be considered porn to him, but it wasn't. Not to me. It was me and my woman having fun. There was zero wrong with that, except that I'd been caught. That was..." He held up his hand to stop me. "I've dealt with your father," he said, his voice more disappointed than angry. "I knew what he was up to with my secretary and the strip clubs. That was why the sale with him didn't go through all those years ago. The deal made sense then, and it makes more sense now. I want to retire, and while my son wants to take over, it's not his dream. Selling will let my legacy live on, and ensure financial stability for generations of Highports to come." Stability. The merger was in the billion-dollar range. That was really fucking stable. He was in his late 60s, a similar age to what my father would be now if he lived. He knew as much, or if not more, about how my father's extracurricular activities affected his work. I had no interest in his current assistant, especially since he was a man, but I wouldn't have gone there anyway. The only woman I wanted was Eve. Thus the cam time and my obsession with her. "Mr. Highport, I assure you." With a quick shake of his head, he said, "Don't. I heard it with him, and you assured me things were different. That is, behavior died with him." I heard the disappointment in his voice. "It did," I vowed. "I'm nothing like my father, nothing." I was making that crystal clear with him, even though he'd believed in me enough to begin a new round of sale negotiations now. With me. The new era of James Corp. "Then explain to me the porn that you pulled up on your phone." His voice didn't go up, it got quieter. Not a good sign. "And your disappearance into your office every night instead of finalizing the merger. I expected more from you. Perhaps you're only more subtle in your behavior than your father was." I swallowed. Shit. Any therapist would say everyone had a trigger. Something that poked at a festering, unresolved wound from childhood. Mine? Being anything like my father. Highport was outright saying we were like father, like son, when it was absolutely, completely not the truth. I did everything to distance myself from the man and his behavior. Now the deal was going to go south because I actually was behaving just like the guy. Fucking a woman and then playing games with her in a cam room. If there had been live streaming in my father's day, I had no doubt he'd have lost a fortune with all the women bleeding him dry for showing off her panties or doing raunchier things. The only difference was that I wanted Eve. Wanted more from her than a quick fuck or two. Or some sexy fun in a cam room. I was doing it because I was possessive, but I also wanted to give her the money for steaming hotties that she wouldn't accept with the loan. I wanted all of her, but the merger was the deal of my career. Fuck. Highport was a family man. Married for decades with 5 grown kids. One of them was the VP. This deal was over unless I came up with something and something good, right now. I'd been caught. I couldn't tell him what he overheard wasn't porn, especially when they all heard the voice of a woman who said something about a big dick was too much for her virgin pussy. I also left early each night at the same time as the original porn-watching fiasco to go in the chat room and to jerk off watching her. He waited. "It wasn't porn, it was my wife." He blinked and his mouth parted. I'd stunned him, not just with the words, but with my tone. No one told me what I did with Eve was wrong. "Wife?" he asked eventually. I nodded. Fuck. It was the only spontaneous thing I could think of that would work. He wasn't going to accept me, a single man watching porn. As if I had to go on the internet and find nasty shit to get off. Not after my father. While I doubted my father fucked the assistant during a meeting, I'd actually and unintentionally opened a porn site with the Highport team in the conference room. Robert wouldn't be thrilled if I said it had been a girlfriend. That term made it sound like I was in high school, not 34 years old, and doing sexy shit with a girlfriend wouldn't play with him. With 5 grown children, he probably knew people had sex before marriage, but with my father's history, he wanted to deal with a guy who was pretty much a monk. I didn't blame Robert for any of this. He was right to question, and if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't do the deal with him either. But I wasn't my father. Therefore, I had to lie. It had to be a wife. Yes, we married 2 months ago. A smile spread across his face, and I could see the tension releasing from his body. I hadn't heard. No one has, as far as I know. He glanced at my left hand, which rested on my thigh, searching for a ring. I shook my head. It's been a secret. It was a whirlwind romance, really. I knew Mrs. Highport was the one for me 5 minutes into our first date. He admitted. Love at first sight? He nodded. I'm sure you saw one of those gossip magazines put me as their top eligible bachelors. I added. He nodded. It wasn't part of my CV as CEO, but social media circles cast me as an epic catch for a woman. I wasn't hard on the eyes and had a huge bank account. I wanted to have some time, at least for a little while, with her all to myself before the media learned about it. She's not used to any kind of spotlight. I paused and actually blushed, remembering how I'd gotten hard in the middle of the meeting when I pulled up Eve's livestream. I admit the link she sent me was... I cleared my throat. A little inappropriate, and for that I apologize. It wasn't a random woman on there, it was her. I'm traveling all the time for this deal. Denmark, Singapore, all over. Well... You know what being a newlywed is like. God, I really fucking hope he did. He grinned. We didn't have cell phones back in my day, but when I got home... Right. I scrubbed at the back of my neck, hoping I looked a little contrite and embarrassed at being caught out. She, runs a coffee shop, and 7 is the only time we can connect. She goes to sleep early. Now it wasn't any random woman. My imaginary wife was Eve. I see. She called me and obviously expected me to be alone. But I wasn't, and I definitely didn't expect her to surprise me in such a private way. Again, apologies. You're ducking out early every night to talk with her. Yes, sir. That wasn't a lie. I was doing exactly that. Just with her on camera and barely there sweaters and pearls. As I said, I've adjusted the schedule earlier so our meetings won't be cut short. But my wife... It's important, I understand. He stood and came around the desk. I hopped to my feet and took my first deep breath in the past 5 minutes. Congratulations, then. I shall keep your secret. I smiled, genuinely, because holy fuck was that close. Please give your wife my best when you talk. In private. I nodded and left, making my way back to the elevators. 2 things came to mind. 1, that was fucking close. 2, no way in hell was I telling my sexy virgin librarian the CEO of Highport wishes us best in our marriage.
Chapter 25. I replied to Silas's text, the one he'd sent while we were in the cam room, the one that meant he was as horny as I was while we chatted. The fact that he'd paid a few $100s extra to see me take off my panties was proof. Then another few $100 to see the wet spot. I realized the power I had over him. I knew how much he wanted me. I wasn't unaffected. What we talked about, what I read aloud to him, we'd never have jumped to that level of connection if it wasn't in the cam room. It gave us freedom to admit things, to do things I would never have imagined with a guy I barely knew. Sure, we'd had hot sex twice, but this, it was a whole new level of kinky. I was calling him by a completely different name, which was pretty hard to remember to do. The whole crazy thing was like foreplay. Mean, unrequited foreplay since we weren't in the same state. We couldn't fuck like rabbits to take the edge off. Even through all that, the panty striptease, the rest of the call, he hadn't outed himself. Why? I had no idea. I did know that when we got together in person, it was going to be insane. I was going to climb him like a monkey. I typed my reply. I'm wet. I'm ready. I was. I so was. Camming for Silas was so naughty and ridiculously lucrative. I had Silas by the wallet and the balls. Except I'd never been so horny in my life. And I had a feeling it was going to get a whole lot worse.
Chapter 26. Silas. You've worn green 3 nights in a row. Is it your favorite color?
No,
She said, playing with a neckline, this one the color of grass.
my favorite color is pink.
Holy shit. I said to myself. Even though Robert had scolded me and I felt like shit about it, I couldn't stop with Eve. This was our time, our secret space. It wasn't a porn addiction like he'd mentioned, it was an Eve addiction. I needed this time with her. If I couldn't be in Hunter Valley with her, I would take this. Pink, like your pussy. Are those glossy, swollen lips pale or a dusky rose? I knew the answer, especially the pretty pink shade of her pussy. I'd had an up-close and very personal view as I licked and fingered her to orgasm. How it took my dick so well.
Oh, dusky.
Do your nipples match? I knew that too. I'd cupped them, felt their weight.
Billy,
she said, her voice a little whimper. I never imagined when I came up with a screen name CEO Bill that she'd turned a shortened billionaire into Billy. I remembered her calling my name when she came. Silas, not Billy. I wanted that again, not this nickname. But if this was the only way I could get her, especially since I was still in California, I'd take what I could get. And I was getting her all to myself, every sexy fun minute. These calls were the highlight of my day. I enjoyed seeing her, the real her that peeked through. Over the past few days, things slowly shifted. She appeared on the screen, and I got instantly hard seeing her all prim with her pearls, barely hiding her perky lush tits. Okay, that hadn't changed at all. What had was that I took over. Every night we started with her taking off her panties for a fee. Then she held them up for me for another payment. It was worth it because I knew her pussy was bare while we talked. Then I led the conversation even though I had to type. Then I got her to read book scenes that made her hot, and I got to watch her squirm. Your pussy ate, kitten. I asked tonight when she paused. She put her e-reader down and nodded at the screen. I like that he took what he wanted. You want it rough, a kitten like you. Oh, she loved it rough. Her eyes went hazy, and I had to wonder if she was thinking of the time I bent her over that desk and took her without much restraint, or when she asked me to fuck her harder on the conference table.
I think I might. I bet your dick is big and would cram me full, just like in the story.
It is, and I sure as fuck would. I was stroking it now, although I had to stop and type often enough it drew the whole thing out. I was having insane orgasms with my hand, alone in a hotel room just watching and listening to Eve. When I got her beneath me again, I was probably going to nut all over her before I got inside. But I'm not there when your pussy's needy. Come for me. She blinked.
Come?
Touch yourself.
Now? Don't do that on screen.
You do because you know I'm watching. You like it when you're watched. But you're safe because it's me. This was pushing it, but I could tell she was horny. She couldn't fake the flushed cheeks, the hard nipples poking through her bra and sweater, the way she squirmed as she read. She was as desperate as I was. I'll watch you come.
Remember, I don't do naughty things without incentive.
Money. Eve wanted me to pay her more. I did that for free on the conference room table. I pushed the donation heart icon and paid.
Oh, this is going to be so naughty, isn't it? You watching while I make myself come.
You're a dirty girl. I imagined her on my bed, naked, legs parted, and touching herself as I watched.
Will you come with me?
She asked. Yes. Hell yes. I stroked myself as I watched her settle in. She flopped back on the bed so she was angled, and I could watch as she worked her dress up in a glimpse of a bare thigh. Her pussy was blocked because her leg was bent, but I could see her torso, her tits in that tight sweater, and the way her hand went down between her legs. I couldn't see anything, but I saw everything. I watched her face and upper body as she fingered her hot little pussy and made herself come. Listened to her moan and arch her back. I spurted all over myself, remembering how she'd looked when she'd come on my dick. Thick ropes of cum covered my hand and lower belly as she moaned and thrashed. That's my good kitten. I love watching you play with that naughty pussy. I had to get back to Hunter Valley, to Eve, to get her to do exactly this in person. Theo was right. I was going to get carpal tunnel with all the jerking off I was doing.
Chapter 27. Eve. I still hadn't heard from the big bank about my loan. It was life as usual, or mostly. I was up at 5 and ran the shop. Then at night I talked with Billy, the secret side of Silas. Tonight's reading is a CEO showing the college intern who's boss. I said as I laid on my back and worked my panties down my legs, after he paid me extra. Yes, my excerpt choice had been very intentional. I was insane. Silas wasn't a stranger, but we weren't together either. All of the time we talked was in a cam room. Was this fucked up? Yes. Was knowing that Silas knew I cammed and keeping himself a secret while I pretended not to know it was him fucked up? Completely. When he donated extra money and the panties were off, I held them up for him to see and read his response.
Do you want to be shown who's boss?
I bit my lip, thought about it, nodded. Yes. I wanted to be dominated by Silas. Taken hard. I'd love it.
Undo the buttons and show me what's mine.
I pointed to the corner of the screen and he donated more money. This time I didn't leave my cardigan closed by a few strong buttons. I undid all of them. My breasts in the black bra were revealed. For him.
That's a very naughty bra color. Panties too.
I told you about me, I said. What about you? I wanted to get him to talk, to reveal himself, to tell me he was really Silas and show his face.
What about me?
I thought for a moment, wondered how to push him. What do you do?
I run a company.
Oh, CEO Bill, right. Is that why you won't show your face?
Yes.
If you have to keep it a secret, why are you on here? You're successful and I'm sure handsome and, well, how come you're not taken?
I have my eye on one woman.
Anger flared in me and I did up the buttons on my sweater. Oh? I asked. No way in hell was I showing him my breasts and my wet panties if he was off fucking some other woman. Shit. Maybe he was. I had no claim on him. Sure, he said he wanted me to ride him when he returned to Hunter Valley, but that didn't mean exclusivity.
Your jealousy makes me fucking hard.
I'm not jealous, I snapped. I was jealous. So very jealous and hurt.
The woman I have my eye on is you. You, kitten.
I felt bashful and thrilled. And angry. He knew it was me and he did that? The jerk. Inwardly I smiled. Like June said, payback was a bitch. Well, that's nice to hear, I began. But you're not the only man in my life.
Excuse me?
I shrugged, playing coy, and looked down at the quilt on my bed. I'm tired of being a virgin. I mean, with you on here and all I've gotten is horny. Really, really horny. I have needs, and well, I found someone who can take care of them.
You met a guy and you're going to let him fuck you.
I nodded. I've learned so much from being in here with you. From the sex scenes I'm reading aloud.
When?
When am I going to sleep with him? I grinned, played with my pearls. Oh, Billy, you know we're not going to sleep. I'm so wet all the time that I don't think one time's going to be enough to make this ache go away. And I'll let you in on a secret. His dick is really big. God, I sounded like a real cam girl.
When?
I shrugged, then bit my lip. Soon.
Chapter 28. Silas. I slammed the lid on my laptop and snagged my cell. Bradley, I want the plane ready in an hour. Where to? Hunter Valley.
Chapter 29. Eve. Mother, what are you doing here this late? I asked after I opened my front door. I wasn't expecting her. Well, I never expected her because she'd never come to my house before. I was just glad I was done with my call with Billy, Silas, and I'd changed into sweats before she arrived. She lifted a garment bag. Dinner at the club with the Morgans went long. You know how they like to talk. I brought your dress and shoes. For what? I asked, stepping back to let her in. It wasn't snowing, but it was cold. I shut the door quickly behind her. She stopped a few feet inside and stared. This place is quaint. That meant she hated it. Not that I cared. It was a little mining cottage built in the first years of the town. It had been updated, like a bathroom instead of an outhouse, and I found it perfect. It was just me, and I didn't need much, especially on my rental budget. I never cared for the massive mansion I grew up in. I was an only child, and so the 9 bedrooms were a little excessive. But we were the hunters and needed to have the best of everything, including views, kitchens, and large quantity of bedrooms. "What's the dress for?" I asked, breaking her from frowning at my living room-dining room combination. "The holiday party, of course. I told you about it on the phone." She held it out, and I had no choice but to take it. She tugged off a leather glove, then the other. Her coat was black, long and cashmere. Her boots were suede, a surprise for this wet weather. Her hair was the same shade as mine, but while mine was in a sloppy bun, hers was styled to appear windblown, as if she'd been out zipping around on a snowmobile and came inside looking perfect. Right. She was expecting me to look at it, so I unzipped the bag and laid it over the back of my couch. It was emerald velvet, and from what I could tell it had a deep V. "It's very pretty, thank you. Cheney will wear a matching tie, of course." "I'm not going with Cheney," I said immediately. "Cheney is expecting you." I crossed my arms, frowned. "That's his problem, not mine." "Evelyn, it's the annual Hunter family holiday party. You can't go without a date." I had to wonder if she was going deaf, if she needed ear candling, or if she was playing dumb. Maybe she was actually insane because she expected me to fall in line with Cheney as my date? That he was in charge of my inheritance? Nothing I said about Cheney was going to change her thoughts. To her, I was going to the party with him. I was going to marry him and have his babies, and we were going to lounge about and lavishly spend money. My money. It made no sense. Cheney was just a guy. His family was wealthy with their mine, the one that stripped the mountainside and was most likely an ecological disaster. I went to the front door and opened it. Even someone as obtuse as my mother got the message. I wanted her to leave. "If you like Cheney so much, Mother, you take him."
Chapter 30. Silas. "You're back." Mav slapped me on the shoulder, then pulled me in for a brotherly hug. "Good to see you." "Thanks." The James Inn looked like a mountain lodge with the thick log walls and river rock chimneys. Oversized windows offered views of the entire valley from every angle. There were 10 suites in the main building, plus a few small cabins for those wanting more privacy. With an event space for weddings and other celebrations, the place would be busy. Like the other inns Mav had built from scratch, I was sure this location would be a hit. The soft opening was in a few weeks. In the meantime, all the furniture was in. All that remained was staff training and stocking last-minute items that were lost in shipping. It looked good, and as CEO, I should care. Right now, I didn't give a shit. Eve was going to fuck some stranger? No fucking way. "I didn't know we were meeting today." He said, his brain working through his calendar. "We're not. I'm here for Eve," I said, looking around as I brushed snow off my shoulders. I was impatient, frustrated, horny. Where the fuck was she? No way in hell was she sleeping with some asshole. Yeah, the virginity thing was just a camera ploy to get a guy's dick hard, and it fucking worked, but she wasn't sleeping or not sleeping with anyone but me. I needed to touch her, lick her, fuck her good and hard and hear my name coming from her lips so she'd forget whoever the asshole was who'd started sniffing around. His eyes widened and a slow smile spread across his face. "Oh, don't you have Highport meetings?" "Yes, but Bradley's taking them for me. I sent the CEO an email." "I had late last night while on the flight to Hunter Valley. I wrote Robert personally, telling him that my bride needed me for a day and that my assistant would fill in. After our little chat in his office, I figured he'd understand. The woman at the coffee shop told me she was here. When I flew out last night, I'd been thinking with my dick, which wasn't all that smart at logistics. I landed after midnight, and while I could have texted Eve to find out where the hell she lived, so I could show up and fuck the hell out of her, she wouldn't be awake. Not a coffee shop owner whose doors opened at 6. When I woke up this morning, I went directly to the shop, but fuck, she wasn't there." "Yeah," he nodded. "She's stocking the cafe, the storeroom for the restaurant itself, and the coffee stations in each room." I sighed. Fucking finally. "That's a big contract for her," I said, impressed. "Only the best for James Corp. We just finished, and I sent everyone else home for the day since the weather was turning to shit. We're supposed to get a foot before dinner, and then another 2 feet overnight. I hope you weren't planning on flying out later. I was. You aren't now. I was waiting for Eve to follow her back to town, but if you're here, I'll head out. It was time to stake my claim. I'd been kidding myself that I was content fucking her on hard surfaces and then flying off to make business deals. Or just watching and talking with her in the cam room. She needed to know that I was the one who was fucking her from now on. Me and only me. Plus, I was tired of jerking off to a live stream of her on my laptop. I'll keep her safe. I replied, assuring him so maybe he'd fucking leave already. Good. He pointed behind me. She's that way. I headed toward the cafe where there was a small service counter and bakery case, both currently bare. There, facing the wall of shelves, was my woman. Fucking finally. I'd recognize that ass anywhere. She had on a thick, fuzzy purple sweater, jeans, and shearling boots. Completely covered because it was fucking cold and snowing, and she wasn't on her bed in the cam room with me. Eve. She spun around, a glass jar filled with coffee beans in her hand. Her face lit up. Silas, what are you... I didn't give her time to talk further. I'd been across the country staring at her in sexy sweaters, reading about being railed by a CEO through my laptop. She was in front of me. I could touch her and kiss her, so I did. My naughty, sexy woman whose scent was citrus and coffee and somehow tasted like sweet pastry and sin. Her mouth and her pussy.
Chapter 31. Eve. Silas was kissing me. Kissing me. Not a peck, but an onslaught. A mouth assault. Wow. 1 second I was sprucing up the cafe with decorative jars of coffee beans, the next I was being kissed. Oh. Silas turned so I bumped into the counter, then the wall, then the closed door, our teeth clashing.
Shit, are you okay?
He asked, lifting his head so his eyes could search my face for harm. Yes, don't stop. I had no idea how long we made out like teenagers. Very horny, aggressive teenagers, but Silas eventually pulled back. His hand was cupping my breast beneath my sweater. His knee was wedged between my legs, and I was hoisted up riding his thigh. I was halfway to orgasm already. I was gone for too fucking long. I've wanted to do that, and more since the conference room. His voice was deep, ragged. Blue eyes sparkled with need and eagerness. Reaching up, I cupped his jaw, felt the softness of his short beard. I loved the scent of him, the hard feel of his body, the thick press of his erection against my hip, of his entire body into mine. He felt powerful, dominant, bold. Silas, what are you doing here?
I couldn't wait any longer. I told you I wanted you to ride me. You said you were game. I've been imagining it since I left. You still want to climb in my lap and fuck yourself on my dick?
I wondered if he was here because of the night before, my taunting. I wanted Silas, God I did, but I wanted all of him. He couldn't keep Billy a secret and fuck me now. You left your meetings for me. Bridget had told me about the hotel purchase he was negotiating. It had made it into some of the larger papers. A billion-dollar hotel chain didn't plan to buy out another without it making the news, and Silas was at the helm for all of it. Leaning in, Silas kissed my neck, working his way up to the sensitive spot behind my ear.
Fuck yes, Kit,
he murmured, then sucked on my skin as if he couldn't resist a second longer. His thighs shifted to rub over my clit. Fuck, that felt good. What was it about Silas that made me lose my mind? What was it about the two of us in public places? He almost called me kitten. I pulled back. He was breathing hard, his gaze laser-focused on my mouth, and his hands kneaded my breasts and tugged my nipples. Why, Silas? Why now? I asked, pushing him.
Because I won't have you fucking anyone but me, he practically snarled. No one else, and no more camming, kitten.
His fingers pinched my sensitive tips.
Fuck. This body is all mine.
I had driven him here. My feminine wiles had worked. Maybe if he wasn't so intent, he'd realize I wasn't freaking out. I set my hands on his cheeks, rested my forehead against his. Oh, Billy, it's always been yours.
Chapter 32. Silas. I was lost in the feel of her skin against my lips, the soft swells of her tits and the way her nipples hardened beneath my palms, the way she arched her back and seemed to love a little rough handling. Then her words caught up to me. Billy. She'd called me Billy. I froze, then stepped back. You... what? How? Oh. Kitten. I wiped my hand over my mouth, too aroused to process quickly. I'd called her Kitten. The only time I called her that was in the cam room, where she wasn't supposed to know I was Billy. She nodded, but she did. You knew? My dick was trying to break out of my jeans and get to Eve, but he'd have to wait. Eve had known it was me in the cam room. What the fuck?
Yes, not at first. I ended the one call early. I couldn't do it, the camming with a stranger. It was creepy. Then Bridget told me it was you who bought out my time.
What? I ran a hand through my hair, paced, thought back. So you've been in there with me knowing it was me, taunting me.
A slow grin spread across her face.
Her hair was messed up from my hands, her lips glistening and swollen. A flush spread across her cheeks, and those nipples I just plucked were hard and eager for more.
Yes,
she replied, completely unrepentant. In fact, she looked amused.
You deserved it. You were taunting me in return.
I remembered how she'd messed with me the night before. Who's the guy?
There's no guy, she said, rolling her eyes. You made me jealous first, remember? I didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. I grumbled.
Wait, are you mad?
She set her hand on my chest.
I'm the one who should be mad. Why didn't you tell me it was you?
Because you wouldn't take the money. I looked at her, processed more about the calls, narrowed my gaze at her cunning. You were milking me for extra money, with taking off the panties and all that. She shrugged, clearly not bothered.
I told you I couldn't take your money with the loan, and yet you went and did this instead?
You thought camming and taking money from hundreds of horny strangers was better than not taking it from me? And it wasn't from me. It was James Corp.
You're the one who flew across the country jealous, wanting me to ride your dick. You're the one I won't take money from.
I shook my head. Kitten, you were being stubborn. Don't you know I only have you and your business's best intentions in mind?
Stubborn. You think my business decisions are made on a whim because I'm stubborn. Again, you're the one who flew here, interrupting your billion-dollar deal.
I rubbed my lower lip with my thumb, eyed her. Oh, she was formidable, and I wanted to fuck her harder for it. Now you have quite a bit of money to cover what you need for the coffee shop. Quite industrious of you. She shook her head.
I'm not taking that money.
What? She'd be the first person ever not to want anything financially related from me.
I'm donating all of it. I'm not using a dime, Silas James.
I shrugged. I didn't give a shit about the money. I only cared about her. By extension, that meant her coffee shop. If it was her dream, then I wouldn't see it fail. If not this way, then another. Fine, donate it. Then we're back to where we were 5 seconds after I pulled out of you at the bar.
Where's that?
With me horny as fuck and needing inside you. I know you're turned on too. Probably just as desperate for my dick. Enough was enough. We could talk this whole fucking thing in circles for hours. That wouldn't solve my hard dick problem or the fact that I wanted to watch Eve scream my name. Mine, not Billy. I stepped close, tossed her over my shoulder.
Silas, she cried. How do you know I'm desperate?
I gave her ass a little swat as I went. I paid a fortune for you to show me how soaked I made your little panties. Chapter 33. Silas. I went up the massive staircase and entered the first room on the right. I spun around, faced Eve, and got to work on her sweater, yanking it off her with an aggression and need I seemed to only feel with her. She caught on that I wanted us naked and towed off her boots, clothes flung every which way, and we laughed when my pants caught, inside out, on my shoe and wouldn't come off. Finally she was bare. I was bare. For the first time I saw every inch of her gorgeous body. I took a moment to circle her. Then I took her hand, walked backwards until the back of my legs hit the bed. I sat, then pulled her close, kissed her, delved deep, swallowed her moans, her whimpers. She lifted her head, smiled at me in a way that told me I might be in trouble, that she had plans.
No more money, no more secrets,
she said. Only my dick in your pussy, I added. Exactly. With the slightest push of my chest, I fell back. If she wanted to be in charge, I was fine with that. I laid on the bed, knees bent and my feet touching the floor, my dick pointing straight up. Setting her hands on my thighs, she leaned forward and licked me like an ice cream cone. My hips bucked involuntarily, surprising her. She pulled back and grinned. Get up here and sit on my face, kitten, I growled. I loved calling her that and could finally do it. She was naked and I wasn't touching her. Her skin was pale, smooth, soft, lush, curvy, perfection. But I want you in my mouth, she said with a pout. I want to feel how hard you are on my tongue. Fuck me. I wasn't going to last 2 seconds if she did that. Still, if she wanted to suck me off, I wasn't going to stop her. I crooked my finger. You could sit on my face while you suck my dick. You remember we talked about it, that first night. Her eyes flared with surprise, then heat. She did as I said and crawled up onto the bed, settled so she straddled my chest, then flipped around. Fuck me, her pussy was gorgeous. Wet, pink, with lips and folds to suck and lick. Taking hold of her hips, I pulled her back and onto my face. Silas! She cried as my tongue slid over her from top to bottom and then back again. Then stopped. Silas! She said again, this time whipping her head around and glaring. Why did you stop? My dick's right there, kitten. Suck it. As CEO, I gave the orders. People, everyone did what I said. Stubborn Eve often didn't, but this time, thank fuck she was a very good listener. She turned back, licked the pre-cum that was beating at the top, then my mind went blank to when she took me into her mouth, and I got back to work eating out my woman.
Chapter 34. Eve. Even though I read a scene with it from a romance book, I'd never done 69 before. It was actually really hard. Silas was using his talented mouth and tongue on my pussy, and I couldn't focus enough to suck him very well. I had him in my mouth, working him, but then I'd find I'd stopped, doing nothing but moaning on his dick because I was so close to coming. Then I remembered my task and went back at it. It seemed the better I did, the more voracious Silas became. It was a game called Distraction. Who could get the other out of their head and make come first? Who won this one? Silas. Well, maybe me. I had to lift off his dick as I cried out his name when I came. He manhandled me around so I was facing him, straddling his waist. Then he was lowering me down and onto him. Setting my hands on his shoulders, I shimmied a bit as he filled me. Silas was big. Fuck yes. He growled, then... Shit. I was lifted up and off. Silas! You sucked me off so good I forgot a condom. He said, his breath ragged as he reached for his pants on the floor. It was impossible since I was on top of him and his pants were on the floor. I'm on the pill. He stilled, stared at me, then flopped onto his back. Hands stroked up and down my thighs, his hard, glistening dick between us, bare. His pale eyes met mine. What are you saying, kitten? You're good going without a condom? I nodded. I'm clean because after Cheney, well... I stopped talking because who mentioned their ex when she was about to cowgirl up on a different guy's cock? I'm clean. I know it sounds crazy, but I've never gone without a condom. Not once. Trust me to take care of you. I bit my lip, felt his words as much as heard them. Trust him. He wanted to take care of me. I lifted up, gripped the base of him, and lined him up again at my entrance. He watched, entranced, as I started to lower down again. This is all I've been thinking about. He admitted, his jaw clenched, his fingers digging into my hips. Seeing you like this, watching my dick slide into you. Fuck, you're so perfect. Fuck. His head fell back and he practically growled. It felt so good, so tight. I wasn't exactly sure how he fit, but he did. It's like we were made for each other, I whispered. This was all I'd been thinking about, too. Sitting on his lap and riding him, just as he'd texted. Eve. Silas jackknifed up, wrapped his arms around me and kissed me. His beard was soft against my skin as our tongues met. Then he helped me lift and lower, fuck myself on him until we came and were nothing but a perfect, sweaty, sticky mess. Chapter 35. Silas.
I stood in front of the machine in the cafe waiting for my coffee to brew. I didn't really need it because I was wide awake at 5 a.m. The sun hadn't come up yet and Eve was out cold in our room. That was what 5 orgasms, or was it 6, did to her. I felt a shit ton of male satisfaction that I could please her so well. Fucking her into unconsciousness was now my new goal in life. I picked up on the theme of the stories she read to me during the cam calls, a trend in her sexual interests, in what made her hot. She definitely liked being watched, taken, dominated. I intended to fulfill every one of them. But I still had to work, and that meant starting the day with a daily update from Bradley. I told Highport last night about the blizzard and that you're most likely snowed in for a day or two. I think he finds it romantic, he told me through the phone. Mav's weather report had been accurate. A shit ton of snow had fallen, and it was still coming down. That meant I wasn't returning to San Francisco, and he'd have to continue to cover. I'm sure he watches that movie channel with all those holiday movies, being snowed in at a resort with a beautiful woman, I replied. You just described yourself. I couldn't help but laugh. Right. Except in the movie, the assistant doesn't call at 5 a.m. Romance movie or not, he'll want you back here. When do you think the roads will be cleared for you to get out? Not sure. Didn't care. I wasn't in a rush to work or do anything but take 2 coffees back upstairs and wake my woman the best way I knew how, with my mouth on her pussy again. Yeah, there was no decision. In bed with Eve or Highport negotiations. Your agenda for today, I'll pull it up to review. I said, cutting him off. Who's up first this morning, Berlin or New York? Neither. Your schedule is clear. I didn't understand. Clear. I took a sip of the black coffee. Fuck, it was good. Yes. I rescheduled everything and I'll handle Highport. Enjoy the coffee. And Eve. How he knew I was making coffee, I had no idea.
Chapter 36. Eve. That smells good, I murmured, rubbing my face into the soft pillow. The linens and bedding were exceptional. I felt like I was sleeping on a cloud. The room was dark, only the moonlight coming through the window lit the room. We'd had our minds on other things the night before and hadn't closed it. With the snow, everything practically glowed, including Silas, who was naked. Just like all the mornings I'd watched him from my window. I could see every ridge, every throbbing vein that ran up the long length. I was used to waking early, but this, to have him right in front of me when I opened my eyes, amazing. I couldn't help but smile. Not only did we have sex the night before, all night, but I got to sleep in his arms. Then I wake up to him, his hard dick, and coffee. What could be better than that? Do you always walk around naked? I wondered. In the mornings, yes. I had plans on how I was going to wake you. He set 2 white mugs and printed with the James Inn logo on the side table. Coffee's a good way to do that, I offered. I love coffee. I had something better in mind than coffee. Besides, this might taste horrible. I don't run a coffee shop. I smiled even broader and rolled onto my back, the blankets tucked beneath my arms. You run hotels. This one, in fact. This bed is spectacular. 5 stars. Would definitely recommend. He grinned. Good to know. You want coffee or my mouth on your pussy? God, I love those choices. Suddenly the bed was quite warm. I watched as his dick got hard, thickening and lengthening, then rising to bob up toward his navel. Up close, he was perfection. Well, he asked. I lifted my gaze and he was smiling and offered me a wink. I was caught. Show me the mole on your butt, the one you told me about in the cam room. He arched a brow but turned, showed me his perfect ass, and a little mole. He glanced at me over his shoulder, then turned back. What'll it be, kitten? Coffee or my mouth on your pussy? I grinned, then pushed myself up so I leaned against the plush pile of pillows in the padded headboard. Then I shoved the thick down comforter down, kicked it to the foot of the bed. Reaching for the mug, I held it in front of my mouth and blew on the hot brew. Bending my knees to give him room between them, I said, Both. He slowly crawled onto the bed with me. You want me to eat you out while you have your first cup of coffee? Multitasking at its finest. Settling onto his stomach and placing his palms on my inner thighs to open me wider, he looked at my bare body. God, that was the perfect sight. Multitasking. This is my greatest skill. Prove it. I replied, right before he licked me and did just that.
Chapter 37. Silas. "When's the snowplow coming?" I asked Mav. I called him to find out when Eve and I had to stop fucking all over the inn and expect workers. From the second-floor window, I studied the drive that led to the county road, or at least where the drive should be since it was buried in snow. The blizzard pushed east, and now the sun was out, sparkles glistening on pristine white surfaces. It was hard to look at, it was so bright. "You're right downtown," he replied. "I'd give it a few hours, and you should get at least one pass by a plow," he replied. "I'm not at the house," I told him. "I'm at the inn." "You're at the inn." It was after lunch, and Eve and I finally got dressed, barely. After we had our coffee and I had her pussy, she reciprocated very skillfully. Then we fell back asleep, for hours. A late start was a treat for both of us. I agreed with Eve, the bedding was amazing. So was the woman who shared it with me. I'd slept with women in the past, but they'd been casual. I didn't remember sharing a bed with one longer than the fun it took to get off. No sleepovers, no napping. Never one who'd fooled me in a cam room for several days and technically bilked me, or at least my dick, for thousands of dollars. That credit card bill was going to be insane. "Yes," I said, "we never left." Mav grunted. Eve came up to me carrying a plate with a sandwich she made from the fixings in the restaurant fridge. She'd sliced it on a diagonal and loaded some corn chips beside it. I shook my head, turning down her offering, as I held my cell to my ear. With a shrug, she took a bite herself. "What do you mean, we?" he asked. "I'm here with Eve." With her name mentioned, she looked my way. I mouthed Mav and gave her a wink. "You're there with Eve," he parroted. "Yes." I heard him cover the phone and talk to someone, probably Bridget, although I could hear it all clearly. "Yes, with Eve, at the inn." "Yes, I know. Of course they're stuck there without the plows." He said as if Bridget was being obtuse, which was impossible. "There's at least 2 feet, maybe 3, I told him. His house wasn't 5 miles away, but higher up in the hills. They could have more than here at the inn. I've got an SUV, but the snow's too deep for it. I'll call the service that does my driveway and— "No plowing! No plowing!" Bridget called. "They could be there sometime this afternoon. No way workers will show up, so you have the place to yourselves." "Yes, leave them there," Bridge said, her voice carrying. "Why should we leave them there?" Mav asked her. "He needs to tell her the truth about the camming." Eve nabbed a corn chip, oblivious to the conversation in my ear. I took her in. The same clothes as the day before, but I knew she wasn't wearing anything beneath. No bra, no panties. Her hair was a tousled mess, and she must have found a hair tie in her purse because it was up in a sloppy bun. No makeup, well-rested, well-satisfied. She was fucking gorgeous. I crooked a finger and she came over. I kissed the top of her head and wrapped an arm around her so her back was to my front. She felt soft, warm. Mine and mine alone. No workers. No access to our jobs or the outside world. I had Eve all to myself, and just like Bridget had suggested, no plowing. Leave them there. "Don't worry about it," I told Mav. "What?" Mav asked, surprised. Oh, ow! Baby, that fucking hurt. You want a spanking, don't you?" "No plowing at the inn." I imagined Bridget smacking Mav and tried not to laugh. He was a tank and she was tiny. "Fine, we're leaving you," he replied. "Tomorrow, then." I thought about it. Tomorrow? Would that be enough time to have Eve all to myself? Hell no. The next day. And tell Bridget that Eve knows. He did, and I heard Bridget in the background. Was she clapping? He laughed. Finally, he caught on. "Got it. Now tomorrow. Have fun." "We will," I said, then hung up, snagging a corn chip, then taking the plate from her, and settling it on the arm of the reading chair tucked into the cozy bay window. "Hey, we're sharing that." I spun her to face me, leaned down, and tossed her over my shoulder. Now that I knew we would be alone for a while, I was going to take full advantage. "Are you always going to do this? Carry me around like a sack of potatoes?" "Oh, kitten, you have no idea." She laughed. "Did they have whipped cream in that fridge?" I asked, heading for the kitchen. Licking food off her body became very important. She stopped squirming. "Maybe. Definitely chocolate syrup." My dick went from semi to full-on hammer. Even better. Fuck, this was so much better than work.
Chapter 38. Eve. We went over this in the cam room. Pink's my favorite color. What's yours? I asked. We were sprawled across a couch in the lobby. Silas lay sideways on it, and I was on top of him. His hand was resting on my ass. Oh, and we were naked. Again. He'd started a fire in the massive fireplace. Thankfully, the nook for wood had already been filled. The storm had stopped a few hours earlier, and outdoors was a post-blizzard winter wonderland. We had heat, electricity, fire, and food, and chocolate syrup. We were content. And sated. I lost track of how many orgasms he gave me, how many places we fucked. There was the bed, the prep counter in the kitchen, the wall in the dining room, the registration desk, the sofa, which probably along with every other spot needed to be well sanitized before the opening. I hadn't thought about anything at all outside of the little bubble we were in. Or was it a snow globe? No plows meant no escape. I worried about the shop remaining closed, but Silas had said no one would head out to get coffee. If they did, they'd understand why the shop wasn't open. I let it go. I let everything go except being with Silas. We were taking a break before we christened some other spot in the inn, just talking. I was happy. Being snowed in with him, I knew I was all in. This guy, he was amazing. Perfect. Ridiculously bossy. Hot, sexy, silly even. Just like your pussy. Nipples too. He murmured, his hand on my butt sliding inward so the fingertips brushed my center. Like that? I smiled and kissed his chest. You know I do. But you're distracting me on purpose. Why would I do that? He asked. Because you don't want to tell me what your favorite color is. I felt his laugh, the slight shake of his body beneath mine. Tan. I lifted my chin and looked in his eyes. Your favorite color is tan? He shrugged, and it moved us ever so slightly. I don't know. I never really thought of it. I never really bought my own clothes. Your favorite color isn't only tied to clothes. It could be what you paint the walls in your house. My apartment walls are tan. Are yours pink? Fuck, will I come over and lose my mind knowing your place is painted the same shade as those plump little nipples? I squirmed because this was foreplay. Ridiculous, but it was working. No. Well, I'm more in tune with my favorite color than you are then. Walls, clothes. Obviously, when I was a kid, the personal shopper dressed me and my brother, so tan had to be her favorite too. Obviously, I countered. When I got old enough to shop for myself, I hired my own personal shopper because I had no clue what I was doing. Now my clothes magically appear in my closet clean, pressed, and ready to wear. Wow, a clothing fairy. I thought of how I'd watched him in the mornings naked in his house. Still foreplay. My mother chose my clothes growing up. A few things now, too. Those cardigans in the cam room were thanks to her. I thought of the velvet dress for the holiday party and the foreplay was over. Except for the steaming hotties t-shirts, the torn jeans. Oh, and the dangly earrings I love so much. Those are definitely not her doing. The other night she brought over a dress for me to wear to their annual holiday party. It's a Hunter thing. It usually explained everything and I didn't have to say more. As in the hunters of Hunter Valley. Right. If the dress she bought for you is a problem, know that I really like you naked. He said, giving my butt a firm squeeze. I like you naked too. And up close. It was so much better up close.
Chapter 39. Silas. Theo texted. Heard you're stuck at the inn with Eve. My brothers were the biggest fucking gossips. Worried about me? No, and I'm no longer worried about your dick or your carpal tunnel. Fucker. Chapter 40. Silas. I leaned against the wall, taking in Eve, and just my shirt fixing us coffee. Decaf this time because we'd gone through a lot of fucking coffee. I'd mastered the simple coffee maker in the cafe area. Add water, add grounds to a filter, turn on. The fancy espresso machine was another story. Watching her was the sexiest thing I've ever seen, and I seemed to be doing it a lot. Just watching her. Eve could make coffee in a man's shirt and kill it camming. The Virgin Librarian version of her would have serious competition. To me, her efficient and skilled actions were porn, especially in my shirt. But no more camming. This time she was here in front of me, where she belonged, where I could see her, touch her, make her mine. Take off the shirt, I said. She spun on her bare feet, startled. The machine hissed behind her. Her eyes raked over me and my jeans. On but not buttoned. Nothing else. What? Make me coffee. Bear. She softened and responded to my deep command. Her lids lowered, cheeks flushed. And she started to squirm just like she did in the cam room when she was turned on. Silas. I approached, cupped her face. I want all of you. I admitted. You want more sex. Her gaze dropped, and the way my dick was tenting my jeans, it was pretty obvious. Always. But I like this, you and me. Her dark eyes held something. Wariness. Hope. Many things. This was just sex, a little fling at that bar. It was just sex. This isn't little what's between us. I want more, don't you? I held my breath. We started out the wrong way, she admitted. There was nothing wrong about us. The quickie in the bar? All of it, the quickie, the conference room, especially the camming. I set my hand on her shoulder, leaning in so we were eye level. I'm CEO. I fix things, help people. Giving you money does that. Why won't you keep the money from the cam room? It was as much my fault as yours. Because... Her cell rang and the moment was broken. She pulled back from my touch, went to see who it was. Picking it up from the counter beside the espresso machine, her shoulders slumped. Fuck, she whispered. I went to her instantly. What's the matter? It kept ringing. My father. She swiped the screen and answered. Hello? I could hear a male voice, but it was too soft to make out words. I stepped back, grabbed one of the coffees that she made, and leaned against the counter. Her body language became tense. Her gaze was on her bare feet. Yes. Yes, no, I don't need money. No, I'm not interested in anything Cheney has to say. That's his problem. No. No, I wouldn't want to upset Mother. Yes. She kept her eyes down as she ended the call and set the cell back on the counter. I put my mug down, then wrapped my arms around her from behind. Do I need to bury any bodies? A laugh shook her body. No, maybe. What happened? Instead, I wanted to take this sudden sadness from her, to make things right so she was happy. Always happy. Taking care of Eve was something I wanted to do. Not out of obligation, but a Neanderthal need to protect. She was more than sex. She was my woman, and her problems were mine to take on and solve. My father wondered if I had any luck with getting other financing. He knew I couldn't get any other loan in town because he called the banks. I spun her around. Her hand settled on my bare chest, and I looked down into her sad eyes. Not angry, but sad, resigned, destroyed. Your father told the banks not to give you a loan. Yes. Tears welled, then slipped down her cheeks. I tried to stay relaxed, to not let her feel how fucking pissed I was. The man was an asshole. I knew what a shitty father was like, thought mine was the worst. He'd done nothing for me and my brothers except make us feel like shit about ourselves and our dreams. Shaming was an excellent tool. She dropped her forehead to my chest, and I cupped the back of her neck, kissed her head. This wasn't the naughty little kitten on the cam. This was Eve unvarnished. No makeup, no pretense, truly bare. Her weaknesses and vulnerabilities exposed. I ached for her. Ached to make her sorry shit of an excuse father love her like she deserved. That wasn't going to happen. So I could help her in other ways. Hold her, kiss her. Know that there was someone who wanted her just the way she was. Aren't fathers supposed to be supportive? She asked. I wouldn't know. My father was a narcissistic prick. We should get them together, she replied. Mine's dead. Like I said, we should get them together. I agreed with that. Killing the guy was probably out, but I was going to find out what he was up to. He was using his daughter for a reason, for his gain. I wanted to know what and why. Fathers can be assholes, I said. Yes, and this is why I won't take your money. Your father? I care about you, Silas. I won't have money ruining us, because it would. It ruins everything. Or maybe the people who are supposed to love you unconditionally are total dicks. She laughed. That's a possibility. Somehow you need to let it go. Let him go. You can... Are you mansplaining toxic parenting to me? I couldn't help but grin. Maybe. She smiled, but it quickly slipped away. He made the local banks turn me away. What's next? That was a good question.
I was the fixer, and I was going to fix this. Chapter 41. Silas. Sadly yet skillfully, the plow arrived and cleared the snow for us to get back to town. It also made a path for workers to get back to their projects at the inn. We had no choice but to leave. While the roads were cleared, they were snow-packed, and I followed Eve to Steaming Hotties to make sure she got there safely. While I itched to keep her snowed in and trapped with me again, real life waited. My cell rang as I pulled in front of my little house. "Mr. Highport, hello," I said, shutting off my car. "Silas, I understand you were snowed in." I took in the piles and piles of snow. "That's right. I haven't seen a storm like this one in a while. The plows are finally getting ahead of the 3 feet. Good, I'll see you back here for meetings tomorrow." "Yes, definitely." "Oh, and Silas." "Yes?" "Bring your wife." "Wait, what?" "Excuse me." "I want to meet her. The idea that this sale is keeping you two apart bothers Mrs. Highport." "She has a coffee shop to run," I said. This time it was the complete truth. The only woman I had in mind as my wife was Eve, although usually a woman knew when she was married, which we weren't, because I lied to save the deal. "We'll put you up in the Sausalito suite. A second honeymoon. See you tomorrow." Well, fuck.
Chapter 42. Eve. "You're leaving?" I knew when Silas came in that he was going somewhere. He wasn't in jeans but dress pants. The kind no one in Hunter Valley wore, not now with feet of snow on the ground, piled high outside the shop's windows to make a small path on the sidewalk. It had only been a few hours, but he didn't have that same relaxed look that had settled about him while we'd been stuck at the inn. Of course, it could have been all the orgasms. June took over the service counter and we stepped to the side. She knew we'd been stuck together and I'd filled her in on some of what we'd done. Not the sexy stuff, but the fact that we'd both come clean about the cam room craziness. It had only been 3 hours since he'd had his way with me this morning, just as the sun was coming up. Me bent over the side of the bed as he took me. Hard, rough, thoroughly, as I'd gripped the sheets as if they might keep me anchored. I still felt him. I was going to miss him and his big dick. Stuck together with nothing to do but have sex, talk, and have more sex made me spoiled. Reaching out, he tucked my hair behind my ear. A small gesture, but intimate. Familiar in a way that indicated we were more. He didn't have to answer. He trimmed his beard. "Yes." He suddenly looked uncomfortable, especially when he rubbed the back of his neck. "I, need a favor. A really big favor." "Okay." He took a big breath. "I need you to be my wife." I blinked. Was the Gregorian chants coming from the speakers too loud? "I'm sorry, what? I think you just said you need me to be your wife?" He glanced at me, then away. "I did." Not want, need. He needed me to be his wife. No declarations of love. This wasn't a proposal. Why? What had happened in the past few hours? He kept scrubbing his hand over the back of his neck. Finally, he met my gaze. "The Highport deal. During a meeting, they overheard you in the cam room reading a sex scene." My cheeks heated and I covered my face with my hands. "Oh my God!" "Then I switched meeting times so I could be done at 7 to join you in the room." This was getting worse by the second. "Robert, that's the CEO, pretty much cornered me and accused me of having a porn addiction." I lowered my hands and looked at Silas. He looked frustrated and forlorn, a little scared and a little angry. Silas, the epic organizer and master CEO, got caught watching porn. Not just porn, me. "I think I should have just taken that loan," I said. His eyes widened in surprise and then started to laugh. "None of this insanity would have happened if I did," I reminded him. "Although the animal shelter will probably disagree since they're thousands of dollars richer." "I wouldn't have known all your sexy secrets, though, kitten," Silas finally said when he could catch his breath. I blushed because I had definitely inadvertently given away a lot. "I'm still expecting you to maybe kill me with a coffee stirrer for telling you all this." "Yeah, well, it's kind of hilarious. You a porn addiction?" He grinned, leaned close so his mouth brushed over my ear. "I'm a sex addict when it comes to you." I shivered, knowing that was probably true. "The deal could be blown because you're so sexy." My smile slipped. "That's not funny, Silas." He sobered up, too. "Right.
My father was going to merge with him 20 years ago, except my father slept with Highport's assistant on his desk, apparently, and did some other shady shit. The deal fell apart. I've been trying to make it happen ever since I took over James Corp. It's almost done, and then... I winced. Then I happened. He nodded. Yeah. In the spur of the moment, I told him it wasn't porn but my wife. My wife I hadn't told anyone about because I made her up right there and then. He doesn't seem to care if we do kinky shit in the confines of marriage. But not out, I clarified. Exactly. He took my hands and held them between his. I need you, desperately, to come to San Francisco and be my wife. This wasn't how I expected a marriage proposal to go. Then again, I never expected to be a cam girl either. Evelyn, a deep voice called. I still then frowned. I didn't need to turn around to know that it was Cheney interrupting us. I looked over my shoulders. What? If this is how you treat customers, then... I turned around to face him grumpy. This is how I treat you. What do you want? He glanced around. To see how the place is holding up. No snow damage. As you can see from the line, obviously business is good. The tables were also full. Everyone in Hunter Valley had cabin fever, except me. I wanted to go back to the James Inn and stay cozy all alone with Silas. Not for long, he said, his voice laced with acid. Silas set his hand on my shoulder. I felt it. The hand, his presence. He had my back. Right, because my father got all the banks in town to refuse me a loan. He smiled. He fucking smiled. Which meant he knew. That didn't surprise me at all. Guess you have to come back to me after all. I felt Silas's fingers tightening on my shoulder. I could feel the restraint, the barely there reserve he held. Someone was fucking with me and he didn't like it. Yeah, not happening, I said. As I told you last time, I'm paying my bills just fine. How? He asked, looking totally stumped. No bank in town will give you money. Your trust is cut off. What are you doing to keep this place open? Wait. I glanced at Silas over my shoulder. He needed me to marry him for his mega deal to go through. Cheney wasn't going to let me do anything with my trust money. I had to wait until I turned 30 to access it, and to get him out of my life. There was one way to solve my Cheney problem. Marriage, the other stipulation to my trust. If I got married, not to him, he wouldn't be in control of my money or me. I wasn't sure if I would have thought of it if Silas hadn't suggested it first. Everything would be resolved. Cheney would be gone. There would be no more reason to talk about the James Corp loan, or the camming, or covering any of the steaming hotties' bills. Even my father and him getting the local banks to deny me a loan wouldn't matter. I might be doing Silas a favor, but he could do one for me as well. Maybe he didn't want me to be his wife, but he needed me. Well, I suddenly needed him in return. Cheney, did you meet my husband? I asked. Chapter 43, Eve. I hoped, crossed my fingers and toes, that Silas would play along. He was the one to suggest being married in the first place, but I doubted he expected to use it now, as in 30 seconds after he brought it up. But I needed Silas to be my husband to get a hold of my trust fund. My money worries would be over. It was my money, so it was ridiculous that I had to go to such lengths to get it. I also doubted my grandparents had this in mind when they added the stipulation into their wills. I also doubted they'd have an asshole like Cheney controlling the trust either. If Silas needed my help, then I needed his. What did it matter if it wasn't a real marriage? Love was always tied to money somehow. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. And the sex was amazing. What the hell are you talking about? Cheney's beady gaze shifted from me to Silas and back. Husband. Reaching past me, Silas held out his hand for Cheney. I'm Silas James, you are? Cheney Douglas. He replied more out of habit than the desire to make small talk. My ex, I explained. They shook hands and kept shaking hands. Cheney's face was turning red, and Silas wasn't letting go. It was like a pissing contest, although it wasn't needed. I knew exactly which one had the bigger dick, and more talented. This guy, Cheney asked. He's paying your bills. Not only was he a jerk, he was a total misogynist. Paying her bills. Silas made a scoffing sound. Please, she married me for my dick. I laughed and swallowed it down based on the murderous look on Cheney's face. You're really married? Cheney glanced at my hand. I don't see a ring.
I work in a coffee shop. Not the best place for the huge one he gave me. With Silas beside me now, his arms still slung about my shoulders, I saw him shrug.
5 carats may not have been the best choice. Sorry, kitten.
He added, kissing the top of my head. Silas stopped his caresses on my shoulder, which was a shame, and looked to Cheney.
Your name is Douglas. Is it your family that owns that strip mine in the next county?
Yes, he replied, practically preening that Silas knew about their success.
That's the one that's up for environmental review due to ecological impacts, right?
Cheney's face turned a mottled red, no longer proud but angry.
What the hell are you? I wonder who the county commissioner is.
Silas continued, cutting Cheney off.
I mean, if Eve's father can sway the local banks against his own daughter, then a guy like me might be able to sway some podunk backwater politicians to shut your mind down.
My mouth fell open. How did he know all this? Did I care? Not really. The look on Cheney's face, a mixture of surprise and the possibility of a stroke, was awesome. You're back, June said, coming up and interrupting us and snarling at Cheney. Here's another coffee for you. I made it just like last time. To go. She shoved the small carry-out cup into his hand, and I imagined it to be laced with more powdered laxative.
This isn't over,
Cheney snapped. He gave his snooty glare to all 3 of us before grabbing the coffee and leaving. For being so rich, he didn't turn down something free. Silas turned to me, set his hands on my shoulders, and looked me in the eye.
I'm staying to make sure that asshole doesn't come back.
June waved off his words. He's not coming back today, trust me, she said before heading back behind the counter. Oh, and Eve, the sink's still dripping.
Do I want to know how she's confident in that? He asked. About Douglas not coming back, not the sink.
I shook my head, tried not to smile. Probably not, just don't get on her bad side.
What's up with the sink?
I waved it off. Nothing really, just a little leak.
Get me a list of anything that needs fixing.
Not necessary. How did you know that stuff about Cheney and his family's mine? I wondered, trying to stay on the important stuff.
When Mav was looking for parcels of land to buy for the inn, the mine came up as a problem for us. Views, environmental impact, zoning, the whole deal. I read a report on it.
Well, thanks for being there for me, husband, I replied. Was it okay that I pulled that out? He leaned in close, met my eyes.
No one messes with you, Eve, including an ex. Hell, especially one. He needs to know it's over.
I've been telling him for almost a year. He grunted as if he didn't like that and had thoughts in his head about changing that.
I want that fix-it list. I'm putting your ex on it. I'll make sure that was the last time he comes around.
Oh, I said, feeling my cheeks heat. I liked having someone on my side for once. About that wedding, it needs to be the real deal. I couldn't get control of my trust otherwise. But more importantly, I added, Cheney's going to look into the paperwork for it first thing. Silas nodded.
I understand. Highport probably will too.
My cousin Hunter's the sheriff and justice of the peace. We can get the license from him. I couldn't believe we were talking about getting married at the same time we were bickering about shop maintenance.
Good. I can't wait to make you mine.
Oh my.
Chapter 44. Silas. We were married in the interrogation room of the Hunter Valley police station. Turned out Eve's cousin Hunter, the sheriff, wasn't actually a justice of the peace, but the station manager was. For the ceremony there were no flowers, no rings, no wedding dress. Instead, a pink Steaming Hotties t-shirt. Witnesses were 2 deputies who brought in a drunk and disorderly tourist from Omaha. If he were sober, he could have signed the documentation too. To me it was perfect because it was Eve I was saying vows to. This was real. When I asked her to be my wife, had I expected to actually marry her? No. I hoped, crossed my fingers, that she'd perhaps, maybe, hopefully agree to be a fake wife for a few days. It was asking a lot, I knew. Except she didn't want a fake marriage. She wanted the real thing. Nothing went as expected with her. My usual calm, orderly, over-traveled, and boring life had gone a little crazy. For the good. As we faced each other, I held her hands in mine, looked into her slightly stunned gray eyes, and vowed to honor, cherish, and protect her all the days of my life. I felt it to my very core.
We left directly from the police station and to the airport. Eve hadn't packed a bag. With the flight plan submitted and another storm ready to blow in, there had been no time before we had to leave. Now we were at 40,000 feet, and I had her all to myself. Dot, the flight attendant, served us drinks before takeoff and had joined the pilots in the cockpit. We were all mostly alone. Reaching over, I unclipped her seatbelt, then pulled her into my lap. "Silas," she said with a laugh, pushing her hair back from her face. "I'm going to fuck you before we get to San Francisco, but we need to talk about that asshole Douglas first. I'm not talking about other men when I'm inside my wife." Her eyes flared with heat. She liked the idea of joining the Mile High Club, but didn't seem too thrilled to talk about her ex. It wasn't like I wanted to either, but something was going on, and I needed to know about it now, so I could take care of the problem. From what she'd said, he'd been sniffing around for a while, and that wasn't working for me. Not with my wife. I was the only one who should be sniffing her. Before we left the coffee shop, I'd sent a text to Bradley to find out all there was about Cheney Douglas, but I wanted to hear about him from Eve. "Why did you introduce me to Douglas as your husband?" I wondered. "I guess I need you as much as you need me," she admitted, and I realized she wasn't talking about sex or orgasms. No, she meant money. Fuck, I started all this by needing her to be my wife because of the Highport deal, aka $1 billion, but I knew I wanted her as mine. It sounded like she never considered the possibility. Not good. Another thing I needed to take care of. She needed to know that she was important, that she was special, that she was mine to care for, and fuck. "I went to boarding school in Vermont," she began. Since she went so far back as to talk about high school, this wasn't a simple answer. "Senior year, when I came back for Christmas, I had dinner with my parents at the club with Cheney and his parents. It was announced over appetizers we were dating." "What the hell? You went along with it?" Obviously she did, since the asshole lingered years later. She shrugged. "I was 17. He was handsome, older. At first he was charming. Plus, it was easier to go along with my parents than to make a fuss. I went back to Vermont and graduated, then went to college. I saw him on breaks." "Did you even like him?" She flushed and glanced away. "If you met my parents, you know there were expectations I was supposed to meet. I met them growing up because if I didn't, they did something like ship me to a boarding school." I clenched my jaw and stayed quiet, remembered Bridget's story about the show chickens. "After college, I broke up with Cheney. I was back in town full-time and couldn't avoid him. I didn't want anything to do with him. I started steaming hotties using some money from a trust fund left to me by my grandparents." She shifted and took off her sweater. Her long hair swung over her back as she dropped it on her empty seat. Yeah, it was getting warm on the plane. I frowned, trying not to get distracted by the way her steaming hottie's t-shirt stretched across her perfect tits. "Did you use it all?" She shook her head. "Then why did you apply for the James Corp loan?" "Because I can't touch it until I'm 30 without permission of the executor, my father." "He refused more money, I'm guessing." She'd played with the frayed edges of the hole in the knee of her jeans. I liked the sexy peek at her bare skin. "He told me I'd had my fun and it was time to close up my little shop and return home and marry Cheney." I frowned. Return home. I thought they lived in town. With ease, she toed off one boot, then the other. They thumped on the carpeted floor. "They do, up by the resort. I was supposed to marry Cheney, head charitable foundations, and push out a few kids." I was all for a few kids, but it sounded like they wanted a Stepford wife. I refused, obviously. I'd been broken up from Cheney for a while at that point, and none of them accepted my decision. My father shifted the executorship to Cheney. I was a businessman, not an estate lawyer, yet I knew this wasn't normal. What? Why would he do that? It made no sense. Her father had her by the proverbial balls himself. Why relinquish that control besides just being a dick? What father put his daughter's ex-boyfriend in charge of her trust fund? Cheney told me I wasn't getting any more money from my trust and that I was to come back and marry him. "So you married me instead. He can't be your husband if I already am." Her fingers went to the hem of her t-shirt and slid it up her body, bearing a delectable inch of her creamy skin at a time. I reached out and stilled her hands like a moron before she got it overhead, although her bra-covered breasts were exposed. I couldn't miss her hard nipples through the thin material. What are you doing?" She glanced my way, gave me that sly smile I remembered from the cam room. "You said we were going to fuck." Yeah, but not until after we talk about your ex.
Okay, I'm just getting ready then.
My dick went from semi to rock hard in 2 seconds flat. I was practically dizzy from it, and my fingers itched to touch her. My mouth salivated to taste her. She didn't care that the flight attendant might make an appearance. Fuck, kitten.
The answer to your question is yes.
Yes? What was my question? I asked, my gaze affixed on her tits. When I let go of her arm, she flung off her t-shirt and went somewhere behind me.
If I married you so Cheney couldn't, yes, that's one part of it, definitely.
All the blood had left my brain and was in my dick. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the rest or could process what she was saying.
The only other way I can take control of my trust, besides turning 30, is to marry.
She stood, shimmied her jeans down her legs, then off. Oh, fuck. Wait, I said, gripping the arms of the seat. I had to stay focused, but it was nearly impossible with her only in her barely there panties. If she turned around and I discovered it was a thong, I was going to come all over myself.
What?
She asked. With her leaning forward, her tits practically spilled out of her bra. I was practically panting now. Douglas. Douglas won't be executor of your trust because you gain full control now that we're married. You get your money and get rid of the loser. She nodded.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ask me to marry you before now? Her eyes widened. Then she laughed.
What would you have said to the woman you fucked over a desk if she asked you to marry her?
If she showed me all of her body like she was now, the answer would have been yes.
I know you've been with women before, but picture one of them.
I shook my head, studied the curve of her waist, the hint of her pussy lips through her panties. Was the satin damp? I knew they were fucking drenched. Fuck. Other women, kitten. I met her gorgeous gaze. I can't see their faces or remember their names now.
Because they meant so little to you.
No, because I only see you. Fuck, Eve. I grabbed her, pulled her onto my lap again, this time so she straddled my hips, so her pussy settled right on my dick. Her mouth dropped open.
Oh.
Yeah, she felt that too. I rolled her hips as I lifted up mine. She groaned. I growled. I get your point. I'd have thought you were crazy, or after my money.
Exactly.
She breathed, starting to rock all on her own. I think you've made it more than clear that you don't want any of my money. She nodded, stared into my eyes.
It's just as you told Cheney. I want you for your big dick.
And that was it. I was done. My willpower was only so strong. I ripped those panties off, and yes, they were a thong, and had my dick out and deep in her in record time.
Yes,
she cried out as she took all of me in one go. Fuck, kitten. I growled as she rippled and clenched around me. I had questions, a shit ton of them. But now wasn't the time. I was fucking my wife. Nothing else mattered.
Chapter 45. Eve. I woke to the scent of coffee, more luxurious sheets, and Silas naked. I smiled as he handed me a mug, steam wafting from the top. "Good morning," I said.
"Good morning, wife."
He gave me that lazy smile of a well-satisfied male. I'd made him that way, and I felt immensely proud of myself. His hair was damp and he smelled clean, soapy. I liked the sound of being called wife. Was it crazy? Yes. I was here in San Francisco to help him finalize his deal with Highport, as his wife. I blew on the top of my coffee, then took a sip.
"It's good, but not your coffee."
I agreed with him. It was good, but generic. I wasn't a coffee snob, but it was my thing, my job. It was important to me that my product was the best, even if it was for customers in a small town. I mix my own beans to get the blend just the way I like it, I admitted. With a hotel this size, I'm sure they have a contract with a base distributor that collects beans from everywhere they can get a deal and make a generic mix from that. He sat on the edge of the bed, studied me.
"That's not the way to do it."
I took another sip. "It's one way. I sourced from a farm in Costa Rica I went to visit in college. If I were going to work on a large scale like this..." I paused, glanced around the room as I thought. "I'd keep the distribution there, to support the local infrastructure and economy, but get a custom blend specifically for me."
"You know your stuff."
He commented, then had a sip from his own mug. Frowned.
"Yeah, not yours."
He moved about the room, pulled on a pair of boxers, and I saw the little mole. I watched as I worked through my coffee. Was being his wife the right thing to do?
Was marrying him so he could save his deal and so I could get my trust the right thing to do? Maybe not, but after last night, after what we did on the plane, then here in the bed, I felt like we had a solid basis for a marriage. Amazing sex. We're expected for dinner with the Highports at 6. Since I'm behind from being snowed in with you, I'm in meetings all day. I pushed myself up in bed and leaned against the headboard. I don't have anything to wear. I held up my hand. I don't mean that in a vacuous way, but Silas, I literally have no clothes. His gaze roved down my body even though everything below my shoulders was beneath the plush comforter. I think I like you this way best. I can't meet the owners of the Highport Hotel chain naked. That's kind of what got you into this mess in the first place. He tugged on his pants. This is San Francisco. Go out and buy some things. He went to his wallet that was on the bedside table, pulled out a credit card, a black one. Here. What's this? I asked, taking the very exclusive card. I recognized it because my father had one and gave it to my mother just like this often enough. Slipping his arms into a crisp white dress shirt, how had it stayed so wrinkle-free in his bag, and began to button it. My card. Buy what you want. Check out the spa downstairs. Buy what I wanted? Spa? I felt like I was in the movie Pretty Woman. No, worse, I felt like my mother. I could buy my own clothes, pay for a massage. I was independent, not reliant on him, or I thought I was. I was here as an accessory for Silas, physical proof that he wasn't a creepy man-whore like his father. I was to prove he was a decent guy for Mr. Highport to sign on the dotted line. I'd show up for dinner, meet the Highports, look pretty, smile. He set a hand on the bed and leaned in, kissed me. I'd been thinking so hard that I missed him button his shirt and put on a tie. I'll be back to get you at 5:30. Meet in the lobby? I could only nod as he grabbed his suit jacket and left the bedroom. I heard the click of the suite's main door when it shut behind him. This was another role. I needed the right outfit. I had no doubt a cardigan and pearls would work for this as well, although with all the buttons done up this time, just like my mother. I wasn't freaking out. Not at all.
Chapter 46. Silas. Knowing Eve was here in town with me made all the difference in my meetings. I'd wanted to climb back in bed with her, do some of that multitasking pussy-eating I'd done at the inn again. The dreaded dinner with the Highports was now going to be pleasant because I had my wife by my side. I was eager to show her off, let them see how amazing she was. Independent, feisty, and had the same business savvy that I did, and without the CEO father or hints of nepotism to get in her way. With June manning steaming hotties back in Hunter Valley, Eve had a day of leisure. So far, she'd slept in. A massage, some shopping would be relaxing. She'd earned it because she worked too hard. I was at my desk in the office given to me to use while in the Highport building. I wasn't on the top floor, or anywhere near a corner office, but the view of the bay was impressive. If it wasn't so cloudy, I would be able to see the Golden Gate Bridge. Bradley knocked on the open door, then came in. I have the information you wanted. Where I was fair with blonde hair and pale eyes, my assistant's skin was the shade of Eve's darkest roast coffee, his black hair trimmed close to his head. He was in a crisp gray suit and had a file tucked under his arm. I smiled grimly at what he'd uncovered. Eve had easily distracted me on the plane from the details of her ex. A man was only so strong, but I needed to know. Tell me. He flipped the folder open. I settled into the high-backed desk chair and listened. Cheney Douglas IV, 30. Grew up outside of Hunter Valley, skipped college to return to the family business. Parents are Cheney Douglas III and Enid Custer Douglas. Only child. The Douglases had the original claim on the Douglas Grove mine back in the 1800s. Back then it was gold, but now they mine hard rock. Meaning? He looked up from the report, met my gaze. Meaning they gut the land for rock, which is crushed and used for commercial and construction projects around the West. Right. I read something about them from the land search for the James Inn. Go on. I prodded, grabbing a stapler and fiddling with it. Parents don't work. Just like Eve Hunter's parents, they live off the gains of their predecessors. Mav, Theo, Dex, and I were all descendants of James' family members who made a fortune, but we didn't kick back and do nothing. I'd go apeshit if I sat around and did nothing. So would the others.
That didn't mean I wanted to work remotely all over the world for the rest of my life, either. Douglas is listed as CFO of the corporation, but I have yet to find proof of him accomplishing anything. I set the stapler down, lined it up so it was parallel to the desk phone. No college or MBA, and he's the chief financial officer of a huge mine. That seemed far-fetched. Or nepotism. Or both. He nodded. Correct. You're saving the best for last, I guessed. I don't have all the details yet, but the parents, the Douglas and Hunter families, are friends through the country club, known each other for years. In their circles, it's not news that Cheney Douglas and Evelyn Hunter have been an item for years. I nodded. Eve mentioned them. This sounds like an arranged marriage to me. The question is why, especially after years. 5, 6, 7 years. That's fucking ridiculous. Something's going on. I hated thinking that Eve had been dealing with her parents and Douglas pestering her all alone, especially the way Douglas showed up at the coffee shop the day before with the sole intention of harassing her. No, there was no intention. They were fucking with her and her livelihood. Not fair and a dick move. She was too close to it, to her parents even though they got her into this, to understand the depth of their reasoning. It wasn't a religious thing, or a cultural thing. It was something else and it couldn't be good. I mean, I could see her father telling her he wasn't giving her money from her trust, but why make Douglas executor? I wondered. Everything he shared validated what Eve told me on the plane last night. I'd been admittedly and amazingly distracted. If those fuckers were up to something, which I was sure they were, I wanted to know because they were fucking with my wife. Her money challenges didn't matter any longer. She had all the money she wanted. Not because she now supposedly had access to her trust fund, but because she was now Eve James. There was no prenup, so she was now a billionaire. A stupid move perhaps on my part, but I didn't give a shit. I knew for a fact that Dex hadn't had a prenup with Lindy. Sure, they'd been drunk and got hitched at a drive-through chapel in Las Vegas, but he'd planned to marry her since the second he laid eyes on her. Not only did he have family money, but he made millions as a pro hockey player. He didn't give a shit either. Bradley gave a shrug. I've got investigators looking into financials, digital paper trails, everything. Good, thanks. He shut the folder and looked me in the eye. Want to update me on why your agenda for today includes dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Highport? And your wife.
Chapter 47. Eve. Mr. Highport opened the front door of his home himself, considering the place was fancy enough for a butler. Or two. From the street it was 3 stories, stucco, consistent with turn-of-the-century San Francisco architecture. This street, specifically their side, rested on a cliff above the bay. "Welcome," he said, a broad smile on his face. The man was in his 60s, dressed in dark corduroys and a checked button-up shirt. Sharp eyes met mine, but they held warmth. With Silas at my side and his hand on the small of my back, he ushered us inside. "Remember, I'm getting you naked after this," he whispered in my ear as Mr. Highport took our coats. I shivered and pasted a smile on my face. I couldn't believe he said that to me. Now, except maybe not. We met in the hotel lobby as planned. When he saw me, he stopped in his tracks and looked me over, from my black heels to the top of my as best as I could styled hair. "Fuck, you're gorgeous," he'd said, cupping my cheek and kissing me. Lavishly, right there in the middle of the lobby. "Silas," I'd whispered, a little embarrassed by his blatant show of affection. He pulled back, but only slightly. "What, now you don't want people to see us?" I blushed as he continued. "See that couch over there?" He pointed to one with a potted palm beside it. "I want to bend you over it and fuck you. Make everyone eyeing my beautiful wife know that she's all mine, that I'm the only one who will satisfy her. Make her scream." Yeah, he'd said that. Then led me to a waiting car, panties wet, nipples hard, horny. "My wife, Eve," Silas said, introducing me to Mr. Highport. "Sir, nice to meet you," I said when he took my hand next. "Robert. Here's Kathleen." He turned at his wife's approach. I had gone shopping for a dinner outfit because I'd had no choice. I'd had to wash my panties in the sink and use the hairdryer on them to be able to leave the room. The concierge directed me to an amazing shopping area, and I'd found a few casual items to hold me over, but also the dress and heels I wore now.
I didn't really like my mother very much, but I had to admit, she prepared me well for a moment like this. I knew the outfit required to meet a corporate CEO, and I'd bought it, with my own money. "I'm so glad you're both here," she replied. In a pair of black pants and a white blouse, untucked, she looked effortless and casual. Her hair fell to her shoulders in a sleek, simple style. She wore thick black glasses like Bridget's. She gave off a warm, effortless air, and I liked her immediately. "Robert has been so busy with this deal that I haven't seen him as much as I like. I'm sure you feel the same way," she said to me. I nodded, although I was suddenly unsure of myself. What did they think of me? That I was a horny hussy who did video sex with her husband while he was out of town? "It smells amazing. Is that garlic bread?" I asked, falling back on compliments. She grinned. "You have a good nose. Yes, along with lasagna. Kathleen is an amazing cook," Robert said, patting his stomach. While I wouldn't say he had washboard abs beneath his shirt, he was fit for his age. "He married me for my pasta," she said, glancing fondly at her husband. "Is there anything I can help you with?" I asked. She came over, hooked my arm in hers, and led me deeper into the house. "You can put ice in the glasses while I make the salad dressing. While we do, you must tell me where you found those wonderful earrings." I glanced over my shoulder at Silas, who winked. The kitchen was as big and shiny and amazing as I expected, but I didn't pay it too much attention. I went to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out. The light was fading fast on the stunning view of the water and the cliffs and the focal point, the Golden Gate Bridge. The mountains were spectacular in Hunter Valley, but this... The bridge was amazing the way it glowed red in the distance. I never get tired of the view, Kathleen said from somewhere behind me. "We bought this house 35 years ago. You should have seen it then." She laughed, clearly remembering. "There was a raccoon family living on the second floor." I turned wide-eyed. "Did you kick them out?" She was at the counter with the things she needed for her dressing spread out. "I should say we have a guest bedroom for them, but one look at me and Robert and they fled." I joined her at the counter. "Oh, the ice." She pointed to a tray with goblets, and then the fridge with the built-in ice maker. "That was a long time ago. We've had 5 children since then, and 4 of them have children." I carried the tray and set it next to the fridge, glanced at her over my shoulder. "You are good examples for them." She cocked her head, smiled as she held a bottle of olive oil. "I hope so. You and Silas are just starting your lives together. What fun." I nodded and pressed one glass into the dispenser for ice. When I traded glasses, she continued. "I've met Silas a few times. He's such a nice man. And handsome." I grinned, blushed. "I think so, too. That's important, too. The heat." I filled another glass. "You two met when he visited his brothers in Montana." "That's right. Silas also tells us." "He's told you quite a bit," I said, surprised. She pushed her glasses up. "Of course he has, especially about you and that you run a coffee shop. What hard work." "Yes, it's called Steaming Hotties." Her eyes sparkled and she pointed a garlic press at me. "I love it. What fun. Tell me more." So I told her as I filled the other 2 glasses, then leaned against the counter and watched as she pulled together a vinaigrette, then poured it over a salad in a large wooden bowl. "Pink t-shirts?" she asked. "Oh, I must have one." "You want to wear one of my shirts?" I asked, completely surprised. She tucked her hair behind her ear, then went to the wall oven to peek inside. "Why wouldn't I?" She grabbed oven mitts and pulled out a tray with garlic bread. "Well, I didn't want to tell her my mother wouldn't be caught dead in a t-shirt, my store or not, and definitely not a pink one. She set the tray on a wooden cutting board, then yanked off the mitts. "You will send me one, and for my 2 daughters as well. The perfect stocking stuffers for next month, don't you think?" I could only nod because my throat was clogged with tears. Ridiculous, but she wanted my t-shirts. She was interested in my shop. She was interested in me, just as I was. The men came in then, Silas coming to my side and kissing the top of my head. "Okay?" he asked. "Yeah. That tray of lasagna has been sitting there for 30 minutes. Don't make me wait any longer," Robert said, going to it and peeking beneath the foil. Kathleen laughed and smacked his hand, then passed him the oven mitts. It had to rest. He carried the dish to the table and said, "Eat your fill, Silas. When Kathleen cooks, I'm on dish duty, and you will be too since your wife helped. This happens every night because I can't cook.
I'll have you, Eve, make the coffee later since you're the expert, Kathleen said.
Eve told you about her shop?
Silas asked Kathleen. It seemed he wanted to make sure the woman knew about me and my business. Oh, yes, she's sending me a t-shirt. Silas laughed.
My brother wears one. I think it's his favorite shirt. You should see the place, Robert. It's busy all the time. Eve's made a deal to stock the James Inn in Hunter Valley, and we hope to add the other inns around the country next year.
I blinked.
We did? Impressive.
Robert added, giving me a smile that only looked proud. He took a slice of garlic bread and passed the plate to Silas.
We'll need to work with a distributor for a larger supply, but Eve has plans with them in Costa Rica.
Maybe another honeymoon. I'm sure after the blizzard you just had, you'd like somewhere warm, Kathleen suggested, using a spatula to put a huge portion of lasagna on a plate and handing it to Silas.
Good thinking, he replied. We can go there and—
No more talking business at the table, Kathleen advised, plating another section of lasagna. Although I thought I'd have to warn you two off about the buyout. Not Eve cornering the coffee market. Cornering the coffee market? With a huge smile, Kathleen handed me the plate and I set it in front of me. What was happening? Did Silas say we? That we'll need to work with a distributor. That we hope to add other inns. We? Steaming Hotties was mine. My shop, my dream. But now, it was Silas's too? Oh shit, it was. When we married, Steaming Hotties belonged to him as well. What had I done? I needed him as my husband to get control of my trust, but I obviously hadn't thought that through. Not with Cheney pestering me. Now he had control of my business, which was something Cheney never had. Steaming Hotties was small, barely making a profit, yet he had plans for it. Big ones based off the way he was talking. Was he taking it over just like he was Highport Hotels? Oh God, had I let another man take control?
Chapter 48. Silas. Dinner with the Highports went well. Eve seemed to enjoy herself, especially since Kathleen seemed to have taken her under her wing. They even shared phone numbers to catch up about sending the pink t-shirts. No talk about business had been allowed, although I'd been able to slip in how proud I was of Eve. I dealt in hotels for so long, a coffee shop was so different. Sure, it was still within the hospitality industry, but the scale and the opportunities that were out there for Eve were amazing. Back at the hotel, I'd gotten Eve naked, just as promised. I took her not once but twice, then again early this morning. The final touches on the contract with Highport were in the works, and the deal would be complete in the next few days. Eve was no longer needed in town. The Highports loved her most likely more than me. I had no doubt she was anxious to get back to the shop. Her friend June had been running it for her, but as CEO, I knew it wasn't the same for her as being there and in control herself. The jet was scheduled to take her back to Hunter Valley, and I wasn't thrilled. I wanted her here with me, naked, screaming my name, mine and only mine. I didn't want to talk with her on the phone, or have video sex with her like Dex had suggested, even though I knew we were really fucking good at it. I was getting grumpier by the minute, and she hadn't even left town yet. Hi. I looked up from my paperwork, and there she was in the doorway, in those awesome jeans with the hole in the knee. I popped to my feet and came around to her. Hey, kitten. Nothing was going to stop me from kissing her. Her mouth was soft and sweet and mine. Her eyes were wide and full of glassy-eyed need. It'd only been a few hours, but I wanted her again. Fuck, I can't get enough of you.
That's what got us into this mess in the first place, she reminded.
I like this mess, I said with a final kiss on a sigh. The deal should be done tomorrow or the next day. Then I'll be back in Hunter Valley. Until then, I want you to video chat me tonight. Her eyes widened. I'll be in my hotel room, no cam room. Just my phone and your phone. Dex approved.
She laughed. I'm not sure if I want to know why your brother approves of our sexy times.
I snagged her again, cupped her waist. Sexy times.
You're insatiable, she replied.
I'm not the only one. I countered, noticing that her nipples poked against her top. Fuck, I wished I could shut my office door and have my way with her.
I wanted to say goodbye, she said.
I'm glad you did. In fact, I have some papers for you to sign before you go." I went around the desk to the folder Bradley had dropped off a little earlier from the lawyers. Now she'd known, before she went back to Montana, how serious I was about us. That while the marriage had been to make Highport happy, I was the one who was so fucking satisfied. Content. Hell in love. I was going to bring them with me to Hunter Valley, but we can do it now.
Papers?
I looked up from my shuffling. Yes. Now that you're Mrs. James, these are all standard. She blinked.
Oh, right. A prenup.
I frowned. Prenup. That would have happened before a wedding, not after. No, this is a contract with the James Inn San Juan to handle the coffee. Just a formality after the deal with Mav. Then this one, I held up a different contract, is for the warehouse in Costa Rica. I rearranged the pile to find the one I was looking for, the one that gave her the deed to my apartment in Denver. I had no clue where she lived in Hunter Valley, something I needed to fix, but I wanted her to know she was mine, and that I would come home to her. That it wasn't my place in Denver, but ours. This one. This one gives you... Wait. She held up her hands as if stopping traffic.
Wait, the warehouse in Costa Rica.
I grinned, excited. Yes, for us to get the coffee distributors, too. The look on her face was not as expected. She didn't look thrilled. She looked horrified.
Silas, no. Stop, enough.
Chapter 49. Eve.
Oh my God!
I started to pace his office.
What had I done? Holy shit!
No, Silas asked. Kitten, what's the matter? I spun around, sliced my hand through the air.
Don't kitten me! God, Silas, this was supposed to be to help each other. Get you out of your jam with the deal, me to get my trust.
Right?
He wasn't understanding the problem. It's not that now, don't you see? You said we.
Okay.
We will work on the other inn and the coffee supply. We will work on the Costa Rica distributors. Are you going to help with the Hunter Valley store, too?
I had a handyman drop by to fix the sink and the other things on the list.
You fixed the sink?
I said, running a hand over my hair.
You really did that. I was doing that. I was doing it all. Then you stepped in and are taking it all away from me.
You really want to fix the dripping sink?
I looked up finally, glared at him. He ran a hand over his beard.
I'm not taking anything away from you.
You got to deal with the coffee distributors. I set my hand on my chest.
My distributors. He shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. Well, it wasn't hard to have my people track them down. I know they're thrilled about the changes.
Changes? You didn't talk to me about the changes. You didn't talk to me about the San Juan Inn deal.
But
no!
I shouted.
I should have known you'd take over. God, all you wanted from me was these deals, these chances to make more money. He came around the desk slowly, as if afraid to make me more freaked out. That was impossible. I was practically shaking with anger and frustration.
That's not true.
All I am is arm candy. God, you gave me your credit card and patted me on the head to find a cute outfit, while you make deals with my Costa Rican contracts.
You said you needed clothes.
Because we left Hunter Valley without me packing. I tossed my arms up in the air. I have clothes that are really me. Not the dress I bought to look like the proper CEO wife. I have my business, Silas. I have my trust. I don't need you.
Kitten. I blanched, put my fingers to my lips. Don't take away Steaming Hotties. Tears filled my eyes, and I didn't see him step right in front of me. He set his hands on my hips. I wouldn't. I shook my head and a tear slipped down my cheek.
You already have. You have the power here. You said you had people working on growing the business. In less than 2 days, you've already got control of my coffee bean distributors. You had lawyers draw up contracts for God knows what else. We're married. You can take it all away.
You need to calm down.
Calm down?
I shouted and started to pace.
I can't calm down. I was so stupid. I cammed instead of taking the loan. I should have taken it and then none of this would have happened.
I spun away, shook my head.
I'm an idiot. Why do I always do this? As if getting married was going to solve everything. A fake marriage got me my trust fund back, but you'll just take the business.
I'm not taking your business, he practically shouted. As for fake, there's nothing fake about how I feel about you.
Our marriage isn't real, Silas.
It's real, he growled. It's based on money, just like every other relationship in my life. My parents, they don't love each other. They stick together because of greed. My mother dresses me and wants me to play along to whatever the menfolk say, regardless of what I want. Be a good girl, wear my pearls, and get a massage. She's never once heard me. My father doesn't give a shit about me, only that I, again, fall in line, and that's for me to be married to Cheney. And Cheney, he doesn't love me. He wants me as arm candy. Oh, and my money. To try and take control. To stop him, I married you. I shook my head, refusing to look at him. Turned out it wasn't control I got. While I made the choice to marry for money, I don't want it. It was never really about the money. Kitten, fuck no. I was outright crying now, and I swiped angrily at my face. We got what we wanted. You the deal, me my trust fund. I didn't beg Cheney when he had power over me, but I'm begging you as my husband. Leave me and steaming hotties alone. I ran out of the room, ignoring when Silas called my name.
Chapter 50. Silas. What the fuck just happened? I wanted her for her money? That I would take steaming hotties from her? Shit, I needed to make this right. I took off after her but didn't make it 10 feet past the office door. Silas. I stopped, turned. Mr. Highport. He stood there, hands in his pants pockets. Shit. How much had he heard? Son, I think we need to have a talk. All of it. He heard the whole thing.
Chapter 51. Eve. Why isn't Theo helping with this? Bridget asked Mallory, cutting out probably her 100th feather. I was at Mallory's house down the street from mine. Bridget got wrangled into helping Mallory cut up construction paper pieces of turkeys for her first grader's Thanksgiving craft projects. And since she got wrangled, she got me involved. She called me a few hours after I got home and buried myself in my bed to wallow in self-pity. Told me Bradley called her and said I was home and that I needed wine. To Bridget, that didn't mean the bar or a girls' night with a box of red and a carton of ice cream. It meant I had a pile of red construction paper in front of me, and I was in charge of cutting those wobbly turkey jowls. Mallory said the real term was a waddle, but they were jowls to me. I didn't really care. I didn't care my face was splotchy, or that I was in the sweats I wore when I cleaned my house. I don't care about anything. I mean, he's a surgeon and should be talented with scissors. Actually, he sucks at scissors. Mallory replied, then paused in her turkey body cutting. I should get a scalpel for him, and he can cut them that way on a cutting board. I bet his feathers would be precise. That means we can stop? Bridget asked, another leaf falling into her pile of brown ones. No, these need to be done for tomorrow, and Theo's off with Mav. Don't worry, Hanukkah's coming, and he'll be doing all the candles for the menorahs in a few weeks. They'd been like this since I arrived, talking about ridiculous things, anything besides the huge elephant in the room, me and Silas. I knew it was coming. Hell, I was impressed they made it this long. We cut for a minute or so in silence before Mallory piped up. So, Eve, she began, grabbing another piece of paper. Pridge filled me in on your double life. I stopped mid-cut and stared. Your cam job? Mallory grinned. It's awesome. I could connect you with my friends Trixie and Annie. They're call girls in Vegas and could give you some pointers. My mouth fell open because not only was that a surprise, but she mentioned having call girls as friends with a surprising casualness. Thanks, I said, but I quit. It was such old news now. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, reading sex scenes is genius. You could do that forever. Mallory put down her scissors and grabbed the box of wine and topped off my glass. It was Silas who bought up her time, Bridget told Mallory. What? Mallory asked. She didn't seem easily stunned, but this worked. That's really hot. The mention of him hurt. I shook my head. He paid for me. It's not that hot after all because it was about him wanting to give me money. Nothing more. That's not true, Bridget countered softly. I gave her a look and she didn't say more because she knew I was right. It was Silas she got snowed in with at the inn, Bridget reminded Mallory. He went there because he's totally in love with her and couldn't handle her camming. He's not in love with me, I said, but Mallory's eyes lit up like Bridget told her she'd get free coffee for life. I heard. Oh my God, to be snowed in together? Clearly the two of them were talking about me as if I wasn't in the room. Bridget nodded.
Silas told Mav to wait 2 days to have the plows do the driveway. I think it's romantic. How often could he be stuck somewhere with you with a perfect excuse not to be able to work? I looked at my paper jowl. Wait, Silas really said not to send the plows? Bridget nodded, which made her push up her glasses. Me and Silas being stuck together at the inn wasn't orchestrated. He'd showed up like Bridget said because I'd riled him to the point of turning into a caveman, but he couldn't have coordinated a snowstorm where we'd be stuck together, no matter how much money he had to throw at it. But he could force us to stay together longer without a way to leave. I was pretty sure Silas didn't plan on licking chocolate sauce off my body either, although he may have fantasized about it. I swiped at a tear, then another. Bridget crawled over the pieces of paper strewn on the floor and hugged me. What did he do? Mallory stayed quiet and stopped cutting turkey parts. I sniffed. He married me. Bridget pushed me away so fast she gave me whiplash. Mallory's mouth dropped open. Nothing was said for 5 seconds, and then, What? Married you? When? Because of the cam room? I grabbed a red turkey feather and used it to wipe my cheeks. It's a long story. Mallory grabbed the box of wine again and topped us all off, mine to the very top. We've got all night and 46 more turkeys to cut out.
Chapter 52. Silas. My talk with Robert Highport didn't happen right away. No, like a child in trouble, I had to wait hours until he had a free moment for me, which was late that night. The deal was over. I knew it. He'd overheard the marriage was a fake, that we'd orchestrated it to close the deal. My father may have fucked Highport's assistant, but he never actually married someone to close a deal. The man may have been a womanizing asshole, but he was solid in business. Me? I got involved in cam room shit during a meeting and faked a marriage. I dreaded the meeting, more because it was delayed than the topic of conversation. I texted Mav and warned him the deal was dead because he was wrong. I wasn't like our father. I was worse. I wanted to be scolded, shamed, told by Highport I'd disappointed him. Then I wanted to be on a plane back to Denver to sulk in private. Thankfully, once I sat across from him in his office, Highport didn't start with small talk. Please explain what I overheard earlier between you and your wife, if that's what she really is.
Chapter 53. Eve. Holy sugar and spice, Mallory said when I told them everything, minus the sex stuff. She made it a habit not to swear since she was a first-grade teacher. She knew if she started, she'd let all the F-bombs and friends drop in her classroom. Yeah, holy shit, Bridget added. I can't believe he told you to calm down. I had to laugh at Mallory, because out of everything I shared, from the confrontation with Cheney to the wedding and the police station to the contracts Silas wanted me to sign, that's what she said first. Do you really think Silas wants steaming hotties? Bridget asked. He had a contract for my coffee to be in the San Juan James Inn location. Mallory frowned. What does that have to do with him taking over your shop? He talked with a distributor in Costa Rica about a warehouse. I added. It sounds like you're going to need more beans if you're going to be handling another inn. At the dinner with the Highports, Silas kept saying we, and talking about all the things we're going to do with the place. That sounds like he's behind you all the way. I tossed my hands up, then took a big swig of my wine. I had no idea how much I drank because Mallory kept refilling it. With money! They stared at me. What? He's a billionaire, Mallory said. He has money. He's using it because he wants to help you. I shook my head. No. He loves you, Bridget added. He never would have married you if he didn't. No, I repeated. He never said it, not once. I'd have remembered that because no one else had ever said it to me either. Well, he's a dumbass, Bridget added. I shook my head again. My parents controlled me with money. When I finally started to push back, they made it worse. Cheney got involved. The guy I dated for years used money against me to force me to do what he wanted. Your ex is named Cheney? Mallory asked. That sounds like an asshole's name. The corner of my mouth twitched at the way her face looked, all scrunched up as if she smelled something bad. Bridget reached over, took my hand. Silas doesn't want your business, I'm sure of it. He wants it to succeed. He's a CEO. It's literally hardwired in him to see businesses thrive. Exactly. He needed me to be his wife to ensure his deal went through. You had every right to freak out, Mallory said. I mean, he wanted you to take a spa day on his credit card. What an idiot. But maybe hear the idiot out? Bridget nodded. Real love. Love I think you have with Silas, what I have with Mav and Mal has with Theo, it's unconditional. Theo flew to Vegas to help me out of my hooker arrest because he loved me when he didn't know it. I stared at her, unsure if what she was saying was an exaggeration or truth. Hooker arrest? She waved me off. Another long story. Your parents love themselves first, Bridget continued. Same thing with your ex. I have a feeling, if you hear him out, you may see that he's been thinking of you all along. Does that make me the asshole then? I mean, I wanted to marry him right back, not because of love, but because it gave me access to my trust. You did that because it was the only way to ditch that dead weight you've been carrying. The worst examples of love around. I don't know what love is then, I admitted. Bridget gave me a soft smile. You do. You love Silas. You loved him all while you thought it was conditional. I frowned. How do you know? Yeah, how do you know, Yoda? Mallory asked Bridget. Because your heart is broken right now. If you didn't love him, you wouldn't hurt. Bridget's cell pinged with a text. She grabbed it and her face fell. What? Mallory said. What's the matter? It's from Mav. Silas texted him. Bridget looked my way, then held her phone out for me to read. Hi, poor Jill is dead. I'm worse than dead. I gasped at what Silas sent Mav. From what he told me about his father, Silas was nothing like him. So what if he watched porn during a business meeting? So what if he faked a marriage to close a deal? He didn't screw people over. I gasped again at what came to me. He didn't screw people over. Silas wouldn't screw me over. He had only wanted to help me, and I'd shut him down with every chance. I had to fix this. I was the only one. I knew just who to call.
Chapter 54. Silas. It all started with the camera, Robert asked. I came clean with the man. All of it, although I left out all the sex, which made my recount pretty short. I also skipped what Eve did in the cam room, but I wouldn't shame her that way. Although I had a feeling he knew, or at least the gist, since he'd overheard a few naughty seconds of it. I shook my head. It started with Eve turning down the James Corp loan. The program your brother and his future wife created. I nodded. That's correct. And it ended with us marrying, for me to ensure this deal went through and for her to get control of her trust fund. We married for money. He made us sound like a grunt of disappointment. Except for the date of our wedding, every aspect of our James Highport deal, every aspect of our friendship, is the truth. I wasn't sure if he saw me as a friend, but I considered him one. A mentor in a sense. He'd started his hotel empire before I was born. I only just took over mine. Now that he was retiring, I had hoped to do him proud with where I could take his hotels into the future. But not now. I'm not sure if I could make a story like that up if I wanted to lie. I admitted. What happens with her ex? He asked. The man who controlled her trust. I couldn't imagine why that was so important in all of this, but he had me by the balls. I've dug up some information on him. Shady stuff. I shifted in my seat. There's more, I'm sure. I'll get it soon and see him ruined. He nodded. Good. I sighed, met his shrewd gaze. I know the deal is dead. I said, resigned to it. I have too much respect for you to expect to continue a working relationship. You were right to end things with my father, and you're right to end things now. And what if I want the deal to go through? He wondered, studying me closely. The answer was easy. I'd end it myself. Oh? I nodded, shifting in my chair. Like I said, I'm just like my father. Maybe worse. I glanced at my hands. He was quiet, and I let him take the time he wanted. Filling it with empty chatter was a sign of nervousness. Of weakness. I was neither. I was resolved. After all these years since my father died, after all this time busting my ass to prove I was nothing like my old man, I finally caught on that I couldn't run away from fate. Finally, Robert spoke. You forget I knew your father. Very well. I nodded, but I hadn't forgotten. That was why it seemed I'd worked extra hard on this deal. You didn't marry Eve for money, he said. I looked up, met his gaze. What? You married her because you didn't want to let me down. I stared at him, tried to understand what the hell he was talking about. What? I asked again, eventually. Your father was no role model,
Or maybe he was for you, but what not to do. What not to be in a CEO. Because of this, or despite him, you've turned into an incredible leader. You have every value a corporation like the James Hotels needs, and Highport as well. I blinked at him, confused. What? He smiled. Smiled. Silas, I'm proud of you. My mouth fell open and I stared, and stared some more. The words sunk in and shit. I looked away. Emotion clogged my throat. Hopping to my feet, I paced his office. You've never heard that before, have you? I shook my head hard but couldn't face him. I've watched you for years, followed how you turned James Corp around, how you grew it, did everything you're supposed to do. That was why I wanted to sell to you. I spun and faced him again. I ran a hand over my neck. Because you're proud of me. That makes no sense. To you, probably not. If you want to end this deal because of marrying Eve, you're dumber than I thought. My eyes widened, stunned. Why is that? Because I know a good man when I see one. He stood, came around the desk and set his hand on my shoulder. Because you're not anything like your father. You never were. I shook my head. You doubt me? He continued. Believe your wife. I blinked, wiped my nose. Eve. He nodded. She called Kathleen earlier. Told her she wouldn't give any pink coffee shop t-shirts to anyone who weren't on Team Silas. Those are her words, not mine. Oh, and she offered a $2 million incentive to the sale. What? I shouted. He nodded. That wife of yours offered up her trust fund to sweeten the deal. I laughed, the long lingering pain of my father sliding away. That feeling was replaced by what I felt for Eve. She would give up her trust fund for me, for the deal. That money wouldn't cover the price of linens, but it was a sign she loved me unconditionally, that she'd walk away from what she'd fought so hard for. For me. Shit. I blew it with her, that's why she stormed out earlier. I told him, scrubbing the back of my neck. He stepped back, shook his head. Son, there is nothing fake about your marriage. You just have a lot to learn about women. For one, never tell a woman to calm down. Chapter 55. Eve. I called Kathleen and told her everything. Told her that it was my fault the deal falling through, that I was a horrible fake wife. I also told her that the man who was at her house the other night for dinner was the real Silas. Honest, funny, kind, caring. I left out sexy, but she was a woman and she had eyes. While I didn't hold the steaming hotties t-shirts for her and her daughters hostage, I pretty much implied that I didn't give them to those who couldn't see Silas was the real deal. And that extended to her husband, too. If Mr. Highport needed a little incentive, I offered my trust fund to sweeten the pot. While I needed the money to keep the coffee shop going, getting a hold of it had never really been about that all along. It had been about taking charge of what was mine, of being free from my father, and then Cheney, who never gave me value, who never cared for me. When Kathleen told me the deal was worth billions, I felt like a fool for my measly add-on. After I hung up, I knew I'd been right to offer it. Silas deserved the Highport deal. Deep down, I knew he really wasn't like Cheney and my father, or his. He didn't screw people over. We were very similar, Silas and I. We never knew what real love was until it pretty much kicked us in the teeth. And now I was alone. I had my money. I had exactly what I'd wanted all along, and I didn't care. I'd accused Silas of some pretty mean things. I definitely hit one of his triggers, and I didn't blame him if he hated me. It hurt like hell, but it was my own stupid fault. It was time to get my own shit together. To face my parents and let go once and for all. That was why when my mother texted reminding me of the party and that pearls would look best with the green velvet, I decided to go. I wasn't caught up with hope that my parents would be anything but what they were, that Cheney would be anything besides a dick. I was in my bedroom staring at the velvet dress my mother brought over. I'd slung it over the back of the chair in my bedroom and forgotten about it. The dress was beautiful, but not me. It was stuffy, fancy, and I didn't think I could ever wear pearls again. I turned from it and went to my closet. She bought it with the intention of me wearing it for Cheney. No, with Cheney. I could only imagine what a green velvet tie looked like if he had one that matched. Maybe it was just the same shade of green, or plaid, or... Who cared? Not me. I was married without a husband. I needed to reinforce with Cheney and my parents and everyone at the country club that I'd moved on from them, that I wasn't under my parents' control or Cheney's, that I wasn't closing steaming hotties. I had to make a stand, finally. I grabbed a black sequin jumpsuit I bought on clearance from an online shop. I'd loved it in the catalog and bought it last year on a whim. I'd never worn it, but this was the perfect time. I slipped it on, worked the zipper up in the back, and stood in front of the mirror. Smiled. I loved it. The high neck, the slight puff to the sleeves, the straight legs. Hell, it had pockets. It was dressy but fun. My mother was going to hate it because it was pants. Pants at a party. And sequins. God forbid. I couldn't help but grin. I found black heels and accessorized with gold hoop earrings and bright red lipstick. 45 minutes later, when I handed my keys to the valet at the club, I lost a little bit of my nerve and, after getting my ticket from the coat check, ducked into the ladies' room. Stared at myself in the mirror just like I had forever ago when I went for the interview for the James Corp loan. I laughed to myself. Where would I be now if I'd just taken that money? If I hadn't put a financial value on love? There you are, my mother said, poking her head into the bathroom, then did a double take. What are you wearing? And just like that, I was fine. Better than fine. I saw my mother clearer now. Compared her to Kathleen and how she'd welcomed me into her home. Had me fill glasses with ice 5 minutes as if I wasn't a guest but an old friend. I rolled my shoulders back. You look lovely, Mother. That color suits you. She stepped back to let me exit the bathroom, then guided me toward the party. The sounds of voices and music. The scent of roasting meat carried down the hall. What is this about you being married? Cheney mentioned it the other day, and I couldn't imagine he was correct. I pasted on a smile. It's true. I did get married. Where's Father? I assume Cheney is with him. Not waiting for a response, I headed into the hall and grabbed a glass of wine off a tray carried by a passing waiter. My mother caught up, and then my father and Cheney appeared, like two vultures swooping down. Father, Cheney, how's the scotch? I asked. I didn't want to say they looked well, or ask them how they were doing. They stood side by side, my father in a charcoal suit and Cheney with a black one with, a green velvet tie just like the dress. You're really married? My mother wondered. But Cheney, if Cheney still thinks he has a chance with me, then he's an idiot. I gave him a pointed look, then down at the tie. All of them still believed we were together even after Cheney met Silas and we told him we were married. The guy had either hit his head or really was an idiot. I was out of town, but now that I'm back, I'll ensure my lawyer connects with you about my trust. Where is this husband of yours, Evelyn? Cheney asked, glancing around. Out of all the things he said and all the things he could say, this was the sharpest arrow, as if he knew Silas was my weakness. He was, because I ruined it. My own insecurities had come out in a ruthless rush. The three people standing in front of me had made me question him, doubt him. They made me never know what love really was. Silas had, and I tossed it back at him like a cheap, worthless gift. I swallowed hard knowing Cheney wasn't done with his barbs. Why had I come? Why had I shown up? My lawyer could handle the trust. It was literally paperwork that shifted my trust's control into my hands. Did he drop you so soon? Cheney pushed. I mean, you own a coffee shop. I think the man would apologize for being late. A deep voice said from behind me. A hand settled on my hip, and as a kiss settled on my head, I startled, and a little gasp escaped. I knew that voice. I knew that touch. And the kiss. Silas. He was here.
Chapter 56, Silas. I knew country club parties. I could read this crowd because I grew up with it. My father had thrived in this fake, gilded, and exclusive world. About 100 people mingled and chattered with wine and whiskey in hand. A string quartet played Bach from a discreet corner. Waiters in stiff uniforms circled with trays of bacon-wrapped scallops and filet on toast tips. My brothers and I shunned this kind of formal misery. Even in a laid-back town like Hunter Valley, there were still pockets of stuck-up elite. Money didn't keep anyone from being an asshole. Like our father being a dick and needing to be the center of attention in a crowd he'd specifically selected. We didn't need a therapist to pull that out of our subconscious thoughts. If it weren't for my need to be by Eve's side, my wife's side, I'd turn around and leave.
Stop at the bar downtown and kick back. Have a few drinks, play some pool. Fuck my woman over a desk in the back office again. She had reason to hate this crowd, starting with the couple standing with her and Douglas. Eve's parents, no question. There was a resemblance between Eve and her mother, the same coloring, the eyes. But Mrs. Hunter was all veneer, shiny and bright on the outside. I had to wonder if she was vicious and conniving, or just dumb on the inside. The answer would soon become obvious. I spotted Eve immediately. She didn't want to be here. From across the room I saw, could read her misery, feel it even. Yet she practically sparkled with the way the sequins caught the light. Her outfit was modest but sexy as fuck. Unlike in the cam room where her curves were flaunted, her pant outfit showed off every curve I knew by heart but revealed barely any skin. In a sea of plain and boring, she was stunning. It was clear her mother hated it by the pruned-up look on her face and the way she stared. "Sorry I'm late. You look perfect," I commented, cutting off anything the woman might say. I'd never seen Eve wear much makeup or have her hair styled. She could polish herself up well, like dinner with the Highports. But I knew what she looked like with her hair tangled in only my shirt. I was eager to muss her up later if she'd let me. Smear that lipstick and see it coating my dick. But not yet. She could only be here for one purpose, to finally be done with her ex and deal with her father once and for all. Good, because I was here to help. She'd stood by me. It was time for me to stand by her. To show her that I'd always be at her side. I'd always support her, love her. She reached across her body and set her hand on top of mine, squeezed. I felt the desperation, and I was going to take it all away. As for Vance Hunter, who loomed tall and broody, he was truly an asshole through and through, and desperate. With his always perfect timing, Bradley had shared the damning information I'd been waiting for, and I'd gone through it on the flight. It had been illuminating, and made me really fucking furious.
"Father, Mother,"
Eve said. She cleared her throat and lifted her chin.
"This is Silas James, my husband."
"Ma'am," I said, tipping my head to Mrs. Hunter first before offering my hand to Eve's father. I didn't like them, not at all, but good manners were ingrained. I wasn't going to stoop to their level. Yet. Vance Hunter eyed me as we shook. "I've heard quite a bit about you. Is that so?" I asked, pulling Eve in closer. The sequins poked into my palm, but I felt her heat. This close, I breathed in her soft scent.
"Silas James?"
Her mother's voice was full of surprise. She knew me, knew of me.
"You didn't tell me, Evelyn, that your husband is Silas James,"
she murmured, patting Eve on the arm and eyeing me in a calculated way. I was sure she was thinking, good job, a billionaire.
"That's right, I didn't,"
Eve commented, which meant her father learned it from Douglas. I tossed my full name at him in the coffee shop intentionally to see if he'd look into me. He'd taken the bait.
"You two should come for dinner this week,"
Mrs. Hunter added. Eve stared at her mother.
"Cheney's tie matches the dress you wanted me to wear tonight, and now you want me to bring Silas to dinner? Well,
She sputtered, but her husband cut her off. "This marriage is a sham," her father said.
"Don't be so hasty, dear. I mean, he's a James."
Obviously, Mrs. Hunter had switched allegiance when she learned about the size of my bank account. To her, money was money. "Mother," Eve scolded. She grabbed my bicep, looked up at me with embarrassed and apologetic eyes. "Your father's right, Evelyn. Your marriage is a sham." Douglas waved down a waiter and handed off his empty scotch glass as if he owned the place. His suit was crisp, his hair was slicked back. He looked like a fucking douche, and he was wearing a velvet tie? What the fuck? I eyed Eve's father. "I think you're the last one to cast stones, aren't you, Mr. Hunter? I'd say keeping up the facade of your wealth is a sham." Eve didn't say anything, just looked between us. I offered Eve a reassuring smile. "I had Bradley look into some things. I should have told you, but I take care of what's mine." I half expected her to jam her high heel into the top of my foot, but she only nodded. With that, I met her father's narrowed gaze. He knew what was coming and probably had his ass cheek squeezed tight, waiting for me to say it. "Having Douglas here find out about your gambling debts was a big mistake on your part." Eve's mother gasped and stared up at her husband in horror. She didn't know. That was what I figured. She was a money-grubbing bitch, but she only wanted what was financially best for her daughter, above all else. Vance Hunter, he was worse. The man clenched his jaw and a vein throbbed in his temple. "What's Silas talking about?" Eve asked him. When he didn't respond, I did. "You want to tell your daughter you sold her to Cheney Douglas, or do you want me to?"
Chapter 57. Eve. I took Silas's hand like a life raft. He was what kept me sane, kept me safe. I'd known my father was up to something, Cheney too, except I never imagined this. In fact, it was downright crazy, and completely freaking me out.
"That's absurd."
My father sputtered, but he was turning an unhealthy shade of purple.
"Is it?" Silas asked.
He was as calm as ever, composed. In his dark suit he looked amazing. There were dark shadows under his eyes, as if he'd slept as badly as I had, but I was the only one who noticed. Silas was in his element, and I was thankful for it.
"Those gambling debts were pretty hefty," he continued, "until Cheney paid them off."
My father looked around, clearly hoping no one else was listening in. "Vance, what?" My mother began, looking at her husband with surprise and confusion.
"What's wrong with helping out a friend?" Cheney asked, rubbing a hand down his tie. "When he gives his daughter to the friend to marry in exchange for payment, I'd say there's a shit-ton wrong,"
Silas continued. I blinked. First off, my father gambled. Cheney paid off the debt to marry me. By the look on my mother's face, she had no clue.
"We're not married, so obviously that's a lie," Cheney replied. "She's married to me."
Silas snapped. The possessiveness impossible to miss. It was the first time he showed any heightened emotion. He looked to my father.
"As for lying, you didn't expect your daughter to have a mind of her own, did you?"
Silas's hand slid up my back to rest on my shoulder. I was tucked into his side now, as close as possible without being in his arms.
"Thought she'd give up well before now, settle down with Cheney and marry, except she didn't. That's why you made him executor of her trust fund."
"What?" I stepped out of Silas's hold, but I wasn't sure if I should face my father or Cheney. All this was my father's doing, so I got in his face. "What happened if I didn't marry Cheney?" I asked. Sweat dotted his temples and his face was now pale. His lips pinched. He wasn't going to say a word.
"Vance, what are they talking about? Gambling, I mean, really."
Mother hissed, glancing left and right, so no one picked up on the Hunter family drama. It was their party, after all. They wanted to be the center of attention, but not this way. I kept my gaze squarely on my father. "You've been using me for a long time. All you've wanted me for is money." It hurt. A lot. I knew my parents' love was conditional, but this was taking it to a whole new level of selfishness.
"Cheney's bleeding your trust fund dry,"
Silas said. I heard his words, felt them like a knife. Cheney only smiled, shrugged.
"You wouldn't marry me, so your father owed me something else. The only money left is yours."
My mother gasped. "We're broke? But we're at the country club." Oh, so my parents were out of money, not me and my protected trust. I never touched it except to start up steaming hotties. Didn't buy fancy cars or live a posh lifestyle. I'd survived without the trust fund, which sounded as if it might be empty because Cheney was a fucking thief. My parents, though, my mother. It wasn't to drive me back to you taking over my trust. It was to empty the account, I said to Cheney, finally understanding everything. Cheney shrugged again, ran his hand down that stupid tie.
"You were the prize all along, the Hunter money you offered, until I learned about your father's debt. Then it all slid into place. Much easier to force someone's hand when they're in over their head. Except for you."
"I was never going to marry you," I spat.
Cheney glanced over my shoulder at Silas. "And I don't take sloppy seconds."
I heard Silas growl like a bear, a pissed-off bear, but I wasn't letting him near Cheney. Oh, no. This asshole was mine. I curled my fingers into a fist, reared back, and punched him hard. His head rocked back, and I heard his nose break.
"What the fuck?"
he shouted, his hands flying up to cover his nose. He hadn't expected the punch. Why would he? We were at the country club among civilized people. String quartets, trays of hors d'oeuvres. A woman didn't throw down in the tentin' room. Except I wasn't civilized. Not now.
Not when I found out no one in my family ever gave a shit about me. My mother only cared about appearances and her lifestyle. My father was a lying, gambling-addicted asshole who sold off his own daughter. And Cheney. He was scum, willing to marry me to get to my bank account. "Evelyn!" my mother cried. Now everyone in the room knew shit was going down. There are more hunters than just me and my parents. In fact, one hunter is the sheriff, and he's going to put you in jail. I hissed, breathing hard. My hand hurt, but it was worth it. Silas stepped close, wrapped an arm around my waist from behind. I wasn't sure if it was to restrain or comfort me. "Nice one, kitten." The whispered compliment made me smile. Cheney's face was red, his eyes filled with hatred as blood streamed from his nose and splattered onto his white shirt and the green fucking tie. "James," Cheney said, looking to Silas and calling him by his last name. "I don't mean Eve's sloppy seconds from you. I mean from all the men she's cammed for." My mother put her hands on her pearls, clutched them until her knuckles were white. It was my turn to gasp. How did he know about that? A sly smile spread across Cheney's face, showing bloody teeth. "Yeah, your woman here likes to slum it with random men on the computer. Virgin librarian." He huffed, rolled his eyes. "As if. Wouldn't want you to tarnish the James good name in all of James Corp with a slut like her. CEO of a company whose wife likes to take off her clothes for strangers. That stock's sure to plummet. The deal with Highport." He didn't finish because he made his point quite clear. If he spread the story, it would be bad. I could ruin Silas and his family, and his company. I knew this because I'd already blown the Highport Hotel purchase. Now we had an audience. The entire party stood in a circle around the five of us, nibbles forgotten. The music had stopped. This was the best gossip the town would have all year, and they were going to witness it. No doubt someone was recording this with their phone, and it would be all over town and the internet within 10 minutes. "Cheney," I said, begging, almost slipping from my lips. Panic set in, my fingers tingling, my heart pounding. I wouldn't see Silas hurt because of me. "How do you know about that?" I whispered. My voice wasn't coming out any louder. "How else would you get any money? Your trust fund paid me to do some digging. It wasn't too hard checking out your emails, your computer usage, direct deposits from a porn chat site." He'd invaded my privacy, broke laws. It didn't matter. Not now. Silas was going to... "Oh, I know all about Eve's screen time," Silas said, calm as a fucking cucumber. I was slowly dying inside of mortification. "It's our thing." Silas winked at Cheney, seemingly proud that now everyone knew we were having sex, and kinky sex at that. "Eve and I, being watched. Nothing wrong with a little kink in the bedroom. Right, kitten?" He kissed me in front of the entire room full of people. Oh my. His lips were soft and gentle, while the tight hold on my hip told me, and me alone, how much he needed me. When he lifted his head, he didn't look at Cheney as he continued, but met my eyes, held them. "In fact, so does Mr. Highport. He was amused at how my wife and I stay connected when we're apart. As for the deal, the papers are signed. Eve's the proud owner of half of Highport Hotels." My mother gasped. I gasped. The sale went through. He did it. "Ready to get out of here, kitten?" I blinked, took in his pale eyes, the ones that only saw me, that told me so much. "She's always wanted the money," Cheney said. "That's all she was ever after." I'd been after my money. I didn't give a shit about Silas's money, and he knew that all too well. Silas kept his eyes on me, waited. I smiled, turned to Cheney. "You forget, Cheney. I married Silas for his big dick." My mother didn't just gasp this time, but started coughing. Looking to Silas, I grinned. "I'm done." With a nod, he took my hand. "Then let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 58. Silas. I didn't let go of her hand as we left the club. Waiting for the valet, I tugged her into a dark alcove, pressed her up against the wall, and kissed her. It was impossible to wait a second longer. She tipped her head up, her tongue finding mine. Her hands slid under my suit coat and gripped my shirt. My hands cupped her cheeks so I could angle her head and take the kiss deeper. Deeper. I was desperate for her, but it couldn't be here. We came up for air eventually. The frigid air swirled around us, but I wasn't the least bit cold. My forehead rested against hers. "I love you," I said. There was no fucking way I could wait a second longer to tell her, because that was what she had been missing all along. She stood up to her parents and her ex, punched the fucker in the nose. Now tears filled her eyes. "I love you too." Those words. Holy shit. I never knew their power until now. "Silas, the deal. I set a finger on her lips. "Nothing else matters. Come on." I led her to my car, which was waiting for us. "Where are we going?" she asked, looking up at me after I tucked her into the passenger seat. "My place." 10 minutes later, I led her into the little miner's shack, kicked the door shut behind us, and kissed the hell out of her. Ran my hands over her body, savoring the curves that I'd missed so fucking bad. I pulled back. "How do you get this thing off?" She laughed, spun around. "Ah." I worked the zipper down her back, the sequin material parting to reveal her soft skin. She helped, getting it off her shoulders, down her arms, and then it pulled around her ankles. Setting a hand on my arm, she stepped out of it. Fuck kitten. She was in a black bra with a matching thong and heels. "You're wearing too many clothes," she said. I stripped in record time. If my wife wanted me naked, I'd be fucking naked. She stared. I stared. She stared some more. Then jumped me. Literally threw herself into my arms. I gripped her ass as she wrapped her legs around my waist. Kissed the hell out of me. I heard her heels hit the wood floor as I carried her into the bedroom. Made her mine. Made her cry out my name as I ate her out. "Give me that big dick," she said when she came on my mouth and fingers. Her bra was snagged on the headboard and her panties had been ripped to shreds. She was sweaty, relaxed, and perfect. I crawled up her body, wiped her sticky sweetness from my mouth, settled myself at her entrance. She gave me a sly, mischievous smile and pushed against my chest. I moved for her, flopping onto my back as she wanted as she came over me. She gripped me in her small fist. I hissed. "I want that big dick. In my mouth," she said with the same boldness she had in the cam room. No inhibitions, all need. I was rock hard, but those words and I throbbed in her hold. Fuck kitten. With her messy hair and flushed skin, she gave me one last sultry look before she took me into her mouth. Destroyed me, made me whole, ruined me, rocked my world. And her lipstick was smeared and all over my dick. Chapter 59. Eve. I came awake with a start, blinking at the ceiling, trying to figure out where I was. It was dark out, but the glint of snow made the room bright enough for me to remember. Silas's, the country club confrontation, the sex round 2, the sex round 3. I smelled coffee. The door widened and Silas came in, backlit from the lights from the hall. He was naked, and a cat circled around his ankles. "You have a cat?" He looked down at it, tried to scratch it behind the ears, and it bolted, streaking off, and I heard a flip-flap from the other room. "Sorta. A stray Theo was trying to win over. Even got the guy a cat door." I couldn't help but grin. He sat on the edge of the bed and handed me a cup. "What has you eyeing me like that?" "You're naked." He looked down at himself. "I'm glad you noticed. You're hard." "Always with you." "It's a morning thing." "It's extra hard in the morning with you in my bed." He countered. I took a sip. That's my coffee." "It is. There's always a stash of beans in the freezer." "We didn't talk last night," I said, eyeing him cautiously. "You want to drink coffee and talk?" he asked. "I like the other multitasking option better." He remembered when we were snowed in. I squirmed, and his lips quirked. While I wanted more than anything to have Silas lick my pussy, I had so many questions. I wasn't as desperate for him as I was last night. Okay, I was, but it could wait. While sex with Silas seemed to be one thing we have no issues with, I had to make things right. About everything else. I pushed up, put the coffee on the bedside table next to the clock, and took his hand. "I'm sorry, Silas. About everything." He looked at the floor as if the wood planks fascinated him. "Eve, you don't." I gave his fingers a squeeze, and he looked at me. The room was dimly lit, but I could see him clearly. "I do. In your office, I freaked. Completely and totally lost it. I thought you were taking control. You said we all the time, and I've never been part of a we before.
Me neither,
he admitted.
I'm so fucking proud of you, kitten. Your business, how you got the contract for the inn, for running it your way, for the fucking pink t-shirts. You never heard that, did you? That someone's proud of you.
I shook my head and tried not to cry.
I want you to succeed, to have steaming hotties turn into a phenomenon.
Phenomenon? I scoffed. That may be a little far-reaching.
He shook his head. I know a good business when I see one. I wanted to help you. I envision you supplying coffee to all of the James Inn sites. Hell, to all the James hotels.
That's a lot of coffee and world-class nepotism.
He shook his head. You're my wife. It's my job to give you everything your heart desires.
I couldn't stay still any longer. I climbed from beneath the covers and crawled over to him, wrapped my arms around him from behind. He laughed as he tried not to slosh the coffee over the brim of his mug. Reaching forward, he set his drink next to mine, then turned so I was in his arms, in his lap.
How did you get Highport to sign? I asked. I mean, I saw the text you sent Mav, that the deal was dead.
Highport heard us. In my office, all of it.
I gasped, tried to squirm away.
No, it's okay. He made me see that I was so driven to buy his business because of my issues with my father, to prove I'm not like him.
You're not, I told him, taking his face in my hands and making him look at me as I said it. Even though you got caught watching cam porn that featured your wife.
He smiled. I know. I do now. Finally, I think Highport is more a father to me than mine ever was. No, I know he is.
I could only nod.
He told me he was proud of me just like I'm proud of you.
I closed my eyes, kissed his forehead. We're so much alike.
What, stubborn, mule-headed, blind?
I shook my head. We want what's best for those we love. He kissed me, so soft, so gentle.
That's all I wanted for you, the best. I got the plumber to fix your sink because it was a problem I could solve for you.
I laughed.
And you offered up your trust fund to help close the deal.
I glanced away, then wasn't shamed by it. I needed them to know you aren't your dad, that if a little more money would sway them, that they could have whatever I could give.
You've been after that money from the beginning.
I nodded. Because I didn't have control of it. All I wanted was for it to be mine and mine alone. See? We're totally alike.
So now what?
The deal is done? You now own the Highport hotel chain?
We do.
He clarified. I don't want it.
Well, I don't want steaming hotties. I have no clue how to make a good cup of coffee.
I grinned. He was right. The first time I saw you, I admitted, you were making a coffee. He brushed my hair back from my face, frowned.
It was tequila at the bar.
Nope, it was right here, like this, early in the morning. You naked. He shook his head.
I sure as hell would have remembered seeing you, kitten.
I climbed from his lap and grabbed one of his shirts that had been carelessly tossed over a chair in the corner.
What are you doing?
I have to go. I walked out of the bedroom.
Go,
he asked, following me. I nodded, gave him a smile as I found a pair of his winter boots by the front door. I won't be long.
Dressed like that, there's tons of snow out there.
I had on his dress shirt and oversized snow boots, and nothing else. From the hook on the wall, I grabbed his winter coat, which fell thick and heavy to below my knees. I'll call you. He ran a hand over my neck, probably debating whether to let me go or tie me up.
Call me. Why are you leaving?
Just give me 5 minutes and it'll make sense, I promise. He didn't look like I was ever going to make sense. I cut through the house and went out the back door, the one that was all glass.
Eve!
He yelled, confused. I grinned as I trudged through the snow toward my house, to finally, completely, make him mine.
Chapter 60. Silas. Where the fuck was she going? It was freezing, early. She was practically naked beneath my coat and there was snow. So much snow. I shut the door and stared into the inky darkness for a moment, then ran to my room to throw clothes on and chase after her. She hadn't seemed upset. She wasn't freaking out. She smiled. Then why would she leave? Where the hell did she go? Wait 5 minutes? No fucking way. Before I could tug on my boxers, my cell rang. Where the hell are you? I asked, freaking out.
Go to your back door.
What?
Had she lost her mind? Just do it. I kept my phone to my ear as I did as she wanted.
There. That's where I first saw you. Just like that.
What, naked in my house?
Yes. You were making coffee and talking to someone. Just like you are now.
I ran a hand over the back of my neck. What the hell are you talking about?
Turn out the light.
Will it get you back here faster?
Yes.
She was crazy, completely crazy. I did as she said, swiping at the switch on the wall.
Now look out the back door.
Eve, I love you, but I think you... And there she was, in the house behind me, naked. I could only see half of her with the window only exposing her from the navel up, but it was her. I knew those gorgeous breasts anywhere. What the fuck? I muttered. What the hell are you doing in the neighbor's house?
I'm your neighbor. This is my house. This is my bedroom window.
I blinked, frozen in the doorway, staring at my wife, who it turned out lived behind me.
My alarm goes off at 5. It never used to be exciting, such an early wake-up, until my new naked neighbor moved in. Until every morning he'd walk around making coffee and talking on the phone.
Holy shit. I never really thought about anyone seeing me. My apartment in Denver was 20 floors up. You saw me?
You're a billionaire but won't pay for blinds. My win. I saw every inch. Although it's too far away to see the mole on your ass. Let me check again.
I smiled and flipped on the light switch. I could still see her, and now she could see me as well. Naked, and hard for her. You watched me, I said.
Just like you watched me in the cam room.
That's why you looked so surprised when you first saw me at the bar.
Yeah, I recognized you, even in clothes. She paused. Silas, I've always wanted you, from the first time I laid eyes on you. When I didn't know you as more than my new naked neighbor.
Fuck, kitten. I always wanted you too.
Good. Never forget it's your fault. This you I have right now that made me want